There really is a level 9 primordial beast, the green flood dragon. Oh my god, it's a 9th level primordial beast, the same existence as the gang leader. On the huge ship, many disciples of the Xuanhuan gang felt desperate. How could they escape in front of the 9th level primordial beasts? Disciple surnamed Tai never expected that what he advised senior sister Feng would come true. In this middle-level sea area, a 9th level primordial beast really appeared. This sea area is only middle level, and the most common ones are 4th, 5th, and 6th level beasts. Therefore, when someone spreads rumors that there are 9th level Yuan beasts here, Disciple Tai really didn't take it seriously. Wrong. I used the 9th level primordial beast green flood dragon as an example before, but I hoped that senior sister Feng could stop as soon as possible, not to kill too much, but also to give the primordial beasts in this sea area a chance to cultivate. Unexpectedly, it didn't take long for the 9th level Yuan beast, the green flood dragon, to appear. As for the woman surnamed Feng, her face was pale, and her heart was filled with deep regret. If she had known that there was a 9th level Yuan beast in the middle level sea area, she would never be disobedient. Well now, it's all over. The sea was churning violently, the sky was raining heavily, and the giant ship was likely to be destroyed at any time. Although everyone can fly, if there is no place to stay, the spirit and the body will always be exhausted. The woman surnamed Feng saw an island in sight from behind, gritted her teeth, and said to everyone, "Junior brother Tai, I will fight against that primordial beast later. You lead many juniors and sisters under your sect to hide on that island. I hope that primordial beast will pay attention not to you." Senior sister. Including disciple surnamed Tai, the faces of all Xuanhuan gang members changed drastically. How could they leave senior sister and run away alone? Don't talk about it, it's all because of me. I didn't listen to the advice that caused the 9th level Yuan beast to appear and stare at us. Go away. The woman surnamed Feng interrupted the persuasion prepared by the disciple surnamed Tai and others. The disciple surnamed Tai hurriedly said, "Senior sister, it didn't take you much time to kill that 7th level Yuan beast. Even if you listen to the younger brother's persuasion to return, there is a high probability that you will be targeted by the 9th level Yuan beast. What's the matter with senior sister? Sister, why don't we escape to that island together?" The woman surnamed Feng yelled, "I want to attract the attention of that 9th level primordial beast. How can I escape to the island with you? Go," shout angrily. "Step out and meet the green flood dragon." Disciple surnamed Tai had a look of grief and indignation, but he also knew that the situation was critical and he had to hurry up. Disciple surnamed Tai knew very well that the senior sister would not be able to resist for long in front of the 9th level primordial beast. If it was delayed any longer, even if she fled to the island, she would not be able to escape the attention of the green flood dragon, and the senior sister would die in vain. The disciples of the Xuanhuan gang showed sorrow one by one, and while the senior sister was attracting the attention of the green dragon, they quickly abandoned the boat and fled. "Bastard, eat my palm." The woman surnamed Feng slapped it across the air, and the temperature of the sky and the earth dropped sharply. At this moment, the woman surnamed Feng was like the incarnation of the goddess of ice and snow, full of nobility, coldness, and holiness. At the same time, behind the woman surnamed Feng, there was an ice phoenix spreading its huge wings indistinctly, covering the sky and the sun. This palm was full of frosty air, but the green flood dragon just spit out a mouthful of green dragon's breath casually, and completely swallowed the palm of the woman surnamed Feng. The face of the woman surnamed Feng remained unchanged. Facing a 9th level primordial beast that was comparable to her sister in terms of realm, it would be strange if she could knock it back or even injure it with a single palm. The first attack didn't work. The woman surnamed Feng flipped her body in the air, and the magic whip that killed the 7th level beast flew out, like a sword in the sky, and shot straight at it. Perhaps sensing the phantom of the ice phoenix behind the woman surnamed Feng, the green flood dragon roared angrily, as if it had encountered some provocation. The green flood dragon still spewed out a mouthful of dragon's breath, but this mouthful of dragon's breath was several times stronger than before. The dragon's breath collided fiercely with the ice-colored shining whip, and the ice-colored brilliance bloomed in an instant. The next moment, the green dragon's breath directly passed through the ice-colored brilliance, and blasted towards the woman surnamed Feng like a bamboo. At this time, the woman surnamed Feng should have wanted to dodge, but the woman surnamed Feng did not do so. Since he wants to attract the green dragon's attention, how can he let the green dragon see the fleeing brothers and sisters behind him? Gritting her teeth, the woman surnamed Feng took out a jade hairpin. The jade hairpin was extremely delicate, and the purple streamer was shining. Throwing Yu Chai suddenly released a purple mask, which expanded to a size of hundreds of feet in the blink of an eye. The moment the mask expanded to the extreme, the weakened dragon's breath had already sprayed onto the mask. Rumble. The continuous sound of data resounded through the sea area, as if in an instant, the dragon's breath and the light mask had countless fierce confrontations. Click. Ka-cha-cha. Ka-cha-ka-cha. As a crack flashed on the light curtain, more and more cracks appeared one after another, densely packed in the blink of an eye. In the end, the light curtain could no longer hold on and completely collapsed. Puff. The moment the light curtain collapsed, the jade hairpin in the hands of the woman surnamed Feng also turned into a ball of powder, and the woman surnamed Feng was even more repulsed. A mouthful of blood spurted out, her complexion was pale and lifeless. At this time, the green dragon's body was approaching, and its bloody mouth opened, and it was about to devour the woman surnamed Feng. The woman surnamed Feng gritted her teeth. No, she can't just die like this, she has to support it for a while, but how should she support it? Thoughts flashed one after another, and the woman surnamed Feng found out in despair that she really had no means to hold back the green flood dragon. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the woman surnamed Feng, with one hand behind her, staring indifferently at the flying green flood dragon. The woman surnamed Feng was shocked, but she didn't realize how this person appeared at all. Seeing that the green flood dragon was about to attack, the woman surnamed Feng was about to remind the man, but she saw the man stretch out a palm lightly, and then lightly lowered it. An amazing scene happened. Obviously that person just slapped it casually, and the woman surnamed Feng didn't feel any thrilling power, but the green flood dragon seemed to be hit hard, its body froze in the void, and flew backwards at a faster speed the next moment. And it can be seen with the naked eye that the body of the green flood dragon is gradually disintegrating, and a little bit of starlight is flying. The woman surnamed Feng opened her mouth wide. She couldn't understand this admiration. But she couldn't understand it, but it didn't prevent the woman from showing awe. Obviously, this person is a super master, or a warm-hearted super master, and I and my juniors and sisters are saved now. As a primordial beast, the green flood dragon did not have any high intelligence. After being slapped away, it roared and rushed towards Han Feng again. Han Feng's expression didn't change at all. Cultivated to the limit of the 9 tribulations true God, combined with the general God Yuan, with a single blow, he has the power to surpass the 9 tribulations true God. With one finger pointing out, the energy of heaven and earth gathered in front of Han Feng, forming a giant finger that lifted the sky. The giant finger fell, and the green flood dragon was completely crushed to the point of explosion without any resistance, turning into a sky full of stars and disappearing, leaving only an extremely pure blue primordial crystal. The first update. Tai Xiong and many other juniors looked at Han Feng in awe and gratitude. I am grateful to Han Feng for saving the senior sister and them. Otherwise, God knows if they and the senior sister can go back alive in the face of a 9th level primordial beast. To be in awe is to be in awe of Han Feng's strength. To easily crush a powerful 9th level beast with one finger, this power is definitely the top powerhouse in Anfeng City. Even if he is not the heavenly general true God, he is still the ultimate powerhouse among the 9 tribulations true gods. And the leader of the Xuanhuan gang is only the first level of the 9 tribulations true god. Don't underestimate the gap between the 9 tribulations true god's elementary level and the 9 tribulations true god's extreme powerhouse, unless the 9 tribulations true god's initial level has an extremely powerful bloodline or divine body, and has superb magical skills, and there are powerful defensive artifacts and offensive artifacts. Hence, it is possible to surpass the extreme powerhouse of the 9 tribulations true god. There is also a premise for this, that is, the ultimate powerhouse of the 9 tribulations true god has very ordinary blood and magical skills, and does not have any powerful artifacts. The further you go, the harder it is to fight at higher levels. In other words, to be able to fight at a higher level or even lower level in the future is a genius among geniuses, and it can only be achieved by extraordinary people. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. The little girl will always remember your great kindness and virtue. Feng Tianjiao bowed, his eyes full of curiosity. In and around Anfeng City, there seems to be no one who looks like this among the top powerhouses. Where did this person come from? Could it be a super genius of several major forces in the outer domain? Or from Zhongyu? Han Feng was unmoved by Feng Tianjiao's gratitude and curiosity, but said indifferently, "No need, Han saved you because you sacrificed your life to be a fellow student, and because I have something to ask you." Senior, if you have anything to ask, as long as the little girl knows, she must tell, Senior. Feng Tianjiao was not surprised by Han Feng's words. Han Feng paused, and then expressed some doubts about Yuan Jing. Han Feng is not afraid that these people know that he is from the outside world. In Han Feng's view, this is just an ordinary thing. It's not a secret that there are 3,000 in the God realm, and it's not that they have no contact with each other, such as the noodle businessman. Unless the God realm is far away from other God realms. This is the reason why there is not much communication with other God realms, such as Ziyun God realm. It's a pity that the Forbidden Ancient Realm was an exception, so Han Feng saw Feng Tianjiao and the others' eyes widen, as if seeing a rare national treasure. Why are you looking at Han like this? Han Feng couldn't stand being watched. Tai Xiong and the others immediately lowered their heads, full of apprehension. They lost their composure because they were too surprised. This senior wouldn't blame them. Thinking of the consequences of being blamed, everyone secretly cursed at themselves. But Feng Tianjiao said cautiously, "Senior is from outside the Forbidden Ancient Realm?" The Forbidden Realm? If the Forbidden Realm refers to this world, Han is indeed from outside the Forbidden Realm. What's so shocking? Han Feng frowned. Feng Tianjiao smiled wryly and said, "Senior, forgive me, it's really that the little girl and the juniors and sisters have only heard of things from the outside world, and have never seen people from the outside world. Senior is the first one that the little girl and the seniors saw. Outsiders." Speaking of this, even though Feng Tianjiao tried her best to hide it, Han Feng still caught a gleam of pity in Feng Tianjiao's eyes. Han Feng's face changed slightly, and he felt that something was wrong. Han Feng, who has never seen people from the outside world, can understand that either this forbidden world is too remote, or the level of these people in front of him is too low, so even if there are strong outsiders coming, they will not be able to see them. But if that's all, the Feng Tianjiao in front of her will not show any compassion at all. There is something weird about this forbidden ancient realm, and such a thought flashed through Han Feng's mind. Slightly narrowing his eyes, Han Feng released part of his coercion, instantly bringing Feng Tianjiao and the others great oppression. This oppression made Feng Tianjiao and the others turn pale, thinking that they had offended Han Feng. Han Feng's tone was slightly cold. "Tell me more about the Forbidden Ancient Realm." Feng Tianjiao was a little timid. If this senior in front of him knew that he would never be able to lead the Forbidden Ancient Realm in the future, he wouldn't kill them all in a fit of anger. However, facing Han Feng's expressionless expression, Feng Tianjiao took a deep breath and slowly explained the situation in the Forbidden Ancient Realm. According to a series of information about the forbidden ancient realm, Han Feng's face became more and more ugly, and his heart sank suddenly. Han Feng never expected that this forbidden ancient world would only allow entry and no exit, and all ancient gods or the existence related to ancient gods were forbidden. Such as Chaos Chi, Chaos Divine Skill. In the forbidden ancient realm, even if you comprehend the Chaos Divine Skill, because there is no Chaos Chi as an introduction, the power is far from comparable to the real Chaos Divine Skill, and of course it is stronger than the ultimate Divine Skill, so it is called a super god technology. And in the forbidden ancient realm, no Chaos artifact could be born. If an outsider brings a Chaos artifact, the power of the Chaos artifact will be sealed and become scrap metal. This forbidden ancient realm prohibits all the power of ancient gods, and Han Feng can bear this, but being trapped here forever, Han Feng can't bear it. If you can't leave here, how will you find your wife? How will you become an ancient god? How will you? From Feng Tianjiao's mouth, Han Feng learned that most of the warriors in the forbidden ancient realm were descendants of warriors who strayed into the forbidden ancient realm a long time ago. At that time, the forbidden ancient realm was not very famous in the starry sky world, but as more and more people strayed into it but no one came out, the reputation gradually spread. After that, everyone avoided the forbidden ancient realm like snakes and scorpions. There are fewer and fewer warriors entering the forbidden ancient realm, and the time is getting longer and longer. The last time an outsider entered by mistake was 1,000,000 years ago. The only good news is that because of the prohibition of all powers related to the ancient gods, it will be a little easier for this world to break the limit of the true gods, and with the help of Yuan Jing, the difficulty will be weakened again. Compared with the 3,000 god realm, it is 20 to 30% easier for the warriors in the forbidden ancient realm to break the true god's limit. Don't underestimate the 2 to 30%, just 2 to 30%, it is very likely that some who can only reach the limit of the sky will break through to a higher level. In the forbidden ancient realm, it is not uncommon for heavenly generals and heavenly lords to be true gods. In the realm of 3,000 gods, it is said that only in the realm of great thousand gods can the true god of the heavenly emperor be born, and there are not none in the realm of forbidden ancient times. The number seems to be quite a lot. Han Feng is here, so he doesn't have to worry about the transformation of his soul and body. But if you can't leave this plane, you can never be promoted to the ancient god. Even if you break the limit of the true god 4 times and step into the level of the true god of the emperor, what's the use of being comparable to the peak of the lower ancient god of Balian? Han Feng was a little at a loss. The second update. Han Feng's bewilderment, in the eyes of Feng Tianjiao and others, was a gloomy expression, which made Feng Tianjiao and others extremely nervous, for fear that Han Feng's anger would be transferred to them in a fit of anger. They could not resist the other party's anger. The worries of Feng Tianjiao and the others were not without reason. Similar things had happened before. Millions of years ago, an ancient god was involved in the forbidden ancient realm, and his power was forcibly dispersed by the forbidden ancient realm's consciousness, and he fell to the level of the heavenly general and true god. Of course, after all, he was an ancient god, with a strong body and soul. Coupled with the super-grade magic skills dropped from the chaos magic skills, he can completely fight against the true god of Tianzuan. Knowing that he will never regain the realm of the ancient gods and cannot leave the realm of the ancient gods, this former ancient god set off a bloody storm in the realm of the forbidden ancients in a rage. Down and was completely bombarded. It wasn't until the last day that a true god of the heavenly emperor was shot, and then he was completely killed, and the forbidden ancient world was clean. When Feng Tianjiao and the others were feeling uneasy, Han Feng let out a breath slowly and gradually regained his composure. At this time, Han Feng was still a little dazed, but Han Feng also knew that there is no unparalleled road, and Han Feng believed that the forbidden ancient realm would never really give the warriors here a little hope of leaving. Where there is gain, there is loss. The vitality of heaven and earth in this forbidden ancient world can make it easier to break the limit of the true God, and there are yuan crystals to assist the promotion of the gods, soul, and body. If they can leave easily, wouldn't the world of 3,000 gods be everywhere? The ancient gods who advanced from the heavenly emperor true God and even the heavenly venerate true God. Han Feng had felt the horror of ancient gods like the chaotic silver lotus like patriarch Tan, and it was conceivable how powerful the chaotic green lotus, chaotic purple lotus, and even chaotic golden lotus would be above the chaotic silver lotus. Such an ancient god is definitely an existence that breaks the balance of the ancient gods of the 3,000 gods, and each of them can easily advance to the god king. Especially the ancient gods who have advanced to the level of Tianzuan true god and even Tiandi true god, the emperor can be expected in the future. A group of powerful ancient gods from the same world, and later advanced to the rank of god king and even god emperor. I am afraid that even the top 10,000 gods are far inferior. For the sake of balance, heaven will naturally impose more restrictions on the forbidden ancient realm. This is Han Feng's thought after some thinking. Perhaps it is very difficult to leave the forbidden ancient realm, but it should not be hopeless. Thinking of this, Han Feng stared solemnly at Feng Tianjiao. This girl, is there really no way to leave? Think about it carefully. Feng Tianjiao was a little terrified when Han Feng saw it, but now she was relieved to hear Han Feng's question, and finally she did not take her anger on them. Feng Tianjiao pondered for a moment before hesitatingly said, "There is a Yuan pagoda in the inner region of the forbidden ancient realm. It is said that one can leave the forbidden ancient realm and pursue the realm above the true God if one breaks through the top of the Yuan pagoda." Yuan pagoda. It seems that no one has broken through it for tens of millions of years or even longer. Although some classics from ancient times have recorded that someone broke into the past, but in the eyes of many strong people today, it is just a fabrication, and it is really too difficult to break into the Yuan Tower. Yuan Pagoda. Han Feng's eyes brightened. It seemed that the Yuan Pagoda was the glimmer of hope that the forbidden ancient realm left for warriors in the realm, and it was also his hope to leave the forbidden ancient realm. As for the inner domain, Han Feng had already learned that the forbidden ancient realm was divided into 3 parts, namely, the outer domain, the middle domain and the inner domain. Outland is the edge of the forbidden ancient realm. Although there are many strong people, there are not many who can break through the limit and enter the level of heavenly generals. Maybe occasionally there will be the birth of heavenly kings and true gods. The middle domain is smaller than the outer domain in terms of scope, and the number of warriors is also less than that of the outer domain, but the quality of the warriors far exceeds the outer domain. In the central territory, one cannot be regarded as a real powerhouse without the true God of the heavenly general. Only the true God of the heavenly general can gain a foothold in the central territory. Under the heavenly generals and true gods, there is no way to guarantee their own safety. Even the heavenly general true God only has the power to protect himself. The heavenly king true God is also very common in the central territory, and the heavenly venerate true God is the top powerhouse in the central territory. And some overlord forces in the central territory even have the heavenly emperor true God. The inner domain is smaller than the middle domain, but it is a gathering place for powerful warriors in the forbidden ancient world. In the inner realm of the forbidden ancient realm, only one who becomes the heavenly emperor and true God can be regarded as a first-class level. If there are only a few true gods in the central region, then in the inner region, the true gods account for at least 1/10,000th of all warriors. It seems that the proportion of 1/10,000th is very small, but under the base of the huge number of warriors, this 1/10,000th proportion is terrifying. Only the Supreme Heavenly Emperor, true God, is the top powerhouse in the inner domain. The forces in the forbidden ancient realm are divided into 6 levels, which are non-influx, first rank, second rank, third rank, fourth rank, and fifth rank. The so-called non-influx refers to the power of the strong who have not broken the limit of the true God. Epine requires a heavenly general to sit in charge of the true God. The second rank needs to have Tianjunjinshin sitting in charge. The third rank requires the presence of Tianzuan true God. The fourth rank requires an ordinary heavenly emperor true God to sit in command. The fifth rank not only needs to be ruled by the supreme heavenly emperor true God, but also needs to have at least 10 ordinary heavenly emperor true gods in the power. If any one of the two conditions is missing, it cannot be regarded as a fifth rank, but can only be regarded as a fake fifth rank. The key to judging the supreme heavenly emperor true God and the ordinary heavenly emperor true God lies in the Yuan Pagoda. The Yuan Pagoda is divided into 19 floors. As long as it can reach the 14th floor, or even the 14th floor, it is the supreme heavenly emperor true God. Breaking through the 19th floor is said to be able to leave the forbidden ancient realm. But from the 10th floor of the Yuan Pagoda, there is difficulty for ordinary heavenly emperor true gods. Basically, only those who are close to the limit of heavenly emperor true gods can break through the 12th floor. The heavenly emperor true God who can break through the 13th floor has basically reached the highest limit of the true God in all aspects, and his strength has surpassed the heavenly emperor true God, but because he has not widened the gap with the heavenly emperor true God, he has not been included. To reach the ranks of Juding Tiandi and true God, you can only be regarded as a fake Juding. Starting from the 14th floor, the difficulty becomes higher and higher, and the more power surpasses the true God of the Emperor, so starting from this layer, the true God of the Emperor is called the ultimate. This is true for the 14th floor, not to mention only the 15th or even the 16th floor. After that, there are 17th and 18th floors, and the highest 19th floor. It is too difficult to break through. An ancient god who strayed here once said that if he wanted to break through on the 19th floor, as long as they are at the level of the heavenly emperor true God, they will have the combat power equivalent to that of an ordinary middle-ranked ancient god at the early stage. Feng Tianjiao sighed. The so-called ordinary middle-ranked ancient gods naturally referred to the ancient gods who were promoted to the 9th rank, and what they condensed was the chaotic white lotus. Even if the heavenly emperor true God's combat power is superb, it is only equivalent to the peak of ordinary low-ranking ancient gods, and it can't even reach the great perfection, let alone reach the level of ordinary middle-ranking ancient gods. The first update. Since the ancient god had estimated it in this way, it was probably close to 10, so Han Feng took a deep breath. It is almost impossible to have the combat power equivalent to the early stage of ordinary middle ancient gods in the stage of Tiandi true God. The ancient gods of chaos condense the lotus of chaos, and the lotus of chaos is divided into upper, middle, and lower layers. The condensed layer is the lower ancient god, the second layer is the middle ancient god, and the third layer is the upper ancient god. But each layer of chaos lotus needs to condense 12 petals of Dzogchen to condense the next layer. 12 petals, 7 to 9 petals are the peak, 10 to 12 petals are Dzogchen. In the early stage of the middle ancient god, the second layer of the lotus of chaos will condense 1 to 3 petals again. Don't look at the fact that to reach the battle strength of a middle-ranked ancient god from the peak of an ordinary low-ranked ancient god is just a breakthrough in the great perfection, but in fact it needs to break through at least 4 petals, and there is a huge gap between the low-ranked and the middle-ranked. And at most, maybe it reached 6 petals. 4 to 6 small levels, how can it be so easy to cross? And it's not that he has stepped into the ancient god of chaos. And this is still the preliminary estimate of the former ancient god. Maybe the situation will be better, but the situation may be worse. It needs to surpass the combat power of the ordinary median ancient god in the early stage. In this way, it is as difficult as reaching the sky to increase the combat power to so many small levels among the ancient gods on the basis of the limit of the heavenly emperor and true god. According to Feng Tianjiao, Han Feng guessed that the heavenly emperor true god who broke through the 13th floor should have reached the limit of the heavenly emperor true god, and his soul and body had also reached the limit of the emperor grade. Then have the most superior top-level divine blood or top-level divine body, and master it to perfection. Not only that, but also a powerful top-grade artifact, and at the same time mastering an extremely high-quality top-grade magic skill. At this point, in the Forbidden Ancient Realm, it is indeed the highest limit that the Heavenly Emperor and True God can reach. At the level of the Heavenly Emperor True God, no matter whether it is the best bloodline, the best artifact or the best divine skill, the increase in its own strength is not much, so this kind of Heavenly Emperor True God who has reached the highest limit, even if it surpasses the Heavenly Emperor True God. There are not many levels, so it is called a pseudo-extreme. Its power is 2 or 3 times stronger than the ordinary low-ranking Ancient God Peak's casual blow, roughly close to the 10-petal level ordinary low-ranking Ancient God's Dzogchen casual strike. As for the Heavenly Emperor True God who has passed the 14th level, his combat power is probably equivalent to the casual blow of an ordinary low-ranking Ancient God at the 10-petal level, perhaps even surpassing it. To do this, it is not too difficult outside the Forbidden Ancient Realm, such as possessing a Chaos artifact or developing a Chaos bloodline or divine body. But in the realm of Forbidden Ancients, all power related to the chaotic level of the Ancient Gods will be sealed, and it is impossible to rely on the blood of the chaotic gods, or the chaotic artifacts. Then if you want to pass the 14th floor, you can only comprehend the magic skills of chaos. Naturally, because the Chi of Chaos is forbidden in the Forbidden Ancient Realm, without the Chi of Chaos as the source of energy, the Chaos God skill can only be regarded as a pseudo-Chaos God skill, which is called a super-grade God skill in the Forbidden Ancient Realm. That is to say, Juding Heavenly Emperor and True God basically possess super-grade divine skills. However, it is so difficult to comprehend the magic skills of chaos at the level of a True God. This Forbidden Ancient Realm has no aura of chaos, and all powers related to the Ancient Gods are forbidden. Without learning or referring to things, it is at least several times more difficult to comprehend the magic skills of chaos than outside. All in all, stepping into the Supreme Heavenly Emperor True God is definitely a very difficult thing to do. However, even after breaking through the 14th floor, there are still 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th floors. Even Han Feng himself felt that the possibility of breaking through the Yuan Pagoda at the stage of the True God was very slim. But no matter what, Yuan Tower is currently Han Feng's only hope to leave the Forbidden Ancient Realm. No matter how small this hope is, he still has to give it a try. I have the Xuanhuan Battle Physique, the Golden Immortal Physique, and the Great Sun Flame Physique. Among them, if the Xuanhuan War Physique reaches the 4th peak, the growth rate will be stronger than the top bloodlines and divine bodies of the top gods, second only to the Chaos God Forbidden Ancient Realm should not be able to limit the power of the 4th peak of Xuanhuan's combat body. Golden Immortal Physique and Great Sun Flame Physique can also be cultivated to the level of the most top-level God-grade bloodline and God body. The 3 God-grade bodies are combined into one. How can the strength be comparable to a single top-level God-grade bloodline and God body? In this respect, I am more warriors in the Forbidden Ancient Realm have too many advantages. As for the magic skill of chaos, the 13th level of the Ziyun God's Arm is the 13th level of the Ziyun God's Arm. Without the energy of chaos, the 13th level of the Ziyun God's Arm is at least equivalent to a super-grade magic skill. The same is true for the Xianlong transformation. The 10-winged black dragon transformation is a magical skill of chaos. I don't need to pursue and comprehend supernatural skills like the warriors in the ancient world, I have it myself. According to the worst-case scenario, if the ancient world forbids me to use the 13th and 10th layers of Ziyun Divine Arm Mysterious Winged Dragon transformation, at least I have 2 great chaos divine skills in hand, which I can study and learn from. If I stay in the time room for tens of thousands of years, I don't believe I can't comprehend one chaos divine skill. Compared to those warriors in the Forbidden Ancient Realm who have no object to study and learn from, I am much better. Thinking of this, Han Feng decided in his heart that it is entirely possible for him to break through the 19th floor of the Yuan Pagoda, at least much more than the warriors of the Forbidden Ancient Realm. Seeing that Han Feng's face softened, Feng Tianjiao sighed in her heart that Han Feng's character recovered so quickly, which was much better than those outsiders who lost their composure in the records. Suddenly, Feng Tianjiao's heart moved. This senior is powerful. Even if he is not a true god of heaven, he is also an extremely strong person of a true god of 9 robbers. If such a strong person joins my Xuanhuan gang, everyone in Anfeng City, the Lian gang, should be wary of it. In this way, my sister and brother-in-law will be safe. Thinking of this, Feng Tianjiao said, Senior, since it's your first time to come to the Forbidden Ancient Realm, why don't I let this junior treat you for a while, and repay my life-saving grace by the way? Han Feng smiled lightly. He couldn't guess Feng Tianjiao's hidden plan. Slightly squinting his eyes, if you come here, you will be at ease. At present, my first task is to be promoted to the Heavenly General True God. This requires Yuan Jing and a stable cultivation environment. It is better to go to the Xuanhuan gang. In addition, although Feng Tianjiao said there is a lot of common sense, but more information about the Forbidden Ancient Realm still needs to be inquired about, and it is also a good choice to rely on the Xuanhuan gang. Immediately, Han Feng nodded in agreement. Feng Tianjiao was overjoyed. But when she turned her head, Feng Tianjiao had a bitter face again. The giant ship had already been destroyed. Did she just fly back like this? It's not impossible, but it would be too neglectful of seniors. Han Feng smiled softly. Like a sleeve robe, a huge and majestic spaceship appeared in the sky. It was the Xuanhuan spaceship. This Xuanhuan spaceship is not of a high level, not comparable to the 9th rank spaceship of General Ling Yuntian, and it is one of the spoils of war in the secret realm of chaos. But it is a good choice to move forward at this moment. Feng Tianjiao and the others were stunned by this delicate spaceship that shone brightly. Compared with this spaceship, the giant ship of my gang is nothing. It is worthy of being a strong outsider, but he is very rich. Han Feng raised his voice and smiled. Everyone, follow me into the boat. Anfeng City, an ordinary city outside the Forbidden Ancient Realm. There is not even a first-rank force in this city, and it is basically controlled by 2 gangs. These 2 gangs are the Lian gang and the Xuanhuan gang. On this day, an exquisite and majestic giant spaceship suddenly sailed into the city, leaving many strong people in Anfeng City stunned. Under the watchful eyes of many strong men, this huge spaceship flew towards the location of the Xuanhuan gang. The second update. When the Xuanhuan spaceship landed, it immediately caused an uproar in the Xuanhuan gang, and there were many vigilants. The Xuanhuan spaceship in Han Feng's hands is not high level, that is, rank 6. But just as a flying tool, this level is not low. What's more, the brilliance of the Xuanhuan spacecraft is flowing around it, which is really majestic. This alone is not easy. Anfeng City is just an ordinary city among the tens of thousands of cities in the outer domain of the Forbidden Ancient Realm. The high-level true gods in the city are less than 1%, and most of them are middle-level true gods. If the Tier 6 spaceship landed on a city with Tianjunjinshan or Tianzuanjinshan sitting in command, it would not attract so much attention. The Xuanhuan spaceship landed slowly, and the disciples of the Xuanhuan gang had already surrounded the spaceship, and each of them was ready to go. If the people in the spaceship were not good for the Xuanhuan gang, they would take action. A while later, a woman in her 20s or 30s came over. This woman was 60 to 70% similar to Feng Tianjiao, but compared to Feng Tianjiao, this woman was a little more mature and full of temptation. At this moment, the woman was wearing a fierce battle robe, and there was a hint of heroism in her mature and beautiful face. It was the leader of the Xuanhuan gang, Feng Tianjiao's sister, Feng Chi Bai. Its strength is one of the 2 true gods of Anfeng City. There are 5 9 tribulations true gods in Anfeng City, 2 of them are from the Lian gang, and the 2 are from the Xuanhuan gang. They are Feng Chi Bai and Feng Chi Bai's husband. The last one is a casual cultivator who walks alone. I don't know which expert is here, please come out and talk about it. Feng Chi Bai's eyes were sharp, and his breath was long. Afterwards, streaks of streamers flew out of the Xuanhuan spaceship, and the streamers landed on the ground, revealing the figure inside the streamers. Feng Qiubai's face immediately changed. Tianjiao, Tiexiong? The rest of the disciples of the Xuanhuan gang were dumbfounded. How could it be their senior brother and senior sister who came out? But at this moment, another streamer fell. It was Han Feng. Han Feng stretched out his palm, and the huge and magnificent spaceship with radiant light shrank instantly and flew into Han Feng's hands. Han Feng flipped his palm, and the spaceship disappeared. Feng Tianjiao cheered, "Sister!" Then threw herself into Feng Qiubai's arms. Before Feng Qiubai reprimanded herself, Feng Tianjiao had already narrated the things along the way. Feng Qiubai's complexion fluctuated. When he heard the appearance of a ninth-level primordial beast, his complexion was pale and his body was on the verge of falling. It was not until he heard that Tianjiao was rescued that his complexion recovered. Even so, Feng Qiubai's body also became weak. "You damn girl, you don't know the heights of the heavens and the earth all day long, making you disobedient, and don't even think about what will my sister do if something happens to you?" Feng Qiubai pointed an angry finger at Feng Tianjiao's head. Feng Qiubai and Feng Tianjiao are biological sisters. Their father has long since passed away, and only the two sisters depended on each other for their lives, and only then did they create the foundation of the Xuanhuan gang and gain a foothold in Anfeng City. For Feng Qiubai, there are two most important people in this life. One is his own sisters, and the second is his husband. Feng Tianjiao knew she was wronged, so she didn't dare to say a word, feeling sorry for her. At the same time, Feng Tianjiao was also a little terrified. Something had happened to her brother-in-law. If she, wouldn't her sister be going to collapse? After a long time, Feng Qiubai broke away from the panic of almost losing his sister, and immediately thought of the benefactor he had forgotten. Immediately, Feng Qiubai quickly saluted, and hurriedly said, "Thank you, benefactor, for saving my sister's life. I lost my temper before, and I hope benefactor will forgive me." Han Feng waved his hand. "Don't worry about it, Master Feng, but Mr. Han came here uninvited. I'm afraid it will cause trouble for Master Feng." Feng Qiubai smiled. "Anong is just joking. For such a good person as Anong, I would like to have more uninvited visits." Han Feng shook his head and laughed. "If there were some uninvited visitors, you wouldn't be happy." At this moment, Feng Qiubai looked around and said with a smile, "Anong is here. I am not prepared enough, so please invite Anong to go to the main hall with my sister-in-law, and entertain him after I am ready." Han Feng nodded, then Feng Tianjiao led Han Feng to the main hall. And Feng Tianjiao immediately went to arrange many matters to entertain Han Feng. Soon, only Tiexiong and others were left in the same place, surrounded by many disciples of the Xuanhuan gang, asking this and that, full of interest. They have never even seen a ninth-level primordial beast, so they must satisfy their curiosity from senior brother Tiexiong and others. Night fell. Feng Qiubai prepared a huge and elaborate banquet for Han Feng. A lot of heaven and earth spirit fruits and specially made spirit wine made Han Feng feel that he had not been neglected. These days, some spiritual fruits in the world are not of high grade, and are of no use to Han Feng, but they are rare and delicious, which satisfies Han Feng's appetite. After a happy chat, Feng Qiubai made an invitation to Han Feng, "Mr. N, who came to the forbidden ancient realm for the first time, why not stay with the concubine Xuanhuan gang as the elder of the guest?" Usually, the concubine will not rely on not only that, every year, the concubine will dedicate a part of the Yuanjing harvest from the Xuanhuan gang to Oolong. On the surface, Feng Tianjiao wanted to repay Han Feng's life-saving grace, so she invited Han Feng to come to Xuanhuan to treat him or her, but Feng Qiubai didn't know the real purpose. Her husband was seriously injured in bed and lost his combat strength, and only himself, the true god of the 9 tribulations, was left in the Xuanhuan gang, and he was already powerless against the Lian gang. If the 2 members of the Lian gang invited the last 9 tribulations true god of Anfeng City, the Xuanhuan gang would be in danger. Feng Qiubai knew that the benefactor named Han Feng in front of him couldn't possibly fail to guess what his sister meant, so since she came, it meant that she was a little moved. Therefore, after Feng Qiubai finished speaking, he looked at Han Feng expectantly. Sure enough, there was only a few breaths, and Han Feng nodded. Then Han will be disrespectful. If there is any danger in the Xuanhuan gang, the leader can inform Han. As long as it is within the scope of Han's solution, Han will help out a little bit. Feng Qiubai was overjoyed. Han Feng joined, and the two from Yichilian's gang. As for what Han Feng said was within the scope of ability, Feng Qiubai expressed his understanding. It is impossible for a powerful person like the Heavenly General True God or even the Heavenly King True God to descend, and the other party should go all out. After Han Feng agreed to become the Kaching elder of the Xuanhuan gang, Feng Qiubai was obviously closer to Han Feng, and kept calling him Elder Han Elder Han. The following group of disciples of the Xuanhuan gang were also full of joy. They knew from Tai Xiong that this Elder Han was very likely to be the ultimate power of the Nine Tribulations True God, second only to the Heavenly General True God. With such a powerful person joining, as long as the Xuanhuan gang does not provoke the forces of the Heavenly General True God, they can develop in Anfeng City with peace of mind. Even once Elder Han is promoted to Heavenly General and True God, their Xuanhuan gang will also be an entry-level force. The first update. Gang, 2 more. Feng Qiubai froze, and immediately looked at Han Feng with hope. On the way, Han Feng knew that Feng Tianjiao's brother-in-law had been seriously injured, but he didn't know exactly how and what kind of injury it was. After thinking for a moment, Han Feng couldn't guarantee that he could be cured. It is true that many healing pills have been obtained in the secret realm of chaos, but the level is generally not high. It is still reliable to treat the true gods of 6 or 7 calamities, but the effect on the true gods of 8 calamities is weak, let alone the true gods of 9 calamities. Thinking of this, Han Feng said slowly, "I don't know how the Lord's lover got hurt." Feng Qiubai sighed, and said, Mr. Concubine was hunting a dark attribute beast in the dark demon realm and was injured by a 9th level beast. It is the more severely corroded the operation is. And the corruption of the divine essence is just the beginning. Right now, Mr. Qieshen's spirit has begun to be corrupted. As a result, Qieshen has not awakened for a month after showing up. If this goes on like this, I'm afraid that the soul will be completely corroded, and eventually, the body will also. Feng Qiubai choked up a little when he said this. If the divine essence is corroded, at most it will not be able to display its strength, or its strength will be reduced. If the divine essence is completely corroded, it means that it is almost dead. Han Feng frowned. Mr. Gang Leader is a dark attribute god? Only those with dark attributes will go to dark attribute areas to hunt yuan beasts. During the conversation on the road, Han Feng learned that the primordial beasts in the forbidden ancient realm were born in different places, because of their different attributes, so they were divided into many regions. These areas are called metafields. These primordial beasts are formed by the condensed vitality of heaven and earth, just like monsters in online games. They have no wisdom, will not leave the area they are in, and will give birth to new monsters after they die. The place where Han Feng settled down before is the water attribute element domain, but the intermediate water attribute element domain, the water spirit domain. The dark demon realm is a high-level dark attribute metarealm, and the primordial beasts born in it will drop dark attribute or magic attribute primordial crystals after falling. Feng Qiubai said, that's exactly the case, thanks to the fact that Mr. Concubine is also a dark attribute, which leads to the reduction of the corrosion rate, otherwise Mr. Concubine would not be able to support it long ago. But even so, Mr. Concubine can't support it how long, half a year at most, the soul will be completely corroded. Knowing that it was made like this, by a 9th level dark attribute beast. Han Feng also had no choice, but to shake his head. Feng Tianjiao was extremely disappointed, but Feng Qiubai had already prepared for it. No matter how powerful Elder Han is, he had just strayed into the forbidden ancient realm from the outside world. After a while, Han Feng suddenly remembered something, flipped his palm, and a few pills appeared in his hand, exuding holy brilliance. These are the 6th grade magic pills that Han obtained by accident. They are called Holy Light Extinguishing Demon Pills. It is said that they have the effect of getting rid of all negative influences. The boss can give your lover a try. But the grade of the magic pills is not high, I guess at best, it can only have a delayed effect, and the possibility of a complete cure is very small. Thank you, Elder Han. Feng Qiubai only felt that there was another village. As long as you can delay it, you will give yourself more time to find. After arranging a place for Han Feng, Feng Qiubai couldn't wait to treat her husband. Feng Tianjiao also cared about her brother-in-law, and followed closely behind. Seeing Feng Qiubai again the next day, Han Feng found a pale man in green shirt, with a face of about 30 standing beside Feng Qiubai. The man has a refined air, like a refined scholar. This temperament surprised Han Feng very much. Generally, strong people with demonic attributes will bring evil intentions, and all kinds of uncomfortable feelings to people. But in this person, there is nothing at all. I'm here, Lu Tianming, thank you Elder Han, for the magic pill. Before Han Feng could speak, Feng Qiubai's husband, Lu Tianming, was the first to salute and thank him. Feng Qiubai also saluted gratefully. Han Feng quickly helped the two of them up, jokingly said, Han can be regarded as the elder Keqing of the Xuanhuan gang, and it is only right to contribute a little bit. Afterwards, Han Feng's face became serious. I wonder how Brother Lu is recovering? Lu Tianming smiled and said, as long as Lu doesn't use his soul, it can last for 3 to 4 years, 4 to 5 years. That's just a little. Han Feng knew that the 6th grade pill would not have much effect, but he was still a little disappointed after knowing that it really didn't have much effect. However, Lu Tianming didn't take it seriously. It's better to stay here for a few more years. If you're lucky, you may not be able to find the light spirit fruit. Light spirit fruit? Han Feng looked curious. Feng Qiubai explained, Tianming was injured by the black centipede, and what corroded Tianming was the black energy emitted by the black centipede. Only the light spirit fruit can restrain the black energy. After learning the news about the light spirit fruit, I didn't expect to find out that the news was false after arriving. As long as you get the light spirit fruit within 3 years, Tianming can be restored. It's not good, the 2 leaders of the Lion gang are here. When the 3 of them were chatting, Tai Xiong ran over in a panic. The 2 of them are here. Feng Qiubai's face was not good looking, and Lu Tianming's gloomy expression became even more so. Han Feng's eyes flashed. On the Qianquan spaceship, Han Feng learned from Feng Tianjiao that both the main leader and the deputy leader of the Lion gang are 9 tribulation true god cultivation bases. Both of them coveted Feng Qiubai. In the past, Feng Qiubai and Lu Tianming, 2 gang leaders who were strong enough to fight against the Lion gang, were not afraid, but now. Ha ha ha, I heard that there are experts from your gang joining, I don't know who it is. Before Feng Qiubai and Lu Tianming could make a decision on how to deal with the 2 members of the Lion gang, Guolang, the helper of the Lion gang, had already left without hesitation. Come over. Guolang. You are too bold to break into my Xuanhuan gang directly. Feng Qiubai shouted sharply, and a strong evil spirit shot out from his body instantly. Hey, we're going to be a family anyway, why bother to be so preoccupied? Guolang's voice stopped abruptly. Behind Guolang, Yi Minghui, the deputy leader of the Lion gang, also widened his eyes. What did they see? They saw Lu Tianming. According to Anzi's inquiry, isn't this Lu Tianming lying down on the bed and won't be able to get up in the future? How did the spy find out? Damn it! Guolang and Yi Minghui yelled at each other, which was even more embarrassing. At the same time, a trace of fear arose in the hearts of the two of them. Logically speaking, the person who should not be able to wake up suddenly stood here intact. Could it be that he is completely healed? Lu Tianming laughed angrily. A family? Could it be that the two gang leaders planned to join our Xuanhuan gang? As a man, how could Lu Tianming tolerate Guo Lang and Yi Minghui's coveting of his lover? If he hadn't been corrupted by the dark energy, Lu Tianming would have made a move early on. The second update. Lian Gang, one more. Isn't this worrying that the siblings will not be taken care of in the future? Anyway, we have had some friendship these years. When brother Tianming goes, it is also right for him to take care of the siblings. Naturally, by the way, take care of the Xuanhuan gang of the siblings. Guo Lang was embarrassed. After a while, it quickly became a mess. Han Feng's face is weird. Guo Lang is really thick-skinned. Xuanhuan gang and Lian gang are the two major gangs in Anfeng City. They have been fighting openly and secretly for countless years. Where is the friendship? I am afraid that the two sides have hated each other long ago and hoped that the other party would die. And it is also a talent to be able to describe the ambition to annex the Xuanhuan gang and the desire to covet Feng Qiubai as kind care. In addition, Lu Tianming is still fine now, but Guo Lang directly said that Lu Tianming was going to die, but he really didn't take Lu Tianming seriously. Take care? Do you take care of the Xuanhuan gang, who wants to annex the concubine? Feng Qiubai's sarcasm directly exposed Guo Lang's true intentions. Besides, who said Tianming was going to die? Feng Qiubai was furious. Guo Lang squinted his eyes, and immediately said he, brother Tianming wants to recover, he must have the light spirit fruit, but light spirit fruit cannot be said to be rare, but it is indeed not very common. How can you find it in just a few months? However, Guo Lang also felt a little suspicious in his heart, seeing Feng Qiubai like this. Could it be that Lu Tianming really got the light spirit fruit? Otherwise, how can I wake up? Looking at the current situation, it's not too bad. Wait for me to test it out. Thinking of this, Guo Lang gave Yi Minghui a look. Yi Minghui nodded secretly, and then shot out suddenly, which caught people off guard. Haha, according to Master Feng, brother Tianming has recovered. I haven't discussed with brother Tianming for a long time, so I will ask for advice today. To Lu Tianming. Feng Qiubai had been on guard against Guo Lang and Yi Minghui for a long time. When Yi Minghui made a move, Feng Qiubai made a move at the same time. A blue ribbon shot out from Feng Qiubai's hand, like a sharp sword, with sharpness and coldness. As soon as the blue ribbon came out, the temperature in the entire hall dropped sharply. With a flash of blue light, the blue ribbon had already collided with the giant blue flame claw. There was no astonishing loud noise, the blue flame was directly frozen into an ice sculpture, and then shattered and fell to the ground. Only then did there be a crackling sound. Feng Qiubai is the Nine Tribulations True God primary peak powerhouse. It is only half a step away from the middle level of the Nine Tribulations True God. As for Yi Minghui, although he is also the first stage of the Nine Tribulations True God, he has not yet reached the peak. In addition, Feng Qiubai's ribbon is a kind of divine weapon. This time Yi Minghui was obviously at a disadvantage in this confrontation. The ribbon froze the giant flame claws, and they didn't stop in the slightest. Instead, they rushed towards Yi Minghui more quickly. Yi Minghui's face changed slightly, and he punched him hard. Boom! The terrible air flow spread like a whirlwind, and the tables and chairs in the hall instantly turned into flying ash. But at this moment, Guo Lang made a move. Guo Lang's figure flashed, and Guo Lang's nimble movement was not affected in the small space, and he flashed towards Lu Tianming in an instant. Feng Qiubai had no choice but to give up dealing with Yi Minghui, and the ribbon suddenly turned from behind. At the same time, Feng Qiubai gave a coquettish shout, and slashed out with a palm, ready to attack the blue ribbon back and forth. Lu Tianming's face turned pale, and he felt extremely uncomfortable when he couldn't use his divine essence to resist the impact of momentum. If it wasn't for Lu Tianming's divine body to fight against, he might have already collapsed at this moment. Unexpectedly, Guolang's move this time was just a test, and he didn't intend to make a killing move at all. With a twist of his body, he escaped from between Feng Qiubai and the ribbon, and returned to Yiming Hui's side the next moment, forming a confrontation between the two. Guolang laughed loudly. Sure enough, Brother Tianming hasn't recovered at all, and he doesn't even have the courage to fight a single move with this leader. The trace of fear that had arisen before disappeared without a trace. Lu Tianming couldn't make a move, and he was equivalent to a useless person, which meant that the Xuanhuan gang only had Feng Qiubai as the Nine Tribulations' true god at the moment. What does that mean? Guolang and Yiming Hui looked at each other, and both could see the excitement in each other's eyes. As long as Feng Qiubai is captured today, not only can the Xuanhuan gang be annexed, but Feng Qiubai, whom they have long coveted, can also be kept under their control. Leave the one surnamed Feng to me, and you go and kill the one surnamed Lu. Guolang transmitted his voice to Yiming Hui, and the next moment they both shot. Guolang laughed, swiped his palms across the void, and blasted at Feng Qiubai. Feng Qiu's white ribbon pierced out with a sense of sharpness, and the confrontation between hot and cold burst out a terrifying storm. With a smirk, Yiming Hui grabbed Lu Tianming. As long as Lu Tianming was in his hands, he worried that Feng Qiubai would catch him without letting go, unless Feng Qiubai was prepared to deal with two protectors, Lu Tianming alone. But in this way, Feng Qiubai would still end up being captured alive by them. It is also the first stage of the Nine Tribulations' true god. How could Feng Qiubai fight against two people alone? However, before Yiming Hui got close to Lu Tianming, he saw a figure flash in front of him, and a stranger had already blocked him. Yiming Hui recognized this person as another person in the main hall, but in Yiming Hui's view, this person was just an ordinary disciple of the Xuanhuan gang, and even an ordinary disciple dared to stop himself from being a mighty Nine Tribulations' true god powerhouse. Get out! Yiming Hui roared, descending like a mountain, as if he wanted to smash the person who stood in front of him to pieces. Heh! A sneer came out. Yiming Hui froze, and the next moment showed a look of horror. I saw a terrifying momentum suddenly booming from the person in front of him, piercing through the hall and rushing towards the sky. The unfathomable force came oppressing like mountains and seas. Yiming Hui seemed to be hit hard, and his aura like a mountain shattered like a fragile mirror, vomiting blood and flying out. What? Guolang, who was fighting Feng Qiubai, was taken aback. Because he was too shocked, there was a gap in Guolang's offensive. Feng Qiubai's eyes were vicious, and when he saw the gap Guolang revealed, he immediately swept out with one leg. Not good. Guolang's complexion changed drastically, and he had to cross his arms to resist in a hurry. Boom! With a huge force and an astonishing icy breath, Guolang retreated again and again, drawing a deep mark on the ground. And Guolang's arms were also directly frozen. Even if Guolang's fire attribute spirit quickly melted the ice, Guolang's arms were still a little stiff, not as flexible as they were in their heyday. Who is your excellency? Guolang ignored his stiff arms, but looked at Han Feng in astonishment. Although the outbreak of Han Feng's aura was only a moment, and the main target was not even Guolang, but even so, Guolang was like falling into an ice cellar at that moment just now, as if facing a god of death, trembling subconsciously. Guolang was not stupid. He didn't know that this was a super strong man whose strength far surpassed his own. The first update. Hey, Brother Tianming was joking. Of course, as a brother, I hope that my brothers and sisters will join our gang. Isn't this worrying that the siblings will not be taken care of in the future? Anyway, we have had some friendship these years. When Brother Tianming goes, it is also right for him to take care of the siblings. Naturally, by the way, take care of the Xuanhuan gang of the siblings. Guolang was embarrassed. After a while, it quickly became a mess. Han Feng's face is weird, Guolang is really thick-skinned, Xuanhuan gang and Lian gang are the two major gangs in Anfeng City. They have been fighting openly and secretly for countless years. Where is the friendship? I am afraid that the two sides have hated each other long ago and hoped that the other party would die. And it is also a talent to be able to describe the ambition to annex the Xuanhuan gang and the desire to covet Feng Qiubai as kind care. In addition, Lu Tianming is still fine now, but Guolang directly said that Lu Tianming was going to die, but he really didn't take Lu Tianming seriously. Take care? Do you take care of the Xuanhuan gang, who wants to annex the concubine? Feng Qiubai's sarcasm directly exposed Guolang's true intentions. Besides, who said Tianming was going to die? Feng Qiubai was furious. Guolang squinted his eyes, and immediately said he, brother Tianming wants to recover, he must have the light spirit fruit, but light spirit fruit cannot be said to be rare, but it is indeed not very common. How can you find it in just a few months? Get. However, Guolang also felt a little suspicious in his heart, seeing Feng Qiubai like this. Could it be that Lu Tianming really got the light spirit fruit? Otherwise, how can I wake up? Looking at the current situation, it's not too bad. Wait for me to test it out. Thinking of this, Guolang gave Yi Minghui a look. Yi Minghui nodded secretly, and then shot out suddenly, which caught people off guard. Haha, according to Master Feng, brother Tianming has recovered. I haven't discussed with brother Tianming for a long time, so I will ask for advice today. To Lu Tianming. Feng Qiubai had been on guard against Guolang and Yi Minghui for a long time. When Yi Minghui made a move, Feng Qiubai made a move at the same time. A blue ribbon shot out from Feng Qiubai's hand, like a sharp sword, with sharpness and coldness. As soon as the blue ribbon came out, the temperature in the entire hall dropped sharply. With a flash of blue light, the blue ribbon had already collided with the giant blue flame claw. There was no astonishing loud noise, and the blue flame was directly frozen into an ice sculpture. Then it shattered and fell to the ground, only then did there be a clanging sound. Feng Qiubai is the peak powerhouse of the Nine Tribulations True God's primary level, only half a step away from the Nine Tribulations True God's middle level. As for Yi Minghui, although he is also the first stage of the Nine Tribulations True God, he has not yet reached the peak. In addition, Feng Qiubai's ribbon is a kind of divine weapon. This time Yi Minghui was obviously at a disadvantage in this confrontation. The ribbon froze the giant flame claws, and they didn't stop in the slightest. Instead, they rushed towards Yi Minghui more quickly. Yi Minghui's face changed slightly, and he punched him hard. Boom! The terrible air flow spread like a whirlwind, and the tables and chairs in the hall instantly turned into flying ash. But at this moment, Guolang made a move. Guolang's figure flashed, and Guolang's nimble movement was not affected in the small space, and he flashed towards Lu Tianming in an instant. Feng Qiubai had no choice but to give up dealing with Yi Minghui, and the ribbon suddenly turned from behind. At the same time, Feng Qiubai gave a coquettish shout, and slashed out with a palm, ready to attack the blue ribbon back and forth. Lu Tianming's face turned pale, and it was extremely difficult for Lu Tianming to use his divine essence to resist the impact of momentum. If it wasn't for Lu Tianming's divine body to fight against, he might have already collapsed at this moment. Unexpectedly, Guolang's move this time was just a test, and he didn't intend to make a killing move at all. With a twist of his body, he escaped from between Feng Qiubai and the ribbon, and returned to Yi Minghui's side the next moment, forming a confrontation between the two. Guolang laughed loudly. Sure enough, brother Tianming hasn't recovered at all, and he doesn't even have the courage to fight a single move with this leader. The trace of fear that had arisen before disappeared without a trace. Lu Tianming couldn't make a move, and he was equivalent to a useless person, which meant that the Xuanhuan gang only had Feng Qiubai as the Nine Tribulations' true god at the moment. What does that mean? Guolang and Yi Minghui looked at each other, and both could see the excitement in each other's eyes. As long as Feng Qiubai is captured today, not only can the Xuanhuan gang be annexed, but Feng Qiubai, whom they have long coveted, can also be kept under their control. Leave the one surnamed Feng to me, and you go and kill the one surnamed Lu. Guolang transmitted his voice to Yi Minghui, and the next moment they both shot. Guolang laughed, swiped his palms across the void, and blasted at Feng Qiubai. Feng Qiu's white ribbon pierced out with a sense of sharpness, and the confrontation between hot and cold burst out a terrifying storm. With a smirk, Yi Minghui grabbed Lu Tianming. As long as Lu Tianming was in his hands, he worried that Feng Qiubai would catch him without letting go, unless Feng Qiubai was prepared to deal with two protectors, Lu Tianming alone. But in this way, Feng Qiubai would still end up being captured alive by them. It is also the first stage of the Nine Tribulations' true god. How could Feng Qiubai fight against two people alone? However, before Yi Minghui got close to Lu Tianming, he saw a figure flash in front of him, and a stranger had already blocked him. Yi Minghui recognized this person as another person in the main hall, but in Yi Minghui's view, this person was just an ordinary disciple of the Xuanhuan gang, and even an ordinary disciple dared to stop himself from being a mighty Nine Tribulations' true god powerhouse. Get out! Yi Minghui roared, descending like a mountain, as if he wanted to smash the person who stood in front of him to pieces. Heh! A sneer came out, Yi Minghui froze, and the next moment showed a look of horror. I saw a terrifying momentum suddenly booming from the person in front of him, piercing through the hall and rushing towards the sky. The unfathomable force came oppressing like mountains and seas. Yi Minghui seemed to be hit hard, and his aura like a mountain shattered like a fragile mirror, vomiting blood and flying out. What? Guolang, who was fighting Feng Qiubai, was taken aback. Because he was too shocked, there was a gap in Guolang's offensive. Feng Qiubai's eyes were vicious, and when he saw the gap Guolang revealed, he immediately swept out with one leg. Not good. Guolang's complexion changed drastically, and he had to cross his arms to resist in a hurry. Boom! With a huge force and an astonishing icy breath, Guolang retreated again and again, drawing a deep mark on the ground. And Guolang's arms were also directly frozen. Even if Guolang's fire attribute spirit quickly melted the ice, Guolang's arms were still a little stiff, not as flexible as they were in their heyday. Who is your excellency? Guolang ignored his stiff arms, but looked at Han Feng in astonishment. Although the outbreak of Han Feng's aura was only a moment, and the main target was not even Guolang, but even so, Guolang was like falling into an ice cellar at that moment just now, as if facing a god of death, trembling subconsciously. Guolang is not stupid, how could he not know that this is a super strong man whose strength far exceeds his own? The first update. Tiandamen is located in a continuous mountain range, and the Tiandamen's world is within tens of thousands of miles. Qilian Peak is the mountain where the true disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect reside. The so-called true disciples are actually geniuses with great potential. The Forbidden Realm has Yuan Jing and the vitality of heaven and earth, which makes it easier for warriors in the Forbidden Realm to break the limit of the true God than outside the Forbidden Realm, but this does not mean that all warriors can break the limit smoothly. Even with Yuan Jing, there are still many warriors who perish on the way to break the limit of the true God. At this moment, in a cave in Qilian Peak, gusts of surging aura continuously bombarded the outside like waves. The strong aura and piercing coercion had already attracted the attention of the strong people on and off Qilian Peak, even the head of the Heavenly Sword sect paid some attention to it. This is that the people in the cave are attacking the level of heavenly generals. The Heavenly Knife Gate has Tianjun true God sitting in the fortress, and it is one of the most powerful forces in the outer domain of the forbidden ancient realm, but the number of Tianjun true God is only 1 palm. Every time a heavenly general is born, it means that the overall strength of the heavenly sword sect has greatly increased. As the master of the heavenly sword sect, as the true God of the heavenly king, how can he not pay attention? Brother Bufan is really a genius. He has only practiced for more than 1,000 years, but he has already begun to attack the heavenly generals and true gods. Although the true God of the 9 tribulations is powerful, we still don't lack the heavenly sword sect, but the heavenly general true God is different. Once Brother Bufan breaks through the heavenly general, he will be the top of our heavenly sword sect, ranking among the elders. At that time, we can't call him senior brother again, but elder or senior uncle. Hey, when will I be able to advance to heavenly general? There are only 100 heavenly generals in the entire heavenly knife sect. If I am one of them, that would be great. I have reached the peak of the 9 tribulations true God, but I feel that I have not accumulated a deep foundation. It is not very sure to attack the heavenly general at this time. A group of Tiandamen disciples talked a lot, some were envious, some worshipped, some were jealous. Suddenly, a monstrous force burst out from the cave, and the whole mountain peak was violently shaken by strong winds. Rumble. The disciples of the heavenly sword sect, who were always watching the cave, staggered to and fro, unable to stand still at all, and had to fly into the sky. The violent wind is getting stronger and stronger, and the vast power is terrifying. A long howl suddenly came, followed by fierce and unparalleled flames rushing out, almost burning the sky. Breakthrough. Really broke through. Senior Brother Bufan, no, you should call Brother Bufan an elder or uncle. From the cave, a thin figure slowly walked out, with a face like a blade and cold eyes. Congratulations to Elder Bufan, senior brother, for being promoted to heavenly general. The true disciples who originally had the same identity as Guobufan congratulated together. Until then. A smile appeared on Guobufan's face. Breaking through the limits of the true gods and stepping into the ranks of heavenly generals means that they are already regarded as masters who have made their way into the forbidden ancient realm, rather than the previous low-level ones. After a celebration ceremony, Guobufan was awarded the position of Elder of Tiandamen, and Guobufan's cave was also moved from Qilian Peak to another mountain, where he lived with the rest of the elders. In Tiandamen, only Tianjun and True God are qualified to occupy a mountain alone. On this day, Guobufan received a message from Yiminghui. Boom! In the cave, a surge of anger scattered, and the wind continued. The joy of being promoted to heavenly general and becoming the elder of Tiandamen disappeared at this moment. After crushing the jade slips, Guobufan was expressionless. Although Guolang is not worthy of being my father can only die in my hands. For the sake of blood relationship, I will avenge you once. The next moment, Guobufan's figure disappeared in the cave. Spirit Fire Domain. This is a crimson land, the land is cracked, and countless cracks spread. From the crack, flames spewed out one after another. These flames are not ordinary flames, but formed by the vitality of heaven and earth in the forbidden ancient realm, and the primordial beasts in the spiritual fire domain are basically formed by the condensed flames formed by the vitality of heaven and earth. These flames are called heaven and earth primordial fire. Han Feng had seen with his own eyes before that a ball of heaven and earth primordial fire condensed into a primordial beast, but the strength of this primordial beast was extremely low, not even reaching the first level of strength, which was equivalent to the level of the sanctuary. Such a yuan beast has no yuan crystal, and naturally no strong man would hunt such a yuan beast, and Han Feng is the same. Roar. The spirit fire realm is a high-level fire-attributed elemental realm, with many high-level primordial beasts, and countless low-level and mid-level ones. Not long after, Han Feng was attacked by a level 5 yuan beast. Han Feng didn't make any moves, just relying on coercion. he crushed the 5th level Yuan beast, and the 5th level Yuan crystal fell into his hands. A few days later, Han Feng already had hundreds of low-grade crystals, dozens of intermediate crystals, and even more than 10 high-grade crystals. But these high-level crystals are basically level 7 or 8, and none of level 9. 7th level and 8th level Yuan Jing can't be said to have no effect on the transformation of the soul and body, but it is very small. Only the 9th level Yuan Jing has a greater effect. It's a pity that even if the spirit fire domain is a high-level fire attribute domain, there are not many 9th level Yuan beasts. This made Han Feng have to lament how bad luck Feng Tianjiao and others had before, that they encountered a 9th level Yuan beast in a mere mid-level water attribute Yuan domain. It would be great if there is a general level beast, only one general level crystal is needed, and the soul or body must undergo a transformation. Han Feng sighed. The reason why there is no shortage of heavenly generals in the middle and even inner domains of the forbidden ancient realm is because they have super Yuan domains, and there are 9th level Yuan beasts in them. There are super Yuan crystals above the 9th level, and the forces in the middle domain and even the inner domain naturally have no shortage of generals. However, those super Yuan domains are all controlled by big forces. These big forces do not lack the existence of Tianzuan True God and even Tiandi True God. Before he has the ability to compete with these powerful people, Han Feng will not rashly go to the super Yuan in the middle domain or the inner domain. Domain hunting Yuan beast. As for the spirit fire domain, the possibility of a general level beast being born is not high. Generally speaking, it takes hundreds of years for a general level beast to be born. Therefore, Han Feng is just here to try his luck this time, and it doesn't matter if he doesn't meet it. Anyway, the primary goal at the beginning was only high-level Yuan beasts. Eh? All of a sudden, Han Feng's face flashed with joy. In his soul, Han Feng finally found a 9th level Yuan beast. This is a beast like a fire lion, with a huge body, lying next to a crack, and a raging flame ignited in the crack. And the fire lion is absorbing the practice of flames. The fire lion opened its huge eyes, with a fierce light shining in them, apparently spotted Han Feng, and was roaring at Han Feng. Han Feng jumped up with an excited expression, and blasted out with Xinyan Zhanquan. The fire lion Yuan beast roared and spit out flames like a torrent. Boom! When the flame fist collided with the flame torrent, the flame fist swept away like a bamboo, and the next moment, Han Feng's fist fell on the fire lion. With a scream, the fire lion turned into the primordial fire of heaven and earth and dissipated, leaving only a bewitching red crystal. Tiandamen is located in a continuous mountain range, and the Tiandamen's world is within tens of thousands of miles. Qilian Peak is the mountain where the true disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect reside. The so-called true disciples are actually geniuses with great potential. The Forbidden Realm has Yuan Jing and the vitality of heaven and earth, which makes it easier for warriors in the Forbidden Realm to break the limit of the true God than outside the Forbidden Realm, but this does not mean that all warriors can break the limit smoothly. Even with Yuan Jing, there are still many warriors who perish on the way to break the limit of the true God. At this moment, in a cave in Qilian Peak, gusts of surging aura continuously bombarded the outside like waves. The strong aura and piercing coercion had already attracted the attention of the strong people on and off Qilian Peak. Even the head of the Heavenly Sword sect paid some attention to it. This is that the people in the cave are attacking the level of heavenly generals. The Heavenly Knife Gate has Tianjun True God sitting in the fortress, and it is one of the most powerful forces in the outer domain of the Forbidden Ancient Realm, but the number of Tianjun True God is only 1 palm. Every time a heavenly general is born, it means that the overall strength of the Heavenly Sword sect has greatly increased. As the master of the Heavenly Sword sect, as the true God of the Heavenly King, how can he not pay attention? Brother Buffon is really a genius. He has only practiced for more than 1,000 years, but he has already begun to attack the heavenly generals and true gods. Although the true god of the 9 tribulations is powerful, we still don't lack the heavenly sword sect, but the heavenly general true god is different. Once Brother Bufon breaks through the heavenly general, he will be the top of our heavenly sword sect, ranking among the elders. At that time, we can't call him senior brother again, but elder or senior uncle. Hey, when will I be able to advance to heavenly general? There are only 100 heavenly generals in the entire heavenly knife sect. If I am one of them, that would be great. I have reached the peak of the 9 tribulations true God, but I feel that I have not accumulated a deep foundation. It is not very sure to attack the heavenly general at this time. A group of Tiandamen disciples talked a lot, some were envious, some worshipped, some were jealous. Suddenly, a monstrous force burst out from the cave, and the whole mountain peak was violently shaken by strong winds. Rumble. The disciples of the heavenly sword sect, who were always watching the cave, staggered to and fro, unable to stand still at all, and had to fly into the sky. The wind is getting stronger and stronger. The vast power is terrifying. A long howl suddenly came, followed by fierce and unparalleled flames rushing out, almost burning the sky. Breakthrough. Really broke through. Senior Brother Bufon, no, you should call Brother Bufon an elder or uncle. From the cave, a thin figure slowly walked out, with a face like a blade and cold eyes. Congratulations to Elder Bufon, senior brother, for being promoted to heavenly general. The true disciples who originally had the same identity as Guabufon congratulated together. Until then, Guabufon showed a smile on his face. Breaking through the limits of the true gods and stepping into the ranks of heavenly generals means that they are already regarded as masters who have made their way into the forbidden ancient realm, rather than the previous low-level ones. After a celebration ceremony, Guabufon was awarded the position of Elder of Tiandamen, and Guabufon's cave was also moved from Qilian Peak to another mountain, where he lived with the rest of the elders. In Tiandamen, only Tianjun and True God are qualified to occupy a mountain alone. On this day, Guabufon received a message from Yiminghui. Boom! In the cave, a surge of anger scattered, and the wind continued. The joy of being promoted to heavenly general and becoming the elder of Tiandamen disappeared at this moment. After crushing the jade slips, Guabufon was expressionless. Although Guolang is not worthy of being my father can only die in my hands. For the sake of blood relationship, I will avenge you once. The next moment, Guabufon's figure disappeared in the cave. Spirit Fire Domain. This is a crimson land, the land is cracked, and countless cracks spread. From the crack, flames spewed out one after another. These flames are not ordinary flames, but formed by the vitality of heaven and earth in the forbidden ancient realm, and the primordial beasts in the spiritual fire domain are basically formed by the condensed flames formed by the vitality of heaven and earth. These flames are called heaven and earth primordial fire. Han Feng had seen with his own eyes before that a ball of heaven and earth primordial fire condensed into a primordial beast, but the strength of this primordial beast was extremely low, not even reaching the first level of strength, which was equivalent to the level of the sanctuary. Such a yuan beast has no yuan crystal, and naturally no strong man would hunt such a yuan beast, and Han Feng is the same. Roar. The spirit fire realm is a high-level fire-attributed elemental realm, with many high-level primordial beasts, and countless low-level and mid-level ones. General-level beast. Han Feng's eyes froze. If he could get a general-level Yuan Jing, Han Feng was 100% sure that his soul and body would be transformed. However, it is very difficult for general-level beasts to be born in the high-level attribute domain. Even if they are born, there are so many general-level beasts who want to hunt them, and they may encounter them and kill them. In other words, in the high-level attribute meta field, it is really a matter of luck to hunt a general-level meta beast. But now, this person actually said that there was news of a general-level Yuan beast. With his eyes narrowed slightly, Han Feng said lightly, "If that's the case, then you can talk about it." The elder Nine Tribulations God did not dare to refuse. Seeing Han Feng's power, the elder Nine Tribulations God only hoped that he would survive after speaking. The two regretted secretly. They knew that the person they wanted to use as a shield would be such a strong man, so they dared not say anything. As the elder slowly narrated, Han Feng finally understood the whole story. The elder Nine Tribulations true God is called Qin, and the one who is only at the peak of the Eight Tribulations true God is called Qin Kuei. The two are sworn brothers and have no blood relationship. However, when the two of them worshipped each other, they were only the true gods of the three tribulations. They practiced all the way from the true God of the three tribulations to the peak of the true God of the eight tribulations and the true God of the nine tribulations. Split equally. This time in the Xuanhuan domain, it was Qin Kuei who discovered the Xinxian Qianko. The Xinxian Qian grass is a kind of fire attribute heaven and earth spirit, which is of great benefit to the strong with the fire attribute divine essence. If you swallow the Xinxian Qianko under the limit of the nine tribulations true God, you will be able to greatly improve your health. The improvement of cultivation base. Taking the nine tribulations true God to the limit can also increase the possibility of breaking the limit of the true God. The Xinxian red flame grass is considered mature only after 10,000 years, and the effect of less than 10,000 years will be halved. What Qin Kuei discovered was a Xinxian Qianko that was about to mature 10,000 years ago, but there was a ninth-level Yuan beast guarding it nearby. So Qin Kuei went to his elder brother Qin and wanted to fight against the ninth-level primordial beast together, and get the Xinxian Qianko. However, the two of them never expected that this mysterious red flame grass turned out to be a trap. This Xinxian Qianko was actually specially transplanted from the sect by the strongmen of the Faichainmen. It is originally a heaven and earth spiritual creature that can reach 10,000 years in just a few decades or hundreds of years. The Faichainmen powerhouse deliberately transplanted the soon-to-mature Xinxian Qianko to the Xuanhuan domain in order to attract a Yuan beast that reached the limit of level 9. When the Xinxian Qian grass matures for a moment, it will combine with the heaven and earth primordial fire in the fire attribute domain to form a special Xinxian Qian Jinghua. This Xinxian Qian essence fire is similar to the existence of the heaven and earth primordial fire, but it is far superior to the heaven and earth primordial fire in terms of quality and energy. It will dissipate soon after it appears, and it is of little use to human warriors. But for the primordial beast, it can go a step further by swallowing the Xinxian Qian Jinghua. Especially the Yuan beast that has reached the limit level of 9th level. It is very likely that it will step into the general level Yuan beast in one fell swoop. After all, a fire attribute beast. This is the birth of the condensed fire of heaven and earth. The purpose of Faichainmen's move is to give birth to a general level Yuan beast, and then hunt it down to obtain a general level Yuan Jing. With the general level Yuan Jing and the fully mature Xinxian Qianko, there is a great possibility that Faichainmen will have two more heavenly generals. The Feichang sect is also a formidable power in the outer domain of the Forbidden Ancient Realm, and it is the top-ranked sect among the first-rank forces, with about 20 or 30 heavenly generals and true gods. If there are two more heavenly generals, for Faichainmen, there is no doubt that the sect's strength will increase greatly. Even Tiandamen, which has more than 100 generals and several heavenly kings, will attach great importance to the birth of a general, let alone Faichainmen, which only has 20 or 30 generals. The ones who came to Faichainmen this time were a mid-level heavenly general and more than a dozen Nine Tribulations true gods. These Nine Tribulations true gods were basically high-level Nine Tribulations true gods. After the arrival of the powerful Faichainmen, they happened to find Qin Kuei and Qin who were about to attack the 9th level Yuan beast to get the Xinxian Qianko, and immediately started chasing them. Qin and the two fled in embarrassment until they met Han Feng. If it wasn't for the heavenly general of Feichangmen who thought highly of himself and didn't bother to deal with Qingda's two aunts, Qingda and the two of them would be bombarded and killed by the heavenly general of Feichangmen until they met Han Feng. It's good to think highly of yourself, otherwise I would have missed it. Han Feng clapped his hands and smiled. Seeing Han Feng laughing, Qingda and Qing Kuei looked at each other, and both heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing the senior's satisfaction, the possibility of them surviving was extremely high. Han Feng put away his smile and said lightly, "For the sake of providing this news to Han can spare your life." Not waiting for the two to show joy, Han Feng said again, "But the death penalty can be avoided, and the living penalty cannot be escaped. Hand over all the yuanjing you harvested in the Xuanhuan domain to Han, and take out all the heaven and earth spiritual objects you have obtained before." Qingda and the two looked bitter. They did have a lot of yuanjing in their hands, and they were high-level yuanjing. Some of them were obtained by hunting in the Black Fire realm, and some were obtained by hunting in other fire-attributed elemental regions outside the Forbidden Ancient Realm. There are also some that can be purchased by two people in the business group. Qingda originally planned to use these yuanjing to attack the middle level of the Nine Tribulations True God, and Qing Kuei also planned to attack the Nine Tribulations True God level. And now, the two sighed, and there was no major conflict. Compared with yuanjing, life is naturally the most important. As long as life is still there, do you worry about not being able to break through in the future? Leaving yuanjing and some spiritual objects that were valuable in the eyes of the two left in despair. The Han Feng sleeve robe was rolled up, and all the items were put away. The harvest is good. Han Feng was satisfied. Just this search alone yielded more than 20 grade 9 crystals, although they were all inferior. As for the 7th and 8th grades, there are naturally more. For my breakthrough, I only need to use the first level yuanjing, and I will leave these 7th, 8th and 9th level yuanjing to Suzaku and the others. Han Feng has plans for these 7 or 8 level yuanjing. A certain volcanic valley in the Xuanhuan territory. More than a dozen people stood behind the stern-faced middle-aged man, quietly looking at the Xinxian scarlet flame grass in the valley. This stern-faced, middle-aged man is the heavenly general of Feichong sect, known as General Lei Tian. Elder, Jiaozhua hasn't returned for a long time, will he? A Feichong sect disciple came over and asked anxiously after clasping his fists. Lei Tianjiang frowned slightly. It really won't take so long for a mere 9 tribulations true God and an 8 tribulations true God. Did something unexpected happen on the way? Elder, if an accident happened, wouldn't our actions here? The disciple's face turned pale. General Lei Tian's soul enveloped the world, and then said, "Maybe there was an accident, but our actions should not have been exposed," and this elder didn't notice anything unusual. Hearing this, the disciples of Feichong sect were relieved. None of General Lei Tian's spirits were found, which meant that there was indeed no one else nearby except them. Unless there is an existence above the heavenly general hiding in the dark, how can the existence above the heavenly general look up to the Xinxian Qianko and the general grade yuanjing? Xinxian Qian grass will mature in a few days. After a few days, this elder will go to investigate. If he is really harmed by someone, this elder will make that person pay the price. Our disciples of Feichangmen, how can anyone bully him at will? However, it is also possible that this kid got some kind of opportunity. Lei Tian shot out a bunch of light from his eyes. If that kid Jiaozhua really got a certain chance, I hope that kid will be more interesting. In General Lei Tian's view, the possibility of Jiaozhua getting an adventure is greater than the possibility of being killed. Around Xuanhuan, Feichangmen is the absolute overlord, no one dares to mess with it. Okay, you step back and wait with peace of mind, don't accidentally attract the attention of that primordial beast. General Lei Tian waved his hand, and the Feichong sect disciple had no choice but to back down. Lei Tian will take back Pin Shenhun, but will only release it every other time for a search. When Lei Tianjiang took back his soul, a figure suddenly appeared where Lei Tianjiang thought there was nothing. It was Han Feng who came here according to what Qinda said. Han Feng's soul has not yet been transformed, so he naturally cannot escape General Lei Tian's detection. However, Han Feng has the Nine Flame Skyfire Pagoda. Under Xiaopeng's cover, unless Lei Tianjiang's soul quality breaks the second limit and enters the Jun pin, it is possible to find Han Feng who is hiding. Looking at the situation of the Xinxian red flame grass, it will reach 10,000 years at the latest in 3 days. At that time, I just need to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Han Feng smiled slightly, waiting for the Xinxian red flame grass to grow to 10,000 years. The moment of the year. 3 days later. The Xinxian red flame grass suddenly reached 10,000 years, and a surging flame swept out like a whirlwind, rushed to the sky, and condensed into a cloud-like existence in the sky. It is Xinxian Qianjinghua. On the ground, a huge primordial beast roared and ran on the ground, causing the earth to shake. This is a giant beast with 4 limbs on the ground, shaped like a hedgehog, but this hedgehog-like primordial beast has sharp rocks standing on its back. From the top of the sharp rock, flames spewed out continuously. In an instant, this hedgehog-like giant leaped into the sky, and swallowed the sky's Xinxian Qianjinghua in one gulp. The next moment, the roar of the Yuan beast shook the world, and the body of the Yuan beast also changed drastically in a short moment, at least 3 times larger. The size of the primordial beast is already huge. This expanded again at least 3 times, almost like a hill. A ferocious and fiery aura enveloped the world, and the powerful force made the disciples of the 9 tribulations true god of Feicheng sect look shocked. Their legs trembled uncontrollably, and they almost knelt down. The aura of the primordial beast is getting bigger and bigger, more and more amazing, like a monstrous wave, constantly bombarding all around. At this moment, the sky seemed to be crimson. In almost a few breaths, the aura of the primordial beast has far surpassed the 9th level, and finally crossed over to the general level. Roar. The primordial beast roared, the sound rolled, and the flames raged like a hurricane. Lei Tianjiang laughed loudly. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Crash. The sky seemed to be gloomy at this moment, and there was only a thunder sword in the sky left, which slashed at the general beast. The general level beast has just been promoted, and the future has not yet stabilized, so it is in a hurry. Boom. The thunder sword like the sky penetrated into the belly of the Yuan beast instantly from top to bottom, and then pierced out from the back. And NBS. With the power of destruction, the yellow thunder began to destroy the body of the general level beast from the inside. Ho ho ho! The level beast roared in pain. The billowing flames came from the sky, and it was the general beast's counterattack. General Lei Tian was disdainful. A mere Yuan beast who has just been promoted, also wants to compete with this elder? General Lei Tian's strength has already entered the middle ranks of generals. If the general level beast has stabilized its realm and possessed the strength of a perfect general level inferior, it might be impossible to fight against General Lei Tian and bring some benefits to General Lei Tian. Trouble. But the 9th level beasts that have not yet stabilized their realm only have 1/3 or nearly half of the strength of the real generals. How can they be the opponent of General Lei Tian? Lei Tian gushed out the divine essence, turned it into a thunder sword, and cut it out suddenly. The overwhelming flames were cut in half by a sword, bombarding Lei Tianjiang's left and right sides, burning the valley. Blazing flames were burning hundreds of meters away from Lei Tianjiang's left and right sides. Lei Tianjiang smiled contemptuously, stepped into the void, and approached the general level beast in an instant. The primordial beasts don't feel any fear at all, and as creatures formed by the condensed vitality of heaven and earth, they don't have the emotion of fear either. He opened his mouth ferociously, and flames spewed out. Lei Tian put his index finger and middle finger together, and slashed across the void like a divine sword in his hand. The next moment, a crescent-shaped thunder light slashed out, cutting through the flames like a bamboo, and fell heavily on the general-level beast. The dignified general-level Yuan beast was easily beheaded by General Lei Tian because his realm had not been completely stabilized. A crimson crystal containing extremely pure power is suspended in midair. It is the general-grade Yuan Jing. A trace of greed flashed across Lei Tianjiang's eyes. With such a general-level crystal, it is very possible for him to break through to the top level of the general. Just thinking of Fei Changmen's explanation, General Lei Tian resisted the temptation. It is extremely difficult to break through the limit and transform the divine essence, divine soul, and divine body. If there is a higher level Yuan Jing than the cultivation level, the transformation will naturally be easier. For example, if a rank 9 transforms into a general-grade crystal will save people a lot of effort. If you want to transform a product into a gentleman, a king-level Yuan Jing will also make it much easier. If it is level 9 and general level, then the transformation of level 9 and general level will not be so easy, but once it is transformed, then even if only low-level Yuan crystals are absorbed, the strength can gradually increase, and finally reach a limit, and then continue to break the limit. That is to say, as long as the number of crystals is enough, it is enough for Lei Tianjiang to cultivate to the limit of the heavenly general, because Lei Tianjiang has already broken the first limit of the true God and stepped into the level of the heavenly general. It is obviously a bit wasteful for Lei Tian to swallow general-level crystals, and it is not as profitable as the 9 tribulations true God's limit consumption of general-level crystals. Resisting the temptation, Lei Tian grabbed the general-level Yuan Jing floating in the air with one hand. But at this moment, a group of Fei Changmen disciples below exclaimed, "Elder, be careful." Lei Tianjiang already sensed that something was wrong. A heat wave came from behind, making Lei Tianjiang stand upright with chills all over his body. Not good. Lei Tian's face changed drastically, his figure flickered like lightning, and disappeared in place. The next moment, a figure replaced General Lei Tian, holding the general-level Yuan Jing with one hand. It was Han Feng who shot. And N. BSP, where did the thief come from? Keep the Yuan Jing. Lei Tianjiang dodged the attack, turned around and saw the Yuan Jing being taken away. He was furious, his eyes were cracked, and he roared again and again. Thunderstorm heaven's punishment. Rumble. A pitch-black thundercloud condensed above Lei Tian, the thundercloud rolled, and the thunder shook the sky. Scoff. In the pitch-black thundercloud, streaks of yellow thunder crashed down, exploding toward Han Feng, and the entire valley seemed to usher in the end of the world. How terrible it is for the sky to attack the true God with all its strength. Han Feng's expression was calm, and when the yellow thunder thundered like a tide, Han Feng's body immediately shot out purple fire. A large number of Ziji Xuanhuan covered the sky and covered the sun, like a big net, stretching between Han Feng and Lei Ting. The Ziji Xuanhuan, who had transformed into a general, was able to absorb the thunder power of General Lei Tian for his own use, counterattacking General Lei Tian. The entire valley was divided into 2 halves. One half was the world of thunder, and the other half was the world of purple flames. It's just an ordinary heavenly general and true God, what's so crazy about it? Han Feng curled his lips. It's just a high-level God-grade bloodline, and the strongest magic skills are only high-level. For the increase of the combat power of the heavenly generals and true gods, it is really very ordinary, and it is difficult to fight beyond the level. Han Feng is really not afraid of an ordinary mid-level general. The second update. Facing General Lei Tian's yellow thunder attack, Han Feng let out a long roar, the sound rolled, and the flames shot out. In the eyes of the 9 tribulations true God disciples of Fei Chang sect, Han Feng's body instantly became taller. The Xingyan battle armor is attached to his body, with a celestial light shining on his body, and a white sun will imprint appears on his forehead. At this moment, Han Feng had already displayed the Xingyan battle physique, the Jingxian physique, and the Great Sun Flame physique, and the three divine physiques were integrated into one. A force that made General Lei Tian tremble came to this world. Ziyun Divine Arm. Boom. The sky seems to be frozen at this moment, only a stalwart heaven and earth god arm stands in the void, vast and boundless. Break! Han Feng spat out the word lightly, and Ziyun's divine arm submerged into the yellow thunder instantly, with the power to sweep everything, invincible. Those yellow thunderbolts continuously bombarded Wei's Ziyun arm, unable to make a single spark. How could this be the case? Lei Tian revealed a terrified look in his eyes. This kind of vast power, ordinary and inferior heavenly kings and true gods would not dare to resist it. Not good. Sensing that Ziyun's divine arm was about to break through the yellow thunder, General Lei Tian was so frightened that he had no intention of fighting at all, and just wanted to escape. Even a low-ranking heavenly king and true god may have a powerful force that is difficult to contend with. How can he, a small middle-level heavenly general, be able to contend? Can you escape? Han Feng smiled. General Lei Tian had already been locked on, and there was no possibility of escape at all. After Ziyun divine arm broke through the yellow thunder, the speed was even faster, almost reaching the sky above General Lei Tian in the blink of an eye, and then fell heavily. No. Lei Tian will wail, but unfortunately it will not help. Under the powerful force of Ziyun's arm, Lei Tian will be turned into flying ash in an instant. Soon, the sky returned to silence, leaving only Han Feng standing in the void. All the disciples of Feichengmen were stunned. Among the 20 or 30 generals of Feichong sect, General Lei Tian is also a mid to high existence. He is only below a few high-level generals, and he is the best among the middle-level generals. Now he actually... Suddenly, these disciples looked at Han Feng as if they were looking at a scourge. As outstanding disciples of first-rank forces, these disciples are not unaware that some geniuses can fight beyond the ranks. If Lei Tianjiang was just a low-level general, if Han Feng won after a hard battle, they might only be shocked instead of frightened and unbelievable. However, Han Feng killed a middle-level general with the force of thunder, because he only had the cultivation base of the 9 tribulations true god. What a shock. Even the geniuses of the 3rd and 4th rank forces, or even the geniuses of the 5th rank forces, may not be able to achieve this step in the realm of the 9 tribulations true god. Is this still human? Han Feng glanced at these Feichong sect disciples, and waved his hand violently, and the endless gust of wind bombarded them away with terrifying force. In the unwillingness of these Feichengmen disciples, they were all killed. After finishing everything, Han Feng put the Super Yuan Jing into the storage space and nodded in satisfaction. The battle with General Lei Tian this time was also Han Feng's inspection of himself. Now Han Feng has confirmed that as long as he is not a genius who can fight beyond the level, he will probably be able to fight against the inferior Tianjun. Good luck. But also kill the inferior Tianjun true god. This still hasn't integrated Ziji Xuanhuan into the 3 gods and Ziyun's arm. Otherwise, even if it is the true god that day, he might not be able to fight. The further you go, the more difficult it is to leapfrog, unless you have a powerful divine body and magical skills. In the forbidden ancient realm, even with the chaos divine body and chaos divine skills, it is difficult to exert their power, and it is even more difficult for some geniuses to leapfrog the battle. And Han Feng, who has 3 major gods, undoubtedly took advantage of it. General grade Yuan Jing is Han Feng's biggest gain in the Xuanhuan domain, followed by some grade Yuan Jing. Most of the high-level beasts in the Xuanhuan domain were hunted, and the strength of the 6 beasts that continuously absorbed the source liquid of the god stone in the beast breeding space also made a huge breakthrough. The flying flame lion, phantom thunder leopard, flying flame six-tailed cat, and Aoyan swallowing heavenly wolf were originally at the level of the 8 tribulations true gods, but now they have entered the 9 tribulations true gods and passed the 9th god's tribulation. Vermilion Skylark was originally the first level of the 9 tribulations true god, but now he has also reached the limit of the first level, and is only waiting to break the limit of the true god. The weakest King Kong giant crocodile has also been promoted from the 7 tribulations true god to the 8th tribulations true god peak, and it seems that he will pass through the 9th god tribulation and be promoted to the 9 tribulations true god. The ability to achieve such a rapid improvement is of course due to the abundance of divine stones, but it is the artifact of time that has the greatest effect. Without the power of time, it would take a certain amount of time to refine each time a few beasts absorbed a certain amount of divine stone source liquid. But once the power of time is swept away, the refining time is saved, which is equivalent to the cultivation base of the 6 beasts after the entrance of the source liquid of the god stone. How can such cultivation base not soar? The time artifact contains the power of tens of millions of years, and what is consumed now is only 10 to 20,000 years of power. Compared with the power of tens of millions of years, it is really not worth mentioning. After leaving the Xuanhuan domain, Han Feng went to the other 3 high-level fire attribute source fluids. 5 months later, Han Feng returned to Anfeng City. Returning to Anfeng City, Han Feng quickly discovered something was wrong. Anfeng City is not a city that closes its doors and does not communicate with the outside world, so there will always be outsiders in the city. In order to prevent these strong outsiders from relying on their cultivation to bully the small, no matter it is the Xuanhuan gang or the Lian gang, they will send several pairs of strong men from the gang to patrol the city. From time to time, there will be disputes between the patrols of the Xuanhuan gang and the Lian gang. However, now Han Feng only saw the patrol team of Lian gang, and none of the members of Xuanhuan gang. Sensing something was wrong, Han Feng immediately asked some vendors in Anfeng City. These traders need to pay protection fees to the 2 gangs, so they must know what happened. Han Feng asked a trader, his face sank. Guobufan, the son of Guo Lang, imprisoned all the members of the Xuanhuan gang in the Lian gang. This Guobufan has actually been promoted to Heavenly General, no wonder he dares to take revenge for his father. Han Feng snorted coldly in his heart. Originally, Guobufan was only at the limit of the 9 tribulations true god, so Feng Qiubai said that Guobufan might not stand up for his father. After all, the father and son did not have too deep feelings. It is very unwise to fight against a difficult opponent for the sake of a scumbag who once abandoned himself and his mother. It was precisely because of Feng Qiubai's judgment that Han Feng dared to leave the Xuanhuan gang with peace of mind, and went to the 5 high-level fire-attributed Yuan domains in the outer domain of the Forbidden Ancient Realm to hunt Yuan beasts. Unexpectedly, Guobufan happened to be promoted to Heavenly General during this period of time. As a Heavenly General, how could he put the 9 tribulations god in his eyes, and in addition, he needed to gain prestige just after being promoted to Heavenly General. The Xuanhuan gang became Guobufan's stepping stone. Of course, the Xuanhuan gang is just a matter of course, and Han Feng is Guobufan's real goal. Only by being able to easily kill an ultimate 9 tribulations true god can the power of the Heavenly General be conveyed outward. The first update. Lian gang. Guobufan sat at the top, while Yiminghui smiled apologetically. Sitting on the left and right sides are the senior members of the Lian gang, all of whom have the power of the 8 tribulations true god. These powerful men who usually stand high in Anfeng City are now in awe. The one sitting on top is a Heavenly General, not something they can provoke. On weekdays, I only know how powerful the Heavenly General is, but I don't have a detailed appreciation of how powerful it is. Feeling the aura coming from Guobufan at this moment, everyone was startled. This breath made them feel that they were a broken ship in the rough sea, and they might be destroyed at any time. Thinking of Feng Tianjiao, who was captured without any resistance, the awe on everyone's faces deepened. In the center of the lobby, a group of dancers danced gracefully. The leading woman was the Oiran of Tianyuan building in Anfeng City. Although her beauty was not as beautiful as Feng Tianjiao, she also had her own unique charm. When an ordinary man saw this woman, he might not even be able to walk. The Oiran flung her winking eyes at Guobu Fan, feeling excited. If she could curry favor with the general, who would dare to underestimate her in Anfeng City? It's a pity that the Oiran's winking eyes are destined to be wasted. Guobu Fan aspired to the pinnacle of martial arts in his life, and before that, he had no intention of having sex with men and women, and he didn't pay any attention to the eyes of the Oiran. Otherwise, Guobu Fan would have taken a fancy to Feng Tianjiao and Feng Qiubai, who are more beautiful. On the contrary, Guobu Fan was still quite impatient at the moment. It has been a while since the members of the Xuanhuan gang were captured, but Han Feng has not yet returned, which greatly affected Guobu Fan's return to Tiananmen. Guobu Fan has just been promoted to Heavenly General. Before his cultivation level is fully stabilized, he hastily came to avenge his father. He thought it would only take more than 10 days, but unexpectedly it took half a year. Not only that, at the moment of breakthrough, Guobu Fan had a deeper comprehension of his own magical skills, and he only needed to retreat for a period of time, and he would be able to comprehend the incomparably powerful supernatural skills. Now, because he has not avenged his father and his obsession has not disappeared, it is difficult to devote all his energy to stabilizing his realm and improving his cultivation. Time delays any longer. That glimmer of comprehension might dissipate just now, and it will be even more difficult to comprehend the best divine skills in the future. Yiminghui, didn't you say that Han Feng would return soon? It's been half a year now, why hasn't he returned yet? Guobu Fan said, holding back his anger. Yiminghui trembled when he was questioned. This little one doesn't know. Guobu Fan has endured to the limit and is ready to leave first. At worst, he will stabilize his realm in the future and avenge his father after his magical skills improve. But at this moment, Guobu Fan was overjoyed. Here we come. The terrifying punch carried overwhelming power like a long river, blasting into the Lian gang. Rumble. The Lian gang was in a miserable state immediately. A large number of Lian gang disciples were directly killed by this punch, and the punch was scattered like a hurricane, and a large number of buildings were rolled up. With just one punch, nearly 1/3 of the flame gang was destroyed. Guobu Fan, come out. A roar resounded through the Lian gang. It's you who's been waiting, and you're finally here. Guobu Fan let out a long roar, stepped on the sky, and appeared in the sky from the lobby. The other side. It is the Korean style that is as powerful as a rainbow. Huh? It's stronger than I imagined. Guobu Fan is already a heavenly general, so he can naturally see that Han Feng's aura is stronger than the ordinary Nine Tribulations True God's ultimate powerhouse. So that's the case, has the divine essence transformed? Guobu Fan's face became serious. The divine essence has transformed, but the soul and body have not yet transformed. Although Guobu Fan has never seen this kind of thing, he also knows that it means that the other party will sooner or later will step into heaven. Only. As long as the soul and body haven't changed, you're not a real heavenly general. How can you compete with us and other real heavenly generals? Boy, you had a day to become a heavenly general. If you want to blame it, it's your fault for messing with someone you shouldn't have. Discovering that Han Feng was stronger than he had imagined, Guobu Fan was shocked and became more excited and full of fighting spirit. Heavenly Divine Fist. Dense flames appeared in the sky, and these flames condensed into fists, with an astonishing momentum. Afterwards, these fire fists locked onto Han Feng and exploded. Han Feng's complexion remained unchanged, and the golden immortal body unfolded, pointing to the opposite side. Golden immortal Nirvana finger. With the improvement of the Golden Immortal physique, the Golden Immortal Nirvana finger has also been successfully promoted to the level of the ultimate divine skill. As soon as the air of extinction rolled up, all the flames were sucked in like a black hole. Extreme divine skill. Guobufan's pupils shrank. Immediately, Guobufan didn't dare to underestimate Han Feng. So what if he didn't advance to the rank of Heavenly General? Just this superb skill is enough to make up the gap. The body of the Flame Emperor. Guobufan immediately unfolded his divine body, and his body grew to a height of 3 or 4 meters, surrounded by flames, and Guobufan's specific face could no longer be seen clearly. Afterwards, the body of the Flame Emperor came with a palm, and it was very powerful. Han Feng still pointed out with one finger, but this time it was the combination of 3 gods and bodies, with monstrous power. Guobufan's body stagnated in the void for a moment, and the next moment it shattered, like a mirror. As the flames dissipated, Guobufan's astonished expression fell apart. The majestic Heavenly General and true God fell away. The senior members of the Lion clan, who were waiting for Guobufan to defeat a powerful enemy, were in an uproar. They never expected that the person who came was strong enough to kill the general. Among the crowd, Yi Minghui was the most terrified. Impossible. The other party is clearly the 9 tribulations true God, how could? After panicking, Yi Minghui realized that something was wrong, and turned around to run away. However, Han Feng's soul had locked onto Yi Minghui at this moment. His eyes were in danger, and the next moment he opened his palm. A terrifying suction burst out from the palm. Yi Minghui's figure involuntarily flew towards Han Feng. Han Feng didn't bother to question, directly killed Yi Minghui and trapped his soul in the soul search space, and then searched for the soul. Han Feng immediately knew where the Xuanhuan gang was being held. After half an hour, Han Feng was in the lobby where Yi Minghui and others were before, and Feng Tianjiao, Feng Qiubai, Lu Tianming and others were also here. Elder Han, thanks to you this time. Feng Qiubai expressed gratitude. Han Feng sighed, if Han hadn't killed Guo Lang, you wouldn't have suffered from this. Bitter. Elder Han also killed Guo Lang for the Xuanhuan gang, how can you blame Elder Han? Feng Qiubai shook his head, Feng Tianjiao and Lu Tianming nodded in agreement. At this time, Tai Xiong came over. The leader, Elder Han, has already raided the entire Lion gang. As early as half an hour ago, Han Feng had rescued Feng Tianjiao and the others from the detention place of the Xuanhuan gang. For half an hour, the Xuanhuan gang was mainly searching for the Lion gang. Both Yi Minghui and Guo Lang had fallen, so there was no need for the Lion gang to exist, and its wealth naturally belonged to the Xuanhuan gang and Han Feng, of which Han Feng accounted for the majority. This was the result of Feng Qiubai's compromise. Originally, Feng Qiubai didn't plan to share any of it, and gave it all to Han Feng, but Han Feng was unwilling to take it all anyway. The second update. Because there has already been a negotiation, after Tai Xiong finished speaking, Feng Qiubai nodded slightly, understood, the leader of this clan and Elder Han have already known about it. Now you go to count and give all the more precious spiritual objects of heaven and earth to Elder Han, and the remaining 80% will be recorded in the name of Elder Han. Yes. Tiexiong clasped his fists together and left to take stock. Han Feng scratched his head, there is no need for Master Feng to give Han so much. These are what Elder Han deserves. If Elder Han insists on resigning, then this gang will not accept the wealth from the Lion gang. Feng Qiubai said firmly. Seeing this, Han Feng had no choice but to accept it. Feng Qiubai said again, Elder Han, what should we do with the rest of the Lion gang? You are the master of these Feng clans. Han Feng didn't intend to intervene in this matter, and he was not good at it either. Feng Qiubai nodded, expressing his understanding. As for how to deal with it, he did not explain any more. He thought that he would not let the members of the Lion gang go easily. After all, the grievances between the two gangs were already great, and each of them had killed the other gang. Disciple. Soon the wealth of the Lian gang was counted, and everyone returned to the Xuanhuan gang. Han Feng directly announced to retreat and practice, no longer caring about outside affairs. Little fatty, refine this super-prime crystal into source liquid. Give it to me. A moment later, a bottle containing Jiang crystal source liquid appeared in Han Feng's hands. This is the reason why Han Feng is so sure that his soul and body will be completely transformed. If it is the ultimate powerhouse of the other 9 tribulations true gods, it can only be said that there is a certain degree of certainty, not necessarily. Swallow the Yuanjing source liquid one mouthful, and start to absorb and refine it, and at the same time, take out the artifact of time, and the power of time surrounds him. With the help of the power of time, Han Feng, who might have taken more than a month to break through, completely transformed his soul and body after only one day, from rank 9 to general level. Boom! The soul, body, and essence have all transformed into generals. At this moment, Han Feng has entered the ranks of generals. Promoted to heavenly general and true god. An astonishing aura bloomed and shot out from Han Feng's whole body. If Han Feng hadn't tried his best to restrain himself at the moment of breakthrough, the whole house would have exploded in an instant and be destroyed. I have been promoted to the heavenly general true god, and my overall strength has greatly increased. Han Feng sensed the terrifying power in his body, and nodded with satisfaction. Han Feng hadn't left the customs yet, and he hadn't taken the Xinxian Qianko himself. Whether to use Xinxian Qianko to improve the cultivation base of the heavenly general or to improve the Xinyan combat body, Han Feng finally chose the latter. It has already transformed once, and before reaching the limit of the general and facing the second transformation, there is no bottleneck in the promotion, it is purely the accumulation of energy. However, if the Xinyan battle body wants to break through the peak of the 3rd stage and break through the 4th stage, it needs a powerful impact, and it will take a long time to rely solely on the accumulation of energy. The Xinxian Qiyan grass that has been around for thousands of years can help a 9th level Yuan beast advance to the general rank just by releasing the Xinxian Qiyan essence fire during the mature period. The power contained in it can be imagined. Coupled with being refined into source liquid, Han Feng can absorb 10% of the power, and the absorbed power is even more majestic. Surrounded by the power of time, it is also one day, God. Yan Zhan body entered the 4th stage from the 3rd stage peak. The 4th level of Xinyan's combat body is already comparable to the best divine skills, and it is integrated with the Ziji Xuanhuan, which is powerful enough to match the middle level best divine skills. A mid-level supernatural skill, even against the true god of Tianjun, has a considerable increase in combat power. However, the energy of the source liquid of Xinxian Qianko was not exhausted, and almost half of the energy remained. Without hesitation, Han Feng used it to upgrade the 9 flames and different fire art, from the stable level of the 6th level peak to the middle level. In other words, the current power of Ziji Xuanhuan is equivalent to the middle rank, and Han Feng's divine essence has also taken this to go a step further, reaching the middle rank. Now Han Feng's cultivation seems to be inferior to that of a general, but in fact, because of the divine essence of a middle rank general, a random blow is better than that of an ordinary general. In a blink of an eye, half a month passed. The source liquid energy of Xinxian Qianko has been exhausted long ago, but Han Feng still has some precious heaven and earth spiritual objects and 80% of the wealth of the Lian gang, as well as the offerings from the Xuanhuan gang to Han Feng, the elder. Han Feng's hand, there are quite a few things that can be used for cultivation. With these treasures that can be used to improve his cultivation, Han Feng, half a month later, will be a mid-level general at the comprehensive level, and his divine essence has reached the top-level general. The 9 flames and different fire Ju has reached the peak level of the 6th floor, and the power of the Ziji Xuanhuan is equivalent to that of the top grade. Xinyan Zhangquan has also broken through from the peak of the 3rd level to the early stage of the 4th level. The 8-winged mysterious dragon transformation is still in the primary stage and has not improved, but it has reached the primary peak, and it is not far from breaking through to the intermediate stage of the 8-winged mysterious dragon transformation. The Ziyun divine arm has not been broken through yet, it is still in the 11th stage, but it has been promoted from the initial stage of the 11th stage to the peak of the 11th stage. Generally speaking, Han Feng's comprehensive strength has greatly improved, and its strength has become stronger. Especially the 9 flames and different fire Ju, which is about to break through to the 7th level. At this time, Han Feng already knew what kind of changes the 7th layer of the 9 flames and different fire Ju would bring to him. The flame power produced by the 7th layer of the 9 flames and different fire Ju did not correspond to the ancient gods, but to the Tianjun true god, Tianzuan true god and Tiandi true god. In other words, as long as the 7th level of 9 flames and different fire Ju is practiced to the limit in the later stage, Xuanhuan will transform into a high-grade emperor, reaching the pinnacle of a true god. However, the 7th floor actually has a state of peak, and when one reaches this state, the quality of the divine essence will surpass that of the emperor. Xuanhuan, that surpasses the emperor rank, has never been such a thing in the god realm. If I have reached it, and then use it to promote the realm of the ancient gods, how strong should I be at the same level? Han Feng's eyes flashed a little fiery. In the realm of true gods, the further you go, the more difficult it is to fight at higher levels, and the same is true for the realm of god kings and god emperors. But the realm of the ancient gods is different. According to the different accumulations of true god realms, the combat power of ancient gods at the same level can be described as a difference between heaven and earth. An ancient god promoted to the level of the true god of the heavenly emperor, the power of the same level is 16 times that of ordinary ancient gods. Therefore, in the realm of the ancient gods, it often happens that there are battles that exceed the level. Once the level is surpassed, there will be many. Han Feng has improved so much in just half a month, thanks to the artifact of time and the power of time. Otherwise, it would take a lot of time just to upgrade the Ziyun divine arm from the 11th level to the peak. In addition, the 6 beasts, except Vermilion Skylark, have been greatly improved. After all, the generals are not so easy to break through, and the resources are limited. Vermilion Skylark finally stopped at the limit of the 9 tribulations true god, and he couldn't get over it no matter what. Under such circumstances, the Flying Flame Lion and 5 beasts have already caught up, and they have also reached the limit of the 9 tribulations true god. The first update. Although the Diamond Giant Crocodile did not reach the limit of the 9 tribulations true god, it successfully broke through to the first level of the 9 tribulations true god, and passed the 9th god tribulation in Anfeng City, which shocked the Xuanhuan gang once again. No one in the Xuanhuan gang, including Feng Tianjiao, expected Han Feng to have such powerful Yaozu subordinates. There are quite a few monster races in the Forbidden Ancient Realm, and Feng Tianjiao and the others have seen them, and even fought against them. But the strong monsters they know may be the subordinates of a certain strong man, but they will never recognize certain strong men as their masters. Being a subordinate and recognizing others as masters are completely different things. Feng Qiubai and others had to admire Han Feng. Consumed the power of 1 or 200 years. The artifact of time and age was suspended in Han Feng's hand, and with a sweep of Han Feng's soul, he knew how much power of age the artifact had consumed. That is to say, if there is no artifact of time, Han Feng would normally rely on various resources to improve his cultivation level to his current level, plus the soaring cultivation level of the 6 beasts. It would take about 1 or 200 years in total. The resources are basically exhausted, let's go out. Elder, you're out of seclusion. Han Feng left the seclusion place, and a boy about 12 or 13 years old hurried over with a look of joy and admiration. This is the servant Feng Qiubai arranged to serve Han Feng. If Han Feng has any needs during the retreat, he can tell this servant, and then the servant will notify Feng Qiubai. At the same time, the servant is also responsible for cleaning the environment of Han Feng's residence. Han Feng said, "Well, I'm out of customs, has anything happened recently?" "Yes, the envoy from Xuanhuan has arrived." The servant immediately told the more important things recently. Xuanhuan sect? Han Feng was surprised, he had never heard of such a sect. The young man saw Han Feng's doubts, and said, "Xuanhuan is a nearby sect. It is nothing in the entire forbidden ancient realm. The whole sect has only 4 or 5 heavenly generals. The strongest heavenly general, it's only a mid-level general. Of course, the Xuanhuan Gate is nothing in the entire outland of the forbidden ancient realm. Compared to the more than 10 cities near the Xuanhuan Gate, it is a colossus. Anyway, it is also a high-level force." Han Feng came to a sudden. "I have a little understanding of Xuanhuan, but I am curious about the envoys of Xuanhuan. What's going on with this messenger?" The boy had long known that Han Feng was an outsider who strayed into the forbidden ancient realm, and he was not surprised that Han Feng didn't know what the envoy was. All the forces within the sphere of influence need to hand in a certain amount of yuanjing to the entry-level forces every once in a while, and now it's time for Anfeng City to hand over the yuanjing, so the Xuanhuan Gate envoy came just for this yuanjing, take yuanjing away. All the forces in Anfeng City have handed over the yuanjing they should hand over to the guild master, and the guild master only needs to hand over these yuan crystals to the envoy. There are other things. Han Feng was surprised. In this way, how many yuan crystals will the Xuanhuan have to accumulate? The yuanjing, turned over by more than a dozen cities, is enough to raise a celestial general to its limit. That's not right, the highest Xuanhuan sect is only a mid-level general. Asked the question, the little servant smiled and said, "Elder Han has misunderstood. It is true that Xuanhuan can collect a lot of yuanjing each time, but there are still many of them that need to be handed over to the higher authorities. It is not the top grade. Power is the power of the second rank. Besides, it is impossible for the remaining yuanjing to be monopolized by the heavenly generals, and there are still many to be distributed to the disciples of the Xuanhuan, so it is impossible for the strength of the Xuanhuan's heavenly generals to suddenly increase. Furthermore, the Xuanhuan are also this 100-year-old new power is nothing more than it may be wiped out at any time, and new forces will replace it." It turned out that since it was not difficult to create a general in the forbidden ancient realm, those first-rank forces would often be replaced. In the outer domain of the forbidden ancient realm, almost every year, one rank of forces would be wiped out, and new rank 1 forces would be born. Xuanhuan sect can produce 4 or 5 generals in just 100 years, and one of them is only one step away from reaching the top level, which is already very good. These heavenly generals of Xuanhuan Gate are not like Han Feng, who possess the artifacts and power of time. Even the second-rank forces, like Tiandamen, are not stable. Every 100 years, there will always be second-rank forces falling. If it is fast, there will be decades. This is still in the outer domain of the forbidden ancient realm. In the middle domain, the power of the second rank is replaced faster, and only the power of the fourth rank can last for a long time. The reason for this is that it is too easy for the forbidden ancient realm to break the limit of the true gods. Groups of strong people are constantly being born, but after reaching the true gods of the emperor, they cannot break through to reach a deeper level. There will always be a time to catch up later, and then it is the battle of the strong, causing the annihilation of many strong and forces. The new generation of power and the old generation of power are constantly changing. The non-influential forces have to hand over the yuan jing to the entry-level forces, the first-rank forces have to hand over the yuan crystals to the second-rank forces, and the third-rank forces have to. If that's the case, why do I have to work so hard to hunt in the fire attributed yuan domain? I just need to let those forces of the first and second ranks hand over the yuan crystals to me. There are endless yuan crystals, and I am only responsible for the cultivation. In Han Feng's heart, this thought suddenly rose. First of all, the level of the Xuanhuan gang needs to be raised. With me joining the Xuanhuan gang can be regarded as a first-rank force now, but it is too weak for me alone. It seems that the bone order will come in handy again. Han Feng would like to thank the emissary of the Xuanhuan Gate for finally having a big plan for himself. This forbidden ancient realm is an opportunity for me. If I am outside, how can I easily transform and break the limit of the true God? The soul swept towards the main hall of the Xuanhuan gang, and the face of the envoy of the Xuanhuan Gate appeared in Han Feng's soul. Then, Han Feng frowned. In the main hall, the envoy of Xuanhuan sect had an unpleasant conversation with Feng Chi Bai. Master Messenger, in the past, there was only one 9th level crystal, 58th level crystals, 207 level crystals, and 1000 below the 7th level and 4 level crystals. Now it has tripled. That's probably too much. Feng Chi Bai finished speaking, almost holding back his anger. 19 level Yuan Jing, 58th level Yuan Jing, 207 level Yuan Jing, and 1000 below the 7th level Yuan Jing and 4 level Yuan Jing. This can be done with the strength of the whole city at best. Anfeng City is not a big city. There are many high-level true gods in the city. Naturally, there will not be too many Yuan Jing that can be hunted in 10 years. In addition, it needs to be consumed by self-cultivation, and there are very few left. Every 10 years, Anfeng City barely meets the requirements of Xuanhuan, but now it has tripled, which is simply impossible. How can they get so many crystals in a short time? The second update. // The eyes of the Xuanhuan envoy flashed, and he said with a faint smile, I don't care, anyway, this is the goal issued by Xuanhuan this time. If you fail to achieve this goal, Feng Gangzhu should know what will happen to your gang and Anfeng City. Feng Chi Bai's and Lu Tianming's faces turned dark. The envoys of the Xuanhuan were totally threatening. Feng Chi Bai and Lu Tianming don't know what will happen if Yuan Jing is not handed over. Decades ago, in a nearby city, a gang was wiped out because of this, but that gang still had a high-level 9 tribulations true god strongman sitting in its town, who was much stronger than their Xuanhuan gang. Fortunately, their Xuanhuan gang now has an extra Elder Han. Thinking of Elder Han's record of killing Guobufan, Feng Chi Bai and Lu Tianming felt sure, but soon realized that Guobufan was just a newcomer to the Heavenly General, and he hadn't even fully controlled the true power of the Heavenly General. 2 grades. Xuanhuan sect has a mid-level general at the peak, which is not comparable to Guobufan. If the Xuanhuan sect really wants to destroy the Xuanhuan gang, will Elder Han take action? Feng Chi Bai and Lu Tianming remembered that the original agreement was only when Elder Han was capable. They would act when the Xuanhuan gang was facing a crisis. Facing the Xuanhuan Gate, will Elder Han take action to resist? Feng Chi Bai was not sure, and he didn't have much confidence in his heart. Master Messenger, can you lower the standard, otherwise those family gangs in Anfeng City will not be able to meet the character standard of Xuanhuan at all. Feng Chi Bai gritted his teeth and kept his head low. The Xuanhuan envoy was indifferent, no. If those families and gangs fail to pay, you, Xuanfeng, will make up for it. Lu Tianming said angrily, the envoy is too hot to look at our Xuanfeng gang. Our Xuanfeng gang has a lot more Yuan Jing than other family gangs in Anfeng City, but it is absolutely impossible to make up for it. The face of the Xuanhuan envoy darkened. Are you two really thinking that this envoy is an idiot? The Lian gang was destroyed by your Xuanfeng gang. Don't tell this envoy that you did not occupy the wealth of the Lian gang. Both Feng Chi Bai and Lu Tianming's expressions froze. Indeed, if all the crystals of the Lian gang were handed over, they might really be able to reach the standard after devoting all their resources to the city. But the problem is that 80% of the Yuan Jing from the Lian gang was given to Han Feng, and the Xuanfeng gang also provided a lot of Yuan Jing to Han Feng. As a result, it is natural that they cannot afford the number of yuanjing requested by Xuanhuan. The Xuanhuan envoy looked impatient, and stood up abruptly. You too, it seems that you would rather offend the Xuanhuan than hand over the yuanjing, so don't blame our Xuanhuan for not talking about the old feelings. Boom. A high-level power of the nine tribulations true God swept out. The messenger smiled coldly, and grabbed Feng Qiubai and Lu Tianming with both hands. But at this moment, an even greater coercion of mighty power suddenly descended, oppressing the envoy of the Xuanhuan. Puff. The envoy of Xuanhuan Gate spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was immediately crushed to the ground. Looking out of the corner of his eyes, he saw a handsome young man stepping in from the door. Elder Han. Feng Qiubai and Lu Tianming immediately got up when they saw the person coming, with surprise and panic on their faces. The surprise was naturally due to Han Feng's action, while the panic was due to the fear that Xuanhuan would cause trouble afterwards. Elder Han, I have caused you trouble again. Feng Qiubai showed a trace of apology. Han Feng waved his hand. As the elder of the Xuanhuan gang, it is natural for the Xuanhuan gang to teach those who disrespect the Xuanhuan gang a lesson. What's more, if the Xuanhuan gang did not enshrine 80% of the yuanjing of the Lion gang to me, the Xuanhuan gang, the Phoenix gang, will not face such a predicament. What? The envoy of Xuanhuan Gate, lying on the ground, stared wide-eyed, and the Xuanhuan gang handed over 80% of the yuanjing of the Lion gang to this person? Who is this person? Staring at Han Feng, the envoy of Xuanhuan Gate only felt that his spirit had sunk into an unfathomable abyss, and he couldn't find out at all. Instead, because of Han Feng's unfathomable depth, he turned pale and broke out in cold sweat. I've only felt this kind of unfathomable feeling from the elders of Xuanhuan. This person is a heavenly general. Knowing that Han Feng is a heavenly general, the messenger finally understood the behavior of the Xuanhuan gang. Compared with attracting a heavenly general, 80% of the yuanjing of the Lion gang is nothing. Your Excellency, since your Excellency is heavenly general, why don't you join my Xuanhuan sect? I, Xuanhuan sect, can give you better conditions. Even the Xuanhuan sect has a wooing attitude when facing the heavenly generals. Feng Qiubai and Lu Tianming immediately became nervous. Tranquility. Han Feng frowned, his pressure increased sharply, and under Han Feng's control, he only oppressed the envoy of Xuanhuan sect. Ah! The envoy of Xuanhuan let out a scream. Under such oppression, the envoy of Xuanhuan felt that all his bones were about to be broken. You, how dare you? The envoy looked at Han Feng angrily. He never expected that Han Feng not only did not intend to join the Xuanhuan sect, but also dared to target himself like this when he knew he was the envoy of the Xuanhuan sect. A cold light flashed in Han Feng's eyes, and the messenger's body trembled for a moment, and he dared not say more. Feng Qiubai and Lu Tianming breathed a sigh of relief. Naturally, Han Feng had no intention of joining the Xuanhuan Gate, not to mention that Han Feng didn't like the Xuanhuan Gate because of this emissary, but just saying that Han Feng was going to play carefully next time, it would be difficult to develop in the Xuanhuan Gate. Han Feng wants to establish a dominant force in the outer domain of the Forbidden Ancient Realm, and collect the yuanjing of all the forces in the outer domain of the Forbidden Ancient Realm. This establishment must be dominated by Han Feng. Han Feng is the only elder in the Xuanhuan gang, and because they rescued the entire Xuanhuan gang from the Lion gang, it can be said that the entire Xuanhuan gang is extremely grateful to Han Feng. Han Feng's reputation in the Xuanhuan gang can be said to be second only to Feng Qiubai. In the future, the Xuanhuan gang will become the dominant force in the outer domain of the Forbidden Ancient Realm. Without Han Feng's words, the Xuanhuan gang will take the initiative to provide most of the yuanjing to Han Feng's practice. If he joined the Xuanhuan, Han Feng, a newcomer, would not have the high reputation of a veteran general of the Xuanhuan. Even with the strength of their cultivation base, those heavenly generals of the Xuanhuan sect must be unwilling to accept it. In the future, Han Feng will confiscate the Yuan Jing from the outland of the forbidden ancient realm, and Han Feng will retreat to practice Wukong Director. These days, he may do some tricks secretly, such as greedy some Yuan Jing. For Han Feng, this impact is not too big, but when he can be single-minded in the Xuanhuan gang, why choose Xuanhuan who is likely to have two hearts? Master Feng, Brother Liu, Mr. Han intends to hold a promotion ceremony in the Xuanhuan gang. What do you two think? Elder Han, you have been promoted to Heavenly General. Feng Qiubai and Lu Tianming were pleasantly surprised. Elder Han, who has not advanced, can already kill Guo Bufan, who has just entered the ranks of heaven. How strong should Elder Han, who has advanced, now be? I'm afraid he is already able to compete against the mid-level generals. The first update. The most powerful member of the Xuanhuan is only a mid-level general. Feng Qiubai and Lu Tianming finally felt relieved. Presumably the Xuanhuan did not dare to deal with the Xuanhuan gang lightly after they got the news. It's a great thing for Elder Han to be promoted to Heavenly General. How can I refuse to hold a grand ceremony in this clan? I don't know which forces Elder Han intends to invite to participate in this grand ceremony. Feng Qiubai said cheerfully. Han Feng smiled, and said something that shocked the Xuanhuan gang. Invite all the rank-and-file forces in the forbidden ancient realm to submit to the Xuanhuan gang. Since the weak forces want to hand over the Yuan Jing to the high-level forces, then we will do it. That higher power. What? Feng Qiubai and Lu Tianming's expressions changed in shock. Elder Han, are you joking? Feng Qiubai's face was extremely ugly. Lu Tianming also said, Elder Han, although you have advanced to the rank of Heavenly General, even if you have amazing combat power, you are only fighting against the middle-level Heavenly General. Isn't it? You are a bit too overconfident. In the outer domain of the Forbidden Ancient Realm, there are at least 100 ranked factions, and at least 30 or 40 rank 2 powers. Among them, there are many strong Tianjins, and there are many who have reached the upper ranks of Tianjun, only one step away from Tianzuan, the super-powerful existence far away. Wanting to overwhelm so many powerful people, let the Xuanhuan gang stand on top of these forces, and let these forces turn over Yuan Jing. It is simply whimsical. Han Feng naturally knew how much impact he had on Feng Qiubai and Lu Tianming, so he didn't say much, just looked at the two quietly, waiting for their reply. This is also Han Feng's choice for the Xuanhuan gang. Whether he can seize this opportunity depends on Feng Qiubai himself. If you don't seize this opportunity, you will leave at your worst and choose another force as your foundation. Possessing a strong combat power, Han Feng has full confidence in unifying the outer domain of the Forbidden Ancient Realm. Feng Qiubai and Lu Tianming's expressions changed. What Han Feng was going to do was too bold and arrogant, at least for them. But looking at Han Feng's appearance, it doesn't look like he lost his mind because of his power expansion. Could it be? Han Feng really has the ability to overwhelm so many powerhouses in the outer domain of the Forbidden Ancient Realm? Tianming, what should I do about this? Feng Qiubai, as a helper of the Xuanhuan gang, didn't know what to do at the moment, so he subconsciously asked his man. Lu Tianming had a gloomy face. After a while, he replied, Elder Han doesn't seem like an arrogant person. Maybe Elder Han really has the ability to match the true god of Tianjun? Even if you have the ability to match the heavenly monarch true god, you still can't suppress all the forces in the Forbidden Ancient Realm. Feng Qiubai said. Since Elder Han dares to say that, it may be possible. What can we do now, besides trusting Elder Han? If we refuse, maybe we will annoy Elder Han and cause Elder Han to leave the Xuanhuan gang. Without Elder Han, the Xuanhuan sect's anger would definitely not be something that our Xuanhuan gang could bear. If Elder Han really lost his mind and was suppressed and killed by many powerful people during the promotion ceremony, the end of our Xuanhuan gang will also be nothing more than being bombarded and killed. But once Elder Han really succeeds, then our Xuanhuan gang will welcome a kind of development like a well. Feng Qiubai sighed when he heard the words. It was true. The Xuanhuan gang cannot do without Han Feng now, so they can only pin all their hopes on Han Feng. I hope that Elder Han can really do it. Thinking of this, Feng Qiubai forced a smile. Since Elder Han requested so much, I must extend invitations to all the incoming forces, but I cannot guarantee that all the forces will come back. In Feng Qiubai's view, it would be good to be able to come to 1/3. After all, the Xuanhuan gang was just an unknown and unpopular force before this. Han Feng didn't care about Feng Qiubai's forced smile. If he were himself, he might be full of apprehension, and it would be strange if he could laugh with confidence. Aren't you guaranteed? Then write on the invitation to make them submit to the gang. If you don't believe them, they won't come. Feng Qiubai was speechless. If such an invitation was sent out, it would be no wonder that those forces were not full of anger. They would really come here in all likelihood, in order to teach the Xuanhuan gang a lesson. Only in this way, the pressure on the Xuanhuan gang will be even greater. Once Han Feng fails, the fate of the Xuanhuan gang will be even worse. It is not just as simple as being killed. Okay. Gritting her teeth, Feng Qiubai agreed. Han Feng smiled, and said meaningfully, Master, Han will not let you down. Hope. Feng Qiubai twitched. Ha ha ha, the rampant body actually wants to rule the outer domain of the forbidden ancient realm. It's just a dream. But at this moment, the envoy of Xuanhuan laughed loudly. His expression was full of sarcasm and disdain. No wonder you dare to refuse the envoy's solicitation. So you are out of your mind, you are doomed. The envoy almost scolded Han Feng for being mentally handicapped. Han Feng's face turned cold. Then before that, please go first. A palm containing the divine essence of a high-ranking general hit the envoy of Xuanhuan from the air, and the envoy was killed on the spot. The invitations to the many entry forces in the outland of the forbidden ancient realm will be made soon, and the disciples of the Xuanhuan gang will hand them over to the major entry forces in the outland of the forbidden antiquity realm one by one. The faces of these disciples were all pale, and the hands holding the invitation were trembling. Elder Han was simply daring. However, under Feng Qiubai's order, they still bit the bullet, handed over the invitation to the entry forces, and slipped away immediately. I am afraid that these high-level forces will see the content of the invitation and kill them in a moment of anger. Inside the Xuanhuan gang, there was a strange atmosphere. Han Feng clearly felt the strange gazes of the disciples of the Xuanhuan gang, which were expressions of disbelief. Even Han Feng heard many complaints from the disciples of the Xuanhuan gang, and even Feng Tianjiao and Tai Xiong, who were close to Han Feng, didn't look very good-looking. If it wasn't for Han Feng's kindness in saving their lives, if it wasn't for Feng Qiubai personally giving the order, Han Feng might be kicked out. Han Feng turned a blind eye to these strange atmospheres and expressions, and they would naturally disappear after the ceremony. How much disbelief and complaints I have about myself at this time, how much worship I will have in the future. Tiandamen, Xuanhuan, Feiqianmen, Yuguanmen, Yanzimen, Chentongmen. Each of the first-rank and second-rank forces received this invitation full of provocation to them. Regarding this invitation, some forces were full of anger, some looked contemptuous, and some did not take it seriously at all, and did not take Xuanhuan gang and Han Feng to heart at all. In the end, more than 80% of the forces chose to go to Anfeng City. Naturally, they had no good intentions. Xuanhuan Gate. The master of the sect is a white-faced scholar. At this moment, the master of the Xuanhuan sect is holding the invitation card in his hand, with a gloomy expression on his face. The second update. What a Xuanhuan gang. What a Han Feng. An unknown gang, an unknown general, dare to kill me, the envoy of Xuanhuan sect. It's ridiculous to want the Xuanhuan to submit to the Xuanfeng gang. The master of the Xuanhuan smiled angrily. The smile was extremely cold, and a sense of chill filled the whole space. Come here, let's investigate what is so sacred about Han Feng. Half a month later. The head of the Xuanhuan gate has already learned information about Han Feng from his subordinates. Kill Guobufan, who has just entered the sky with the cultivation base of the Nine Tribulations True God. The head of the Xuanhuan sect turned cold, and immediately snorted. It seems that the boy named Han Feng is a genius who can fight beyond the ranks, but that's so what? It's just a mere celestial general who has just broken through, and he can fight against a mid-level celestial general. But this sect master is an upper-class celestial general. The master of the Xuanhuan gate established the Xuanhuan gate by himself, and the first time he made a move decades ago was a middle-level celestial general. Today, decades later, the head of the Xuanhuan sect has not only reached the peak of a high-ranking celestial general, but has also reached the pinnacle of a high-ranking celestial general. That is to say, the main practice of Xuanhuan sect has reached the limit of heavenly generals, and as long as they break the limit of true God again, they will be able to step into the ranks of heavenly monarchs. However, all of this has been concealed from outsiders. This is also the reason why Xuanhuan wants to confiscate the previous 3 times the original crystals this time. Xuanhuan intends to keep twice of them for their own breakthrough. As long as he is promoted to Tianjun, even if the second-rank forces find out afterwards, they will have nothing to do with the master of Xuanhuan. In the outer domain of the forbidden ancient realm, Tianjun is the top master. Will the heavenly general be promoted to the grand ceremony in half a year? Cherish the last half year of your life. The master of Xuanhuan sect narrowed his eyes slightly, smiling frighteningly. Heavenly Knife Gate. The head of the Heavenly Knife sect received the invitation. His face was expressionless, and he didn't see any movement from the head of the Heavenly Knife sect. The invitation in his hand was already reduced to ashes. Xuanfeng gang, Han Feng. The master of Tiandamen muttered 2 words, but there was a cold light in the depths of his eyes. I thought it was some powerful genius who dared to offend my Heavenly Sword sect and kill my Heavenly Sword sect genius general. Now it seems that he is just a rampant generation. The head of the sect looked cold. The news of Guobufan's death. In fact, it had already been sent back to Tiandamen, and everyone in Tiandamen was angry, and many elders even clamored to tear Han Feng into pieces. It's just that all of this was stopped by the master of Tiandamen. As the head of the Heavenly Knife sect, he is naturally not an impulsive person. The first thing the door owner thought of was, why did Han Feng dare to do this? Seeing the intelligence that Han Feng killed Guobufan with the cultivation base of the 9 Tribulations True God, the sect master was sure that there might be a powerful force behind Han Feng, that Han Feng might be a super genius from a 3rd rank or even 4th rank power. If this is the case, their Heavenly Sword sect can only suffer this loss. After all, Tiandamen is only a 2nd rank force. But now from the content of the invitation, the head of the Tiandamen only saw arrogance, and it was so arrogant that he was so arrogant. Let all the imported forces in the outer domain of the forbidden ancient realm surrender? Do you think you are the God of heaven? Even the heavenly venerate true God may not be able to do it. Every 2nd rank force has to hand over the Yuan Jing to certain 3rd rank forces in the central region of the forbidden ancient realm. In other words, behind these 2nd rank forces stood 3rd rank forces. The power of the 3rd rank, but there is the existence of Tianzuan true God. Elder Yin Dao, after half a year, you will join the heavenly general of the Xuanfeng gang to advance to the main hall. If that kid has no backing, you will kill him and avenge Guobufan. Behind the head of the Heavenly Knife sect, an old man in a silver robe suddenly appeared, and said calmly, I will obey the edict of the head. Elder Yin Dao is one of the few heavenly king true gods in the Heavenly Sword sect. There are still many people who react like the masters of Tiandamen and Xuanhuan. Many forces have decided to teach Han Feng, the newly promoted general, a lesson at the grand ceremony, so that this kid will know that he will be promoted to the general. It is one step into the road of being a strong man, and there is still a long way to go before. Too much arrogance is not good. In Anfeng City, although the Xuanhuan gang did not take the initiative to spread the word, but as spies from some forces came to inquire, the ridiculous rumors that the Xuanhuan gang wanted to subdue all the forces in the outer domain of the forbidden ancient realms soon spread in the city. Did the Xuanhuan gang take the wrong medicine? The leader of the gang is only the Nine Tribulations true God, so he dares to speak so shamelessly. Hey, buddy, you are a little out of date. You don't know, the Xuanhuan gang has recruited an elder and has already advanced to the rank of Heavenly General. So what if you are promoted to Heavenly General? Heavenly General is a big shot in our Anfeng City, but in the entire outland of the Forbidden Ancient Realm, there are many such strong people. For the entire Forbidden Ancient Realm, it is even more worthless. By the way, where did this elder get his confidence? The elder surnamed Han is out of his mind, so the Xuanhuan gang will also be stupid? I heard that the Xuanhuan gang offended the Xuanhuan envoy, so they can only follow that foolish elder to the dark, otherwise the Xuanhuan's anger and Xuanhuan gang will not be able to bear it. TSK, the Xuanhuan gang is too unlucky to be brought to such a state by such an elder. We will wait and see the good show in half a year. Many people take pleasure in other people's misfortune. Since the destruction of the Lian gang, the Xuanhuan gang in Anfeng City has dominated. This naturally aroused the jealousy of many Anfeng City forces, and seeing the Xuanhuan gang go further and further on the road to death, they all clapped their hands and cheered. Of course, there are also strong people who are purely preparing to watch the excitement. In a small city like Anfeng City, there are not many opportunities to see many powerful people gather. Naturally, these strong men were gloating or preparing to watch the fun, but they couldn't hide the truth from the Xuanhuan gang, which made the Xuanhuan gang gnash their teeth and angered Han Feng, who made their Xuanhuan gang fall to this point. Fortunately, Feng Tianjiao, Tai Xiong, Feng Qiubai, Lu Tianming and others suppressed it, and no major problems were caused. But Feng Qiubai and the others understood that this was only temporary. I hope that on the day of the grand ceremony, even if Elder Han can't complete the goal, he can show enough to attract the attention of the top powerhouses in the outer domain of the Forbidden Ancient Realm. Feng Qiubai murmured. Half a year has passed for the Xuanhuan gang in such a strange atmosphere. There are only a few days left before Han Feng holds the Heavenly General's promotion hall. From this day on, more and more foreign powerhouses came to Anfeng City. Most of them were first-rank forces, and second-rank forces had not yet appeared. Many powerhouses who were originally gloating at other people's misfortunes also restrained their expressions at this time, feeling uneasy. These forces wouldn't do anything to them out of anger. Thinking of this, many powerhouses couldn't sit still. The entire Anfeng City was filled with an aura of a storm. In the midst of the storm, the day to hold the grand ceremony finally arrived. 4 masters of the 7 tribulations true God from the Xuanhuan gang recruited at the entrance. Waiting, each with unnatural smiles, deep in the eyes, there is an unconcealable uneasiness and fear. The first update. Through the Iron Gate, Elder Iron came to congratulate Elder Han for being promoted to Heavenly General. Tai Lu Men, Master's son, came to congratulate Elder Han for being promoted to Heavenly General. Huijun Palace, Elder Zhua came to congratulate Elder Han for being promoted to Heavenly General. One by one, the incoming forces arrived, and the 7 tribulations true gods immediately shouted after receiving the posts. However, the 4 disciples of the Xuanhuan sect said congratulations, but they saw the smiles of the strong men who came, and they were terrified. They naturally knew why these sect experts had such expressions, and they couldn't help but secretly complain. Others invited friends to the promotion ceremony, and the ceremony was full of excitement. Elder Han did a great job, and the expressions of all the strong people who came here seemed to want to eat Elder Han. It is probably the first such ceremony. The first ones who came here were all low-ranking first-rank forces, and there were only 1 or 2 heavenly generals or 2 or 3 in the sect. For example, Tongtimen and Huijun Palace are both heavenly generals, so they sent elders here. And there is only 1 heavenly general in Tayluman, so only Tayluman, the heavenly general and the head of the gate, came in person. Since sects like Tongtimen are not too strong, the 4 of them are under pressure, but they can bear it. But the next gang was so terrified that the 4 of them almost fell to the ground with their legs weak. This appearance made many onlookers laugh out loud, with a mocking look, including some middle-level true gods. As usual, how dare they mock the high-level true gods like this? There are still 4. The leader of the 7 tribulations true god gritted his teeth, forced a smile and said, Xuanhuan Gate, Master Zhang came to congratulate Elder Han for being promoted to heavenly general. The Xuanhuan sect is the ruling force in this area, and the oppression it brings to the 4 is far from comparable to that of the previous sects. Hee hee. Congratulations on the emergence of a great general in your gang. As a neighbor, this sect master should communicate and exchange feelings. Zhang's sect master's eyes flashed coldly, and he smiled. The 4 of them were so intimidated by Clan Master Zhang's cold light that they couldn't even speak. Master Zhang didn't take it seriously, the 4 ants were nothing more than nothing to worry about, so he immediately ignored the 4 of them and went straight into the Xuanhuan gang. Call. As soon as Master Zhang left, the 4 of them looked at each other and wiped off a cold sweat. Just now, they almost thought that Master Zhang was about to make a move. They knew that the envoy of Xuanhuan sect died in their Xuanhuan gang. Since sect Master Zhang, the sects who came here are the bottom ones in some first ranks. It is reasonable to say that Xuanhuan should have come later, and only by coming late can he show that his style is not right. Like the second-rank forces, they will definitely come at the end. But after all, Xuanhuan Gate is not far from Anfeng City, so you can't come if you want to come too late. Tang Tongshan, Elder, you came to congratulate Elder Han for being promoted to Heavenly General. Hua Shuman, the new elders are here to congratulate Elder Han for being promoted to Heavenly General. The 4 trembled again. Although these 2 major forces are also first-rank forces, they are extremely powerful existences among the first-rank forces, and they are a level higher than Fei Changmen. Each of the 2 sects has dozens of heavenly generals, and quite a few of them have reached the pinnacle of high-level heavenly generals. They are only short of the birth of a heavenly lord and true god, and they can be promoted to the 2nd rank. This is a high-ranking general for the elder and the new elder. Elder Yu and the new elder. However, they are acquaintances, chatting while walking. Did you see those 4 little guys? If I hadn't restrained my momentum, I'm afraid I would have fallen down long ago. Elder Yu said disdainfully. The disciples in the gang are so unbearable, I really don't know how the Xuanhuan gang has the confidence to ask me to surrender. The new elder also had a cold face. Hee hee, I'm afraid that the confidence is the newly promoted general. It's just a newly promoted general who can make the Xuanhuan gang self-inflated to this point. After this time, the Xuanhuan gang doesn't need to exist anymore. Elder Yu said. Before this, who knew what the Xuanhuan gang was? But we can't jump to conclusions too early. Let's see what Han Feng is capable of. In case some genius disciples from a big force come down, we have to give integrate face. Hearing this, the new elder's expression froze, and he nodded slowly. Behind Tang Tongshan and Waxuman, many first-rank forces arrived. For example, Faichainmen, such as Yuiguan School, Yanzimen, Chentongmen. After that, the second-rank forces finally appeared. Not many second-rank forces came here, and at least half of the second-rank forces ignored Han Feng's invitation. And the second-rank forces who came here were all led by the above-mentioned generals, and there was no heavenly king or true god. Heavenly Knife Gate, Elder Yin Dao came to congratulate Elder Han for being promoted to Heavenly General. The leader of the seven tribulations, true God, almost tremblingly finished this sentence. There was an uproar outside. Elder Silver Knife, as one of the 5 knives of the Heavenly Knife sect, is the real Heavenly Monarch and true God. So far, only the Elder Silver Knife, the Heavenly King and true God, has come to this grand ceremony. Those who knew the grievances between Han Feng and Tiandamen were all sighing. I didn't expect that the Elder Yin Dao came to Tiandamen. This is a senior who has already advanced to Tianjun True God. I don't know what level he has reached now. The Heavenly Monarch and the True God have come, and the Elder of the Xuanhuan gang will undoubtedly die. It seems that Tiandamen has made up its mind this time. It deserves it. Who told the Elder of the Xuanhuan gang to provoke Tiandamen? Elder Yin Dao snorted softly, like a thunderbolt exploding in the ears of the 4 of them, and their spirits were immediately thrown into a mess. Glancing at the 4 of them contemptuously, Elder Yin Dao is about to join the Xuanhuan gang with his subordinates. But at this moment, a purple dragon horse in the sky slowly landed a carriage. This kind of style is the Yellow Dragon Heavenly Lord of Bailong Island. Elder Yin Dao's expression froze. If Tiandamen is only at the top level among the second-rank forces, then Bailong Island is the overlord of the second-rank forces. In the outer domain of the Forbidden Ancient Realm, among the second-rank forces, there are several forces that are equal to the Heavenly Knife Gate, and it is almost impossible to tell which is superior. But Bailong Island is recognized as number 1. Especially the Bailong Tianjun of Bailong Island, it is said that hundreds of years ago, he had reached the peak of the superior Tianjun. No one knows whether this Bailong Tianjun has been promoted to Tianzuan now. It is worth mentioning that the overall strength of Bailong Island is strong, but it is inferior to other second-rank forces in terms of quantity, not even first-rank forces. Because all the strong people in Bailong Island are monster clans, and they are monster clans with the blood of dragons. The total number of people on Bailong Island is probably only a few hundred, but 2/3 of them are heavenly generals or above. Less than 1/3 are under heaven. So it's Elder Yin Dao, long time no see. A middle-aged man in a yellow dragon robe stepped out of the carriage. Elder Yin Dao had a gentle attitude. It really is Huanglong Tianjun. I want to congratulate Huanglong Tianjun for being promoted to Tianjun 60 years ago. Unfortunately, I was in retreat at that time, so I didn't have time to congratulate Huanglong Tianjun. Huanglong Tianjun didn't take it either. Hee. Elder Yin Dao is now a middle-level Tianjun, presumably it's due to the retreat 60 years ago. Elder Silver Knife nodded. He started retreating 80 years ago, successfully exited 30 years ago, and was promoted to a middle heavenly monarch. The 2 heavenly monarchs, walking while chatting, entered the Xuanhuan gang. As for the outsiders of the Xuanhuan gang who were watching the show, they all looked at each other and gasped. Now the Xuanhuan gang is definitely over, not to mention 2 heavenly monarchs, and one of them is a middle-level heavenly monarch. No matter how powerful the newly promoted heavenly general is, can he still be the opponent of the middle heavenly monarch? Involuntarily, everyone felt sympathy for Han Feng and Xuanhuan gang. After Tiandamen and Bailong Island, no forces came again. I'm afraid I dare not enter even if I come here. I enter behind Tiandamen and Bailong Island. What does this mean? Are you bigger than Tiandamen and Bailong Dao? Inside the Xuanhuan gang, Feng Qiubai, Feng Tianjiao and the others entertained the strong men who came, but unfortunately none of these strong men responded to Feng Qiubai and the others. All of them sat there with cold faces. Now the atmosphere is condensed, and this kind of celebration ceremony is probably the first of its kind. Feng Qiubai showed embarrassment, but dared not say anything. With so many people present, anyone who came out at random would be a terrifying existence capable of killing the Xuanhuan gang. Why, haven't you started yet? Suddenly, a general said coldly. Feng Qiubai's face froze, facing the sight of so many heavenly generals, he felt extremely pressured. Swallowing and spitting, Feng Qiubai said without confidence, "Welcome all seniors to participate in the promotion ceremony of the concubine Xuanhuan gang Elder Han's promotion to heaven, and now I invite Elder Han." Swipe. Many heavenly generals turned their gazes to a certain direction, and the sound of slow footsteps came from there. The next moment, Han Feng's figure appeared in front of everyone. Han Feng cupped his hands, he didn't care about the hostility of the crowd, and said with a smile, "My humble Han Feng, welcome to come." The second update. Welcome? We're just here to see some arrogant general. The general who spoke before mocked. After all, this heavenly general locked on Han Feng with his breath and came oppressively. This aura is full of malice, and this general is obviously making Han Feng look bad in the general election. Han Feng's face remained unchanged, but his body suddenly released a monstrous force. Puff. Immediately, the heavenly general who oppressed Han Feng suffered a backlash and fell to the ground vomiting blood. What? Many heavenly generals who looked at Han Feng like watching a play, who were smiling but not smiling, all showed shock. Many of them didn't know the general who oppressed Han Feng. Obviously he wasn't a great character, but he was still a low-level general, or an inferior top-level general, but he was resisted by Han Feng, a newly promoted general. To make this happen. In the field, many powerful celestial generals sensed Han Feng's realm at the moment when Han Feng's aura burst out. Intermediate general. It is said that the heavenly general who has just been promoted is not an inferior, but a mid-level heavenly general, which is simply shocking. This promotion is too fast. Could it be that the information obtained from the investigation is wrong? This Han Feng was not the Nine Tribulations' true god at the beginning, but an inferior general? Or, after this guy broke through, his cultivation base soared in a short period of time, and he was promoted to a mid-level general. If so, there must be a secret in this child. All of a sudden, the eyes of many sky generals flickered. Elder Yu and the new elder were thrilled. What kind of opportunity is it to be able to promote a low-level general who has just been promoted to a mid-level general in a short period of time? If they snatched this opportunity, wouldn't they be able to be promoted to Tianjun? Elder Yin Dao and Huanglong Tianjun also showed interest, but as Tianjun, they were not as interested as Tianjiang. Han Feng's counterattack made the general vomit blood and was injured that day, but he himself did not change, as if he had just done a very trivial thing. Hee, Mr. Han hasn't finished speaking yet. Is this your excellency's welcome too warm? Han Feng said with a smile. Snort. Stop pretending, you don't know the purpose of our coming here? If you want us to surrender, your excellency will think too highly of yourself. A mid-level star will come forward. It turned out to be Elder Yu of the Yueguan sect. Someone recognized this mid-level general. The Yueguan sect is just a small sect among the first-rank forces, and Elder Yu is already the top force of the Yueguan sect. Han Feng smiled lightly. The strong are respected. Han is stronger than your excellency. What's wrong with asking your excellency to submit? Better than Elder Ben? No shame. Elder Yu suddenly moved. He didn't see how Elder Yu's body moved, and he was already approaching Han Feng. A fierce breath of divine essence bloomed, and the power of Yuehua was condensed in the hands of Elder Yu, and the energy was astonishing. Afterwards, this extremely astonishing power of moonlight slammed towards Han Feng. Han Feng just stretched out his hand, as if some invisible force spread out, imprisoning the power of Yuehua released by Elder Yu in the void. Elder Yu is just an ordinary mid-level celestial general, not even a peak mid-level celestial general, and the magical skills he has mastered have not reached the top level. Such a one-month elder is an ordinary mid-level general with combat power. And Han Feng has reached the level of both the soul and the body. A mid-level general is at the peak, and Xuanhuan is promoted to the level of a high-level general. For Elder Yu, Han Feng didn't even need to use his magical skills. Break! Han Feng gave a low voice, and suddenly an extremely violent force blasted out, hitting the power of Yuehua fiercely, smashing the power of Yuehua like a broken bamboo, and then even more fiercely. Bombarded on Elder Moon. Ah! Elder Yu let out a scream, and was blown away like a dilapidated kite in embarrassment. During the period, he vomited blood again, and he did not know how many buildings he hit. When Elder Yu hit the middle of a pile of rubble, his body was already convulsed and he couldn't get up. Hiss! Seeing this scene, many low-level and middle-level generals gasped. The outer domain of the Forbidden Ancient Realm is not the middle domain or the inner domain. There are mostly ordinary generals, and there are only a few generals who can challenge beyond the level. Currently, 90% of the heavenly generals in the Xuanhuan gang have not comprehended the ultimate divine skills, they are just ordinary heavenly generals. One trick, actually. It's no wonder this kid is so rampant, he really has rampant strength. In an instant, 60% to 70% of the heavenly generals no longer dare to underestimate Han Feng. Han Feng's quick shot also preserved a bit of a prestige mentality, and now it seems that the effect is good. Feng Qiubai and the others also felt a lot more relieved, but seeing the two heavenly monarchs in the group of heavenly generals, Feng Qiubai and the others' expressions froze again. Boy, let the old man come and meet you for a while. Among the group of generals, an old man jumped up. It's the elder shadow sword of Xuanhuan. Someone called out. Eat the old man's sword. Holding the divine sword in hand, the elder shadow sword is like a divine help, and the light of the sword sweeps across the sky, densely packed. The next moment, thousands of sword lights stabbed at Han Feng vigorously, and the bitter sword breath made many generals present chill all over, as if it was not Han Feng who was targeted by the sword intent at this moment, but them. Taishan Divine Sword, Taishan Heavenly Spirit Slash. Han Feng snorted, and the Taishan Divine Sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed out with an equally fierce and unparalleled strike. Rumble. The two sword strikes collided in the void, and a storm of sword energy raged, and endless sword energy blasted towards Han Feng and Elder Shadow Sword. The aftermath of the sword energy produced by the collision of the two sword strikes is more terrifying than a single sword strike. A group of heavenly generals exclaimed, and they were about to take action to resist the storm of sword energy. Some heavenly generals, with poor strength, turned pale. But at this moment, Huanglong Tianjun flicked his sleeve robe, and the divine essence formed a yellow dragon. The yellow dragon opened his mouth and swallowed the incoming sword energy one after another. In the sky, Elder Shadow Sword was hit by the sword energy and fell down screaming. Han Feng's body shook, and the Xinyan battle armor appeared on his body, resisting all the sword energy. The sword energy bombarded Xinyan's armor one after another, but it couldn't break the defense of Xinyan's armor. What a strong defense! Someone was very surprised when they saw this scene. Strong combat power, equally strong defense, among the mid-level generals, who can beat them? Could it be that he really had to wait for the heavenly general to take action to win this sun? Before Elder Shadow Sword made his move, there were indeed quite a few mid-level generals ready to move. But Elder Shadow Sword was also defeated so cleanly, completely killing these mid-level generals. All of a sudden, in the eyes of many heavenly generals, this general, whom they didn't pay much attention to before, was full of majesty and power. The master of the Wanchuan Gate Jing's eyes were fixed. This kid's combat power is very powerful among the same level, but this is not the full strength of this kid. According to the information obtained from the investigation, this kid still has powerful moves that are useless out. It seems that unless it is a middle-level general who can surpass the level, otherwise he will not be suppressed. Among this group of people, there is only one middle-level general who has comprehended the ultimate divine skill, and I wonder if this person will make a move. The first update. Beyond, 2 more. After losing 3 people in a row, Han Feng suddenly became majestic in the hearts of the generals present. Phone reading. Most of the people who came here were low-level and middle-level generals, and high-level generals only accounted for a very small proportion. Many generals turned their attention to these high-level generals. The power displayed by Han Feng certainly made many heavenly generals fearful. If there were no arrogant words on the invitation, they would not have pursued it at this moment, and would even make friends with Han Feng. But because of the arrogant words on the sticker, it is doomed to be impossible to let it go these days. Do you want to surrender to Han Feng? Surrender to the little Xuanhuan gang? Therefore, they had no choice but to place their hope of suppressing Han Feng on a stronger general. At this time, a younger-looking man walked out of the crowd with a proud expression. Being able to defeat Elder Shadow Sword, you are qualified to let this young master take action, but you have stopped here. This young master is not something you can compete with. As soon as this man appeared, many Tianjiang Xiao exclaimed. It's him. The first outstanding genius of Zhu Weiman's generation. This son is the son of Zhu Weiman Zhenxue Tianjun. He has a top bloodline. It is said that Zhenxue Tianjun places high hopes on him. It is said that he is very likely to surpass Zhenxue Tianjun. I didn't expect it to be Xuanhuan, I didn't notice it at all before. Should have followed that high-ranking elder from Zhu Weiman. Your Excellency. Han Feng asked lightly. Zhu Weiman Xuanhuan, you have the right to know my name. Xuanhuan said proudly, as if Han Feng knew how honorable his name was. Xuanhuan also waited for Han Feng to show a shocked and unbelievable expression. Let's do it. Han Feng remained calm. Seeing Han Feng's appearance, Xuanhuan's face was gloomy, and he felt slighted. Looking for death. To deal with you, one move is enough. Xuanhuan roared angrily, and a cold breath rushed straight into the sky. At this moment, Xuanhuan has already started his own top-level god-grade bloodline. A Taoist cold air condensed above Xuanhuan. Immediately, they burst open one after another, turning into chains of icy cold. The chains exude an icy air, freezing the surrounding space. The endless chains danced wildly like a dragon, attacking Han Feng one after another. The cultivation base of a mid-level celestial general, combined with the top-level god-grade blood and the best magic skills, can't be said to be powerful. However, Han Feng is still not in his eyes. Han Feng could tell that this Xuanhuan should have been promoted to a mid-level general not long ago, and his foundation was not very stable. The top-level god-grade blood was also inferior in the same level, and the level of top-grade magic skills was not high. Taken together, the strength may surpass that of a mid-level general, but it is far from enough to threaten Han Feng. Xinyan Fighting Fist. Han Feng swung his fist violently, and the vast flames swallowed up the endless chains in the blink of an eye. The chains penetrated into the flames one by one, and were instantly melted. The flame swept across and rushed towards Xuanhuan almost in an instant. Xuanhuan was stunned. Under the attack of this flame, Xuanhuan felt an unprecedented threat. Stop being rude. A roar sounded, and the next moment an old man jumped out and slapped the flame with his palm. The cold air almost froze Han Feng's punch. The one who made the move was obviously a high-ranking general. Everyone suddenly became excited, and finally a high-ranking general made a move. Elder, save me! Xuanhuan exclaimed, and then his face changed, realizing that he, the most powerful genius of Xuanhui sect, asked for help. It was a great shame. It's all because of this Korean style. The hatred increased greatly. Xuanhuan shouted, Elder, take down this lunatic for this young master. The elder Zhu Weiman didn't say anything. After freezing the flame, he punched Han Feng again. Now that he has already made a move, then simply suppress this kid. Humph. Contempt flashed in Han Feng's eyes. What about the superior general? It's just the most ordinary general in the same level. Golden immortal physique, Ning. Han Feng's momentum suddenly soared, and the golden fairy radiance sprinkled into the sky. Against the backdrop of the brilliance of golden immortals, Han Feng descended to earth like a fairy. Jinqian's power condensed, and then he stretched out a finger, and the air of extinction gushed out. Golden immortal nirvana finger. A finger full of silence touched the elder's fist of Zhu Weiman, and it burst open. The elder Zhu Weiman let out a scream and was slammed into the air. Elder Xuanhuan was dumbfounded. Han Feng slapped Xuanhuan with his palm from the air, and under the boost of the golden immortal physique, Xuanhuan couldn't resist this blow at all, and was severely injured immediately. Who else is dissatisfied? Han Feng's eyes shot out bright lights, and he stared at everyone. The envoy of this sect died at the hands of your excellency. As the master of the sect, he has no choice but to seek justice for the envoy of this sect. Let Zhang come to experience your master's tricks. Perhaps because of the first high-ranking general to make a move, Clan Master Zhang finally no longer had any scruples, and stood up with a solemn expression. As a top-ranking general, the master of the Xuanhuan sect was defeated by a move, which shocked the master Zhang, and immediately put away his contempt for Han Feng. Following the rise of Clan Master Zhang, many generals started talking about it. Regarding the matter of the Xuanhuan gang and the Xuanhuan, they have obviously found out in the past 6 months. Master Zhang finally made a move. I thought how long he would endure it. I don't know who is better, Han Feng or Master Zhang. Before I came here, I would have thought it was Clan Master Zhang, a mere newly promoted general. How could he be compared with Clan Master Zhang? But now it seems that it is not necessarily so. Master Zhang is only a mid-level general. I'm afraid he's not as good as Han Feng. That's not necessarily the case. This sect master also has the top-level divine blood. 100 years ago, he had already comprehended the best divine skills. 100 years later, he might have really comprehended the best divine skills. The level of mastery is extremely high. This kind of middle-class generals over the years is by no means comparable to Xuanhuan, and his combat power may be stronger than ordinary high-level generals. The generals are still communicating in low voices these days, and Master Zhang has released all his power. High-ranking generals. Many generals were shocked. This sect master had unknowingly reached such a level. He was still a top-ranking general, which had reached the limit of a general. The heavenly generals, who were not very optimistic about sect master Zhang at first, were all shocked. The divine body of the earth tiger, Ning. Head Zhang roared up to the sky, and let out a roar of the tiger king. The sound shook the sky. Master Zhang was possessed by a divine tiger, and at this moment he seemed to have transformed into an ancient fierce tiger, roaring and rushing towards Han Feng. Crazy tiger killing god claw. This claw is earth-shattering, with monstrous power. In Han Feng's senses, he only felt that what he was facing was a giant tiger from the ancient prehistoric times, with unparalleled ferocity and boundless power. Master Zhang's claw with all his strength is almost equivalent to an ordinary inferior heavenly monarch. Shenyan fighting fist. Han Feng still punched out, but this punch was fused with Ziji Xuanhua, and the purple flame covered the sky. The surging Ziji Xuanhua wrapped this claw of sect master Zhang, like a ferocious beast. It swallowed this earth-shattering claw in one gulp. Thousands of beasts roar. Clan Master Zhang didn't seem to be surprised. He opened his mouth with an earth-shattering roar, like the roar of a tiger king with 10,000 heads. The second update. One more. Thousands of beasts roared, and the momentum was turbulent. The rolling sonic attack carried terrifying power and bombarded in all directions. Han Feng withstood about 80% of the attacks, and the remaining 20% attacked many heavenly generals. Many heavenly generals, with slightly weaker strength, were caught off guard and fell to the ground with a scream, their faces pale. This blow severely damaged their souls. Han Feng's soul world also set off a storm, which was extremely violent. As a top-ranking peak general, Master Zhang has not only raised his soul to the limit of his rank, but his soul and body have also reached the limit of his rank. This sonic attack involved the spirit, and the ordinary low-level spirit would be severely injured if it was not noticed for a while. Sect Master Zhang was extremely confident in his own blow. Although the previous Wild Tiger God Claw was equally powerful, it was not Sect Master Zhang's trump card to deal with Han Feng. During the investigation of the Xuanhuan, it was revealed that Han Feng possessed an astonishing combat power at the same level, and among them was a kind of flaming divine body that the head of Zhang Men was very concerned about. Now Master Zhang found that Han Feng's combat power was so amazing before he used his flame god body. If he unfolded his flame god body, what's the point? Therefore, from the very beginning, Clan Master Zhang never thought that his Mad Tiger killing God Claw could tear the opponent apart. In Master Zhang's view, Han Feng's combat power is so amazing, but since he is only a mid-level general, his soul must not be much higher. This is his fatal weakness. Seeing the moment when Han Feng's face was distorted and terrifying, Clan Master Zhang smiled, knowing that his soul attack had worked. The next moment, Master Zhang launched the Mad Tiger Killing God Claw again, preparing to tear Han Feng apart in one fell swoop while Han Feng was injured, capture Han Feng's soul, and obtain the secret of Han Feng's promotion to a mid-level general in a short time. But at this moment, Master Zhang was horrified to find that Han Feng, who had a ferocious expression on his face, instantly regained his composure, and even a more terrifying force shot out. The soaring flames made Door Master Zhang feel threatened. Xuanhuan Battle Body, Ning. At this moment, Han Feng launched the Xuanhuan Battle Body, and his breath soared again. Became the god of fire. The power of Han Feng's punch is far greater than before. Boom! There was an astonishing sound of collision, and Clan Master Zhang resisted with all his strength, but he was still unstoppably blown away. How is it possible? Master Zhang's pupils shrank slightly, and he roared in disbelief. He was obviously injured by his own soul attack. How could he recover so quickly? Han Feng naturally ignored the shocked mood of Master Zhang at the moment, and after blowing Master Zhang away with a punch, Han Feng leaped into the air, roared, and the flames blasted towards Master Zhang again with vast power. Sect Master Zhang hurriedly crossed his arms to block him, but with a flick of Han Feng's fist, he hit Sect Master Zhang hard in the abdomen. Ah! Master Zhang screamed, his entire abdomen was almost pierced, and Han Feng ruthlessly blasted him into the ground and embedded him. Many days will be in an uproar. Clan Master Zhang, whose cultivation has reached the limit of a heavenly general, possesses the best bloodlines and the best divine skills, is definitely among the top existences among the many heavenly generals present, yet he was so easily. Han Feng fell to the ground and let out a breath. To be honest, Han Feng is indeed. I was careless, ignoring this weakness in my soul. Now it's no different than the true God stage. In the true God stage, even if Han Feng's soul is not as good as the quality of the God essence and exceeds the corresponding cultivation level by so much, it is not bad. At the same level, Han Feng's soul is not worse than others, and even better. It is basically a dream for opponents at the same level to use their soul to injure Han Feng. However, entering the heavenly general at this moment, the situation is different. If a celestial general wants to improve, he must upgrade his soul, body, and essence together. As a high-ranking celestial general, Master Zhang is naturally far superior to Han Feng in terms of soul level. It can't compare to Master Zhang's. At the same level as a general, Han Feng does not have an advantage in spirit. Therefore, Han Feng was really hit by Master Zhang's spirit attack, and he didn't dodge it. Fortunately, Xiaopeng noticed the situation of Han Feng's soul in time, and immediately displayed the Jiuyuan Tianhua Tower in the world of the soul, bursting with purple gold light, releasing the guardian power of the Tianhua Tower, and blocking the power of thousand beasts roaring at the sky. Outside, the influence of thousand beasts roaring on Han Feng's soul was reduced to the lowest point. In this way, Han Feng was able to ignore the influence of the spirit, and counterattacked, blasting sect master Zhang into the ground with 2 punches. Careless, it seems that in the future when fighting against a strong man above Tianjun, we need to be always vigilant against the opponent's soul attack. Han Feng murmured. Boom! Master Zhang broke through the ground and stood in the sky, his face full of embarrassment. Master Zhang roared in his heart, Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! How dare I? Everyone, this son's combat power is really amazing, but he tried in vain to make us all submit to him. Don't you just accept your fate like this? Although angry, Zhang Clan Master quickly calmed down, knowing that with his own strength it is probably impossible to kill Han Feng, so he immediately seeks help. Boy, your mistake is that your ambition is too big, and you don't have the strength to match your ambition. Sect Master Zhang grinned grimly in his heart. As soon as these words came out, many people's eyes flickered. Except for a small number of high-level generals, the rest of the low-level and middle-level generals are also unwilling to surrender. Even if they want to submit, they will only submit to the strong Tianjun and the second-rank forces, and the mere mid-level generals, even if their combat power is amazing, they are not worthy of their submission. Besides, there must be a secret for this son to be able to advance to Heavenly General so quickly. If there are some friends who helped Zhang to capture this son, Zhang is willing to share the secret with his colleagues. Immediately, many heavenly generals, especially the first-class generals, became motivated. Elder Yindao squinted his eyes, and snorted coldly in his heart, You dare to covet this son's secret in front of this elder, and you really want to die. Well, let me use you to test this kid's limit. This secret will belong to this elder sooner or later. Han Feng also looked at Clan Master Zhang's behavior with cold eyes. He was nothing more than a group of heavenly generals. No matter how many shots he made, he would not be afraid. Instead, he was able to take advantage of this to completely shock everyone and make many forces surrender. Haha, since Master Zhang said so, the Elder Ben will help Master Zhang. Elder Tang Tongshan, you laughed and jumped up. Including this elder. The new elder of Huashuman also stood up. Then 2 more high-ranking generals got up. All 5 of them are high-level heavenly generals, and they are all extraordinary heavenly generals. They either have the blood of the top-level gods, or they have already comprehended the best magic skills. 5 people surrounded Han Feng, and the terrifying aura of 5 high-ranking heavenly generals shot straight into the sky like a mad dragon, roaring at Han Feng, and then locked onto Han Feng, carrying the devastating annihilation-like power suddenly descended. The first update. The breath of 5 extraordinary heavenly generals is fused together. How powerful it is, even the ordinary and inferior heavenly kings dare to resist. A heavy force enveloped the entire Xuanhuan gang, and many heavenly generals felt a little suffocated under such coercion. Only people at the level of Tianjun, such as Elder Yindao and Huanglong Tianjun, can ignore such power. Boy, die! Sect Master Zhang roared ferociously. Crazy tiger killing god claw. Holy fire scorching heaven fist. Infernal demon leg. Slash of dead souls. Eternal golden light. Or the fierce tiger howling, or the spread of the holy fire, or the monstrous demonic energy. Golden light, black light, and fire light filled the entire space. All the attacks immediately swallowed Han Feng. Haha. Clan Master Zhang laughed triumphantly. The 5 extraordinary generals took action. Can this kid survive? Just as he was about to capture Han Feng's soul, a dazzling white light rushed out instantly, followed by a terrifying temperature that almost melted the space. Boom boom boom. In an instant, 5 attacks burst out from the white light, and the 5 high-ranking heavenly generals of Master Zhang were caught off guard and were knocked into the air one by one. When they looked back at the white light, they were shocked to find that the white light was purely white flames. Han Feng's body was surrounded by the aura of a golden fairy, his body was burning with flames, he was wearing a Xingyan battle armor, a round of white sun will imprint appeared on his forehead, and a dazzling white sun appeared behind him. A palpitating force and temperature, centered on the Han style, filled the entire space. Facing the joint attack of the 5 heavenly generals, Han Feng is ready to reveal his real means, to deal with the 5 as quickly as possible, and frighten the rest of the people. With a step in the void, Han Feng disappeared from the sight of the 5 people in an instant, while the 5 people's pupils shrank. Not good. The 5 people were shocked, knowing that this was Han Feng's counterattack. They immediately rushed out to search for Han Feng's location. However, Han Feng, who was almost fully fired at the moment. How fast is the speed? Almost no less than the inferior Tianjun, or even better. When Han Feng appeared, it was already one of the top celestial generals in the sky. With one palm, the white flame instantly engulfed the person. In just one breath, this high-ranking general was burned to ashes. What? Clan Master Zhang and the others were horrified. They never expected that Han Feng would instantly kill a high-ranking general with a single palm. You, how dare you kill people? Aren't you afraid that our many forces will unite to kill you? The new elder shouted loudly. Whether it was Elder Yu of the Yuiguan school, Elder Yingjian of Xuanhuan, or Xuanhuan and elders of Zhu Weimin, Han Feng did not kill him. This gave the new elder an illusion that Han Feng dared not really offend many forces under the killer. This made the new elder less afraid, and it was also one of the reasons why the new elder dared to make a move. But now the new elder found out with horror that it was not that Han Feng didn't dare to kill, but that he didn't do that for some reason. There is a reason why Han Feng did not kill Elder Shadow Sword and Elder Yu. The Yuiguan sect and Xuanjianmen are not top-ranking first-rank forces. There won't be much conflict. Walda Snow, Xuanhuan, who knows the door, and Han Feng also have their own intentions. However, Master Zhang has a grudge against Han Feng, and the new elders are all from the big faction, either from the top first-rank forces, or elders from second-rank forces. These people, even if they surrender, the forces behind them are not necessarily. Instead of this, it is better to kill these high-ranking generals, to frighten the low-born generals on the scene. First subdue these not top first-rank forces, those top first-rank forces, and second-rank forces. There are other ways. From the very beginning, Han Feng didn't think that the actions at this grand ceremony could make all the forces in the outer domain of the Forbidden Ancient Realm surrender, and this was just the beginning. After killing a high-ranking celestial general from a second-rank force, Han Feng quickly attacked another high-ranking celestial general. The souls of the 4 high-ranking heavenly generals couldn't keep up with Han Feng's movements at all. No. Before the high-ranking general who was attacked by Han Feng had time to defend himself, the white flames had already engulfed him. Afterwards, Han Feng glanced at the 3 of Master Zhang. Clan Master Zhang, Elder Yu, and the new elder all felt chilly all over. Shoot with all your strength. This elder doesn't believe that he can really resist the attack of the 3 of us. The new elder roared. Both Master Zhang and Elder Yu came to their senses. Now that they had already made a move, they could only kill Han Feng and not give Han Feng a chance. Crazy Tiger Killing God Claw. Holy Fire Scorching Heaven Fist. Infernal Demon Leg. Golden Immortal Shadowless Legs. The corner of Han Feng's mouth was slightly bent, and the shadow of the legs that also covered the sky burst out, and the air exploded. These leg shadows are also mixed with the great sun flame power of the great sun flame body, and the sky is covered with legs of white flames. Rumble. The densely packed leg shadows collided with the attacks of the three sect masters Zhang. With unstoppable power, they swallowed the attacks of the three people in an instant, and then with the momentum of thunder, they continued to bombard the three sect masters Zhang. The continuous leg work almost kicked the three of them into a puddle of flesh. When the three of them fell to the ground, they were silent. Grunt. All the heavenly generals swallowed a mouthful of spit. They couldn't imagine why a medium heavenly would have such terrifying power. 5 high-ranking generals, they still either have top-level divine blood, or have comprehended top-grade divine skills. Their strength far exceeds that of ordinary high-ranking generals, and they are still killed so easily by this sun after joining forces. How terrifying is this child's power? Fight against Tianjun? Thinking of this, everyone's hearts set off a stormy sea. At the middle level, there is a power comparable to that of a heavenly king. Could it be that this sun is from the middle domain? Or is it an inner domain? Han Feng bombarded and killed the 5 high-ranking generals in one fell swoop, which brought too much shock to everyone. Han Feng's indifferent eyes swept over these generals. None of the generals dared to look at Han Feng, including the arrogant generals from the second-rank forces. Feng Qiubai and the others didn't expect Han Feng to be so powerful, and they were all dumbfounded. Then, Feng Qiubai and the others became excited. Sure enough, Elder Han had his own considerations in every move. Maybe, Elder Han really had the power to overwhelm all the forces outside the forbidden ancient realm. At that time, their Xuanhuan gang will flourish. Many heavenly generals dare not face Han Feng, their hearts are pounding. At this moment, the pressure Han Feng brings to them is almost equal to that of Tianjun. At this time, how dare they treat Han Feng as a midday future? Some of the low-level and middle-level generals who are not top-notch and only have 5 or 6 generals in the sect are already considering whether to surrender. Compared with the beginning, they no longer have much resistance in their hearts. Even some high-ranking celestial generals from relatively powerful first-rank forces are considering whether to surrender. Only the top generals from the second-rank forces are still struggling. Even if this sun has a combat power comparable to Tianjun, there is a real Tianjun sitting behind them. Besides, let's talk about this child after he survived the catastrophe of the 2 heavenly monarchs present. These superior heavenly generals sneered, and their eyes fell on the only 2 heavenly monarchs present. Elder Yindao and Huanglong Tianjun. Huanglong Tianjun's face was serious. The strength that Han Feng showed before, even he felt a strong threat, so he didn't make a move. Elder Yindao remembered the sect master's order, and finally stood up with murderous intent in his eyes. A majesty that belonged to Tianjun flooded out, instantly offsetting the oppression that Han Feng brought to many heavenly generals. Elder Yindao endured the killing intent in his heart, and said coldly, "Your Excellency has 3 divine bodies in your body. No wonder you have such combat power. I don't know which force your Excellency comes from. You came to our outer domain to bully us." The second update. 3 gods. Many days will be horrified. The reason why there is a difference between the true God of the Heavenly Emperor and the true God of the Supreme Heavenly Emperor in the Forbidden Ancient Realm is that the power of the true God of the Supreme Heavenly Emperor has surpassed the true God of the ordinary Heavenly Emperor. It should be known that the true God of the Emperor of Heaven has reached a true extreme of the true God. At this level, even if it is the highest level of the top God-grade blood and the best magic skills, the increase in combat power is not obvious. A heavenly emperor true God who has fully exerted the power of the highest level top-level God-grade blood, and mastered the highest level top-grade magic skills, and can also exert 100% of the power, is only a half-step supreme heavenly emperor true God, and he can probably break through in the Yuan Tower. To the 13th floor. If you want to reach this realm, you must have combat power that surpasses the true God of the Emperor, and there must be more than that. Generally speaking, if you want to possess combat power far surpassing that of the Heavenly Emperor and True God, you must comprehend supergrade divine skills, that is, pseudo-chaos divine skills. Once the Chi of Chaos can be used and used to show power with the help of the Chi of Chaos, it is a real chaos divine skill. But other than that, there are other ways to reach the Supreme Heavenly Emperor True God, that is to have the heaven and earth energy similar to the best divine fire, and it is at the top of the highest level. It is worse than the supernatural skill. The second is to have 2 or more divine bodies or bloodlines. Dual divine bodies, double bloodlines, or more than an even number of divine bodies and bloodlines can be used at the same time, and combined together, they can also exert super strength. Of course, the premise is that each divine body has reached a relatively high level, otherwise it is still useless. There is another situation, which is to master a top-notch divine weapon and use it to activate the best divine skills. Of these 4 situations, the first and fourth are the most common, the second is less common, and the third is the rarest. There is often the third or second situation. Even if you become the Supreme Heavenly Emperor True God in the future, you will still be a strong person in the same level. After all, the first and fourth cases cannot have the second and third cases, but the second and third cases can still comprehend supergrade magic skills or master top-grade magic skills. These days, the generals never expected that the reason for Han Feng's astonishing combat power was actually the rarest third situation. Looking back carefully at the previous battles, Han Feng has indeed unfolded different forms, each time causing a soaring breath. 3 gods. Even in the inner domain of the forbidden ancient realm, I'm afraid it's rare, or even non-existent. And these 3 divine bodies, individually, are not too bad divine bodies. What kind of abnormality is this? When he grows up in the future, he will definitely be a Supreme Heavenly Emperor, and may even be the best among the Supreme Heavenly Emperors. Xuanhuan Pagoda will definitely not only reach the 14th floor. It will be even more terrifying if you comprehend the supernatural skill. How could such a change/state not have a big origin? Only Feng Qiubai and others know that Han Feng's background is indeed innocent, but that the outside world strayed into the forbidden ancient realm. At this moment, many heavenly generals are silent. If Han Feng's background is really amazing, they can't offend Han Feng. Elder Yindao's eyes were fixed on Han Feng. Although his heart was full of killing intent, he was extremely afraid. If your excellency is from the inner domain, then today's behavior is a little too much. Elder Yindao shouted in a deep voice. Depend on. In the forbidden ancient realm, the outer territory is rare, and the vitality of the world is not strong, which leads to the rare and low-level powerhouses. Many strong people from the central territory and even the outer domain can easily suppress the forbidden ancient realm outer domain. Warriors from outer domain are too unfair. In addition, even if there are no resources in the outer domain of the forbidden ancient realm, and the vitality of the world is very thin, if it is ruled by a strong man from the central domain or the inner domain, then it will still cause dissatisfaction with other strong men from the central domain or even the inner domain, and then take action scramble. Although the inner domain and even the middle domain look down on the outer domain, they are not willing to let the outer domain become a subsidiary of a strong person in the middle domain or the inner domain. At that time, a big battle will cause great trauma to the outer domain of the forbidden ancient realm, and it will be full of disadvantages to the outer domain of the forbidden ancient realm. Therefore, the middle domain and the inner domain have long stipulated that those who are strong in the inner domain and the middle domain are not allowed to go to the outer domain to establish influence without reason. For Elder Yindao, if Han Feng really came from the central and inner domains, it would be a taboo to gather the Xuanhuan gang and use the Xuanhuan gang to unify the outer domain of the forbidden ancient realm. Han Feng didn't know about the central and inner regions and the rules Elder Silver Knife thought, but he felt that Elder Silver Knife's expression was a bit wrong. Slightly frowning, Han Feng said lightly, "There is no big power behind Han so Elder Yingdao doesn't need to think that Han is insulting you. You must know that Han is only a middle-level general, and Elder Yingdao is indeed a strong heavenly king. Han's actions are not considered insults. Your Excellency really doesn't want to tell you where you came from? Elder Yingdao couldn't believe it, and asked, with a sneer. Han is from the Xuanhuan gang. Okay, you asked for it yourself. Since you don't admit that you are from the central or inner domain, and you have committed such a taboo, even if you are beheaded by the old man, I understand that the forces behind you will not dare to stand up for you. Yingdao, the elder, has a cold demeanor. The next moment, Elder Silver Knife shouted angrily, releasing divine energy one after another, which was extremely terrifying. Thousands of silver lights rolled out, like a tornado. These silver lights turned into silver knives and blasted towards Han Feng densely. Wherever the silver knife passed, even the space was turbulent. If the power of the silver knife was stronger, the space would definitely be shredded by the silver knife. Feeling threatened, Han Feng jumped into the air, and the hall behind him was destroyed in the silver tornado, rumbling. Can you escape? Elder Yingdao sneered, stretched out his hand to hold the void, and the silver tornado split into several immediately, encircling Han Feng from all directions. Many heavenly generals felt their scalps go numb. These silver tornadoes are made up of individual silver knives, and each silver knives may be able to kill a 9 tribulations true god. With so many silver knives gathered together, the power may easily kill a heavenly general. The Taishan Excalibur flashed in Han Feng's hand, and he slashed violently. A fierce and unparalleled sword light rushed into one of the silver tornadoes. Boom, boom, boom. The silver knife and sword light collided continuously, and the silver light sprinkled into the sky. With a low shout, Han Feng's divine energy surged, Xin Yan fighting fist. The raging fire fist turned into a storm, rolled out with crazy power, and instantly collided with the silver tornado. The silver tornado instantly turned into a tornado intertwined with silver and flames. In the tornado, the silver light and the flames continuously attacked each other. Ahead, another silver tornado struck, and the phantom of the white sun behind Han Feng became more solid, as if the real sun had descended. Rays of sunlight poured out with white flames, like waterfalls pouring down. So far, the split silver tornadoes have been resisted by Han Feng one after another. The first update. Humph. Elder Yingdao snorted coldly, but the caution in his eyes became more intense. This boy is even more difficult to deal with than he imagined. After a while, the silver light on Elder Silver Knife's body burst out, rushing out of the sky and the earth. This strong silver light instantly submerged into the 3 silver tornadoes, and the power of the silver tornadoes increased greatly. In almost a moment, the silver tornado broke through Han Feng's attack, gathered together, and turned into a 1,000-foot silver knife. The Qianzheng silver knife exudes a vast sword energy, and the whole world seems to have become a world of swords at this moment. There are many heavenly generals present, who obviously don't have a sword by their side, but at this moment, they feel that they are locked by a divine sword exuding ferocious saber aura, and they are about to slash at them in the next moment. For Han Feng, the pressure brought by this 1,000-foot silver knife is even greater, as if a 1,000-foot-high mountain is oppressing him fiercely, which is extremely heavy. That kind of piercing sword intent made Han Feng's spirit tremble even more, as if he was about to be cut in half by this terrifying sword intent in the next moment. In Han Feng's senses, everyone in the whole world has disappeared, and there is no sky or earth. Only this silver giant knife is left in the whole space, exuding a cold killing intent. Die. Elder Yingdao's face was ferocious, and Qianzheng Yingdao finally slashed heavily from the sky. The air in the space was cut in half by the silver knife, and the 2 waves of surging air were pushed out to the left and right sides like monstrous waves. The pinnacle of low-level supernatural skills. Han Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he immediately judged the horror of this blow. As a mid-level lord, with such magical skills in hand, his combat power is almost equal to the peak of a mid-level lord. Elder Dao has only been promoted to the middle heavenly monarch not long ago, and there is still a long way to go to the peak of the middle heavenly monarch, but with this magical skill, he immediately narrowed the gap to almost nothing. If this move further reaches the middle-level supernatural skill, Elder Dao can even fight against the newly promoted high-ranking Tianjun. We can't hide anything anymore. Han Feng took a deep breath. This frightening silver giant sword can no longer be countered by the three divine physiques, Xuanhuan Fighting Fist or Taishan Excalibur. Purple Urgent Profound Fire. Ning. In the Dantian, the Ziji Xuanhuan, which had already been ready to go, spewed out immediately, bursting out from every pore of Han Feng's body, and Han Feng instantly became a burning man. The Ziji Xuanhuan poured into Han Feng's right fist, and Han Feng's right fist gushed out a monstrous firepower. This monstrous firepower turned into Tao purple flames, rushing out. It is also the Xuanhuan Fighting Fist, but this punch is infused with the Ziji Xuanhuan. Although its power cannot reach the level of the middle-level supernatural skills, it is stronger than the general low-level supernatural skills. Between divine skills and medium-best divine skills, Tao Dao's firepower turned into a monstrous fire, turning the void into a sea of flames, and devouring the silver knife. The silver knife slashed, splitting the sea of fire in half almost instantly, but the sea of fire did not disappear because of this, but quickly gathered together, once again resisting the 1,000-foot silver knife. The Qianzhong silver knife was just blocked by a sea of purple flames. Ziji Xuanhuan can devour the enemy's divine essence for its own use. However, the quality of the silver gods that make up the Qianzhong silver knife is at the middle Junpin level. I don't know how much higher than the top-ranking generals, and the purple flames are really limited, so the purple flame and the Qianzhong silver knife have fallen into a stalemate at this stage. No one can do anything to anyone. This boy. Elder Silver Knife's face sank, and a storm arose in his heart. After the three divine physiques, this kid actually has the best divine fire. This kid has fulfilled the two rarest conditions for becoming a supreme heavenly emperor. If he comprehends supernatural skills in the future, how powerful will he be after becoming a true god of heavenly emperor? Since this kind of genius already has grievances, he must kill the other party before he has fully grown up, even strangling his soul. Elder Dao's face was ruthless, full of killing intent. The icy killing intent that seemed to come from the abyss made all the generals fall into an ice cellar. Many heavenly generals also understood Elder Dao's mentality. To be honest, the moment they saw the Ziji Xuanhuan, if they hadn't had amazing concentration, they would have exclaimed a long time ago. A silver light flashed in Elder Silver Knife's hand, and a magical knife with a silver halo appeared. Exterminating Heaven Silver Light Slash. The silver light all over the sky condensed and turned into a moon-arc-shaped blade light, cutting through the sky and attacking Han Feng. With the help of the power of the ultimate sword, this blow is hardly weaker than that of ordinary superior heavenly monarchs. Extreme artifact? Han Feng's expression froze, but there was no sign of anxiety on his face. Through induction, Han Feng judged that this was just a top-grade artifact that had just been promoted. This kind of super artifact that condenses the seeds of chaos, because it is suppressed by this world, it is difficult to go further. That is to say, the top-grade artifact advanced in the forbidden ancient realm will be imprisoned at the bottom level of the top-grade artifact in this life, and it is difficult to go further. The supernatural artifact with extraordinary power can only be brought by the outside powerhouse who strayed into this place. In Han Feng's hands, there happened to be such a superb artifact. A golden light shot out from the sleeve robe of Han Feng, and the dragon roared again and again. The golden light quickly turned into an existence like a giant mountain, and the 9 golden dragons roared around him, which was the seal of the 9 dragons. With unrivaled power, the 9 dragons' divine seal, crushed the silver blade like a rotten sword. It was like a broken bamboo, unstoppable. Afterwards, the 9 dragons seal swept across Elder Yingdao. Elder Yingdao was shocked, he could only hold the magic knife and slashed fiercely. Boom! At the moment when the 9 dragons seal and the divine knife collided, an incomparably ferocious wave of air surged out, setting off a storm. Many heavenly generals were caught off guard by this wave of air, and those who were not strong enough even vomited blood on the spot. Huanglong Tianjun hurriedly waved his hands to resist. Even so, many Tianjins were made ashamed, and the same was true for Feng Qiubai and others. Tiexiong and the others, who were even weaker, had already passed out. Click! The power carried by the 9 dragons seal is terrifying. The power of the 9 dragons seal cannot be said to be the top among the best artifacts, but it is by no means comparable to the magic knife in the hands of Elder Silver Knife. A moment later, the magic knife in Elder Yingdao's hand made a clicking sound, and his spirituality was greatly reduced. The powerful force of the 9 dragons seal continuously shook Elder Yingdao's tiger's mouth through the divine sword. Elder Yingdao became unstable, and the divine sword was knocked into the air. The next moment, the 9 dragon god seal bombarded Elder Yingdao, and Elder Yingdao screamed, destroying countless buildings like cannonballs, and was deeply buried by the debris of the buildings. Han Feng's face was serious. In his perception, the aura of Elder Yingdao turned out to be. Instead of falling, it will increase. Boy! This old man will kill you. With a roar that shook the heavens and the earth, Elder Yingdao's entire body turned into a thick silver light, bursting out from the ruins. Mysterious silver sword body, the human sword is one. Exterminating heaven silver light slash. At this moment, the silver light from the old silver knife turned into a silver knife again, but it was the Elder Silver Knife who unfolded the body of the sword and turned into a silver knife himself. Then the Elder Silver Knife, who turned into a silver knife, cut out his strongest knife. The second update. Go. Han Feng's face changed slightly. The 9 dragons seal turned into golden lights, and the golden lights blasted away like a torrent. The Elder Yingdao who unfolded the body of the Xianin knife performed the strongest move, Mietian silver light slash, and his aura reached an extreme. Even Han Feng was not sure whether the 9 dragons seal could resist this extreme. The ultimate artifact, that is, the condensed chaos divinity, is essentially not divided into high grade, middle grade, and low grade, which is different from low grade, middle grade, and high grade artifacts. The reason why there are differences in the power of the best artifacts is only because the time of promotion is different, the time of promotion is long, the accumulated energy is deep, and the power is greater. There are high-grade, medium, and low-grade titles for the best artifacts, but they are just the habitual names of cultivators to distinguish different artifacts. But in essence, the best artifacts are at the same level, so even if there is a gap, it will not be so big that it will make people despair. Boom boom boom. The resplendent golden light almost dyed the sky into a golden color. In this rich golden color, 9 real dragon figures faintly flashed, roaring upwards. But such a rich golden light was continuously cut by a silver light. With the cutting of the silver light, the range of the golden light is gradually shrinking, but the range of the silver light is gradually increasing. The entire world was filled with gold and silver, and the faces of the many heavenly generals of the Xuanhuan gang were also shrouded in gold and silver. A mighty force descended from the sky, and the oppressive generals had difficulty breathing, and the world of spirits and souls violently churned. On the surface, the two sides fought evenly. In fact, Han Feng understood that he had fallen into a disadvantage. Han Feng's eyes flickered, and he really shouldn't underestimate these heavenly monarchs, their strength is indeed extraordinary. Han Feng was thinking about whether to use all his strength. Once the Ziji Xuanhuan was integrated into the Golden Immortal Physique, the Xinyan War Physique, and the Great Rion Physique, Han Feng knew that his cultivation base would skyrocket to an incredible level. Pressing the silver knife elder is extremely easy, enough to compete with the true god Tianzuan. However, behind the elder Yingdao there are several heavenly lords from the heavenly sword sect, and behind Bailong Island there is a super strong man who is very likely to be promoted to the level of the heavenly lord. Attention the strong, once these strong men join forces with the Bailong Tianzuan, of Bailong Island, and want to suppress them all at once to rule the outer domain of the forbidden ancient realm, it will definitely not be so smooth. Even if the third-rank forces behind the forces of Bailong Island and Tiandamen make a move, his goal of unifying the outer domain of the forbidden ancient realm is likely to fail. Thinking of this, Ziji Xuanhuan, who was about to move around, calmed down slightly. I can't integrate into the three major gods for the time being, but other than that, it's not like I don't have a stronger whole card. Han Feng's face was serious. Elder Yingdao, who was one with human and sword, also felt an unprecedented obstacle. It clearly broke through 2/3 of the golden light, but it couldn't pass through the last third, no matter what. Huanglong Tianjun, aren't you going to make a move? Elder Yingdao immediately sent a voice transmission to Huanglong Tianjun. Elder Yingdao didn't believe that Huanglong Tianjun didn't covet the other party's secret. No matter how bad it is, the top artifact Huanglong Tianjun will always have some ideas. Huanglong Tianjun's complexion fluctuated. He did have some ideas about Han Feng's rapid development of power, and even the 9 Dragon God seal. Huanglong Tianjun really wanted to get it. But Huanglong Tianjun is also afraid of Han Feng's future. To provoke such a pervert, it's good to be able to kill him today. If he doesn't kill him successfully, it will become a big trouble in the future and bring endless troubles to himself. The top-grade artifact has the will of the real dragon, or the will of the real dragon formed by this world. If I get this top-grade artifact, I will comprehend it for hundreds of years, and it is very likely that I will comprehend a more powerful top-grade divine skill, which will even affect me. Cultivation improvement can also play a vital role. Huanglong Tianjuan's eyes became more and more greedy. Artifacts, artificially made, are called Hotian artifacts. There are very few such artifacts because they are difficult to refine, and the level of acquired artifacts is limited, and they cannot be continuously promoted like innate artifacts. To be promoted, the refiner must go through various means, and these means will undoubtedly consume a lot of energy, so it is a bit hard to try. Innate artifacts are conceived by the heavens and the earth, and are usually conceived in a special place for a long time. The 9 Dragons seal was conceived in a valley. In this valley, 9 real dragons once fought with blood. The blood fell at the bottom of the valley and gathered together, and after tens of millions of years of heaven and earth, it finally formed the 9 Dragons God seal, and then went through 9 God tribulations to advance to the 9 tribulations divine artifact, and finally condensed the chaos divinity, and stepped into the world. The ranks of the best artifacts. For Han Feng, the 9 Dragons seal is a powerful and top-grade artifact, but for monsters like Huanglong Tianjun, it has other functions that are more beneficial to him. Roar. Huanglong Tianjun roared and turned into a huge yellow dragon. Huanglong covered the sky and covered the sun, and his body shuttled through the dark clouds, bringing infinite pressure to everyone. Turning into the main body, Huanglong Tianjuan's aura has greatly increased, far surpassing the aura of the new low-ranking Tianjun before. Huanglong's body was like lightning, and he attacked Han Feng at a speed that didn't match his body. The dragon's claws pierced through the clouds and grabbed Han Feng with astonishing strength. Before getting close, Han Feng felt a strong force of claws tearing, and the Xinyan battle armor on his body couldn't bear it. Han Feng immediately retracted the 9 Dragons seal and enlarged it to the extreme, blocking him like a defensive artifact. Huanglong Tianjuan's dragon claws and Elder Silver Knife's human knife combined into one silver knife to slash, and they bombarded the 9 Dragons seal in an instant. Buzz buzz. The Jiolong Shenin, which turned into a huge mountain, was under unprecedented pressure, and the spirits inside were howling in pain. "Master, I can't take it anymore." Nine Dragons Seal Qi Ling contacted Han Feng. "Get out of the way!" Han Feng shouted in a low voice. At this moment, Nine Dragons' divine seal had completely withstood the attacks of Huanglong Tianjun, and Elder Yindao felt the power coming from behind, and immediately flew aside. "This is..." Huanglong Tianjun and Elder Yindao were surprised by Han Feng's move before they could rejoice that the top-grade artifact was blown away by them. "I saw an incomparably overbearing force sweeping out of Han Feng's right arm like a storm. A purple flame burns on the right arm, and its power is unparalleled." "Ziyun Divine Arm!" Han Feng roared. The power of the 11th level of Ziyun Divine Arm in the early and middle stage is integrated into Ziji Xuanhuan, and its power is equivalent to the higher level of medium divine skills. Neither Huanglong Tianjun nor Elder Silver Knife has mastered a middle-level supernatural skill, not even the weakest mid-level supernatural skill. Boom boom boom. The dazzling purple light broke through the sky and the earth, and the Ziyun God arm has already blasted away with terrifying force. Broad. In the purple light, there are endless purple fires. Not good. Huanglong Tianjun and Elder Yindao changed their expressions in shock. Dragon Claw. Exterminating Heaven Silver Light Slash. Huanglong Tianjun and Elder Yindao immediately launched the strongest attack, but they were still swallowed by the purple light. The purple light bombarded the backspace, and the space shattered in bursts. "It's so scary. What kind of power is this? This general named Han Feng has unbelievable strength. It's no wonder that Han Feng dared to make us surrender. With the strength of this person alone, it is enough to support a second-rank force. That is not too bad. The Shuangfeng gang has such a heavenly general. I don't know what kind of shit luck it has." The first update. At this moment, these days will not have the previous disdain, contempt, and sarcasm, looking at Han Feng with admiration. Even some heavenly generals who came from the second-rank forces, and thought they were superior, looked at Han Feng with a different look, which was completely looking at Tianjun. Feng Qiubai and Lu Tianming looked at each other, and the ecstasy in their hearts couldn't help gushing out. Although they have long known that Han Feng's combat power is extraordinary, but it is beyond their expectations to be so extraordinary. Great, based on the strength displayed by Elder Han at this moment, it is enough to be called first class in the outer domain of the Forbidden Realm. In this way, even if it is impossible to unify the outer domain of the Forbidden Realm, those top powerhouses in the outer domain of the Forbidden Realm, it's nothing but Elder Han. Elder Han is safe. Feng Qiubai was completely relieved. In the sky, purple radiance overflowed, and powerful forces continued to radiate. One day, the general murmured, "Huanglong Tianjun and Yindao Tianjun, are they still alive?" When the purple light in the sky dissipated, Huanglong Tianjun's huge body was covered with scars, large pieces of scales fell off, and blood flowed horizontally. Although Elder Yindao looked intact, his energy and spirit had dropped to an extremely low point. Han Feng's face was also slightly pale, and at the same time, he released Ziji Xuanhuan and Ziyun Divine Arm with all his strength, which did not consume so much to Han Feng. Fortunately, Han Feng's 9 flames and different fire art has reached the limit of the 6th floor at this moment, and the vitality of heaven and earth pours into Han Feng's body continuously, and the divine energy consumed by Han Feng is recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. How is it possible? Huanglong Tianjun and Elder Yindao were stunned. The strongest move is stronger than them, and the recovery ability is stronger than them. How can we fight? This is a lost battle. Elder Yindao said bitterly, "Okay, I have underestimated you, but don't think you can insult me." After saying that, the Elder Yindao turned into a silver light and was about to flee quickly. Want to run? Han Feng's eyes narrowed, and a golden light blasted away in the void. It was the Nine Dragons seal. Not good. Elder Yingdao didn't expect that Han Feng would really dare to kill him. At this time, Elder Yingdao was seriously injured. How could he resist the full blow that Nine Dragons' God seal had prepared for a long time ago? Elder Yingdao immediately merged with the sword, but the silver knife was broken by the seal of 9 dragons. Yingdao grew old and turned into a human form, vomiting blood again and again. His face was pale and lifeless. If the silver knife lord surrenders to Han, takes Han as the master, signs a contract, and persuades the heavenly knife gate to submit, then Han can spare the silver knife lord. Han Feng walked towards Elder Silver Knife. It seems to be walking slowly, but with every step, there is a distance of hundreds of feet. Within a few breaths, Han Feng approached Elder Yingdao. Elder Yingdao's face was ruthless, dreaming. It's impossible to want this old man to surrender. Kid, don't think that defeating this old man is a big deal. In Tiandamen, there are 3 people who are stronger than this old man. If they make a move, you will definitely die. If you want to make the Heavenly Sword sect surrender, you are worthy? Is that so? Then please die. Xinyan Fighting Fist. The Xinyan War Fist, which was integrated with Ziji Xuanhuan, and the full fire 9 Dragon God seal, all blasted at Elder Yingdao. Elder Yingdao stared wide-eyed. Unexpectedly, Han Feng would still dare to kill himself after knowing the strength of Tiandamen. Elder Silver Knife wanted to resist, but the current Elder Silver Knife couldn't do it anymore, and was killed in the end. And NBS. If Han Feng hadn't kept his hand in the end, Elder Yingdao's entire body would have disappeared. Han Feng kept the body of Elder Silver Knife, naturally for the Order of the Bone. Today, the Bone Order is not that helpful to Han Feng. At most, the Bone Order can only have 1 bone of the Emperor, 4 bones of the Emperor, 16 bones of the Emperor, and 64 bones of the General. Heavenly General Bone is of little use to Han Feng, unless it is Heavenly General. But it's not that simple to cultivate bones that will rise to the top, so Han Feng didn't cultivate them very seriously. However, since the plan is to establish power now, it is very necessary for the General of the Sky, the General of the Bones, to be the King of the Bones. If he leaves the Xuanhuan gang for any reason, these bones with the strength of the Heavenly Generals can be used to stay behind the Xuanhuan gang, lest the Xuanhuan gang be wiped out by someone who does not know when he comes back. After killing Elder Yingdao, Han Feng's eyes fell on Huanglong Tianjun. Huanglong Tianjun's face was slightly pale, and he forced himself to be calm and said, "Your Excellency, I am from Bailong Island, and Lord Bailong Tianjun has already advanced to Tianzhuan. If you let me go, I can pretend that what happened today didn't happen." The following group of heavenly generals were in an uproar. The legend was just a legend, and the fact that Lord Bailong didn't show up proved that they could still deceive themselves and others that Lord Bailong hadn't made a breakthrough. And now that Huanglong Tianjun has said so, Bailong Tianjun must have really broken through. No, he should be called Bailong Tianzhuan. Bailong Tianzhuan. Han Feng lowered his face, as if he was really shocked by Bailong Tianzhuan. Seeing this, Huanglong Tianjun smiled, glanced at the 9 dragons seal beside Han Feng, licked his lips, and said with fiery eyes, "If your excellency gives the best artifact to me, I will leave now, and never interfere with you things." Han Feng smiled, but said, "Is Huanglong Tianjun too good at thinking? Why did Han give you the best artifact?" Huanglong Tianjun thought he had Bailong Tianzhuan as his backer. Han Feng didn't dare to take action against him, and smiled triumphantly. "Bailong Tianzhuan is the most protective. If I go back today and tell Tianzhuan about the matter, Tianzhuan will definitely take action against you, but as long as I persuade Tianzhuan, Tianzhuan will not take action against you." Han Feng smiled lightly. Han has already said that all forces in the outer domain of the Forbidden Realm should submit to Han, and Bailong Island is no exception. Since there will be a battle with Bailong Tianzhuan sooner or later, why worry about Bailong Tianzhuan? The next moment, Han Feng made a sudden move, and slammed out a move of Xinyan War Fist. How dare you disregard Lord Bailong Tianzuan, you are dead. Huanglong Tianjun roared, dodging this move in a hurry, then twisted his huge body like lightning, and galloped into the distance. Eight-winged Xianlong transformation. With a long roar, Han Feng transformed into a Xianlong, chasing after him at a faster speed than Huanglong Tianjun. What? Huanglong Tianjun turned his head to look, dumbstruck. Ziji Xuanhuan spread all over the body, and the power of the junior 8-winged Xianlong transformation at this time is equivalent to the middle-level supernatural skill. In the shocking eyes of everyone, two huge dragons began to fight in the void, and the billowing energy continuously spread towards the surroundings like monstrous waves. Huanglong Tianjun was just a new low-ranking Tianjun, and he was injured before, so he couldn't stand up soon. Do you really dare to kill me? Huanglong Tianjun was facing a life-and-death situation, and unbelievingly tried to use Bailong Tianzuan to intimidate Han Feng. That is a strong man at the level of Tianzuan, far from being comparable to Tianjun, let alone a middle-level Tianjun like Silver Sword Tianjun. What kind of confidence does this kid have to dare to compete with Tianzuan? And N. BSP, unfortunately, Huanglong Tianjun is destined not to get an answer from Han Feng. The Xianlong claws tore Huanglong's flesh and blood flying, and Huanglong Tianjun died in pain. Han Feng took Huanglong Tianjuan's huge body away, full of joy. At the same level, the essence contained in the body of the monster race is far superior to that of the human race. With this huge body essence alone, you can create several bone skeletons. Han Feng thought to himself. With a flash of his figure, he landed like a ball of flames into the Xuanhuan gang. Wherever his eyes were, all the generals lowered their heads apprehensively, for fear of being troubled by Han Feng. The corner of Han Feng's mouth curled up, and he said, "Now, Han will ask again, are you willing to surrender to me?" The second update. Floor, Ziji Tianhua. Many heavenly generals looked at each other in blank dismay, but did not answer, including the heavenly generals from the second-rank forces. Didn't you see that Huanglong Tianjun and Yindao Tianjun were both killed? If they dare to say no now, they will definitely follow in the footsteps of the two Tianjins. Elder Yingjian and Elder Yu wiped off their cold sweat, thankfully. Should we say they were lucky that they were not killed by Han Feng? Han Feng took a look at these two people, then looked away. At this time Elder Yingjian and Elder Yu had already given up their dissatisfaction. Very good, it seems that no one is against Han, so please send a message to the sects behind each of you, let the sects redeem you back with a large amount of yuan jing, and sign a soul contract with Han by the way. Of course, everyone the yuan jing that you carry with you now must also be kept. Many heavenly generals looked at each other in blank dismay, and in the end they had to send messages to their respective sects. As for Han Feng asking them to keep the yuan jing, and to redeem them, they also need the yuan jing. It is not surprising that there are many heavenly generals, and this kind of thing has not happened before. This is also the reason why Han Feng didn't kill the few people who provoked him before. Neither the Shanjian sect nor the Yueguan sect are big forces, not even top-ranking forces. Facing an existence with super-powerful combat power not weaker than Tianjun, they will definitely choose to surrender rather than contend. Then keeping the lives of Elder Shadow Sword and Elder Yu will not only allow Xuanjianmen and Yueguan faction to send a large number of yuan crystals to redeem Elder Shadow Jian and Elder Yu, but also sell Xuanjianmen and Yueguan faction a good deal. If Elder Shadow Sword and Elder Yu were killed, there would probably be nothing left, and it might cause a backlash from the Xuanjianmen and Yueguan faction. For the less powerful Xuanjianmen and Yueguan faction, Elder Shadow Sword and Elder Yu are definitely one of the most important combat forces, and they cannot easily lose. Shui Yuan and the elders of the Zhu women were not killed, and it was a similar reason. The strongest person in Zhu women is the middle-level Tianjun, who is equal to the Silver Saber Tianjun. It is estimated that the combat power may not be as good as the Silver Saber Tianjun. This kind of sect may not surrender so voluntarily, but there will be no obvious resistance, and the possibility of watching from the sidelines is relatively high. These forces must know that there will be a battle between Han Feng and forces like Tiananmen, and they will surrender temporarily. If Han Feng wins, these surrendering forces will naturally not be liquidated by Han Feng. It is equivalent to being rescued, and nothing will happen. Even if these forces really resist, the combined forces of Han Feng can handle it. Han Feng naturally wouldn't take it too seriously, so it doesn't matter if Lu Shuiyuan dies. But Huanglong Tianjun and Elder Yindao are different. Han Feng knew that the forces behind these two people would never surrender easily, so he really sent the news to let the two major forces bring Yuanjing to redeem Huanglong Tianjun and Elder Yindao. It is very likely that the heavenly kings of the two major forces will unite to trap themselves in danger. On the contrary, if Huanglong Tianjun and Elder Yindao are killed, it will arouse the fear of the two major forces. They will investigate why Han Feng has the courage to compete with Tiananmen and Bailong Island. This investigation will definitely take time, even if the time is not long, it will give Han Feng a chance. With a large amount of Yuanjing and resources, as well as the artifact of time, Han Feng is sure to make his combat power go a step further. By then, even the Tianjun alliance, which is dealing with several major forces, will be able to crush it. In general, it is to buy a time. Only. Han Feng glanced at some uneasy heavenly generals. These heavenly generals come from the second-rank forces, and some of the second-rank forces behind them are even the best of the second-rank forces. They are no worse than Tiananmen, or even better. The lives of these heavenly generals are probably nothing in the eyes of the second-rank forces. It is very unlikely that the second-rank forces will send Yuanjing to redeem them. These days, Jiang probably understands his own situation, which is why he is so uneasy. Without a ransom, what awaits them is. At the same time, Anfeng City has fallen into an uproar. The situation in the Xuanhuan gang had already spread, and the forces and powerful people who were going to watch the fun and gloat were dumbfounded. They never imagined that things would develop like this. God, where did the Xuanhuan gang find this pervert? The newly promoted heavenly general actually beheaded 2 heavenly sovereigns. Why is such a strong person not in my gang? How is my gang not as good as the Xuanhuan gang? If these people were going to add insult to injury before, then they have already restrained their thoughts at this moment, and even some strong people are still anxious to recall whether their gloating during this period was too blatant, in case the Xuanhuan gang pursues it afterwards, then. All of a sudden, these strong men and forces in Anfeng City immediately restrained a lot, and swept towards the position of the Xuanhuan gang, full of awe and envy. Some ambitious warriors were forced to leave Anfeng City. They understood that as long as the Xuanhuan gang had that heavenly general to guard them for a day, they could only choose to surrender instead of resisting in Anfeng City. For them who are full of ambitions, this cannot be tolerated, so they can only leave and choose other places to seek a way out. A few days later, Anfeng City suddenly came down with an incomparably huge pressure of breath, which belonged to the oppression of the strong Tianjun. Xuanhuan gang, Han Feng, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. Here we come. Father. Xuanhuan's face beamed with joy. The one who came was the strongest heavenly lord of Xuanhui sect, Xuanhuan's father, true snow heavenly lord. True snow palm. In the sky, there seemed to be an ice and snow giant standing proudly, raising its giant palm to break through the space, emitting infinite cold power, and crashing down. Han Feng immediately opened fire, the 3 gods merged into one, and Ziyun's divine arm merged into the Ziji Xuanhua, blasting out Tao purple light with overwhelming power. Rumble. The sky exploded with endless purple light and frost in an instant. Han Feng still sat there without moving at all, but Jinshua Tianjun was blasted thousands of feet away in the air. Suppressing the mouthful of blood that was about to flow out of his body, Tianjun Zhenxue clasped his fists and shouted, "Your Excellency really lives up to its reputation. I represent Zhu Weimon, and I am willing to submit to your Excellency." On the way here, Tianjun Zhenxue already knew that Han Feng had killed Huanglong Tianjun and Yindao Tianjun, and knew that Han Feng's strength was absolutely extraordinary. But only by personally contacting it can Zhenxue Tianjun feel the horror of Han Feng's combat power more clearly. Xuanhuan was stunned. He didn't expect that his father would fall into the disadvantaged with just one punch, and then surrendered without even a decent resistance. If Lord Zhenxue knew Xuanhuan's thoughts, he would definitely shake Xuanhuan desperately, and roared, "Let me resist desperately, you bastard, do you want me to die?" Han Feng jumped up and laughed loudly. With the words of Zhenxue Tianjun, Han can feel relieved. Lord Zhenxue handed over the ransom, signed a soul contract with Han Feng, and swept Xuanhuan and the elders of Zhu Weimon away like a blizzard. The first update. And NB. SP. Floor, Ziji Tianhua. Soon, the figure of Lord Zhenxue disappeared completely, and Han Feng could no longer see it with his eyesight. Han Feng shook his head slightly. The previous performance of Lord Zhenxue was far inferior to that of Lord Silver Sword. Han Feng didn't think that was the full power of Lord Zhenxue. At the very least, Lord Zhenxue didn't expand his bloodline. Even if the expansion after expansion is very small, there will be an increase. It seems that Tianjun Zhenxue is just a temptation, and he didn't have the idea of resisting to the death. The effect of killing Huanglong Tianjun and Yindao Tianjun before has taken effect. Han Feng secretly said. Of course, Han Feng guessed that there might be a second reason. Zhu Weimon can't be said to be far from Anfeng City, but it can't be said to be close either. Even if it is Tianjun, if he wants to cross from Zhu Weimon to Anfeng City in just a few days, he needs to fly with all his strength. For a few days, Lord Zhenxue consumed a lot of divine energy due to flying with all his strength, and his strength was no longer at its peak. This is probably another reason why Lord Zhenxue was unwilling to fight with all his strength. Ignoring Zhenxue Tianjuan's affairs, Han Feng began to count the yuan jing sent by Zhenxue Tianjun. This Lord Zhenxue is indeed full of sincerity. Han Feng showed joy on his face, obviously very satisfied with Lord Zhenxue's ransom. Naturally, it is also possible that Lord Zhenxue valued Xuanhuan more, so he sent so many high-level yuan jing. No matter what the reason is, in short, Han Feng has made a lot of money. Since Zhenxue Tianjun, many first-rank forces have also come one after another. After paying the ransom, they redeemed their heavenly generals and elders. At the same time, they signed a soul contract with Han Feng and surrendered to Han Feng. Every once in a while, they will hand over a certain amount of yuan jing to the Xuanhuan gang, or strictly speaking, Han Feng. These yuan jing are definitely not as good as Zhenxue Tianjun in terms of quantity or quality, but Han Feng is already very satisfied. Soon, the Xuanhuan gang left only the heavenly generals who were born in the second-rank force. These days are going to be more and more restless. These days, the second-rank forces behind the generals, some of whom are at the bottom of the second-rank forces, came to redeem their elders after a delay of about half a month to a month, and at the same time chose to surrender. And it's not bad among the second-rank forces. Some redeemed elders, others did not. The abandoned elders all had pale complexions, and their eyes showed resentment. This resentment is not aimed at Han Feng, but at the forces behind them. After working so hard for the forces for so long, if you say you abandon them, you will abandon them all. As for the heavenly generals who were born in the second-rank forces, no less than Tiandamen, all of them were abandoned. He. Han Feng sneered in his heart, remembering these second-rank forces who were unwilling to surrender. After the submerged cultivator has greatly improved in strength for a period of time, the first thing to do is to attack these second-rank forces. Since there is no ransom, then. Han Feng's eyes were condensed, and a surge of evil spirit swept out, and the remaining heavens would be the first to be oppressed by this evil spirit. In their eyes at this moment, Han Feng was the god of death. No. Don't kill me. I am willing to submit to the Lord and sign a slave contract with the Lord. I will be the Lord's servant in the future. A high-ranking general finally couldn't bear it anymore, and knelt down with a plop, begging for mercy from Han Feng. If there is one, there are two, and soon all the heavenly generals knelt down, willing to become Han Feng's slaves. Anyway the forces have abandoned them, and while they made this move, they also felt a sense of joy in their hearts, which was revenge for the forces behind them. What a shocking scene! More than a dozen high-ranking generals knelt down together and chose to submit to their elder Han. Everyone in the Xuanhuan gang watched this scene in shock, and when their eyes fell on Han Feng, they were full of reverence. Now Han Feng's reputation in the Xuanhuan gang has surpassed Feng Chi Bai, the founder. The Xuanhuan gang belonged to Feng Chi Bai in name, but in fact it was about to become Han Feng's. An order from Han Feng is probably more convincing than Feng Chi Bai. It's not that Feng Chi Bai doesn't understand this truth, but Feng Chi Bai doesn't care. Feng Chi Bai established the Xuanhuan gang, in the final analysis, just to gain a foothold in this world and give himself a place to settle down. The stronger the Xuanhuan gang, the safer her future life will be. Okay, then you all swear to the sky that you will never betray, and sign a slave contract. Han Feng looked around at these generals. Soon, Han Feng had more than a dozen servants of the celestial general. The power of the Xuanhuan gang has greatly increased. After arranging these days, Han Feng started the retreat with a large amount of yuan jing and various divine resources. Snow meets the door. Because of Jinxue Tianjuan's decision, very few Tianjun were dissatisfied. Tianxue Tianjun, although you are the strongest in our Zhu women, is it too hasty to submit to the newly promoted general? A red-haired Tianjun shouted dissatisfied. The strength of this red-haired Tianjun is second only to Jinxue Tianjun in Zhu women, and only he has the courage to question Jinxue Tianjuan's decision. Jinxue Tianjun snorted coldly, if you are dissatisfied, you can go to that Han Feng and say it. The red-haired Tianjun froze, and he was not stupid. First, the two Tianjun were killed, and Jinxue Tianjun took the initiative to admit that he was not as good as that Han Feng. How is that Han Feng's opponent? But the red-haired Tianjun wanted to say something, but Jinxue Tianjun waved his hand to block. I know what you are going to say. Do you want to say that you can use all the power of Tianjun and our Zhu women to kill you? That Korean style. The red-haired Tianjun gritted his teeth and nodded. Jinxue Tianjun sighed, that's because you haven't personally come into contact with that Han Feng. Believe me, the power to kill Huanglong Tianjun is definitely not the full power of that Han Feng. How could this be so? The red-haired Tianjun was shocked, and then said unwillingly, this is just your intuition, Jinxue Tianjun, and you can't be sure. Jinxue Tianjun said, of course we can't be sure, but there is Tiandamen to confirm for us. Huanglong Tianjun and Yindao Tianjun were killed, Tiandamen and Beilongdao will never let it go, we just need to wait in the back, just look at it. If Han Feng dies, then the soul contract will be undone, and if Han Feng wins, wouldn't we have avoided casualties? When the red-haired Tianjun heard this, his expression suddenly became thoughtful, and he no longer questioned Jinxue Tianjuan's decision. Xuanhuan gang. The location of the Korean-style retreat. A large number of yuan crystals are suspended around, and the pores of Han Feng's body exude infinite suction, drawing out the pure yuan power in the yuan crystals and sucking them into the body. A large amount of energy caused Han Feng's soul and body to fluctuate, faintly advancing towards a higher level. At the same time, Han Feng operated the 9 flames and different fire art, and began to sprint to the 7th floor. A large number of fire attributes confiscated were refined into source liquid by Xiaopeng, and then absorbed by Han Feng, which was used to attack the 7th layer of 9 flames and different fire art. The artifact of time is suspended above Han Feng's head, and the power of time wraps Han Feng inside. 2 days later, Han Feng's body shook, and surging purple flames instantly roared out like a mad dragon. This purple flame is very similar to Ziji Xuanhuan. If there is any difference, it is a higher level of power. Han Feng opened his eyes, and purple flames flickered in his eyes. Finally broke through the 7th layer of the 9 flames and different fire art. Han Feng grinned. Promoted to the 7th floor, Ziji Xuanhua was also promoted, so it cannot be called Ziji Xuanhua. The current Ziji Xuanhua should be called Ziji Tianhua. The second update. Products, 1 more. Ziji Tianhua, the early stage of the 7th level of the 9 flames and different fire art, its power is completely comparable to that of the Junpin level. Today's Han Feng has reached the level of an inferior gentleman in terms of divine essence. However, because the spirit and body have not yet been promoted, Han Feng is still a mid-level general. Looking inside the body, feeling the power of the transformed Xuanhuan again, Han Feng felt a majestic and powerful force, which was not comparable to the general Xuanhuan. There is a huge gap between the general divine essence and the gentleman divine essence. Han Feng didn't have much idea of how big this gap was before, but now he understands it clearly. Under normal circumstances, it is absolutely impossible for Tianjiang to be Tianjuan's opponent. Fortunately, I have 3 divine bodies, and they can be merged together without conflict. A trace of happiness flashed across Han Feng's face. Being able to fight against a powerful Tianjun at a higher level, and also being able to kill Tianjun, is indeed due to the powerful divine skills, but it is more due to the unity of the 3 gods. Without the oneness of the 3 gods, it is not easy to leapfrog. The great Rian physique has reached the limit of control, and can almost exert the power of the most top-level divine body. However, neither the Xingyan battle physique nor the golden immortal physique has reached the limit, and there is still room for improvement. When these 2 divine bodies also reach peak, I'm afraid that the growth of my 3 divine bodies will be even more terrifying than in the next time. Han Feng's eyes flashed, and he decided to use the resources he got to upgrade the Xingyan battle body. Of course, Han Feng did not give up using Yuan Jing to improve his soul and body. With the assistance of the time artifact, it didn't take long for Han Feng's soul and body to reach the limit of the general. In other words, Han Feng is now a top-ranking celestial general, a strong man who has reached the limit of a celestial general. Once the soul and body are transformed again to reach the level of a gentleman, Han Feng will step into the ranks of the heavenly king and true god. It is not so easy to just want to transform the soul and body. This time, Han Feng got a lot of Yuan Jing, but only the high-level Yuan Jing really played a role in Han Feng. A large number of high-grade Yuan Jing made Han Feng's soul and body go a step further, reaching the level of a high-ranking general. If the soul and body have transformed to the level of Junpin, a large number of high-grade Yuan Jing can still gradually strengthen the soul and body until they reach the limit of Junpin. But now the soul and body have not yet transformed. It's just the limit level of the product, and the high-level Yuan Jing basically has no effect on transforming the product into a noble product. So after thinking about it, Han Feng gave up and continued to absorb Yuan Jing, because Han Feng knew that no matter how many high-level Yuan Jing were absorbed, it would be difficult to transform his soul and body. If there are dozens of general-level crystals or 1 king-level crystal, I can step into the Tianjun level. Han Feng estimated his situation. Knowing that the Yuan Jing was not helpful for the transformation of the soul and body, Han Feng left the Yuan Jing to the 6 beasts. With the help of these Yuan Jing, apart from the King Kong giant crocodile who only reached the limit of the 9 tribulations true god, the vermilion skylark and 5 beasts have stepped into the level of heavenly generals one after another. At this point, the improvement of the beasts is minimal. No matter how many high-level Yuanjing Han Feng got, it would not be much if it was shared equally among 1 person and 6 beasts. With the breakthrough of the 6 beasts, Han Feng's Xinyan battle body also broke through to the middle stage of the 4th stage, and the Xinyan battle armor also broke through from the early stage to the middle stage of the 4th stage. The Xinyan War Seal and Xinyan War Fist were originally only the 3rd stage, the pinnacle is now catching up, and has also reached the middle stage of the 4th stage. So far, all the spirits of heaven and earth acquired by Han Feng have been completely consumed. No, it cannot be said that all of them are consumed, but the rest are other attributes. Useless for Korean style. In just a short period of time, my strength has increased tremendously. Han Feng clenched his fists, feeling a mighty and powerful force gushing out from his whole body. The limit of the cultivation of the generals, the inferior gods of the noble rank, and the progress of the 3 gods have all greatly improved Han Feng's combat power. The peak state of the golden immortal physique is gradually approaching the limit. Once the limit is completely reached, the power is also the top level of the top-level divine body. Sensing the artifact of time and soul, Han Feng discovered that in just a few days, the artifact of time and age had consumed nearly 1,000 years of power. That is to say, under normal circumstances, Han Feng wants to rely on Yuanjing to break through the cultivation base to the limit of the heavenly general, the divine essence to transform into a gentleman, the 9 flames and different fire Jew to break through to the 7th floor, the golden fairy body to go further, and the 6 beasts to fight one after another. The total time required to be promoted to a heavenly general and reach the limit of the 9 tribulations true God is about 1,000 years. That's right, even if there is Yuanjing, if it is really possible to break through so easily and quickly, even if there is no celestial lord in the outer domain of the forbidden ancient realm, there should be a large number of celestial monarchs, and they are all high-ranking celestial monarchs. But in fact, among the heavenly monarchs in the outer domain of the forbidden ancient realm, most of them are low-level and middle-level. For example, Tiandamen, do they lack Yuanjing? The harvest over the years is definitely much more than Han Feng's harvest in the past few days, and it is not impossible to be dozens of times more. However, even so, it took a long time for the Silver Sword Heavenly Lord to reach the Medium Heavenly Lord. It can be seen that even with Yuanjing, it will take a long time for the cultivation of these heavenly monarchs to grow. There is still Yuanjing. If there is no Yuanjing, it will take a longer time for the outside Tianjun to go further. Thousands of years are short, and tens of thousands of years is a normal performance. Thanks to the artifact of time. Han Feng sighed, without the artifact of time, what can he improve in just a few days? So far, Han Feng has basically nothing to improve in all aspects, and has no resources. Concentrated, Han Feng began to practice the 8-winged mysterious dragon change and the Ziyun arm. It wasn't until Ziyun divine arm was promoted to the 12th stage, and the 8-winged dragon transformation was also promoted to the middle level, that Han Feng gave up, and the power of a period of time disappeared. Han Feng took out the bone token, his mind and soul communicated with the bone token, and the bone token immediately absorbed the corpses of Huanglong Tianjun and Yindao Tianjun, absorbing their physical essence. That's all for Silver Sword Heavenly Monarch, Huanglong Heavenly Lord's huge body. The body essence can be said to be dozens of times that of the same level. Thanks to Huanglong Tianjun, Baide and other bone skeletons were all promoted to the level of the Bone General King, that is, the level of heavenly generals. Now in the Bone Order, more than 20 celestial generals have been born. It's time to conquer those second-rank forces. Han Feng went out, talked to Feng Qiubai and others, and then left Anfeng City with the surrendered general. The Zilei sect is a middle-level sect among the second-rank forces in the outer domain of the forbidden ancient realm. There are 3 heavenly monarchs in the sect, and the strongest Tianjun among them is Zilei Tianjun, who is also the founder of the Zilei sect. Zilei Tianjun is now a medium Tianjun. Among the heavenly generals who surrendered to Han Feng, one came from the Zilei sect and was abandoned by the Zilei sect. Now, Han Feng is going to take the Zilei faction to the knife. On this day, 8 radiances rushed out from the Zilei sect, and among the radiances, there were actually 8 figures, all of which exuded strong fluctuations of divine essence. And NBS. First update. Products, 2 more. Among the 8 figures, the 2 gods fluctuate the most, and they are the 2 heavenly kings. The remaining 6 are all high-ranking generals, and some of them have reached the peak of high-ranking generals. Master Zilei Tianjun, let's go to help Tiandamen. Is it not good to only stay with one Tianjun? Purple-eyed Tianjun frowned. There are a total of 3 heavenly monarchs in the Zilei sect, and they are not without enemies on weekdays, but suddenly 2 of them go away and only one is left, which is really dangerous. The purple-eyed lord didn't want to help the heavenly knife sect. When he came back, he was greeted with the news that the Zilei sect had been destroyed. The Tiandamen's reward this time is really rich. As long as we help Tiandamen kill the Xuanhuan gang and Han Feng, we can get that reward. Even if our Zilei sect doesn't have one more middle-level Tianjun, at least we can get it. With one more Tianjun, the strength will be greatly increased. Zilei Tianjun said excitedly. Zilei Tianjun is an inferior Tianjun, knowing that Zilei Tianjun is likely to use him after getting paid to help him advance to a middle-level Tianjun, so he opened his mouth, but in the end Zilei Tianjun still didn't say anything. The 8 people didn't know how far they flew, and suddenly a huge purple flame black dragon flew from the sky. What's that? Zilei Tianjun and the other 8 people stopped, with expressions of astonishment on their faces. The gigantic body of the black dragon continuously exudes monstrous power, bringing great oppression to people. Especially the purple flames that permeated the whole body gave people a feeling of trepidation. The flames couldn't even support the space around them. Xianlong flew all the way, and the space continued to make chi-chi noises. When Xuanlong's eyes were focused on Zilei Tianjun and the others, it was obvious that the temperature of the world rose sharply because of the purple flames, but Zilei Tianjun and the others felt a chill all over their bodies, like falling into an ice cellar. Before Zilei Tianjun was about to say something when the huge black dragon opened his mouth violently, and the purple dragon's breath was spewed out like a flood. Not good. Zilei ***. Purple eyes stare. One blow from Tianhe. The faces of Zilei Tianjun and the 8 people suddenly changed. They never expected that the visitor would fight without saying a word. 8 powerful blows rumbled away, but it was like a stream pouring into the Yangtze River and the sea, causing only a small tumbling, and then disappeared. The purple dragon's breath completely devoured the attacks of the 8 people, and then swallowed Zilei Tianjun and others into it. The screams continued one after another, but stopped abruptly. In the end, only Zilei Tianjun was left alone. Your Excellency, who is it? Zilei Tianjun stared at Xianlong, and couldn't think of when their Zilei faction had provoked such a terrifying enemy. Xuanlong's body gradually shrunk, and a man with an indifferent and handsome face appeared in Zilei Tianjun's sight. Afterwards, more than 10 heavenly generals flew behind the man. Zilei Tianjun saw a familiar figure among them, and suddenly showed a wry smile. He finally knew who was attacking them. No. I didn't expect. It's you. I regret it. Zilei Tianjun spat out a mouthful of blood, his breath disappeared, and his life wave disappeared. Master is really powerful and powerful. All the generals stood behind Han Feng respectfully and saluted. Their faces showed respect, but there was still a strong shock in their eyes. Shock. Even more than a dozen heavenly generals knew that Han Feng was powerful in battle, but they never expected that Han Feng would kill 8 strong men, including 2 heavenly kings, in just a split second. Master's strength is stronger. The heavenly generals are still unclear, but Han Feng's strength must be one step closer in a short period of time. Let's go. Han Feng didn't say anything, rolled up his sleeves, and flew to the other side like a storm. More than a dozen generals had no choice but to chase after them desperately. Ningxian Pavilion is also a middle-level force among the second-rank forces. Xianqin Tianjun led a group of subordinates to Tiananmen to help Tiananmen. Walking halfway, a giant finger filled with the air of silence descended from the sky, carrying endless violent power. Xianqin Tianjun couldn't dodge in time, and was hit by this finger immediately. The vast power swallowed Xianqin Tianjun, and Xianqin Tianjun disappeared. And the high-ranking generals who were affected were not spared. In a blink of an eye, several strong men sent by the Ningxian Pavilion were bombarded and killed by the mysterious man. Wuyun sect, Wuyun Tianjun took 6 high-ranking heavenly generals to Tiananmen. Suddenly, a terrifying fire fist fell like a comet, devouring all of them in Wuyun Tianjun's horrified sight. Afterwards, the Pinghan faction, Tianyan Island, Tianxia Gang, Yinghuan, Yukongshan and other second-rank forces, all the strongmen sent to Tiananmen were all punished by the mysterious strongmen. These forces suffered heavy losses. Among these forces, there are relatively weak second-rank forces, and there are relatively strong second-rank forces. There is also a force that is hardly weaker than the Heavenly Sword sect, and the person sent out is a middle-level Tianjun who is not inferior to the elder Yindao, and even stronger than the Yindao Tianjun. However, this Tianjun just made Han Feng use a few more tricks, and in the end he couldn't escape the fate of being killed by Han Feng. More than a dozen heavenly generals have been stunned, completely numb and constantly flying around with Han Feng. Watching Han Feng sweep these second-rank powers, none of them can escape. Han Feng, whose comprehensive strength has greatly increased, now has the ability to sweep the second-rank forces. Master, 70% of the many factions invited by Tiananmen have been killed by the Master, but there are still 2 sects that have arrived at Tiananmen. I am afraid that Tiananmen is already discussing how to deal with the Master. A heavenly general, step out and tell Han Feng the information you have obtained. Did 2 escape? Han Feng narrowed his eyes. According to Han Feng's original plan, all the strong men sent out by these forces who are going to help Tiananmen must die. However, Han Feng is only one person, and he has no skills to separate himself. In the end, the 2 forces reached the Heavenly Knife Gate. Sooner or later, the Heavenly Knife Gate must be eliminated. Since they have gathered at the Heavenly Knife Gate, they should be wiped out at once. Walk. Yes. All the heavenly generals agreed, and then turned into more than 10 rainbow lights, following behind Han Feng. In the continuous mountains, Nuoda's Tiananmen is stationed here. Heavenly Knife Gate Hall. The head of the Tiandao sect looked solemn, and after sending out so many invitations, only 2 factions arrived. Could it be that those sects think that they can't deal with the Xuanhuan gang and are unwilling to help? The head of the Tiandao sect was full of anger, and he didn't know that these forces who were about to come to help were killed one by someone. Up. In the main hall, the 2 heavenly kings and heavenly generals who came to help each other looked at each other, and they couldn't imagine that those forces would dare to reject the Heavenly Knife Gate so much. Seeing that the 3rd force had not arrived for a long time, the head of Tiananmen held back his anger, bowed his hands to Tianjun of the 2 major forces of Donglu sect and Xiao Tianmen, and spoke. The second update. Thank you, Yuan, for your willingness to come to help our sect. If things come to fruition, Yuan will definitely fulfill his promise to you afterwards, and even give more rewards than he promised before. Since only 2 forces have come, then why not pay more? The faces of the leader of Donglu sect and Xiao Tianmen's sect master flashed with joy, they never expected that the Tiandamen sect master would be so generous. The two heavenly monarchs looked at each other, thanking those forces and heavenly monarchs who did not come, otherwise they would definitely not have such benefits. Perhaps because of the increase in remuneration, the leader of Donglu sect laughed loudly and said, "Master Yuan, don't worry, we have so many heavenly monarchs, forgive that Han Feng from the Xuanhuan gang will have difficulty flying with his wings." The head of the Tiandao sect has a solemn expression, "Everyone, don't be careless, since Han Feng can kill Huanglong Tianjun and Elder Yin Dao in a row, his strength must be extraordinary." The reason why the master of Tiandamen invited many forces and experts is for this reason. Even if you look high on your opponent, you must not underestimate your opponent. There are 4 heavenly monarchs from the 2 major forces of Donglu sect and Xiao Tianmen. Even if we have losses this time, the loss of our Tiandao sect will be the smallest. The master of Tiandao sect looked at Donglu sect and Xiao Tianmen. Tianjun, the 2 major forces of Tianmen, secretly said in his heart, "If it weren't for the purpose of preventing the strength of the Tiandao sect from being damaged, the master of the Tiandao sect would not have reluctantly ceded so many yuanjing and other cultivation resources." No matter how highly the head of the Heavenly Sword sect thinks of Han Feng, he doesn't think that Han Feng can really resist the all-out encirclement and suppression of the Heavenly Sword sect. The purpose is to reduce the loss of Tiandamen to the lowest point. In a quarter of an hour, there are 6 more heavenly monarchs in the main hall, plus the master of Tiandamen. A total of 7 heavenly monarchs appeared in Tiandamen this time. Including the elder Yin Dao who has fallen, there are a total of 8 heavenly kings in Tiandamen. The leader of Donglu sect and Xiao Tianmen sect leader were shocked that Tiandamen still had hidden power. Among the 6 extra heavenly monarchs, the leader of Donglu sect and the leader of Xiao Tianmen only knew 3 people, and they were the third of the famous 5 knives of Tiandamen. Gold Sword Heavenly Lord, Iron Sword Heavenly Lord, Red Sword Heavenly Lord. The last knife was the master of the Heavenly Sword sect, Heavenly Sword Lord. Although they don't know the other 3, judging from the strong divine energy they radiate, they are not weak. A person who has just entered the middle Tianjun level. In terms of cultivation, he was catching up with Elder Silver Knife. Although the other 2 did not reach the middle Tianjun level, they also reached the peak of the lower Tianjun. Tiandamen and the 2 major forces are ready to go, and they are about to leave Tiandamen and send troops to Anfeng City. But at this moment, a voice outside the Heavenly Knife Gate resounded through the sky and spread throughout the entire Heavenly Knife Gate. Xuanhuan helped Han Feng, and came to visit Tiandamen. Inside the hall, the master of Tiandamen and others who were about to set off were taken aback. "What? Xuanhuan helps Han Feng, isn't this the one we want to kill?" This Han Feng actually came here on his own initiative to trouble the Heavenly Knife Gate. He is so courageous. Does this mean that he thinks that the Heavenly Knife Gate can be trampled by him? I feel that Han Feng is too arrogant and arrogant. He came to the Tiandamen's ruling sphere alone, and he is looking for death. Hey, this kid's behavior will definitely anger the head of the Heavenly Knife sect. This kid is dead. The Tianjun of Donglu sect sneered. The head of the Heavenly Knife sect was indeed furious, with a hideous expression on his face. Good boy. I haven't looked for your bad luck yet, but I went to this seat first. Do you really think that killing Elder Silver Knife can bully my Heavenly Sword sect? Boom boom boom. The head of the Heavenly Knife Gate and the Red Knife Tianjun and other 6 heavenly monarchs all released the powerful aura belonging to the Tianjun, and the hall shattered. The 7 rainbow lights went straight into the sky and landed on the opposite side of Han Feng, facing Han Feng from a distance. Afterwards, the powerful men of the 2 major forces and the heavenly generals of the Heavenly Knife sect also flew up together. The 2 forces confronted each other, and Han Feng had only a dozen pitiful generals behind him, so no matter how you looked at it, they were at a great disadvantage. How courageous! You dare to come to my heavenly knife sect with great fanfare after killing Elder Yingdao. Since you are here, let's save your life. He understood the meaning of the master of Tiandamen, that is to test Han Feng. The red saber heavenly monarch jumped up immediately, and the astonishing saber energy blew out like a storm. Boy, take your life. The red saber heavenly lord's arm was like a knife, and the middle heavenly lord's peak power was unreservedly released. A terrifying sword light seemed to cut off the sky, and slammed at Elder Han Feng. Han Feng let out a long roar and laughed loudly. Han is here to conquer Tiandamen. Your Excellency wants Han's life, but I'm afraid you can't do it. In order to intimidate, Han Feng combined the Xinyan battle physique, Jingxian physique, and Great Rian physique into one at one time, and the billowing momentum was like a monstrous wave, and waves of incomparably terrifying power rolled out from the entire sky. This force is like a boundless sea, caught in a storm, setting off terrifying waves, a doomsday scene. Surrounded by this force, the master of Tiandamen and the others seemed to have an illusion that they were a small wreck in the turbulent waves, which might be destroyed at any time. The three divine bodies merged into one, and Han Feng's cultivation suddenly soared to an unbelievable level. Why, how can there be such a terrifying aura? The master of Tiandao sect and Tianjun were all stunned. The red sword Tianjun, who was attacking Han Feng, was also sluggish, even the movement of his attack froze for a moment. It was at this gap that Han Feng attacked, like a storm. Shen Yan fighting fist. The fire fist came spinning, rolling out a terrifying vortex. The sword light cut by the red saber heavenly monarch did not have the ability to break through the fire fist vortex at all, but was swallowed by the fire fist vortex. The next moment, the fire fist rolled out into a vortex and swallowed the red saber Tianjun into it. The dignified mid-level peak Tianjun was instantly killed by Han Feng before his blood power was unleashed. But even with the power of the bloodline, for Han Feng today, the red saber Tianjun may still be the result of being given a second by one move. After Han Feng died, Jiang Zhang's expression did not even change for more than 10 days. This kind of scene has been staged countless times, and it seems to them to be a very normal thing. But for the master of Tiandao sect and others, it was extremely unbelievable and unacceptable. How could this happen? Dong Liujiu and Xiao Tianmen were originally planning to watch a good show, but now they were all trembling, looking at Han Feng with demon-like eyes. This guy, is he still human? Jin Dao Tianjuan's face was ugly. Master, the power of this sun is simply beyond our imagination. What should we do? Do we want to go together? If we go alone, I am afraid that even the master may not be the opponent of this sun. And NBS. The master of Tiandao sect's face was cloudy and uncertain, and for a moment, he gritted his teeth. Let's go together, kill this sun, and avenge Elder Silver Knife and Elder Red Knife. Everyone, I hope you can help our sect. The master of Tiandao sect glanced at the two major forces. The heavenly monarchs of the two great powers, Donglu sect and Xiao Tianmen, sneered for a while, but they didn't respond to the master of Tiandamen at all. Just kidding, with such a terrifying opponent, whoever wants to go will go. Anyway, they are not going to fight each other. The first update. The face of the master of the heavenly sword sect was distorted. Square root right-angled vertex fiction. Master Yuan, you can't blame us for this. The opponent's strength is too perverted. An ordinary, low-level or middle-level heavenly monarch like us is nothing but cannon fodder. The leader of Donglu sect defended. The decision of the two of you is very wise. Han Feng glanced at the leader of Donglu sect and the leader of Xiao Tianmen with admiration. Don't be too proud. This sect master invites quite a few strong men. No matter how strong you are alone, how can you still be a match for so many of us? When the sect master's help arrives, you will be waiting for your death. The master of Tiandao sect sneered. The leader of Donglu sect and Qiao Tianmen's sect master had strange expressions on their faces. They knew that none of the strong men invited by the Tiandao sect master had come. It seems that the master of Tiandao sect is also afraid, trying to scare the enemy away with an empty city strategy. The head of the Tiandao sect was indeed terrified and regretted. Even though Han Feng was already highly regarded, he did not expect that the other party was already so powerful. This application was completely different. They looked like two people with vastly different strengths. Don't. If he had known that the enemy was so powerful, he should have asked for help from the third-rank force Xuanhuan. If Tianzuan made a move, why would he not be able to take down this kid? When I escape this crisis, I will ask Xuanhuan for help, even if I have to pay a lot for it. The master of Tiandamen said bitterly. However. Ha ha ha. Han Feng seemed to hear a very funny voice, and the smile he showed was very strange, and there was even a hint of pity. More than 10 days behind him will be the same size, showing sympathy. What are you laughing at? The master of Tiandao sect didn't notice the flash of pity on Han Feng's face, but the master of Tiandao sect could clearly see the sympathy on the faces of more than 10 generals. This made the master of Tiandamen feel a very bad premonition. I only heard a heavenly general behind Han Feng say, it turns out that the heavenly kings who are the main master of Tiandamen can also deceive people. A helping hand? I'm afraid your helping hand will never appear. What do you mean? Golden Sword Heavenly Lord scolded, the little heavenly general dares to disrespect their heavenly lord. Of course they were all killed by Han. Han Feng said lightly. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, and everyone was stunned. What? The master of Tiandao sect was in a trance, only thinking that he was dreaming. The pupils of Jin Dao Tianjun and Iron Saber Tianjun were wide open, and their throats moved with difficulty. Han Feng showed a trace of impatience. Let's talk nonsense. Do you want to surrender to Han? Surrender to Han, and Han can save your life. The leader of Donglu sect and the head of Qiao Tianmen have already led their strong men to fly far away, keeping a distance from Tiandamen. Chen, surrender? How is it possible? Kill. The master of Tiandao sect roared angrily, and shot first. Unfolding the blood, the master of the heavenly knife sect held a knife in his hand, and swung it out violently. Suddenly, dense white knife shadows appeared in the air, covering the sky and covering the sun. The golden sword heavenly monarch cut out a golden sword glow. Iron Saber Tianjun turned into a giant, and the giant held an iron-colored giant sword, filled with vicissitudes of life. The remaining 3 heavenly monarchs of Tiandamen also used their own means, bursting out with unparalleled power. The heavenly generals of Tiandamen may know that their attack power is far inferior to Tianjun, but they still attack brazenly, killing all. Yutian united the forces of the world together. Too weak. Han Feng simply commented on 2 words. Ziji Tianhua, Ning. Ziyun divine arm. Boom. The terrifying domineering force penetrated the sky and the earth, and the soaring purple flames dyed the sky into a sea of purple flames. A giant arm of purple flames holding up to the sky pierced through many spaces, and descended mightily. This power is proud of the world, shaking the sun, the moon and the universe. Boom. In an instant, the power of Ziyun's divine arm collided with the gathered power of Tiandamen. In an instant, the world was filled with terrifying energy whirlwinds, sweeping around. Even though the powerhouses of the 2 major factions, Donglu sect and Qiao Tianmen, had been hiding far away, they were still affected, and many powerhouses were blown away by the energy whirlwind. The 4 heavenly monarchs resisted this force with difficulty. Their faces were pale and ferocious, and they obviously tried their best. On the ground, mountain peaks collapsed under such a terrifying force. Countless buildings above and below the Tiandao Gate collapsed, and countless disciples were killed or injured. High in the sky, Xian's divine arm carried extremely brutal power, sweeping across like a bamboo. Drive straight in, invincible. In an instant, Xian's divine arm swept in all the Heavenly Knife sect heavenly monarchs and heavenly generals who were attacking. Once the general was involved, he was blasted to death by Xian's divine arm with almost no resistance, leaving no residue behind. Tianjun was involved, but he was able to resist for a while, but that was all. There are two superior heavenly lords in Tiandamen, one is Heavenly Sword Heavenly Lord and the other is Golden Sword Heavenly Lord. Among them, Tiandao Tianjun is the pinnacle existence of the superior Tianjun. The terrifying power brought by Xian's divine arm gradually dissipated, and the scene was a mess, only the master of the Heavenly Knife sect was still breathing. As for the Golden Sword Heavenly Lord, the Iron Sword Heavenly Lord, and the three unnamed Heavenly Lords, they all fell. The master of Tiandao sect looked at all this blankly, and then saw the tragic situation of Tiandao sect, and burst into tears of pain. How did things get to this point? In the void, Han Feng slowly approached. The head of Tiandao sect's eyes gradually fell on Han Feng, and his face became more and more ferocious. It's you. It's all you. It's you, the devil. Wait, my Heavenly Knife sect belongs to the Wanyu sect in the middle domain of the Forbidden Ancient Realm. The Tianzuan of Wanyu sect will never let you go, and you will definitely be killed by those Tianzuan. I'm waiting for you in the underworld. The master of Tiandao sect had a crazy expression on his face, and his body suddenly swelled up. Explode. Seeing this, the leader of Donglu sect and the head of Chao Tianmen were horrified, and galloped away into the distance with all their might. Han Feng immediately activated the Xinyan battle armor with all his strength. The self-detonation range of the Heavenly Knife sect master is not large, apparently to reduce the range and increase the explosive power within this range. Tianjuan's explosion shook the heavens and the earth, a mushroom cloud rose in the sky, and the world seemed to tremble violently at this moment. The strong man who fled far away felt that the heavens were just a little bit affected. Spin around, can't do it by yourself. 1/3 of the Heavenly Knife Gate was destroyed by this explosive force. Han Feng was completely swallowed into the mushroom cloud. More than a dozen heavenly generals were anxious. Master. As early as the beginning of the battle, more than 10 heavenly generals retreated far away. It is really the experience summed up before, so it has not been affected too much. But they didn't expect Han Feng to be involved. The head of Donglu sect and the head of Chao Tianmen looked at each other. Is he dead? The two hoped that Han Feng would die, because Han Feng's fighting power was too terrifying. He is obviously a general of heaven, but with such power, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a general of heaven. Unfortunately, the two are doomed to be disappointed. When the mushroom cloud gradually dissipated, Han Feng's figure appeared in their sight. Han Feng's face was slightly pale, and the battle armor on his body was also broken. However, Han Feng's aura did not decrease much. In the self-destruction of the master of Tiandao sect, Han Feng was almost intact. This made the leader of Donglu sect and the leader of Chao Tianmen take a deep breath. The Heavenly Knife Gate is completely over and will be destroyed. This was the thought in the minds of the leader of Donglu sect and Chao Tianmen. Han Feng's eyes fell on the remaining half of the Heavenly Knife Gate, and he said to the heavenly general behind him, "It's your turn to act." The second update. Yes. More than a dozen generals turned into rainbow lights one by one, rushing into the Heavenly Knife Gate, and began a massacre. The more powerful existences have been wiped out by Han Feng, and the remaining ones of the Heavenly Sword sect are all middle and low-level heavenly generals and high-level true gods. Those Han Feng who are below the high-level true gods don't care, but the high-level true gods, and even those above the high-level true gods must die. But after a while, Han Feng frowned. The remaining heavenly generals are not of high level, but as Heavenly Sword sect heavenly generals, these middle and low-level heavenly generals are much stronger than those of the same level. More than 20, nearly 30 generals, led high-level true gods to form formations, which unexpectedly forcibly resisted the killing of more than 10 generals. The background is not deep after all. The leader of Donglu sect and the leader of Qiao Tianmen looked at each other, and such a thought came to mind. Since Han Feng killed Huanglong Tianjun and Yindao Tianjun, Dongliujiu and Qiao Tianmen, as second-rank forces, naturally investigated the Xuanhuan gang. The survey shows that the Xuanhuan gang is just a low-level gang, and it is not even the top of the low-level gang. To be able to have the fame of today, and to make many first-rank and second-rank forces surrender, is completely lucky to have such a strong Han Feng. Without Han Feng, the Xuanhuan gang would still not be popular. In the entire Xuanhuan gang, only Han Feng is the pillar. It seems that even if some small shrimps are eliminated, this senior still needs to take action. A general of Qiao Tianmen's side. However, the next moment, the strong man of the two major forces stared wide-eyed. With a wave of Han Feng's sleeve robe, 6 monsters exuding strong aura appeared on both sides of Han Feng. From the point of view of cultivation alone, the level of these 6 beasts is not high, but it has given many generals of the two major forces a sense of shock. What this means is not clear to everyone. It means that the blood of these 6 beasts is amazing, and the real combat power is by no means as simple as low-level or middle-level generals. Han Feng's spirit poured into the bone order, and Bai Cai waited for the bone skeleton to appear one by one, exuding a powerful aura of a heavenly general. In an instant, more than 10 celestial generals had 6 beasts and more than 20 celestial generals with bones and skeletons as helpers. The pressure on the remaining strong men of Tiandamen suddenly skyrocketed. 2/4 of an hour later, more than a dozen celestial generals, 6 beasts, and skeletons returned one after another. At this time all the high-level and high-level true gods of the Tiandamen were wiped out. Those who escaped were all elementary or intermediate true gods, with low strength. Han Feng doesn't care about these true gods. As long as these true gods are in the forbidden ancient realm, they will never be able to threaten him, and they will never catch up with him. My lord, my subordinates have found the Yuanjing storage room in the Heavenly Knife Gate. A heavenly general clasped his fists and said. Han Feng nodded. Register all the Yuanjing and other cultivation resources here, and bring them back to the Xuanhuan gang. Yes. Afterwards, more than 10 generals flew towards the Heavenly Knife Gate again. Han Feng has no plan to follow, and forgive these people for not daring to hide it. Immediately, Han Feng's eyes fell on the leader of Donglu sect and the leader of Qiao Tianmen. The two middle heavenly monarchs shuddered suddenly, and said in unison, Donglu sect, Qiao Tianmen, is willing to submit to your lord. After the two of them died, the heavenly generals immediately made an oath. It would be a fool not to follow such a strong man. A heavenly general has such combat power. What if he will be promoted to a heavenly king in the future? What about Tianzuan? Where is the Emperor of Heaven? The hearts of the two heavenly monarchs were very hot. They were sure that as long as the Lord in front of him didn't fall halfway, he would definitely be a member of the Supreme Heavenly Emperor in the future, and he would definitely not be the bottom among the Supreme Heavenly Emperors. It is their luck and their blessing to follow such a strong man. Right now, this Lord's power has not yet been established. If they have done meritorious service, they will be the elders in the future. After this Lord really rises up, mere heavenly generals and heavenly monarchs may not be valued. Very well, everyone surrenders to Han, and Han will not treat you badly in the future. This is what the two heavenly monarchs wanted, and when they looked happy, they took the initiative to donate part of their sect's Yuanjing and cultivation resources. Naturally, this requires the two heavenly monarchs to return to their respective forces. After everything was settled, Han Feng asked all the generals to return to the Xuanhuan gang, but Han Feng flew in a certain direction alone. There, is where Bailong Island is located. The news that the emperors of Zilei faction, Ningxin Pavilion, Wuyun sect, Pinghan faction, Tianyan Island, Tianxia Gang, Yinghuan, Yukongshan and other forces were killed by mysterious strongmen quickly spread throughout the outer realm of the ancient realm, and caused an uproar in the outer domain. The identity of this mysterious strong man was quickly revealed, and he was Han Feng from the Xuanhuan gang. So far, many forces and powerful people in the outer domain don't know why the Tianjun of the Zilei faction and other forces were bombed and killed. These forces are all sects that did not choose to submit to Han Feng's promotion ceremony. Not only that, they also received the invitation of Tiandamen to capture Han Feng from the Xuanhuan gang together. Now, not only did they not complete the capture, they were even wiped out by Han Feng one by one on the way to Tiandamen. The power displayed by Han Feng made all the forces tremble with fear, especially those gangs who had never paid attention to Han Feng and the Xuanhuan gang before, and did not choose to surrender. Afterwards, the news of the destruction of the Tiandamen made many powerful people in the outer domain extremely frightened. The Zilei sect and other forces were only the Heavenly Lord and Heavenly General who were killed, but the Heavenly Sword sect was completely wiped out. What kind of power is the Heavenly Knife Gate? That is one of the best and top-ranked powers in the outer domain of the Forbidden Ancient Realm, among which the Heavenly Saber Heavenly Lord has reached the peak limit level of the Heavenly Lord. But such a force is still being frightened. The remnants of the Zilei sect couldn't sit still, and went to Bailong Island one by one to seek the protection of Bailong Tianjun. No, it should be Bailong Tianzuan. He even asked Bailong Tianzuan to kill Han Feng. As long as this child exists, they will be in trouble for a day, and they don't know when they will end up like Tiandamen. Bailong Island has always been the strongest power in the outer domain of the Forbidden Ancient Realm. Since Bailong Tianzuan was promoted to Tianzuan, he had the idea of dominating the outer domain. Now there is a Han Feng suddenly, and Bailong Tianzuan has already murdered Han Feng. The figure of Bailong Tianzuan suddenly appeared in front of everyone, and the surging power fluctuations on his body made many strong people feel at ease instantly. The voice of Bailong Tianzuan came to everyone's ears. This son has killed so many fellow heavenly kings in a row, it is really a heinous crime. As the leader of the outer domain, I will definitely capture this son and give an explanation to all friends who have fallen in the same way. And N. BSP, as soon as the voice fell, Bailong Tianzuan smiled, "Here we come." Bailong Tianzuan stared into the void with his eyes, and saw an astonishing rainbow light blasting towards him with a terrifying aura. The first update. Limited Time Rush, 2015 Summer New Korean Version Stitching Men's T-shirt Short-sleeved Mercerized Cotton Genuine German BMW Men's Casual T-shirt. Limited Time Pantyhose, Toe Transparent Ultra-Thin Hidden Transparent Pantyhose, Free Shipping, Send, Girlfriend, hee hee. Support the development of the website, visit Taobao from here. Boom boom boom. With his hands behind his back, Bailong Tianzuan looked like a master, and his whole body was full of breath, instantly rolling out an extremely huge vortex in the sky. The coercion belonging to Tianzuan enveloped this world. Under the pressure of this coercion, the generals could not stand firm at all, and all the generals and emperors felt the power, and their expressions changed in horror. This is the power of Tianzuan? So strong. In the face of such power, they couldn't even raise the slightest desire to fight. This aura. Is it Bailong Tianzuan? Han Feng, who was galloping towards him, naturally felt a powerful force coming towards him, with overwhelming momentum. There is a void in front of Han Feng, but there seems to be an invisible force, condensed in the void. This condensed invisible force is like a giant dragon looking down on Han Feng, undulating unparalleled oppression. Compared with the oppression of this invisible giant dragon's breath, Han Feng's figure seemed so small. Tianjiang and Tianzuan are two completely different levels. However, facing the oppression of the invisible dragon's breath, Han Feng's face remained unchanged. In a moment, Han Feng's three gods merged into one, and a powerful aura similar to the ancient wilderness filled the entire space. The brilliance of Jingxian, the flame war god of the Xuanhuan battle body, and the great sun flame of the great sun flame body gathered together, and Han Feng turned into an ancient Vulcan, with terrifying flames fluctuating all over his body, and his eyes were separated from the void, and suddenly and White Long Tianzuan looked at each other. Boom! There was a sudden explosion in the void, and Bai Long Tianzuan's face changed suddenly. At the moment when the two looked at each other, Bai Long Tianzuan suddenly felt that there was a sea of flames descending from the sky and the earth, rolling out infinite power. So strong. A mere general. The strength has actually increased to such an extent. Seeing is worse than hearing. Always getting information from some sorrowful dogs, Bai Long Tianzuan didn't have a clear understanding of Han Feng's strength. But now, Bai Long Tianzuan personally experienced the horror of Han Feng. With such power, if he really has a supernatural skill, killing Tianjun is indeed effortless. But, after all, he is only a general of heaven. Even if he expands his divine body to increase his combat power and sees the fluctuation of his breath, he is only between Tianjun and Tianzuan. As a true heavenly venerable, this deity possesses top-level god-grade bloodlines and top-grade magic skills. How can I be afraid of him? Bai Long Tianzuan's heart is full of soaring arrogance, and finally broke through to the realm of Tianzuan, just in time to fight the sun, and stabilize the realm of Tianzuan in one fell swoop. Stepping into the void, Bai Long Tianzuan disappeared in front of all the strong men on Bai Long Island. Appearing again, Bai Long Tianzuan has already appeared high in the sky. Bai Long Tianzuan is dressed in a white robe, surrounded by several white gold real dragons, which is extremely realistic. Immediately looking at it, it seems that there are really a few white gold real dragons circling around the white dragon Tianzuan. And BSP, wearing a white dragon robe, Bai Long Tianzuan is like a high-ranking emperor. With the power of an emperor, he steps towards Han Feng step by step. Every step he took, Bai Long Tianzuan's aura increased. When Bai Long Tianzuan's aura increased to the extreme, even Han Feng felt a sense of oppression. The invisible imposing dragon roared in the void, showing off its might. Suddenly, Bai Long Tianzuan made a move, and his originally slow footwork suddenly accelerated, as if teleporting. In a moment, Bai Long Tianzuan came to Han Feng, and slapped Han Feng lightly with his palm. This flimsy palm contained terrifying and domineering power. Xuanhuan Fighting Fist. Han Feng advanced instead of retreating, and punched out his right fist through the air, extremely domineering. Middle-class divine skill. Bai Long Tianzuan judged the level of Han Feng's punch in an instant, and couldn't help admiring it. Even though he has already been promoted to heavenly venerable, the magical skills he has mastered are nothing more than that. Although the magical skill is strong, the caster is too weak. Bai Long Tianzuan looked relaxed, slammed his palm into the fire fist, and then slammed his palm, and the violent power swept out from the fist, breaking through the fire fist in an instant. After breaking through the fire fist, this force slammed towards Han Feng unabated. Under the oppression of my Tianzuan's momentum, you can't exert 100% of your power at all. How can you be my opponent? Bai Long Tianzuan said lightly. But at this moment, Bai Long Tianzuan saw Han Feng showing a strange look. Immediately afterwards, a force that shocked the world rushed in violently, rolling out a 1,000-foot flame storm. Bai Long Tianzuan's power to break Xuanhuan's fist was engulfed by the flame storm, and he didn't even make a splash. What? The calmness in Bai Long Tianzuan's face disappeared without a trace, and his face was extremely moved. At this moment, Han Feng unleashed his strongest power unreservedly in the face of a figure at the level of Tianzuan. Ziji Tianhua erupted from the Dan Tian, and immediately merged into the three gods. Wave after wave of powerful power rolled out with Han Feng as the center, and the flames shot out, directly burning the nearby air. The invisible giant dragon's aura seemed to be in an unprecedented crisis, and it howled in panic. After a while, the invisible dragon completely collapsed. The oppression of Bailong Tianzuan with all his breath on Han Feng was broken by Han Feng at this moment. Not only that, at this moment, Han Feng seemed to have turned into a high and mighty savage vulcan. Although his body didn't change much, it gave Bailong Tianzuan the feeling that he was as huge as 10,000 feet. This time, it was Bailong Tianzuan who was oppressed by Han Feng's aura. No. Impossible, a mere general, how could it skyrocket to such a terrifying level? Bailong Tianzuan shook his head again and again, hoping that everything that happened in front of him was fake and he was dreaming. Ziji Tianhua merged into the three major divine bodies, and the vast aura emitted by Han Feng was almost no less than that of a middle-level Tianzuan. Compared with the inferior Tianzuan of Bailong Tianzuan, it is even higher. Bailong Tianzuan, give me a punch. Han Feng roared out, still using the Xinyan fighting fist, but the power of the Xinyan fighting fist at this moment is not only several times stronger than before. Bailong Tianzuan, who was able to deal with it easily before and broke the Xinyan war fist, immediately took out a platinum spear, and a platinum real dragon flashed in the front of the spear. White dragon. Sky-shattering strike. A long spear shot out, breaking through many spaces. The gun roared out like a real dragon. The void was filled with platinum light, and the spear in the palm of Bailong Tianzuan seemed to have turned into a real platinum dragon. Boom! Bailong Tianzuan's blow and Han Feng's Xinyan fist suddenly collided with each other, and there was a wave of waves and waves, and the words continued. Indistinctly, there was the roar of a real dragon. Puff! After all, Bailong Tianzuan failed, and the countershock force continuously bombarded the platinum gun in Bailong Tianzuan's hand, and then passed it to Bailong Tianzuan from the gun. Bailong Tianzuan was so shocked that his mouth was numb, and he almost couldn't hold the platinum gun in his hand. Just as he was about to retreat to counteract the terrifying countershock force that continued to come, a golden light suddenly shot out from the energy explosion. In an instant, a strong sense of threat suddenly rose from the bottom of Bailong Tianzuan's heart. Not good. Bailong Tianzuan suddenly remembered that the guy opposite had the existence of a top-grade artifact. At this moment, it must be the sneak attack of the top-grade artifact. Hastily stabbed out the sharp spear in his hand, but how could the full power of the sharp spear be aroused by a single blow in a hurry? In addition, Bailong Tianzuan was a little unable to hold the magic spear in his hand before, and after the Nine Dragons seal hit hard, the magic gun was immediately bounced off. The Nine Dragons seal carried a force as heavy as a giant mountain, and it slammed heavily on Bailong Tianzuan. Bailong Tianzuan turned into a 1,000-foot-long white dragon in time, and every scale on his body exuded infinite power. These infinite powers are fused together, like a protective shield, covering Bailong Tianzuan. Rumble. Just like that, the Nine Dragons seal was blasted on the protective cover. Bailong Tianzuan was blown away by the huge force, and his huge body struggled and writhed in the void. Rao, even Bailong Tianzuan turned into the body, was also hit hard by the blow of the Nine Dragons seal. Purple Cloud Divine Arm. Han Feng was so powerful that he landed suddenly from the void, and the domineering power erupted fiercely from his right arm. Bailong Tianzuan had just stabilized his body in the void, and there was no time to dodge Han Feng's blow. The divine arm is like a pillar, piercing through the sky and the earth, piercing through the body of Bailong Tianzuan almost in a moment. Bailong Tianzuan screamed in the void, his body was pierced by Han Feng's blow, and a big hole was pierced in his body. Blood flowed horizontally inside, sprayed out, and landed on the ground. On Bailong Island, everyone watched this scene in shock. They never expected that Bailong Tianzuan, who was as strong as Tianzuan, was beaten so embarrassingly by Han Feng. Blood fell like a torrential rain, and the smell of blood immediately filled the air. Not good. The island owner is in danger. Hurry up and rescue the island owner. The powerhouses on Bailong Island couldn't sit still anymore. With the sound of dragon chants, one after another, the powerhouses on Bailong Island, who were at the level of Tianjun, turned into dragon bodies. Charge into the void with surging power. More than 200 giant dragons attacked. How earth-shattering the momentum was. Even if most of the more than 200 dragons are at the level of heavenly generals, the combination of this power is amazing. Even the inferior Tianzuan dare not say that he has the ability to suppress so many dragons. More than 200 giant dragons chanted continuously, and their chants combined to shake the world, and a powerful wave rushed towards Han Feng brazenly. Xuanhuan Battle Seal. In the face of such a large number of dragons, it is necessary to use a wide range of attack methods. As soon as Xuanhuan's battle seal came out, it was as if the sky was crushing it. Giant dragons were hit, and they fell from the sky like dumplings. Those who were shot down were basically low-level and middle-level generals. Their power is simply not enough to counter Han Feng's attack. Even a high-ranking general would be in a panic. If it weren't for the pressure shared by many giant dragons, the level of a mere general would have been bombarded and killed by Xuanhuan Zhanin long ago. But at this moment, Bailong Tianzuan recovered a little bit. Regardless of the injuries on his body, he opened his mouth and breathed out dragon's breath. The white dragon's breath was like a raging wave, and it tossed away, setting off waves of waves. Each wave was higher than the wave. At this moment, Han Feng suddenly let out a dragon roar, and turned into the body of a mysterious dragon. Xianlong opened his mouth, and the same vast dragon's breath poured out like a galaxy. The two dragon breaths collided in the void, setting off a violent wave of dragon breaths, which continued to wreak havoc in the void. Turning into the body of a black dragon, Ziji heavenly fire poured into the body of the black dragon again. Han Feng was already a huge purple flame black dragon at this moment. The huge black dragon rushed into the dragon group, just like a tiger into a herd of sheep. One claw and one tail all carried astonishing power, defeating giant dragons one after another. With the combination of the three divine bodies and the integration of Ziji Tianhua, Han Feng's own aura has been enhanced to a level almost comparable to that of a medium-level celestial venerable. Now he is displaying the eight-winged mysterious dragon change that has been integrated with the Ziji heavenly fire, and his power is comparable to that of a middle-level celestial venerable, or a high-ranking celestial venerable. The further back, the greater the gap between each level, and the more difficult it is to fight at higher levels. At the level of Tianzuan, if you don't have the best supernatural skills or the most top-notch supernatural blood, it is basically impossible to leapfrog. Han Feng's eight-winged mysterious dragon transformation has reached the middle level, which can be regarded as a middle-level supernatural skill. When it is integrated with Ziji Tianhua, its power is almost infinitely close to the upper-class supernatural skill level. If Ziji Tianhua can go a step further, after fusion, it will definitely be a real top-grade divine skill. Only in this way can Han Feng display a stronger combat power. Bailong Tianzuan fought with all his trump cards, but he was infinitely close to the ordinary middle-level Tianzuan. Facing Han Feng, whose combat power was comparable to the existence of ordinary high-level Tianzuan, he had no power to resist at all. In the void, it was a completely one-sided battle. The more Bailong Tianzuan fought, the more fearful he became. How could there be such a terrifying general in this world? It is already abnormal for Tianjiang to be able to fight Tianjun, but the opponent can fight Tianzuan. No, it should be said that it crushed most ordinary Tianzuan. Waiting for the opponent to break through to Tianjun? What about Tianzuan? How strong will it be? Bailong Tianzuan suddenly realized that if he continued to fight like this, it would bring infinite disaster to Bailong Island. Wait. White Dragon Island is a subsidiary force of Yaolong Island in the Forbidden Ancient Realm. The level of Yaolong Island is the peak level of the third rank. It has more than 10 celestial venerables, many of whom are high-ranking celestial venerates. You can't afford to offend me. Today's behavior is the deity Meng Lang's. As long as you stop, Bai is willing to compensate and apologize, and if what happened today has never happened, you can rule the ancient realm together with Bailong Island Outland. After finally breaking through to the level of Tianzuan, Bailong Tianzuan, who was about to show off his ambitions, had to lower his proud head and choose to seek peace. Han Feng stopped his hands and stood there, with a strange expression on his face. Co-rule the outland of the forbidden ancient realm? Sorry, Han doesn't want to rule together, but to rule the entire outland. Rampant. Even if your excellency is not afraid of my White Dragon Island, don't you also fear Yaolong Island? Before Bailong Tianzuan opened his mouth, a yellow dragon couldn't help scolding. Since that's the case, let's fight to the end. After destroying Bailong Island, the outer domain will naturally be unified. Han Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and the billowing divine essence fluctuated like turbulent waves, and he was about to make a move. Wait. Bailong Tianzuan roared, first turned his head and gave Huanglong a hard look, and then said to Han Feng, I, Bailong Dao, am willing to submit to your excellency. Island owner. It's absolutely impossible. Island master, are you crazy? Many dragons were horrified. If you don't want Bailong Island to be destroyed, just listen to me. Bailong Tianzuan roared through sound transmission. Many dragons froze, moved their mouths, and finally said nothing. They have seen Han Feng's power, and now they are seriously injured. Even the island owner with Tianzuan's strength has a big hole in his body, and there are many scars. If the fight continues, they, Bailong Island, may really be doomed. The first update. Oh? Surrender? Han Feng raised his eyebrows and said, Your Excellency, you are not afraid of Yaolong Island's investigation afterward? Bailong Tianzuan showed a far-fetched smile. The strongest Tianzuan in Yaolong Island is nothing more than a high-ranking Tianzuan. My lord, a mere high-ranking Tianzuan has a combat power comparable to that of an ordinary high-ranking Tianzuan. When my lord advances to the Tianjun, I am afraid that I will be stronger than you, will be stronger. If my lord also advances to Tianzuan, his strength is even more important. If your lord has such potential, if your subordinates follow, they will definitely have a better future than surrendering to Yaolong Island. Bailong Tianzuan felt a little aggrieved at first, but as he talked, he suddenly realized that following Han Feng really had a lot of benefits. Following Han Feng, it is uncertain when there will be an extra big backer, comparable to the Emperor of Heaven. And this great backer who is comparable to the Emperor of Heaven has a great possibility to become the Emperor of Heaven in the future, and enter the ranks of the peak powerhouses in the forbidden ancient world. Only by becoming the supreme heavenly emperor can one be qualified to be called the peak powerhouse in the forbidden ancient realm. Han Feng smiled, You can talk. After that, Han Feng really started to think. During this period, Tianzu and Bailong looked anxious, and so did the other giant dragons. At this time, they all realized that Han Feng really had the ability to destroy Bailong Island. It's true that Yaolong Island is their backing, but they can't quench their thirst at a distance. Not to mention that they haven't sent out a call for help to Yaolong Island. Among the many giant dragons, there is only one yellow dragon that secretly hates it. This yellow dragon is somewhat related to a celestial demon dragon in Yaolong Island, so it also has a special status in Bailong Island. The strength of the inferior heavenly lords makes some superior heavenly lords extremely afraid and dare not offend easily. Huanglong is still waiting for the day when Bailong goes to Yaolong Island and becomes the owner of Bailong Island himself, but now Bailong Tianzuan wants to surrender to a human being. What's the use of becoming the owner of Bailong Island after surrendering to human beings? There will always be someone above it. What worried Huanglong even more was that if he really surrendered to humans, then his relationship with the celestial demon dragon on Yaolong Island would no longer be daunting, and his status would definitely be affected. However, no matter how much he hated secretly, Huanglong had nothing to do now. Han Feng is also thinking about whether he should accept the surrender of Bailong Tianzuan. After destroying the Heavenly Knife Gate, Han Feng knew that he had offended the third-rank forces behind the Heavenly Knife Gate. Han Feng has known for a long time that the third-rank force behind Tiananmen is called Xuanhuan, and there are two famous Tianzuan in the gate, known as Xuandao Tianzuan. Each of these two heavenly venerates is only a middle-level heavenly lord, but their overall strength is comparable to that of a high-level heavenly lord, that is, equal to the current Han Feng. Of course, if Han Feng integrated Ziji Tianhua into Ziyun's arm, he would be able to beat one of them, but only one. If the two swords gods make a joint attack, Han Feng is likely to lose. It's just that Han Feng still doesn't take it very seriously, just because Han Feng knows that after he has searched the Yuanjing of all the imported forces in the outer domain of the Forbidden Ancient Realm, he is very likely to break through again. But in addition to the Heavenly Knife Gate, there are also some forces in the outer domain of the Forbidden Ancient Realm who have third-rank backers behind them. These backers may not be as good as the Xuandaemon, but there are also strong Tianzuan, and they are united together, so they should not be underestimated. It would indeed be a little troublesome if a third-rank peak power like Yaolong Island also intervened. Thinking of this, Han Feng said lightly, "It's not that I want Han to let Bailong Island go." Can. Bailong Tianzuan was overjoyed immediately, but Han Feng's next words made Bailong Tianzuan's face stiff. Just listen to Han Feng said, "It's just that Han needs Bailong Tianzuan to become Han's mount, and sign a mandatory slave contract with Han. As long as Han has an accident, the other party who signed it will definitely have an accident. In short, it is to let Bailong Tianzuan be a hostage. As long as Yaolong Island is concerned about Bailong Tianzuan's life, he should not easily attack Han Feng. After all, Bailong Island has not been wiped out. Han Feng can ask Bailong Island to pay Yuanjing, and Yaolong Island can do the same. The interests of Yaolong Island did not suffer much loss, and the only one that suffered was Bailong Island. Normally, they need to donate 40% of Yuanjing and Taiyan Katibo to Yaolong Island, and keep 60% for themselves. Right now, he needs to pay 40% to Yaolong Island and Han Feng, and he can only keep 20%. How? Han Feng stared at Bailong Tianzuan. All the dragons also looked at Bailong Tianzuan. Right now, the fate of Bailong Island is in the hands of Bailong Tianzuan. The complexion of Bailong Tianzuan's head is changing. After a long time, Tianzuan Bailong smiled bitterly and said, "Bailey agrees. Bailey is Tianzuan Bailong's name." It is impossible to say that Bailong Tianzuan has no grudges, but Bailong Island is the painstaking effort of Bailong Tianzuan. Bailong Tianzuan couldn't bear to see his hard work destroyed, so he had to agree. Of course, the potential shown by Han Feng is also a major reason. Otherwise, Bailong Tianzuan would rather destroy himself than become Han Feng's mount. Very good, let's sign the contract. Han Feng smiled with satisfaction. After signing the contract, Han Feng asked Bailong Tianzuan to hand over Yuanjing, and chose the next owner of Bailong Island. As for Bailong Tianzuan, that is, Bailey, he will naturally follow Han Feng back to Anfeng City. The next island owner that Bailey chose was a purple dragon. Zilong is just a simple name, which means that this dragon is purple in body. In fact, the real race of this dragon is the Jinglong, so the name of Tianjun is Jinglong. Tianjun. The previous yellow dragon was not a yellow dragon like Huanglong Tianjun, but a lust dragon. After getting what he wanted, Han Feng stood on Bailey's huge head, left Bailong Island, and flew to Anfeng City. On Bailong Island, all the strong men who sought help from Bailong Tianzuan were dumbfounded. They never imagined that things would change like this. Bailong Tianzuan not only failed to clean up Han Feng, but made himself a low-status mount. Bailong Dao didn't dare to vent his anger on Han Feng, so he could only vent all his anger on these strong men. If it weren't for these people, how could Bailong Tianzuan make a move, and how could he fall to such a point? The strong men on Bailong Island drove all these strong men out with arbitrariness, and didn't give them any good looks. The news about Bailong Island spread quickly, and spread throughout the outer domain of the forbidden ancient realm. Outland, which was shaken by the destruction of the heavenly knife gate before, shook again. This time the forces of all parties were frightened, no less than before. Anyway, Bailong Tianzuan is also a Tianzuan, but in the end he became Han Feng's mounts. This shows what? It shows that Han Feng's strength is far greater than that of Bailong Tianzuan. Otherwise, with the arrogance of Bailong Tianzuan, how could he be willing to become a human mount? The second update. With Bailong Tianzuan's surrender, Han Feng's name suddenly became the most popular in the outer domain, and he was called the #1 powerhouse in the outer domain. Some heavenly monarchs who were originally dissatisfied with Han Feng did not dare to underestimate Han Feng anymore. Naturally, when Han Feng once again asked many forces in the outer domain to surrender, all these forces hurriedly agreed, not daring to resist in the slightest, including some second-rank forces. For these forces that surrender to him, Han Feng has different requirements for them. For example, Zhu Weimin surrendered from the beginning, and Han Feng only confiscated 30% of their yuanjing and cultivation resources every once in a while. As for those who surrendered after the fact like Bailong Island, at least 40% of them, some as high as 70% to 80%. Although these forces are resentful, they can only swallow this bitter fruit, and then look enviously at forces like Zhu Weimin. Originally, Zhu Weimin, a force that chose to surrender immediately, suffered a lot of ridicule, but now, which one is not envious and jealous? 30% and 40% to 50%, 50% to 60%, 70% to 80%, the difference is huge. The Zhu Weimin will free up more resources to train disciples of their own forces, and the resources left by Bailong Island and other forces may not be able to meet the needs of many disciples. As one increases and the other decreases, the Zhu Weimin will gradually shorten the gap with Bailong Island. In the future, there is no possibility of surpassing the powerful second-rank forces such as Bailong Island and Tiananmen. Anfeng City. Everyone in the Xuanhuan gang, including Feng Qiubai, looked at the yuanjing handed over by many forces in the outer domain in shock. With these yuanjing, it is estimated that it only takes a few hundred years for the Xuanhuan gang to have many more 9 tribulations true gods. There may even be a few more generals. This is already Feng Qiubai planning to use most of the yuanjing on Han Feng. If Han Feng doesn't use much, he is willing to use more yuanjing on the Xuanhuan gang, and the Xuanhuan gang appears. The time of many 9 tribulations true gods will be shortened, and there will be a lot more in number. All the strong men and forces in Anfeng City showed envious eyes. This eventually led to many strong men looking for ways to join the Xuanhuan gang. The overall strength of the Xuanhuan gang skyrocketed in a short period of time, and some talented generals joined the Xuanhuan gang. The Xuanhuan gang had to expand its scope. With Han Feng around, many forces in Anfeng City gave up their land. Even so, the powerhouses in the Xuanhuan gang are also full. Elder Han, look at this. Feng Qiubai had no choice but to ask Han Feng for advice. Bailey, what do you think? Han Feng asked Bailong Tianzuan instead. In terms of combat power, Han Feng is indeed powerful, but when it comes to building power, Han Feng is not good at it. Bailey lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then raised his head and said slowly, with the current situation of the Xuanhuan clan, they can no longer stay in Anfeng City. All the forces that have entered the ranks will usually find places with beautiful mountains and rivers to establish their sect camps. If my lord trusts Bailey, I will hand over the matter of finding a station to Bailey. Bailey will definitely find a good place for the Xuanhuan gang to have strong energy from heaven and earth. Han Feng laughed, of course I trust you, then I will leave everything to you. Yes. A look of joy flashed across Bailey's face, and he relaxed a little. It seemed that the adults he was following were not tyrannical, nor did he treat monsters like wild beasts. With Bailey's help, Han Feng was fine. With a light body, he started retreat again, ready to hit a higher level. This time, the harvest was quite fruitful, especially the forces such as Tiandamen and Bailongdao, which brought Han Feng even greater gains. These forces basically have general-level crystals. Although there are not many of each faction, there are more than 10 general-level crystals in total. If there is a king-level Yuan Jing, I am fully sure to hit the Tianjun realm. But more than 10 general-level Yuan Jing. Han Feng was also a little uncertain. Forget it, more than a dozen general-level crystals, let's fight together. Even if there is no breakthrough, it will greatly shake the bottleneck, making future breakthroughs much easier. Thinking of this, Han Feng asked Xiaopeng to refine Yuan Jing into Yuan Jing source liquid, and then swallowed it. One general-level crystal can be refined into 3 small bottles of crystal source liquid. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles. Bottles of Yuan Jinjuan liquid were swallowed by Han Feng, and Han Feng's aura became stronger, but the essence did not change. In other words, Han Feng is still at the level of a heavenly general, and has not yet completed his breakthrough and advanced to the rank of Tianjun. Han Feng wasn't discouraged either, it was only 2 or 3 general yuan crystal source liquid that had been consumed, and there were still a dozen more. If anyone was watching beside Han Feng, they would turn pale with horror. Even if it is a Tianjun or even a strong Tianzuan, it takes a long time to retreat to absorb a general-level crystal, and a few years are few. But almost as soon as Han Feng swallowed the Yuan Jing source liquid, it immediately turned into Han Feng's energy and was completely absorbed without any waste or transition. This is the terrifying effect of the power of time. The power of years directly disappears the power of years, which is equivalent to the fact that Han Feng has been absorbed and refined for several years. What Han Feng had to do was to adapt to the sudden increase in strength. A day later, when the last bottle of Yuan Jinjuan liquid was swallowed by Han Feng's soul and body trembled, followed by a surging invisible force like a storm. Han Feng opened his eyes suddenly, and a group of trembling eyes shot out. Drinking in a low voice, Han Feng tried his best to restrain his soul power. The invisible force that had been rolled away was about to roar like a wild beast, but was suppressed abruptly by Han Feng. The surface of Han Feng's body also glowed faintly. Even if he didn't get close, he could still feel the terrifying power overflowing from Han Feng's body. At the last moment, Han Feng's soul and body finally broke the limit of the true God again, got promoted, and broke through to the lower level of Junpin in one fell swoop. The soul, body, and soul have all reached the lower level of the Emperor, and now Han Feng is a real strong man of heaven. A vast force wanted to erupt, but Han Feng suppressed it in his body. Han Feng let out a breath, finally broke through. It seems that I still underestimated the terrifying effect of Yuan Jing turning into source liquid. However, breaking through from Tianjun to Tianzuan is more than 5 to 10 times more difficult than promoting Tianjun to Tianjun. Even if it is refined into source liquid, the effect of superprimary crystals will not be too great. There are not hundreds of them. It is simply impossible to have one. Even if it is a king-level Yuan Jing, there must be at least 30 or more. Its Zun-level Yuan Jing, maybe only 2 or 3 are enough to be promoted to the level of Tianzuan. Of course, the premise is to reach the limit of Tianjun. I have just been promoted to Tianjun right now. Tianjuan's limit is still far away, just use these Yuan Jing to improve. In the training room, Han Feng closed his eyes slightly, and continued to practice to raise the level of Tianjun. At this time, Han Feng didn't know that Bailey had been treated as an abandoned child on Bailong Island. The first update. White Dragon Island, White Dragon Palace. Huang Hong, who allowed you to pass on the matter of Bailong Island to Yaolong Island? The new owner of Bailong Island, Jinglong Tianjun, pointed at Xuanhuan angrily. Xuanhuan was the Huanglong who was glared at by Bai Li in the battle between Bai Li and Han Feng. In the White Dragon Hall, many strong men also glared at Xuanhuan. In doing this, Xuanhuan didn't take Bailong Tianzuan's life at all. The strong man of Yaolong Island kills Han Feng, and the Bailong Tianzuan who has signed the contract will inevitably fall with him. Xuanhuan was not afraid of Jinglong Tianjun at all, and said coldly, "This is what I did. Is it possible that the island owner is still planning to capture me?" Jinglong Tianjun stagnates. Since Xuanhuan had already informed Yaolong Island of the news, he would definitely ask Xuanhuan when the strong man from Yaolong Island arrived. Capture Xuanhuan, how to face the strong man of Yaolong Island. With Xuanhuan's temperament, it is very likely that the one who came this time is Taiyu Tianzuan from Yaolong Island. Taiyu Tianzuan is one of the top Tianzuan in Yaolong Island, possessing a high-level Tianzuan cultivation base, and also indirectly has a blood relationship with Xuanhuan. Under the circumstance that the strong man from Yaolong Island who came here was probably Tianzuan Taiyu, Tianjun Jinglong didn't dare to do anything to Xuanhuan at all. Otherwise, without waiting for Han Feng to do anything, Taiyu Tianzuan can make Bailong Island disappear from this world. Facing the unkind gazes of Jinglong Tianjun and other powerhouses, Xuanhuan curled his lips. Everyone, even if Bai Li became that Han Feng's mount for Bailong Island, but no matter what, the majestic monster race became a human's mount. It is a disgrace to our demon clan. Presumably for Bai Li, he also hopes to end this humiliating career as soon as possible. Do you really think that humans will treat the monster race who becomes a mount well? These words made Jinglong Tianjun and other powerhouses shaken. No matter what Bai Li's original intention was, the degeneration of a powerful monster clan at the level of Tianzuan into a mount is to discredit the monster clan. If he wanted to erase this embarrassment to Yaozu, he could only kill Han Feng and Bai Li. Moreover, the monster race has been reduced to a mount, and it is true that it is rarely treated well by humans. Different races. It is destined to make it difficult for human beings to treat the monster race who has been reduced to a mount equally. Maybe killing Bailong Tianzuan, is it really a good thing for Bailong Tianzuan? Xuanhuan saw that the dragons were moving, he sneered in his heart, and said, "If Han Feng doesn't die for a day, our Bailong Island will be ridden on the head by a human being in the outer domain, and we will have to give that human a lot of money every once in a while. Yuanjing and cultivation resources. Most of us on Bailong Island are strong men above the 9 tribulations true gods. We need to consume a lot of Yuanjing for daily practice. After all, we are dragons, with huge bodies, and our flesh and blood bodies and divine essence reserves are far beyond the same level. Humans need more crystals. If we let the Yuanjing be handed over to that human being, what will happen to our practice? It can be said that we are doomed to stagnate at our current level, and it is difficult to advance. On the contrary, those second-rank forces that are slightly inferior will gradually catch up and eventually surpass us on Bailong Island. For those who were once the strongest forces in the outer domain for Bailong Island, this is simply a great shame. Monster race and human beings are indeed different. With a strong physique and a huge body, it is destined that the monster race needs more resources than humans in cultivation. With the same resources, humans may go one step further, while the monster race may only be able to circle around in place. It's okay to be stepped on by a human like Han Feng. But if this continues, perhaps it will not only be Han Feng who will step on their heads in the future. Thinking of this, Jinglong Tianjun and others who were a little hesitant at first made up their minds. Jinglong Tianjun said awe-inspiringly, "Bailong Tianzuan has suffered such humiliation. We people of Bailong Island have the responsibility to release Bailong Tianzuan. Bailong Tianzuan will understand that we are doing him a favor." I don't know when Senior Iron Feng will arrive. Xuanhuan curled his lips, feeling contemptuous in his heart. This Tianjun Jinglong was so loyal to Tianjun Bailong in the past, and now it seems that he is no more than that. Not very respectfully cupping his hands, Xuanhuan said, Taiya Tianzuan uses the teleportation array to come to my Bailong Island from the central region, and it will probably take a few days. After a few days, Han Feng Tianzuan appeared in the White Dragon Palace. Taiya Tianzuan maintained the appearance of a middle-aged man, wearing a black robe, looking gloomy. Jinglong Tianjun and other strong men bowed down and bowed down. The oppression of the superior Tianzuan made Jinglong Tianjun drip with cold sweat. Using the power of the superior Tianzuan to give Jinglong Tianjun and other powerhouses a dismount, Taiya Tianzuan said slowly, in the forbidden ancient realm, the number of our monster race is far inferior to that of the human race. And among the monster race, we have real dragons. The number of dragons with bloodlines is even less, which is not worth mentioning compared to the huge number of human races. Because of this, we dragons need to unite even more. Since Han Feng dared to reduce our dragon clan with noble bloodlines to mounts, he is slapping our dragon clan in the face. You all follow me to kill that bold human being. As for the depraved Bai Li, the only way to get rid of his sins is to die. Boom. Taiya Tianzuan unfolded his body and turned into a giant iron-colored dragon. The scales on his body exuded iron-colored brilliance. Han Feng Tianzuan's body is an iron-toothed dragon, and the ferocious fangs exposed from the dragon's mouth are bigger than ordinary dragons. Afterwards, Jinglong Tianjun and Huanglong also unfolded their bodies one after another. Except for some left-behind dragons, more than 100 giant dragons flew to Anfeng City under the leadership of Taiya Tianzuan. There are more than 100 giant dragons, and their momentum is monstrous. Wherever they pass along the way, countless strong men show signs of panic. Anfeng City. A middle-aged man dressed in ordinary clothes wandered aimlessly in the streets. The mid-level noble soul enveloped Xuanhuan, listening to everyone's conversations, and the most talked about by these people were the Xuanhuan gang and Han Feng. It's not very new to the information obtained from the investigation, and it's even worse than that. I'm careless. I should let one of the two-knife Tianzuan come. With my middle-level Tianzuan strength, I may not be able to win this son. The middle-aged man thought secretly. This person is a middle-level Tianzuan of Shuangdamen, who came to test Han Feng after hearing of the destruction of Tiandamen. If possible, capture Han Feng. The destruction of the Heavenly Knife Gate caused the Shuangdao Gate to lose a source of Yuanjing. How could the Heavenly Lord of the Shuangdao Gate not be angry? After inquiring about the information, the middle-aged man was about to go to the location of the Xuanhuan gang, but suddenly his body shook and his face showed shock. I saw more than 100 giant dragons coming in a mighty way from a distance, and an overwhelming oppression descended on Anfeng City. Then, is that Taiya Tianzuan from Yaolong Island? The middle-aged man's eyes widened. Han Feng Tianzuan. Who is it? That is the top powerhouse of Yaolong Island. Among the high-level Tianzuan level, his combat power is also among the top-notch. Although there are powerhouses at the level of heavenly emperors in the central territory of the forbidden ancient realm, these powerhouses do not show up at all on weekdays. The ones who really hold the power in the central territory are the supreme heavenly venerates. Because of the difference in combat power, these high-ranking Tianzuan are also divided into first, second and third ranks. Taiya Tianzuan is at the first level. The second update. Among the high-ranking Tianzuan, the dual-knife Tianzuan is also first class when combined, but it can only be counted as second class when counted individually, and it is not at the same level as Taiya Tianzuan. In the entire forbidden ancient realm, except for a small number of Tianzuan giants, Taiya Tianzuan is the strongest group. As for the Tianzuan giant, it refers to the Tianzuan who has reached the peak of the upper Tianzuan and can surpass the level to fight the Tiandi. Such a Tianzuan is far from being comparable to Han Feng Tianzuan in strength. The gap between Tianzuan and Tiandi is huge. It can be said that only by exerting the perfect power of the top-level God-grade bloodlines at the top level and mastering the top-level supernatural skills, can you compete with the most ordinary inferior at the limit level of Tianzuan. The Emperor of Heaven fought. Such Tianzuan may be more in the Forbidden Ancient Realm, but in the Forbidden Ancient Realm, they are extremely rare. The number is even smaller than the Heavenly Emperor, and they are highly valued by the Heavenly Emperor, and there may not even be two palms. As a giant existence second only to Tianzuan, Taya Tianzuan's prestige in the Forbidden Ancient Realm can be imagined. It is second only to the few giants of Tianzuan. Taya Tianzuan has come, it seems that I don't need to do it. The middle-aged man smiled, ready to watch the show. Xuanhuan gang, in the training room. Although the power of time has saved Han Feng a lot of time, but also because of this, Han Feng also needs to adapt every time his cultivation base soars. So there is no such thing as Han Feng's cultivation base soaring to an extremely terrifying level in just a moment, even with the power of time. I don't know how long it has been since I was promoted to Tianjun. According to Han Feng's perception, it is about a few days or more. Most of these times are spent adapting to each sudden increase in strength. Right now, Han Feng's soul and body have reached the peak of the middle-class gentleman, not far from the upper-class gentleman. It's not that Han Feng doesn't want to upgrade to a higher level, but that Yuan Jing is not enough. Obviously, he had harvested a jaw-dropping amount of Yuan Jing before, but after both his soul and body were promoted to the peak of a middle-level gentleman, they were still completely consumed. It's no wonder that there are plenty of Yuan Jing in the Forbidden Ancient Realm, but there are still many strong people who are trapped in the Tianjun level and cannot be promoted. In addition to refining the Yuan Jing, which takes a long time, it takes a terrifying amount of Yuan Jing to be promoted. It's also one of the big reasons. Han Feng sighed slightly. During these days, Han Feng basically absorbed the 8th and 9th level Yuan Jing. At the Tianjun level, the 7th level and below Yuan Jing had little effect. Of course, Han Feng's consumption is so fast, which is also related to the 6 beasts. Due to the lack of general-grade crystals, the 6 beasts have not been promoted to the level of Tianjun, but now they have all reached the limit of generals, and the 6 beasts are already at the same level. In terms of combat power, the 6 beasts are basically equal, and no one can do anything to the other, but this is only in the ancient world. In the Forbidden Ancient Realm, even if there is a powerful bloodline that surpasses the top-level God-grade bloodline, it will be imprisoned so that it can only exert the power of the top-level God-grade bloodline level. Otherwise, among the 6 beasts, the diamond giant crocodile should be the strongest. The bloodline of the King Kong giant crocodile is definitely above the top divine grade. Except for the huge improvement of the 6 beasts, Han Feng has many more helpers, and Han Feng himself has also received amazing improvements in other aspects. A large number of fire-attributed training resources have made the 9 flames and different fire Ju rise from the initial stage of the 7th floor to the early high stage. Strictly speaking, it is the initial limit. In other words, Han Feng's Xuanhuan quality has been raised to the limit of Junpin. If it wasn't for the spirit and body being trapped at the middle level, Han Feng should be a high-level heavenly monarch, not a middle-level heavenly monarch. Xinyan's battle body, Xinyan's fighting fist, Xinyan's battle armor, and Xinyan's battle seal all went a step further, reaching the 4th late stage one after another, comparable to first-class divine skills. As for Ziyun divine arm and 8-winged dragon transformation, due to limited time, they are still at the 12th level and 8-winged middle level, and there is not much improvement. Even so, Han Feng's comprehensive combat power has also grown by leaps and bounds. Now that the 3 divine bodies are united again, killing Bai Li instantly is a breeze. Just as he was about to leave the customs, Han Feng suddenly frowned, his sharp eyes flashed away, and he heard a roar from the sky above Anfeng City. Where is Han Feng's thief? Get out of here! Anfeng City. More than 100 giant dragons hung in the sky in black, bringing great pressure to Han Feng city. The coercive fluctuations like the tide made the strong in Han Feng city unable to move. Inside the Xuanhuan gang, there was even more uneasiness. Some heavenly generals recognized Tianzuan Taya and gasped. It turns out that Senior Taya is here, but this junior didn't notice it. It was my oversight. Please take your seat. Bai Li suddenly appeared in the sky, with a respectful expression, and acted as an invitation. Taya Tianzuan's huge body twisted and turned into a black-robed figure. Humph, I don't have a fellow who is willing to fall/degenerate and become a human mount. Taya Tianzuan snorted coldly, his expression was full of contempt. Bai Li's complexion turned black, and his chest was filled with a raging fire. Why did he become Han Feng's mount? It's not because of the need to protect Bailong Island and the strong people of Bailong Island. Right now, it has become a disgrace to the Yaozu. Bai Li looked around for a week, and his eyes fell on Jinglong Tianjun and other dragon powerhouses. With just one glance, Bai Li's face turned pale, and his body felt cold. What did he see? Not only was he not grateful, but he was also full of contempt and disgust. Bai Li was heartbroken. Was this the same race he saved at the high price of becoming a human mount? Of the more than 100 giant dragons, only a dozen or so had twinkling eyes, and did not dare to meet Bai Li's gaze. This made Bai Li smile wryly. How he failed as the owner of Bailong Island back then. Huang Hong laughed and said, Bailong Tianzuan had no choice but to rescue you today. As long as Han Feng is killed, our dragon clan will naturally have no shame. But when my lord dies, Bai will also perish. Bai Li's expression was blank. Isn't it okay to exchange your death for the glory of our dragon clan? Taya Tianzuan's face turned cold. Bai Li took a deep breath, and with the last trace of expectation, his eyes swept over the faces of Jinglong Tianjun, Shuilong Tianjun, Lilong Tianjun. You all think the same way. Jinglong Tianjun sighed, this is also for your own good. Don't tell me, Tianzuan, you are willing to let the bullying of the human race be driven? Bai Li laughed angrily. Okay, it turns out that what Bai paid the price to save was just a group of white-eyed wolves. From today, Bai has nothing to do with Bailong Island anymore. Relation. If you want to hurt your lord today, you must pass Bai's level first. The roar resounded throughout the world. At this moment, Bai Li and Bai Longdao completely severed their ties, tearing their faces apart. The first update. Looking for death. You are a disgrace to the Dragon Clan. How dare you betray the Dragon Clan so righteously without repenting after becoming a human mount? Taya Tianzuan looked angry. Aren't you guys forcing all of this? Bai Li sneered, and he was the next one to strike first. Facing a superior Tianzuan like Taya Tianzuan, Bai Li knew that only by such means could he possibly hurt Taya Tianzuan. Some time ago, I fought with my lord, and I confirmed that my lord has the ability to compete with ordinary high-ranking celestial beings. But Taya Tianzuan is by no means comparable to ordinary high-ranking celestial beings. Only when I consume part of the strength of Taya's celestial beings, can adults have the possibility of winning. Bai Li thought wholeheartedly about Han Feng. Under the shamelessness and persecution of Jinglong Tianjun, Bai Li's loyalty to Han Feng immediately soared. If Han Feng knew that Bai Li's loyalty to him would increase under such circumstances, I really don't know what kind of expression he would show. I'm afraid I can't laugh or cry. With the sharp gun in his hand, he struck out instantly like a real dragon going out to sea, and streaks of white golden light sprayed out, extremely dazzling, and left in a mighty way. Facing the white golden light all over the sky, Taya Tianzuan smiled contemptuously, rolled up his sleeve robe, and the black luster rolled like a cloud, swallowing all the white golden light. With this little power, do you still want to compete with this deity? Taya Tianzuan didn't take Bai Li seriously at all, and walked in the empty courtyard. While resisting Bai Li's attack, he slowly approached Bai Li. Such actions undoubtedly brought great oppression to Bai Li, and cold sweat broke out involuntarily on Bai Li's forehead. So strong. This is the power of Tianzuan Taya? My attack can't hurt him at all. Bai Li was at a loss. He wanted to consume Tianzuan Taya's power. Looking at it now, how ridiculous this was. How can a first-class role among the high-ranking Tianzuan be comparable to a new low-ranking Tianzuan? No. No. The more these people want my lord and me to die, the less I want them to succeed. Roar. Bai Li turned into his own body, roaring and rushing towards Taya Tianzuan. In Iron Feng's palm, a jet-black, 3-inch-long jet-black iron nail. The iron nail was thrown by Taya Tianzuan, and it grew at a speed visible to the naked eye on the way to Bai Li. It was almost 100 feet long in a few breaths, and it was extremely huge. The jet-black iron nails were surrounded by black light clusters, piercing into the scales on the surface of Bai Li's body without being hindered at all. The scales on Bai Lilong's body were extremely fragile, compared to the huge iron nails. Roar. Bai Li roared in pain again and again. The huge iron nail pierced through Bai Li's body in an instant, just like how the Ziyun god's arm pierced a big hole in Bai Li's body with Han Feng's move back then. Before Bai Li's huge body got close to Taya Tianzuan, he suffered such a heavy injury, and fall to the ground involuntarily. No. You can't just give up like this. Bai Li wanted to try his best to take off again, but he suddenly found that the power in his body was not in control. Taya Tianzuan said indifferently, the jet-black nails of this deity have only one function of piercing. At the moment of piercing your body, the jet-black nails of this deity have already left black energy in your body, and this black energy will gradually affect you. Your control over the divine essence in your body goes to the point of completely imprisoning your divine essence. Die. The jet-black divine nail that pierced through Bai Li's body circled around in the void, and shot towards Bai Li again. It's just that, this time, the place where the black nail exploded was Bai Li's head. And NBSP, Bai Li had no choice but to close his eyes, quietly waiting for death. However, at this moment, the roar of a real dragon came from somewhere in the Xuanhuan gang, and the next moment, a bright golden light shot up into the sky, colliding with the black light in an instant. Afterwards, golden light and black light mixed, filling the sky, and the sound of rumbling continued. Huh? Taya Tianzuan quickly retracted the black nail, and after staring at the black nail for a while, his face was gloomy. His jet-black divine nail had already been seriously injured. Looking at the golden seal of the sky again, Taya Tianzuan's eyes flashed with greed again. It is definitely an extremely powerful existence among the best artifacts that can blow the black god nails of the deity into the air. With it, there may not be many, or even none, among the high-level celestial beings who can beat me. Only those celestial beings, only giants can overwhelm me. I want to order this golden artifact. Taya Tianzuan spread his 5 fingers, and the surging suction force came out like a storm. Unfortunately, after this suction touched the 9 Dragons seal, the 9 Dragons seal suddenly erupted with extremely terrifying power. Taya Tianzuan snorted, actually suffered a small loss, and retreated hundreds of feet in the void. Taya Tianzuan stared at a certain direction with a livid complexion. Get out. The 9 Dragons seal turned into a golden light and fell into the hands of a person. Han Feng's face was indifferent, and he walked towards Bai Li step by step. The body of Bai Li's giant dragon turned into a human form, and his abdomen was dripping with blood. Han Feng took out a magic pill and handed it to Bai Li. Swallowing this pill, it is impossible for you to recover immediately, but it is still possible to prevent the injury from getting worse. After a pause, Han Feng said again, I have seen your loyalty, don't worry, whatever trauma you have suffered at the hands of the other party, I will make the other party 10 times. Pay it back 100 times. Bai Li took the elixir, feeling warm in his heart. Compared with a white-eyed wolf like Jinglong Tianjun, the goodness of Han Feng's behavior was magnified countless times. Invisibly, Bai Li's loyalty to Han Feng increased again. Big words. Taya Tianzuan scoffed at Han Feng's words. My lord, he is Han Feng. Jinglong Tianjun sent a voice transmission. Taya Tianzuan stared at Han Feng coldly with his eyes, exuding endless chill. Human, dare to let my majestic dragon be reduced to a mount, what a dare. As long as you judge yourself in front of this seat can give you a be happy, otherwise, this seat will deprive you of your soul, burn your soul with 9-day true fire for thousands of years, and make your life worse than death. Dream. Okay, then you go to die. After you die, I will imprison your soul and kill the chickens to make an example to the monkeys. The dragon clan, you lowly human races, can't be bullied. Die. A surge of surging black divine yuan, Tao rolled out, and the terrifying aura locked onto Han Feng. Changhai Iron Dragon, Claw. The black Xingyuan seemed to turn into a rough sea, the sea was turbulent, and a giant pitch-black claw tore through the heavy waves, tore through the space, and tore toward Han Feng. You are the one who is going to die. Han Feng was about to experience his current extreme combat power when the unhidden 3 divine bodies burst out. Boom boom boom. The world trembled at this moment, and the void couldn't bear the pressure and collapsed. The Xingyan battle physique, Jingxian physique, and Great Rian physique merged into one, and Han Feng's aura soared wildly. BR/ZG Tianhua merged into the 3 divine bodies at this moment. Han Feng's eyes were filled with purple flames, and his eyes scanned the void, and the void ignited raging purple flames. Ziyun Divine Arm. The Ziyun Divine Arm that has been integrated into the ZG Heavenly Fire is domineering and boundless, breaking through layers of space and blasting away. The purple light and the black dragon's claw collided, and the black dragon's claw was vulnerable to a single blow, and was defeated by the purple light's overwhelming momentum. How could it be? Taya Tianzuan, who was still contemptuous before, showed horror in his pupils. No. Impossible, a mere heavenly monarch, how could he have the power of a heavenly emperor? I don't believe it. Whether Tianzuan Taya believes it or not, Han Feng's extreme blow has already blasted Tianzuan Taya with tremendous power. Taya Tianzuan immediately turned into his main body, trying to use the solid iron scales of his main body to resist Han Feng's blow. Unfortunately, all this is useless. Just like before Bai Li, Taya Tianzuan was blasted with a huge blood hole. Taya Tianzuan immediately let out a scream. I said before, I want you to taste 10 or 100 times more pain than Bai Li. After Han Feng said coldly, Ziyun's divine arm swung out again. It's just that this time, the Ziyun divine arm didn't exert all its strength. Han Feng had already confirmed with the extreme blow, before that the opponent was not strong enough to make him attack with all his strength. In addition to the Ziyun God arm, Han Feng also performed powerful tricks such as the Xinyan Fighting Fist and the Golden Immortal Nirvana Finger. Taya Tianzuan didn't have the previous domineering at this moment, and his body was full of pierced blood, which really fulfilled what Han Feng said before. Dozens of bloody mouths made Taya Tianzuan miserable. Everyone was dumbfounded. This is not a battle, it is clearly a one-sided massacre. Bai Li was stunned in shock. Bai Li still remembers the strength that Han Feng showed in the previous period. Compared to now, it is completely different from the sky and the earth, not at the same level. It's only been more than 10 days, and the combat power has soared to such an extent. The second update. One more. How is it possible? It's only a short 10 or 20 days, how could your lord's combat power soar? Bai Li muttered to himself. Suddenly, Bai Li's pupils shrank, remembering the moment when Han Feng just appeared. The wave on his body was no longer a general, but a real emperor. Not only that, but also a middle heavenly monarch. If I remember correctly, the last time my lord fought against me, it was just a high-ranking general. Thinking of this, Bai Li once again showed a shocking expression, and a turbulent wave arose in his heart. In just 10 or 20 days, he has been promoted from a high-level heavenly general to a middle-level heavenly monarch. Is this still a human being? After that, Bai Li's eyes burst into ejaculation. It seems that my lordship is not easy. Maybe becoming a lord's mount is the most correct decision I have made in my life. Not to mention what Bai Li thought, at this moment, Taiyi Tianzuan, who was in midair, was about to explode with anger. At the same time that he was about to explode, Taiyi Tianzuan was full of panic in his heart. Taiyi Tianzuan never thought that he just came to deal with a general, even if the real realm revealed by the other party was Tianjun. Taiyi Tianzuan didn't take it too seriously. How could he think that it would end up like this in the end? Han Feng still threw out a punch or an arm, and the vast power continued one after another. Taiyi Tianzuan wanted to dodge, but found that he was more and more unable to do it because he was seriously injured. He could only watch helplessly as the opponent blasted one blood hole after another in his body. Quick, save Tianzuan Taiya! Huang Hong and Tianjun Jinglong screamed. They have already experienced the strength of Han Feng on Bailong Island. Without the arrival of Tianzuan Taiya, how would they dare to deal with Han Feng? Now Taiyi Tianzuan is completely ravaged/ruthless and has no resistance, which makes Huang Hong, Jinglong Tianjun and other dragons panic. The only thing they know now is that if Taiyi Tianzuan dies, they will not end well. They must do something to save Taiyi Tianzuan. Ho 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 ho. The roar of a group of dragons resounded through the sky, and giant dragons danced their huge bodies, oppressing them. Humph. Han Feng snorted. The figure flashed, and he came to Taiyi Tianzuan as quickly as lightning, and firmly grasped the end of Taiyi Tianzuan's tail with both hands. Then, Han Feng waved vigorously. Although Han Feng's figure is so small, compared to Taiyi Tianzuan, Han Feng's strength cannot be underestimated. The huge Taiyi Tianzuan was swung by Han Feng quickly like a stick. Bang bang bang. Taiyi Tianzuan's huge body hit the giant dragons, knocking them into the air. Only giant dragons at the level of Tianjun and Tianjiang can't hide from the Iron Fang Tianzuan brand stick at all. After a while, all the dragons were knocked into the air, and Taiyi Tianzuan was also uncomfortable. When colliding with giant dragons fiercely, it is true that those giant dragons will be knocked away by a huge force, but there will also be a huge force acting on Taiyi Tianzuan. With blood holes all over his body and scarred Iron Fang Tianzuan, how could he bear the impact again and again? Even if Bai Li was angry with Tianzuan Taiya and hated Tianjun Jinglong's behavior even more, his eyelids twitched, showing sympathy and intolerance. Iron. Taiyi Tianzuan is really miserable. My lord. Bai Li looked at Han Feng in confusion, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't say it. Han Feng naturally saw Bai Li's expression, and stopped torturing Tianzuan Taiya, and finally dealt with Tianzuan Taiya cleanly with his last punch. Putting Taiyi Tianzuan's huge body away, Han Feng turned his head and said, Bai Li, what are you going to do with those dragons? A group of giant dragons died just like that when they saw Taiyi Tianzuan, and then heard Han Feng say that they didn't care about the pride of being a dragon, and immediately begged for mercy. Master Bailey, we were all forced. That's right, Lord Bailey, please beg us for mercy, we really didn't mean it. Master Bailey. Master Bailey. Bai Li showed a mocking look. Now that these dragons can be seen clearly, they are just a bunch of wide-eyed wolves, and it's not worth him to plead with the Lord. Seeing this, Huang Hong and Jinglong Tianjun felt a chill in their hearts, and the next moment they all shot into the distance, trying to escape. Where to escape? Han Feng threw out the Taishan Divine Sword and the 9 Dragon Divine Seal, one after another. With Han Feng's soaring power at the moment, even if the Taishan Excalibur is just an artifact of the 9 tribulations, it can still exert unimaginable power. Whether the artifact is powerful or ordinary, it mainly depends on the holder of the artifact. A true god of one calamity, even with a chaos artifact in his hand, would not be able to exert much power. The Taishan divine sword turned into a huge sword that lifted the sky, and slashed at Xuanhuan fiercely. The 9 Dragons seal also turned into a huge golden light, pressing heavily on Jinglong Tianjun. Of the 2 heavenly monarchs, one was beheaded and the other was crushed into meat sauce in an instant. The rest of the dragons were frightened and fled in all directions. Unfortunately, in front of Han Feng, how could they escape? Bai Li looked at all this coldly, without being moved in the slightest. However, after all, Han Feng thought that Bai Li was his own mount now, so his subordinates showed mercy and did not drive all the giant dragons on Bailong Island to extinction. All the dragons at the level of Tianjun are dead, but the dragons at the level of Tianjun are still alive. Bai Li, now I want you to continue to be the owner of Bailong Island. Are you willing to do it? Han Feng asked Bai Li. Bai Li was stunned for a moment, his expression fluctuating, and he sighed after a while, saying, "My lord, Bai Li is your mount now. There is no reason for your mount to leave your lord." Oh? Without you presiding over the overall situation, Bailong Island has lost Tianjun again. This time I'm afraid. Bai Li still shook his head. It's what they asked for. But since Bailong Island will disperse sooner or later, the accumulation of Bailong Island over the years cannot be let go. Please give Bai Li a period of time. Bai Li needs to go White Dragon Island. Bring all the remaining resources of White Dragon Island to your lord. Okay. Han Feng nodded in agreement. A lot of Yuanjing and cultivation resources were handed over to Bailong Island before, but there are still a lot left on Bailong Island itself. Bai Li turned into a white dragon and sailed to Bailong Island. The heavenly generals who are still alive on Bailong Island all look miserable. Without Bailong Island, what else can they rely on? Han Feng didn't know where the giant dragons of the general level ended up going these days, and he didn't care where they went. Bai Lily. After leaving, Han Feng returned to the Xuanhuan gang. Anfeng City. The medium Tianzuan from the Double Knife Gate fled in a hurry. After leaving Anfeng City far away, the middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately cursed, "Damn it, why did such a pervert appear in outer domain? It's not as good as the Heavenly Emperor, and it's almost the same, even if it's the Heavenly Emperor with 2 swords. No, I have to go back quickly and tell Shuangdao Tianzuan what happened today. This person cannot be messed with." The first update. More. About 10 days later, Bai Li came back again, and also brought back a large amount of Yuanjing and cultivation resources. At the same time, Han Feng also learned the news of Bailong Island's disbandment from Bai Li. Some of the dragons from the original White Dragon Island joined other forces in the outer domain, some left the outer domain and went to other places, and even some giant dragons simply went to Yaolong Island, preparing to join Yaolong Island. Thank you for your hard work. Han Feng spoke softly after getting Yuanjing and cultivation resources. With Bai Li's performance before, Han Feng really accepted Bai Li. Now that the 9 flames and different fire art has broken through to the 7th floor, the beast breeding space can accommodate 7 monsters, and there is still one missing. It's just that even as a mount, Bai Li is probably used to maintaining a human form most of the time for many years, so Han Feng is not easy to let Bai Li become a monster in the beast breeding space. The monsters transformed by the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower can ignore the innate bloodline level, and can be continuously washed and transformed to improve the bloodline level. Just like the Flying Flame Lion and Phantom Thunder Leopard, with their original bloodlines, they can only grow to the earth level, not to mention the sanctuary, they can't even reach the heaven level. However, now the 2 beasts are no longer restricted by their original bloodlines, and they continue to improve, and finally grow into the current top-ranking monsters, and their bloodlines have reached the top level gods. However, there are gains and losses. Unless Han Feng grows into a god emperor in the future, the monsters transformed by the Nine Flame Skyfire Tower will never be able to transform, and can only maintain a beast shape. Han Feng didn't know if Bai Li could accept it, so he didn't mention it. With a large amount of yuan jing, Han Feng began to retreat again. This time Han Feng's soul and body both broke through to the upper class. In other words, the current Han Feng has reached the level of a high-ranking heavenly monarch in terms of cultivation. Naturally, there is still a long way to go before the peak of a superior heavenly monarch. It is very simple to reach the peak of the supreme heavenly monarch, you just need to absorb more yuan jing. It's just that since Bai Li has been recognized, how could Han Feng not leave some yuan jing for Bai Li? Obviously these yuan jing belong to Bai Long Island. After Bai Li got the yuan jing, he thanked Han Feng very much. This made Han Feng a little embarrassed. On this day, Han Feng went out again. When Bai Li saw that Han Feng was already a superior heavenly monarch, his eyes widened. My lord, you. Bai Li was so surprised that he couldn't speak. It's incredible. But in just a few days, why did it break through again? It is impossible to absorb and refine the original crystals in just a few days. Han Feng smiled, but did not answer. Artifacts such as the artifact of time and time are indeed amazing and perverted in some respects, and Han Feng will not easily expose the existence of the artifact of time and time. Bai Li is just a mount, and in Han Feng's heart, it cannot be compared with the 6 beasts of Skylark. Han Feng also observed Bai Li, and found that Bai Li hadn't improved much. Thinking about it, it's only a few days, and Bai Li probably can't even refine an 8th or 9th level yuan jing. Boom! But at this moment, a secret room of the Xuanhuan gang exploded, and a mass of terrifying energy swept out and spread wildly in all directions. And NBSP, as soon as Bai Li's face changed, he rushed there immediately, and set up a barrier to control the terrifying energy that rolled out within a certain range, without causing damage to other buildings. Han Feng followed closely behind Bai Li, frowning slightly. Could it be that someone came to attack the Xuanhuan gang again? But why is the force blasted out from within the Xuanhuan gang? Feng Qiubai and Lu Tianming were also alarmed, and arrived shortly after Han Feng arrived. What happened? Han Feng asked. Han Feng was not familiar with the terrifying power that suddenly rolled out, but Bai Li was all too familiar with it. With a sigh, Bai Li sighed. This is a certain day who failed to break the limit, exploded and died. Han Feng was taken aback for a moment. He thought it was some kind of enemy attack, but it turned out to be. The disciples of the Xuanhuan gang quickly told everyone the information they found. Reporting to Elder Han, Lord Bailey, Lord Gui, and Lord Lu, this secret room is General Shan Tian, who retreated half a month ago. Elder Shanbai. Feng Qiubai was stunned. He was a high-ranking general, so he died if he said he was dead? Bai Li Dao, after the 9 tribulations true God, whether it is the 9 tribulations true God promoted to the heavenly general, or the heavenly general promoted to the Tianjun, or the Tianjun promoted to the Tianzuan, and the Tianzuan promoted to the emperor, they are constantly breaking the limit of the true God. Breaking the true God, there is a crisis in the limit. If you don't succeed, you will be benevolent, and you can't break through smoothly with a lot of yuanjing resources. Bai Li's words carried hints and warnings. Because of the existence of Han Feng, the Xuanhuan gang has obtained too many resources, which makes many high-ranking true gods of the Xuanhuan gang have a sense that they will become generals and even kings in the future, and become a little bit smug. Even Feng Qiubai and Lu Tianming had fantasized about what would happen to them after they became heavenly generals or even heavenly kings in the future. However, today's Elder Xuanbai's explosion and Bailey's warning made Feng Qiubai and others wake up suddenly, dripping with cold sweat. Thank you, Lord Bailey. Feng Qiubai and the others did not understand that Bailey's previous words were good for them, and they all sincerely worshipped them. This is a heartfelt thank you. Before this, Feng Qiubai and others always had some estrangement towards Bai Li, and their respect for Bai Li was only because of Han Feng. "Elder Han, there is something I don't know if I should tell you." After thanking Bai Li, Feng Qiubai seemed to think of something suddenly, hesitating. "What's the matter? Tell me." "It's like this, I finally found the news about the light spirit fruit." "Light spirit fruit? Found it?" Han Feng was overjoyed. With the light spirit fruit, Lu Tianming could fully recover. "The leader is so embarrassing, could it be that the light fruit is not easy to get?" Bai Li saw Feng Qiubai's awkward expression, and told the truth straight away. When Han Feng was reminded like this, he really found that Feng Qiubai's face was very complicated, not entirely happy. "If you have any difficulties, let's talk about it. If you can solve it, you must try your best to solve it," Han Feng said. Lu Tianming smiled wryly. "Let's say Lu." Lu Tianming first bowed to Han Feng, expressing his gratitude. Lu also thanked Elder Han. If it wasn't for Elder Han, it would be difficult to investigate the location of the light spirit fruit only by relying on the Xuanhuan gang. Now that the Xuanhuan gang has Han Feng, it is already the strongest force in the outer domain of the forbidden ancient realm. The Xuanhuan gang issued an order to find the light spirit fruit, and no force in the outer domain dared to do their best. With many forces operating together, information about the light spirit fruit was quickly found. "It's just, this light spirit fruit isn't a force in the middle domain. This force is called Gu Tianmen, and it is a fourth-rank force." At this moment, Han Feng finally understood Feng Qiubai's expression. "It is a good thing to find the light spirit fruit, but the light spirit fruit is in the hands of the fourth-rank forces. How can it be easily obtained?" The second update. Bai Li, do you know anything about this ancient Tianmen? If anyone present knew Zhongyu the best, none other than Bai Li. After all, Bailong Island was originally a power attached to Yaolong Island, but Yaolong Island is a power in Central Territory, so it is impossible not to understand Central Territory. Bai Li said in a deep voice, "My lord, the heavenly emperors in the central region of the forbidden ancient realm are generally low-level heavenly emperors. There are very few middle-level heavenly emperors who are high-level heavenly emperors. This is naturally the case in the ancient heavenly gate. According to Bai Li's knowledge, there is a heavenly emperor sitting in the ancient Tianmen, and then there are several high-ranking Tianzins. As for the Tianzuan giants, there are no giants, so they are considered to be the bottom of the fourth-rank forces. For the fourth-rank forces in the central region, only the fourth-rank forces with the coexistence of Tianzuan giants and heavenly emperors can be considered top-notch forces. The giant Tianzuan himself has the ability to fight against ordinary and inferior emperors, and he is also a potential emperor of the future emperor. If he breaks through to the emperor in the future, even if he cannot fight beyond the level, he will definitely be a leader in the same level. Therefore, the status of the giant Tianzuan in Zhongyu is absolutely extraordinary, and even the Emperor of Heaven dare not underestimate it. Many heavenly emperors would put on a show to make friends with the giants of Tianzuan. There are at least a dozen or 20 of the fourth-rank forces in the central domain, and the total number of heavenly emperors is at least 50, but the number of Tianzuan giants is less than 2 palms, which shows how rare the Tianzuan giants are. Of course, if a power has 4, 5, or 6 heavenly emperors, even if it is only inferior, it is also a superpower in the Central Territory. It is a pity that there is no faction in the Central Territory that has so many emperors, and the largest number is only 3. Heavenly Emperor, as the last limit of the true God, the difficulty of breaking through is by no means comparable to the previous limits. Even in the inner domain, among most of the fourth-rank forces, the number of heavenly emperors is basically less than 1 palm. Is there only one inferior emperor? Han Feng nodded thoughtfully. If your lord goes there, then Gu Tianmen should give your lord a face. Bai Li guessed that Han Feng has at least the same fighting power as a giant of the sky. The giant Tianzuan has the ability to fight against ordinary low-level emperors in the realm of high-level Tianzuan, while Han Feng's own realm is only at the level of Tianjun. Needless to say which change/state. Bailey believes that even if Han Feng goes to the 5th rank forces, as long as he shows his potential and do kindness, the Supreme Emperor in the 5th rank forces will greet him with a smile. In the forbidden ancient realm, a world that cannot be promoted to the ancient gods, only those with strong combat power at the same level can be considered truly strong. Hearing in vain flattery, Han Feng smiled slightly, and said to Feng Qiubai and Lu Tianming, Master Feng, Brother Lu, let's go to the ancient Tian men of the central region. Is it really good? Feng Qiubai and Lu Tianming were a little moved, but still felt a little too reckless. After all, it was a 4th rank force. It's okay, if it's just an ordinary emperor, Han can still handle it. Han Feng said with a smile. Having tried his best to torture and kill Tai Tianzuan before, Han Feng has roughly guessed the limit of what he can achieve. If it is really just an ordinary low-level emperor, let alone a battle, it is not impossible to kill him. What's more, now it's a step further, from the middle heavenly monarch to the upper heavenly monarch. Just want to let the combat power reach the middle emperor, but it is not enough, even worse. Seeing that Han Feng had already said that, Feng Qiubai and Lu Tianming naturally wouldn't refuse. But Bailey, during the time I'm away, there won't be someone as strong as Tai Tianzuan coming. Han Feng asked Bailey. Han Feng didn't want to go out by himself, but when he came back, he faced a ruin. Bailey smiled slightly. Tai Tianzuan has a great reputation in the central domain, basically second only to the group of Tianzuan giants. The fall of such a strong man will inevitably lead to the exploration of many forces in the central domain. In front of the high-level members of the few forces, there is already a message from the adults. Those 3rd-rank forces will definitely receive the message, and since the adults are no less powerful than the giants of Tianzuan, they will not easily make a move compared to these 3rd-rank forces. Nodding, Han Feng said understand, in that case, let's go. Bailey, Han Feng, Feng Qiubai and Lu Tianming left Anfeng City quietly and headed for the central region. Why there are outer domain, middle domain, and inner domain in the forbidden ancient realm is not only because of the great stratification of combat power in the 3 areas, but also because of the differences between outer domain and middle domain, and between middle domain and inner domain. There is an extremely wide wild forest. The world in the wild forest is full of vitality, and there are many primordial beasts. Unlike UNU, UNU is divided into elementary, intermediate, advanced, and top level, but there is no such distinction in the wild forest. Surrounding a certain powerful beast in the wild forest, there may only be low-level beasts. Moreover, the primordial beasts in the wild forest are not limited to one place, they can freely shuttle in the wild forest, so everywhere in the wild forest may be safe, but also everywhere may be full of danger. 1 second here may be only a place where a group of low-level beasts live, and the next second it may be a place where high-level beasts live. The most important thing is that for some reason, the primordial beasts in the wild forest will have a higher combat power than their own realm. For example, a 7th level Yuan beast has the combat power of an 8th level Yuan beast. The 8th level Yuan beast has the combat power of the 9th level Yuan beast. 9th level Yuan beasts have the power of general level Yuan beasts, and so on. Zun level Yuan beasts have the combat power of emperor level Yuan beasts. And the emperor level beast has the combat power of the emperor. Therefore, even if there are many primordial beasts in the wild forest, very few strong people will come to hunt the primordial beasts, which is not worth it. For example, the strong generals need to break through the super crystals, but in the wild forest, they can only compete with the 9th level primordial beasts, and in the end they only get the 9th level primordial crystals. Moreover, the primordial beasts in the wild forest are no different from the primordial beasts in the outer realm, the middle realm, and the inner realm. Most of the primordial beasts here live in groups, not like the primordial beasts in the primordial realm live alone. This greatly increases the difficulty of hunting. If one is not careful, he will fall into the siege of the primordial beast, and then fall. Even the Emperor of Heaven, the Emperor of Juding, is not willing to easily get involved in the wild forest. For this reason, a teleportation array has been established between the outer domain and the middle domain, and between the middle domain and the inner domain, which can be directly transmitted from the outer domain to the middle domain without going through the wild forest. After all, the time for Han Feng to come to the forbidden ancient realm is still short, and today is the first time he has heard information about this wild forest. Immediately, Han Feng's eyes flashed with light. Bai Li's heart skipped a beat. My lord didn't want to go to the wild forest. This is not possible. Even Tianzuan and Tiandi have fallen in the wild forest. Just about to open his mouth to dissuade him, Bai Li suddenly thought that Han Feng's own realm was only at the level of Tianjun, and his combat power far exceeded that of Tianjun. Perhaps the wild forest is not a place worth taking risks for other true gods, but for Han Feng, it is not the case. The first update. For most powerhouses, coming to the wild forest is not only dangerous, but also not worth it. N is an element of top, N is an element of point, N is an element of small, N is an element of say. For example, if the heavenly general needs to cultivate the Ping Yuan Jing, he needs to contend against the general level Yuan beast whose combat power has been raised to the level of Tianjun, and it will fall due to an accident. And if the confrontation power has been raised to the 9th level Yuan beast at the level of the general, what you get is only the 9th level Yuan crystal. Instead of this, it is better to hunt 9th level Yuan beasts in the high level Yuan domain, which is much safer than the wild forest. But, it is different for Han Feng. Han Feng is now at the Tianjun level, and if he wants to break through to the Tianzuan level, he needs Zun level Yuan Jing or dozens of Jun level Yuan Jing. Monarch level Yuan beasts, whose combat power has been raised by 1 level in the wild forest, are only equivalent to the level of Tianzuan. As for Han Feng, he was a genius against the heavens who could compete with ordinary heavenly emperors. In other words, it is not too difficult or dangerous for Han Feng to kill a monarch-level beast whose combat power has been raised to the level of Tianzuan. Based on this, in the end, Bai Li didn't say anything. The outer domain and the central domain are separated by a wild forest, and a teleportation array is needed to instantly transfer from the outer domain to the central domain. This teleportation array has several locations, and Shadow Wolf City is one of them. In the sky, not too far away from Shadow Wolf City, a giant white dragon shot over and landed near Shadow Wolf City. My lord, the main body of the Shadow Wolf City is the Shadow Demon Wolf, and his own strength has also reached the level of a heavenly king. Bai Li introduced the Shadow Wolf City to Han Feng. The four entered Shadow Wolf City, and Han Feng found that the overall quality of the city was much better than other cities in the outer domain. In Bai Li's words, this Shadow Wolf City is almost the intersection of the outer domain and the middle domain. Not only are there strong people from the outer domain here who want to go to the central domain through the teleportation array, there are also experts from the central domain who come here to do business through the teleportation array. My lord, the teleportation array in Shadow Wolf City is a large teleportation array. Each teleportation needs to consume a lot of god stones, so it is teleported every 10 days, and there are 3 days before the next teleportation. For these 3 days, we need to temporarily live in the Shadow Wolf City. Bai Li said respectfully. In the forbidden ancient realm, although most of the true gods use Yuan Jing to cultivate, this does not mean that the god stone is useless. Just compared to the god stone, Yuan Jing is more conducive to breaking the limit of true gods, so true gods are more inclined to use Yuan Jing to practice when they are practicing. Another point is that the heaven and earth in the forbidden ancient realm are full of vitality, but not a lot of air, which leads to the scarcity of sacred stone veins, which directly causes the scarcity of divine stones in the forbidden ancient realm. A strong heavenly emperor may not have as many divine stones as Han Feng. The four quickly found an inn and stayed temporarily. There are many strong people coming and going in Shadow Wolf City, and there are many talented generals. These days, you can tell the level of Feng Qiubai and Lu Tianming at a glance, showing disdain, but when their eyes fall on Han Feng and Bai Li, their expressions are all shocked. They can't see through the cultivation realm of these two people at all. Because of Han Feng and Bai Li's indistinct cold aura, these days they will show solemn faces, so even though there are many powerful people in Shadow Wolf City, there will be conflicts from time to time, but Han Feng and the four are rarely affected. Those whose cultivation base can reach the level of Heavenly General generally have good eyesight. My lord, there is an underground trade fair in Shadow Wolf City, is your lord interested? In 3 days, the practice can't improve much. Bai Li was afraid that Han Feng would be boring, and then thought of the underground trade fair in Shadow Wolf City, so he informed Han Feng. Oh? Underground trade fair? Han Feng became slightly interested. Yes, generally speaking, those who initiate the trade fair are the strong ones from the central domain, and they may be able to trade general-level Yuanjing or even Jun-level Yuanjing, or other cultivation resources. That's it. Han Feng was moved when he heard that he might trade general-level Yuanjing or even king-level Yuanjing. Unexpectedly, Bai Li said again, the underground trade fair can only be qualified to enter the underground trade fair. Only those who are above the 9 tribulations true God are eligible to enter. Under the heavenly generals, they must show treasures worthy of the underground trade fair to be eligible to enter. Feng Qiubai and Lu Tianming, who were going to follow up to have a look, suddenly looked helpless. They were only at the level of the 9 tribulations true gods, so they naturally didn't meet the qualifications, and they didn't bring any precious treasures with them when they came out. In other words, only Han Feng and Bai Li are eligible to go. Feng Qiubai hurriedly said, Elder Han, you can follow Master Bai Li to the underground trade fair, my concubine and my husband are waiting here. This, all right. Han Feng hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Bai Li took Han Feng around and turned around, and it was only then that Han Feng realized that there were still so many intersections in Shadow Wolf City. In the end, the two stopped in front of a rather dilapidated wooden door. On both sides of the wooden door, there are 2 guards standing, respectively. Their cultivation realms are both at the level of heavenly generals. Han Feng and Bai Li were only allowed to enter after showing off their aura, far surpassing those of lowly generals. After entering the wooden door, the scene in front of me suddenly changed. There is indeed a universe inside the wooden door. Compared with the dilapidated scene outside, the inside is magnificent and has an extremely wide space. In a relatively open place, there are stalls on the ground, at least the stall owners of the general level are sitting there waiting for people to come forward to trade. On the stalls are the items that these stall owners put out for exchange. Han Feng and Bai Li started wandering in front of each stall. After turning around, Han Feng found that there were indeed many good things in the stall, such as some puppets, artifacts, and so on. But Han Feng didn't have any king-level Yuanjing that Han Feng wanted. My lord, the underground fair is very big. This is just a part of it. There are still many places I haven't visited. Maybe there will be king-level Yuanjing there. Saying this, Bai Li shook his head in his heart. If there is a king-level Yuanjing, it is basically reserved for oneself. It should be known that even the king-level Yuanjing can be of great help to the powerful Tianzuan. Only the Emperor of Heaven would not care too much about the king-level Yuanjing, but he would not take it out casually unless there are so many king-level Yuanjing in his hand that it doesn't matter. Furthermore, in the underground trade fair in Shadow Wolf City, basically the strongest person who appeared was only Tianjun, and it was impossible for there to be a Tiandi or Tianzuan. From Bai Li's point of view, if he could find one or a few general-level crystals during this trip, it would be considered pretty good. Okay, let's go to the next place. Han Feng said helplessly. In the blink of an eye, half a day passed. Han Feng has visited many places, and Han Feng has really traded a lot of gadgets. These gadgets are of no great use to Han Feng, they are just a little special, which makes Han Feng desire, that's all. These gadgets are not of great value, so Bai Li didn't stop Han Feng from trading some useless things wantonly. But at this moment, Han Feng's expression froze, and Xiaopeng's voice sounded in the spiritual world, Han Feng, go forward about 100 meters and turn left, there are good things. The second update. Oh? Han Feng's expression was slightly moved. It was not easy to be called a good thing by Xiaopeng. Proportion top proportion point proportion small proportion say. Immediately, Han Feng strode away. From behind, Bai Li watched Han Feng's sudden movement suspiciously, but didn't say anything, just followed Han Feng closely. Soon, Han Feng came to a stall. There are not many things on this stall, but each piece is a high-quality goods, and the cultivation of the stall owner is almost at the level of Tianjun. Only. Han Feng scanned around and found that although the items on the stall were fine products, most of them were useless to him. In the final analysis, Han Feng's cultivation has now reached the level of a high-ranking heavenly monarch. If he is still at the level of a heavenly general, some of the treasures will also play a role in Han Feng's cultivation. Little Fat, where's the good thing you said? Look to the left. Fatty replied. Han Feng stared at it, and suddenly froze. Dozens of artifacts were seen piled up randomly like scrap iron. Most of these artifacts are low-grade or even middle-grade artifacts, and the middle-grade artifacts only occupy a small proportion. For heavenly generals and even heavenly monarchs, such artifacts are really difficult to play a big role, no wonder they are treated like scrap iron. Of course, this is not the reason that surprised Han Feng. What really surprised Han Feng was that among these low-grade and middle-grade artifacts, there was a black gold crown. On the black gold crown, a dragon emerged. This black gold crown is an artifact of chaos. In the forbidden ancient realm, the existence of all chaotic levels is forbidden. The chaos artifact has great power outside, but in the forbidden ancient realm, all power will be sealed, so Han Feng can't judge the black and golden crown. What kind of grade is it in the chaos artifact? But to be valued by Xiaopeng, it is impossible to be a low-grade chaos artifact, at least a middle-grade chaos artifact. Han Feng took out the black and gold crown. The soul poured in, and soon discovered the sealed artifact spirit in the depths of the crown. Although the spirit of the weapon was sealed, Han Feng still judged the general level of the black and gold crown through the spirit of the weapon. It should be a high-grade chaos artifact. A top-grade chaos artifact, the high-ranking ancient gods will fight for it when they see it. Pity. Han Feng clicked his tongue, the pearl is covered with dust, it is a high-grade chaos artifact, but it is surrounded by a bunch of low-grade and middle-grade artifacts. The stall owner obviously knew that the black and gold tiara was an artifact of chaos, and seeing Han Feng's expression, the stall owner smiled and said, "This little brother has good eyesight," and he found this artifact from a pile of artifacts in no time. After glancing at Han Feng and Bai Li, the stall owner realized that he couldn't see through the realm of the two of them, only felt that it was unfathomable. And this unfathomable feeling is still higher than that of the Lord of Shadow Wolf City. The stall owner had met the Lord of Shadow Wolf City before, and knew that the Lord of Shadow Wolf City was a Tianjuan level master, but even if he was a Tianjuan level master, he didn't give the stall owner the feeling of looking up to Han Feng. The stall owner's eyes were fixed, these two are 89 out of 10 stronger than the Lord of Shadow Wolf City. Thinking of this, the stall owner smiled and said, "Guests. Man, if you take a fancy to this artifact, you can take it away with a king-level yuan jing." Han Feng was a little speechless. It is a high-grade chaos artifact, and I don't know how many high-grade chaos stones can't be bought. As a result, in the Forbidden Ancient Realm, it is only worth a king-level Yuan Jing. Of course, Han Feng also knew that this was caused by the particularity of the Forbidden Ancient Realm, but it didn't mean that Han Feng would really use a king-level Yuan Jing to buy this chaotic artifact. Don't say that Han Feng doesn't have it, even if it does exist, I wouldn't buy it. With a faint smile, Han Feng said, "Stand owner, it's not so tricky to deceive people. Don't forget that the chaos artifact is sealed in the Forbidden Ancient Realm, and it can't exert any power. What's the use of this chaos artifact if I want it? King-level Yuan Jing, I might as well keep it for myself, at least it can improve my cultivation a lot." The stall owner was speechless, obviously knowing that what Han Feng said was true. The stall owner was going to take advantage of Han Feng's obsession with the superficially powerful artifact of chaos artifact to slaughter Han Feng, but now it seems that the other party is completely awake. "Okay, what price are you going to pay?" the stall owner said bluntly, because he was also afraid of Han Feng's strength. If Han Feng was just a general, the stall owner would not say that and let Han Feng choose the price himself. This time, Bai Li spoke up, 109 level Yuan Jing, if you want this chaos artifact, we will take it, if you don't want it, we will leave. Bai Li really didn't care about the chaos artifact, so he acted very bachelor. This made Han Feng silent. Han Feng himself still hoped to lead the Forbidden Ancient Realm, so the chaos artifact was very important, and Han Feng's bachelor would inevitably show his flaws. It has to be said that Han Feng was right in not interjecting, and the stall owner was indeed overwhelmed by Bai Li's bachelor behavior. With a wry smile, the stall owner said with a mournful face, "It's still a chaos artifact. I heard that it's worth a lot outside, so can't you raise the price? 109th level Yuan Jing is too little. Even 1009th level Yuan Jing may not be able to help him advance to Tianjun." Bai Li rolled his eyes and glanced at Han Feng, as if he was asking Han Feng if he wanted to leave. Han Feng maintained a calm expression, not daring to show the slightest reluctance, nodded slowly and was about to leave. The stall owner became anxious when he saw that Han Feng and Bai Li were about to leave. Okay, 100 is 100. Sighing, the stall owner chose to trade. After the transaction was over, Han Feng took back the high-grade chaotic artifact Mianguan into the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda, and Xiaopeng woke up the spirit in the Mianguan. In the Skyfire Pagoda, it can resist the suppression of the Forbidden Ancient Realm, and the spirit of the weapon is likely to wake up. Of course, if you leave the Skyfire Tower after waking up, you will still be sealed. That is to say, unless he leaves the Forbidden Ancient Realm, the Chaos Artifact Diadem cannot easily be taken out of the Skyfire Pagoda. My lord, it's fine to trade one of these Chaos Artifacts. In the future, we should trade less. After all, no matter how powerful the Chaos Artifacts are in the outside world, they are useless weapons in the Forbidden Ancient Realm. Bai Li was still rambling along the way. Obviously, in Bai Li's view, trading 109 level Yuan Jing for a chaos artifact would be a disadvantage. Han Feng smiled but did not give a clear answer. You can't tell Bai Li that you will leave the Forbidden Ancient Realm in the future. It has been a long time since no one has left the Forbidden Ancient Realm, and speaking of it will only make Bai Li feel that his head is sick, so it's better not to say it. And NBS picked up a loophole, so that Han Feng was really interested in this underground trade fair. It would be great if there were more top-grade chaos artifacts. However, Han Feng is doomed to be disappointed. In the following time, Han Feng did find some chaos artifacts, but most of these chaos artifacts were low-level or quasi-chaos artifacts. Or it is a somewhat broken middle-grade chaos artifact. Han Feng was not very satisfied with these chaos artifacts. The first update. Limited time rush, 2015 summer new Korean version stitching men's t-shirt short-sleeved mercerized cotton genuine German BMW men's casual t-shirt. Limited time pantyhose, toe transparent ultra-thin hidden transparent pantyhose, 9.9 free shipping, send, girlfriend, hee. Support the development of the website, go to Taobao to buy things from here. Han Feng is now a superior heavenly monarch, and Han Feng's goal is to break through to the ancient god of chaos at the peak level of a heavenly emperor, and condense the highest quality golden lotus. The ancient god Jinlian, even if it was only a low-ranking ancient god, would possess extremely powerful and inconceivably powerful power. That is definitely not comparable to ordinary low-ranking ancient gods. Sweeping ordinary low-ranking ancient gods is like slaughtering dogs. Just because the power of the ancient god Jinlian is too strong, Han Feng's requirements for the chaos artifact are also stricter. Han Feng was no longer satisfied with low-grade and incomplete middle-grade. Therefore, apart from Mianguan, Han Feng did not find another artifact that satisfied him. However, it cannot be said that Han Feng has no gains at all. During this period, Han Feng traded a lot of training resources that could improve his 4 major martial arts and the 9 flames and different fire art, as well as several general-level Yuanjing. General-level Yuanjing, of course, is not of great help to Han Feng now, but if the 6 beasts come to absorb and refine it, it is very likely to be promoted to Tianjun. Even if there is no promotion, it will make the background more profound and lay a solid foundation for breaking through Tianjun in the future. When it came to the first night of the underground trade fair, Han Feng finally found a treasure again. It was a red lotus seed that exuded fiery heat. Brilliant Flame God Lotus Seed. The Brilliant Flame Divine Lotus is an extremely precious fire attribute treasure in the world. It is said that the Brilliant Flame Divine Lotus takes 30,000 years to mature, and each time it matures, it can bear 18 lotus seeds, and each lotus seed contains enormous flame energy. According to legend, if a lotus seed of the radiant flame god exploded, the power of the flames would be able to kill Tianzuan. If 18 lotus seeds explode together, it can even destroy an ancient god-level figure. With such a lotus seed of the god of flame, Han Feng is confident that his 9 flames and different fire art will break through from the early stage of the 7th floor to the middle stage in an instant. For this moment, the lotus seed of the god of flame, Han Feng also paid a lot of price. Whether it is the 9th level Yuanjing or the divine stone, they have paid a lot. Back then in the secret realm of chaos, Han Feng also had many good treasures among his trophies, such as many top-grade artifacts, which were all artifacts that Han Feng himself could not use. Some of these top-grade artifacts are not as good as the 9 Dragons Seal, but some are almost the same as the 9 Dragons Seal. What's more, it is faintly stronger than the 9 Dragons Seal. If it wasn't for the incompatible attributes, Han Feng would not abandon it. Now, it happens to be used to trade such a lotus seed of the god of flame. With Bailey, a figure at the level of Tianzuan, and these top-grade artifacts, how could the stall owner refuse to agree, and there was no one who didn't have a good eye to come and rob Bailey and Han Feng. Tianzuan is also a first-class powerhouse in the middle domain, and no one dares to provoke such a powerful enemy for no reason. Leaving the underground trade fair, Bailey congratulated with a happy face, "Congratulations, my lord, for getting the lotus seeds of the god of flame, and Bailey congratulates you in advance for your further strength." Han Feng laughed and said, "It's all thanks to you. If you hadn't mentioned this underground trade fair, I wouldn't have gotten the lotus seeds of the radiant flame god. Most importantly, I got a high-grade chaos artifact." On the outside, the top-grade chaos artifact is by no means comparable to the lotus seed of the flame god, and it is by no means easy to get it. At this moment, Han Feng's face suddenly changed slightly. In the Skyfire Pagoda, under the rescue of Xiaopeng, the spirit of the tiara finally regained consciousness. And under Xiaopeng's suggestion, the crowned weapon spirit also agreed to submit to Han Feng. The spirits of the top-grade chaos artifacts are extremely arrogant, and it is not easy to make them surrender. The objects that these spirits submit to must be high-ranking ancient gods, and no matter how bad they are, they need to be middle-ranking ancient gods. Not only that, but the middle ancient god and the upper ancient god cannot be simple ancient gods, such as the most common ancient god Balian. The same is true of the cornet spirit before. It's just a sad reminder that since the crown was reduced to the forbidden ancient realm, it was immediately sealed and could no longer exert any power. Just like beryllium, copper and rotten iron, how could the crown weapon spirit bear it? So what about submitting to the little heavenly monarch? As long as he can leave the forbidden ancient realm, all of this is nothing. Because of the obedience of the Mianguan artifact spirit, Han Feng immediately knew that the full name of the chaotic artifact Mianguan was the Dragon Mianguan. Xuanhuan urges the crown of the dragon flood dragon, and a golden dragon and a black flood dragon can appear. The dragon flood crown is a powerful chaos artifact, capable of both offense and defense. When the golden dragon attacks, the black flood dragon can serve as protection. When the black flood dragon attacks, the golden dragon can serve as protection. And when the golden dragon and the black flood attack together, their attack power is the highest among the top-grade chaos artifacts. Its power is infinitely close to that of the best chaos artifact, only half as high as the best chaos artifact. Some top-grade chaos artifacts that are not good at attacking may not be able to compare with the Dragon Flood Crown. Similarly, if the Golden Dragon and the Black Flood Dragon are used together as a defense, their defense strength will be infinitely close to that of the best chaos artifact. Knowing such a situation, Han Feng was pleasantly surprised. This Dragon Flood Cornet could no longer be said to be a high-grade chaos artifact, and its failure was simply not comparable to ordinary top-grade chaos artifacts. If you really want to describe it, it is not an exaggeration to use the half-step best chaos artifact to express it. Bailey looked at Han Feng in bewilderment, wondering why his lord suddenly laughed so strangely. The two returned to the inn soon. But the innkeeper told Han Feng and Bailey a very bad news. 2 hours ago, Lang Feng, the young lord of Shadow Wolf City, came to the inn and accidentally found Feng Qiubai, and he was about to take Feng Qiubai captive. Feng Qiubai is just the true god of the 9 tribulations, and Lu Tianming is like an ordinary person for the time being, so he can't compete with Lang Feng. Leaving aside Lang Feng's own cultivation of a mid-level general, the group of low-level generals around Lang Feng is not something that Lu Tianming and his wife can compete with. Okay, so brave. Han Feng's eyes were filled with coldness. Bullying people, even bullying him. The innkeeper was trembling, and the two of them didn't seem to be ordinary people. This young hero, that Lang Feng, is the young city lord of Shadow Wolf City. He is guarded by a strong man by his side, and his father is even a heavenly king. I advise the young hero not to care about those two people anymore, but to leave. It's better. The innkeeper tried hard to persuade him. Tianjun, it's not enough for Han to retreat. Bailey, let's go. Han Feng and Bailey disappeared in front of the innkeeper in an instant. With the innkeeper's cultivation as a mid-level heavenly general, he was stunned to find nothing. This speed. The boss shrank his pupils, and then grinned. It seems that Lang Feng finally kicked the iron plate. The boss actually had a gloating expression on his face. Shadow Wolf City. The city lord, Lang Lai, is dealing with some matters in the city. Suddenly, Lang Lai noticed something strange in the space. Years of combat experience made Lang Lai suddenly turn around without even thinking about it, and punched away with a bang. Where did the thief come from? How dare you invade the study of the city lord? Lang Lai roared angrily. This fist filled with black flames, and a terrifying power swept out. However, at the next moment, a scene that terrified Lang Lai happened. In Lang Lai's eyes, the extremely terrifying punch was firmly caught by one person. The power of my punch poured into the opponent's body, like pouring into the deep sea, and disappeared without a trace in an instant, without any bubbles. Cold sweat broke out on Lang Lai's forehead, knowing that he had met a master. Just as he was about to punch, the opponent suddenly burst out with earth-shattering power. That power seemed to tear apart the space and destroy the mountain. The monstrous power hit Lang Lai, and Lang Lai vomited blood and flew out backwards. Boom! Lang Lai's body was punched out of the study room, which immediately attracted the attention of some guards in the city lord's mansion. Who? How dare you invade my city lord's mansion, court deaf? Powerful men exuding the aura of generals flashed over one by one. When their eyes fell on Lang Lai, their pupils suddenly shrank. The city lord of their shadow wolf city was knocked to the ground, unable to even get up. Bai Li jumped out of the study with an indifferent expression. Get lost. This shout, like thunder on a sunny day, exploded in the ears of these general guards. Puff puff. Under the horrified eyes of these days, they saw each other's companions falling from the sky, spurting blood one by one. Only then did Han Feng slowly walk out of the study. Bai Li respectfully stood beside Han Feng, and Xuanhuan's gaze became docile. Lang Lai, who finally struggled to get up, was shocked when he saw this scene. The person in the white robe is scary enough, and it is very likely that he has reached the realm of Tianzuan. But such a person is so respectful to the young man beside him. How strong should that young man be? Could it be that the Emperor of Heaven failed? Thinking of this, Lang Lai's expression changed drastically, and his body trembled. Lang Lai understood that he was number one in the outland of the forbidden ancient realm, and even the ruler of Shadow Wolf City, but in the eyes of someone like the Emperor of Heaven, he was as insignificant as an ant. No. I don't know what the two seniors are here for. I don't know where Lang has offended the two seniors. Lang Lai is very smart. From the cold gaze of the master, Lang Lai knew that the anger of the two seniors was definitely related to him, at least it had something to do with Shadow Wolf City. Han Feng didn't speak, but Bai Li said slowly, "Your nobleman is amazing, he even dared to arrest my lord's subordinates. You have the guts of an ambitious leopard." Theoretically speaking, Han Feng is just the elder Keqing of the Xuanhuan gang, and Feng Qiubai, as the leader of the Xuanhuan gang. He is the real leader of the Xuanhuan gang. But for Bai Li, what he is loyal to is only Han Feng, not Feng Qiubai. From Bai Li's point of view, Feng Qiubai and Lu Tianming are just Han Feng's subordinates. Moreover, in today's Xuanhuan gang, all the generals who joined the Xuanhuan gang and later joined the Xuanhuan gang, Tianjun, also wanted to follow Han Feng. Although the leader of the Xuanhuan gang is Feng Qiubai, most of the powerhouses don't take Feng Qiubai and Lu Tianming seriously. In their view, the Xuanhuan gang belonged to Han Feng. Sure enough. Lang Lai secretly thought in his heart that it was so, and suddenly a surge of anger rose. This damn kid. It's okay to cause trouble for me on weekdays, and I can barely wipe my ass, but now I have provoked such terrifying two people, even I. After scolding Lang Feng in his heart, Lang Lai said cautiously, "It turns out that Guzi's dishonest thing offended the two seniors, so Lang called that dishonest thing over here. By the way, I haven't asked the names of the two seniors yet." Bai Li said lazily, "Bai Li." As for Han Feng, Bai Li did not introduce him. Obviously he felt that Lang Lai was not qualified enough to know Han Feng's identity. However, Bai Li forgot that he was outside the forbidden ancient realm. The identity of the foreign domain. The former owner of Bailong Island, now the master of Tianzuan. The moment he heard Bai Li's name, Lang Lai's expression turned pale. Lang Lai never expected that it was the former owner of Bailong Island that had been disbanded before who shot him. So. Lang Lai's eyes shifted to Han Feng, and he jumped suddenly. This person must be the most powerful person in the outer domain of the forbidden ancient realm. Han Feng of the Xuanhuan gang, the super powerful master who killed Taya Tianzuan, is said to have the strength no less than Tianzuan's giant. It turned out to be these two evil stars. Lang Lai once again sprayed Lang Feng scoldingly, and provoked these two evil stars. Did he feel that he was living too happily? Call that kid from Lang Feng to the city lord. Lang Lai roared angrily. A high-ranking general didn't dare to be careless, and disappeared in a flash. When this superior heaven appeared again, he was already holding a young man with an angry face in his hand. Bastard, dare to treat this young master like this, do you want to court death? Lang Feng cursed, as the young city owner of Shadow Wolf City, when had he been treated like this? When Lang Feng saw his father, he immediately yelled, "Father, get rid of this general, quickly. Stinky boy." Lang Lai blushed furiously, and then, under Lang Feng's shocked gaze, he slapped him across the face. Puff. Immediately, Lang Feng was sent flying by the slap, spun several times in the air, and then fell heavily on the ground. His teeth were blown out by Lang Lai, his mouth was full of blood. With this palm, it can be seen that Lang Lai did not hold back his hand. Lang Feng was stunned by Lang Lai's palm. Lang Feng never thought that his father would give him such a slap. Father. Lang Feng looked at Lang Lai stupidly, at a loss. Lang Lai scolded, "You bastard, you do evil all day long. Today, as a father, I will teach you a good lesson." Lang Lai kicked fiercely, punching and kicking Lang Feng, and he didn't hold back his hands at all. Lang Feng screamed again, and occasionally there was the sound of bones breaking. "Father, father, forgive, forgive, I don't dare, my child dare not." Lang Feng was really frightened. That kind of pain, that kind of threat of death, made Lang Feng's guts terrified. After a while, Lang Lai put away his fists and feet, leaving Lang Lai dying. Han Feng gave Lang Lai a deep look, and Bai Li said indifferently, "City Master Lang has worked hard." Obviously, both Han Feng and Bai Li knew why Lang Lai was so cruel. Lang Lai's complexion changed slightly, and he just said in a sly voice, "Kuzi has already been taught a lesson, and please forgive Quanzi, the two seniors." A trace of pain flashed across Lang Lai's uneasy expression. Even if Lang Feng is a dandy, he doesn't live up to expectations, but he is still Lang Lai's own son. How could Lang Lai really be angry with Lang Feng? Getting more and more dandy. This time Lang Feng accidentally provoked Han Feng and Bai Li. Lang Lai obviously knew that things could not go well. Handing Lang Feng over to Han Feng and Bai Li will most likely end in death. Conversely, if the Lang Feng, he was seriously injured, but he had a chance of survival. Forget it. Han Feng said a word lightly, but it made Lang Lai overjoyed and extremely grateful. Lang Feng had already been beaten into this state, his bones were shattered. If it wasn't for the strong vitality of the true God, he would have died long ago. Even so, it is difficult to recover without a period of time. As a strong Tianjun, with relatively inferior combat power, Han Feng really didn't bother to care about Lang Feng who had fallen to this level. The first update. Elder Han. Not long after, Feng Qiubai and Lu Tianming were brought over by a general. Han Feng glanced at the two of them and was relieved to find that they were fine. Feng Qiubai knew Han Feng's worry, but smiled. "I know that Elder Han is here, and I and my husband will definitely be rescued, so I didn't resist too much." Han Feng understood instantly. No wonder Lu Tianming was just an ordinary person's body, and it was intact. Lang Lai, the owner of Shadow Wolf City over there, said cautiously, "My lords, since you two have come to Langmu's Shadow Wolf City, why don't you just stay in Shadow Wolf City for 2 days? After 2 days, the teleportation array will open." Of course, the 2 adults and the 2 god stones of the Xuanhuan gang were taken by Lang. All right. Han Feng did not refuse. But at this moment, in the Skyfire Tower, Xiaopeng's voice came to Han Feng's ears again. "Han Feng, it's about 1,000 feet to the right, and I feel a special force." Special power? Hearing this, Han Feng paused, and then asked under Lang Lai's surprised gaze, "City Lord Lang, what is the place over there?" Although Lang Lai was amazed at how Han Feng would ask such a question, he still said, "My lord, there is an underground prison in the city lord's mansion, where some prisoners are imprisoned." "Oh? Then I'll go and have a look." After Han Feng finished speaking, he was about to leave. Although Bailey and the others didn't know what Han Feng was going to do, they still followed closely behind. Seeing this, Lang Lai would not let Han Feng go alone. He immediately followed and led Han Feng to the underground prison in Shadow Wolf City. And the Heavenly General, who stayed on the spot, immediately sent Lang Feng down for treatment under Lang Lai's sound transmission. The entrance of the underground prison is a dark hole like fangs that devour people, and there is a cold and cool atmosphere in it. This is caused by the long-term lack of sunlight in the underground prison. In the prison, many strong men were imprisoned, many of whom were at the level of heavenly generals. Some of these beings had been tortured to the point of death, and when they saw the figures of Lang Lai and the others, they shrank back in fright. And some still stared at Lang Lai with fierce expressions. "I can't wait to eat its flesh and sleep on its skin." Cold sweat gradually broke out on Lang Lai's forehead. Mr. Han Feng, he probably couldn't understand his behavior and let him release these prisoners. If this is the case, there may never be peace in Shadow Wolf City. Lang Lai is too aware of the hatred some of these prisoners have towards him. Lang Lai was completely overthinking. Han Feng is not such a slut, he has to intervene in everything. What happens to the prisoners in this prison has nothing to do with him. The reason why he came to this underground prison is entirely because of the special power that Xiaopeng said. The special power is in the prison? Is it not something but a prisoner? With doubts, Han Feng came to a cell. In an instant, Han Feng's face changed. The detainees in this cell turned out to be two children. The two children are a boy and a girl. The boy is only about 8/9 years old, and the girl is only 5 or 6 years old. However, for a girl who is only 5 or 6 years old, some stains on her face can't hide her delicate and lovely appearance. It can be seen that when he grows up in the future, it will be another disaster. A peerless beauty who brought disaster to the country and the people. When the girl saw everyone, she panicked and kept backing away. The 8/9-year-old boy protected the girl behind him and was looking at everyone with vicious eyes. Han Feng could clearly see that the boy was obviously relieved after looking around for a week, but that was all, and he still didn't relax his vigilance. "City Lord Lang, what's the situation?" Han Feng's tone was very bad. The previous prisoners were nothing more than two children under 10 years old. This. Lang doesn't know either. Lang Lai wept with a sad face. He really didn't know that there was such a pair of children in the underground prison. Suddenly, not knowing what Lang Lai thought of, he immediately called someone to ask. Afterwards, everyone knew the whole story. This pair of children was captured by Lang Feng. It is said that Lang Feng took a fancy to the girl's appearance and planned to come up with a lowly training plan. When the lowly grows up, she can start eating. This kid. Bailey frowned, feeling that it was too cheap for Lang Feng to let Lang Feng go so easily. "My lord." Lang Lai was about to cry. He managed to save Lang Feng's life. Why did such a thing happen again? Lang Lai secretly vowed that after today, Lang Feng must not be allowed to let him go, and he must be strictly controlled. Gritting his teeth, Lang Lai said, "My lord, this junior has an ancestral top-grade artifact here, which is only half a step away from the chaos artifact. It is the real top existence among the top-grade artifacts. As long as the adults can spare the dog, the little one will immediately send it to you. This artifact is surrendered. The top artifact among the top artifacts." Bai Li's pupils narrowed slightly, and he took a deep breath. This kind of magic, even for him, is worth seeing. Seeing Lang Lai paying such a price for Lang Feng, Han Feng squinted his eyes slightly, and said, "It seems that you do love your son very much, but you must know that there are many people stronger than you in this world. It's better for Lord Lang to let Guizi restrain himself, otherwise sooner or later, he and Lord Lang will bring disaster to destroy the city. After speaking, there was no mention of Lang Feng's life. Seeing this, Lang Lai naturally knew that his son had saved his life again, but the price was the loss of one of the most top-notch artifacts. Thinking of this, Lang Liu's cheeks twitched and twisted. However, Lang Lai still wanted to show gratitude, not daring to show any unwillingness or hatred. Little fatty, what special power do these two children possess? Hey, that's up to you to see for yourself, Xiaopeng said mysteriously. Han Feng was speechless, but it also aroused Han Feng's curiosity. Asking Lang Lai to open the cage, Han Feng strolled in. The child's expression became more and more vigilant, and finally when Han Feng approached again, he said angrily, "No more approaching." Han Feng tried his best to show a gentle look, "Little guy, I have no malicious intentions." The boy snorted, "You grown-ups really think that we don't know anything since we were young? No malice? I don't believe it." Han Feng was choked immediately. Bailey didn't know the difference between the two children. Seeing the boy being disrespectful to Han Feng, he subconsciously opened his mouth to scold him. Han Feng turned his head and gave Bailey a warning look, but Bailey closed his mouth. Han Feng turned his head and said helplessly, "If I am harmful to you, do you think you, a little guy, can resist it?" Male. The child hesitated for a moment, but still said viciously, "Threats won't work. Are you going to take the route of deception again? You must want to know the secret from me after being nice to me. Give up, stop dreaming. Even if my sister and I die, it won't be cheap for you." The second update. Hearing the boy's vicious words, Han Feng was astonished. Vertex fiction. The interest in the two children is entirely due to Xiaopeng. Since Xiaopeng said that these two children are not simple, then there must be something not simple about these two children. Han Feng originally thought that it was likely that the two children possessed some special power. Unexpectedly, another secret was involved. From what the boy said, it was obvious that someone had persecuted the boy before. Lang Feng is unlikely, so that means, before meeting Lang Feng, the two boys had encountered other dangers. This made Han Feng curious about the boy's identity. It seems that this boy not only has extraordinary strength, but also has an extraordinary background identity. Seeing Han Feng's astonished expression, the boy also had a trace of doubt on his immature face. Could it be that the man in front of me is really not from that place? Otherwise, why would he show such an expression? When Han Feng was in the dungeon, staring at the boy. Outside Shadow Wolf City. Several figures suddenly flashed, and each figure was filled with an extremely huge force. This power makes people tremble, and it seems to be able to tear apart the world. Not only that, these figures were wearing blood-colored robes that almost covered their entire faces, and there was a strong blood-colored aura around them, so sticky that it was about to fall off. One of the strong men in the blood robe said in a hoarse voice, "Through induction, those two little guys should be in this city. I really didn't expect these two little guys to run so far. If it weren't for the presence of the blood god, these two kids would really have escaped." A blood-robed man said calmly. Among these blood-robed people, the leader looked at Anfeng City from a distance, and his aura was obviously better than the other blood-robed people. And the rest of the blood-robed people would also show respect when they glanced at the leading blood-robed person from time to time. The blood-cloaked man at the head. It is a giant of Tianzuan. The next moment, the blood-robed people turned into streaks of bloody light, blasting towards Anfeng City like beams of light. Shadow Wolf City, an underground prison. Rumble. Hearing the sound of booming and exploding from the ground, Han Feng and others were underground, and they were a little unsteady as the ground shook violently. What? What happened? Bailey and Lang Lai's expression changed. Shadow Wolf City is Lang Lai's base camp, all of Lang Lai's foundations are here. Among the crowd, Lang Lai is the most anxious about what happened on the ground. Bai Li, as a superpower at the level of Tianzuan and True God, felt the terrifying coercion from the ground. There are at least 4 heavenly venerates descending on the Lord's mansion of Shadow Wolf City. Bai Li gasped, wondering how could so many heavenly venerates and true gods be attracted to a mere Shadow Wolf City. Certainly no force in the outer domain has celestial venerables, that is to say, these celestial venerables are most likely from the Central Territory or even the Inner Territory. As a superior heavenly monarch, Han Feng naturally sensed the general situation on the ground with Xiaopeng's reminder. And NBS. They are here. The boy trembled, his eyes full of horror. The younger girl behaved even more unbearably, with a look of bewilderment. Han Feng's eyes narrowed. The Tianzuan on the ground came for these 2 children? These 2 little guys are really not simple. The secrets of these 2 children who can attract many heavenly venerates to arrest them are by no means simple. Can you save my sister and me? Han Feng was still thinking, but the boy whispered with an uneasy expression. Oh? Don't call me a villain now? Han Feng laughed. The boy pursed his lips, his expression changing. The boy didn't know whether he should trust Han Feng, but those people were coming soon, and now he could only gamble. As long as you repel those people, I will follow you, the boy said firmly, looking directly at Han Feng. Han Feng heard what the boy meant, but he decided to follow, excluding his sister. Han Feng actually wanted to know another secret of the boy, but obviously, the boy would not tell him, at least not now. Han Feng, promise him. If he can leave the forbidden ancient realm in the future, this kid can be regarded as a strong help. Xiaopeng said suddenly. Han Feng glanced at the boy in surprise, and said, Okay, what's your name? Mu Hongxi. Entrance to the underground prison. Lang Lai ran out with several heavenly guards in a panic, and soon their expressions showed panic. I saw a blood-colored ray rushing towards, immediately shot through the bodies of several heavenly guards, and then shot towards Lang Lai's heart with astonishing power. Not good. Lang Lai was startled, and hastily threw out something like a jade bowl. The jade bowl immediately enlarged, and a jade-colored light burst out, enveloping Lang Lai. Click. Puff. The jade mask was hit by the blood-colored light, and it was almost crushed, and then the blood-colored light slammed on Lang Lai's body. Fortunately, after being counteracted by several heavenly generals and a jade bowl artifact, this bloody ray of light is no longer as terrifying as it was at the beginning. Its power can only be said to cause serious damage to Lang Lai, but it is not enough to kill Lang Lai instantly. Even so, Lang Lai vomited blood, flew upside down, fell to the ground and couldn't get up again. In the air, the strong man in the blood robe rang out, the blood god seal is fluctuating violently, and those 2 boys are inside. Just as he was about to take a step, a soaring dragon roared out, and a bright white light burst out from the entrance of the underground prison. The white light almost swallowed the blood-robed, strong man. Humph. The blood-robed man snorted coldly, and the bloody brilliance on his body rushed out of the sky, breaking through the white light immediately. The white light dissipated, and Bai Li's huge body appeared in the sight of the blood-robed man. Roar. The white dragon opened its mouth and took a breath, but the blood-robed man just waved his palm, and the blood-colored rays of light condensed and turned into a giant blood-colored palm that lifted the sky. The blood-colored giant palm broke through layers of dragon's breath, and slapped the white dragon heavily in an instant. Bai Li let out a cry of pain. The huge body falls heavily to the ground. Superior Tianzuan. Han Feng, who had just rushed out, suddenly changed his expression. The blood-robed man also found Han Feng at this moment, and his figure disappeared in a flash. He attacked Han Feng as fast as lightning, and a bloody light streaked across the air. The palm wind hit, the smell of blood filled the air, and a violent force enveloped Han Feng. Shen Yan fighting fist. Han Feng roared angrily, destroying the past severely with one punch. The fourth Xuanhuan war fist exudes terrifying power fluctuations. The man in the blood robe was obviously also surprised. He didn't expect Han Feng to display a super divine skill equivalent to a top-notch divine skill. Even he doesn't have such magical skills. But the blood-robed man grinned grinningly, so what about the best supernatural skills? It's just a mere first-class heavenly monarch. Boom. The fire fist and the blood palm collided with each other, and an endless wave of air was rolled up in an instant, making a rumbling sound. With the vast power in the blood palm, Han Feng's blood was surging, and his face turned pale for a moment. The first update. God. Die. The blood-robed man's face was ferocious, and a trace of madness and excitement flashed in his somewhat blood-red eyes. However, at the next moment, with Han Feng as the center, a majestic force swept out like a storm, terrifying. The Great Rion physique, the Xuanhuan war physique, and the Golden Immortal physique unfold simultaneously. An explosive force crazily shot in all directions. With the unfolding of the three gods, Han Feng's Xuanhuan war fist also soared to an astonishing level in an instant. Kacha kacha. The blood-robed man's blood palm gradually collapsed under the power of Xuanhuan's fist. Boom. Puff. Han Feng smashed the blood-robed man's blood palm with one punch, and the next moment his fist hit the blood-robed man fiercely. The blood-robed man let out a scream, opened his mouth to spray blood mist, and his body was shot backwards like a missile, drawing a deep mark on the ground. Huh? After repelling the blood-robed man, Han Feng turned his gaze to the other blood-robed men. One of the blood-robed men gasped in surprise, and his eyes fell on Han Feng with a hint of disbelief. It's amazing that a mere high-ranking Tianjun bursts out in an instant with a power close to the limit of a high-ranking Tianzuan. The blood-robed man praised. But in the next instant, the blood-robed man burst out with murderous intent. But the people of Blood God Valley, are not so easy to mess with. Boom boom boom. As soon as the words fell, the blood-robed man and the rest of the blood-robed men swept out their strongest aura. The attacking 5 breaths broke through the sky in an instant, rolling out a terrifying blood-colored whirlpool thousands of feet high in the sky. The bloody vortex kept rolling, the rumbling sound kept coming, and a trembling force swept down. None of the 5 auras was worse than the blood-robed man who was repelled by Han Feng before. In other words, each of these 5 blood-robed men is at least a high-ranking celestial venerable. Han Feng's gaze. It fell on the blood-robed man who spoke before that. Han Feng could tell that among the several blood-robed people present, this blood-robed man was obviously the leader. Not only that, Han Feng also felt the most powerful aura from this blood-robed man. If the blood-robed man who was repelled by Han Feng was just a newcomer to the Supreme Heavenly Venerable, then this blood-robed man in the head is really at the peak of the Supreme Heavenly Venerate, that is, the limit of the Supreme Heavenly God. It is only one step away from the Heavenly Emperor True God. As for the strength of the battle, it needs to be confirmed after a fight. The 5 blood-robed men are indeed powerful, but Han Feng is also not afraid, because Han Feng also has his own confidence. Kill. The leading blood-robed man shouted out with killing intent, and the other 4 blood-robed men shot in an instant. All kinds of monstrous forces rushed towards Han Feng. Blood God Palm. Blood God Finger. Blood God Claw. Blood God Fist. Ziyun Divine Arm. Quangba's incomparable power burst out from Han Feng's right arm, and the world was instantly swallowed by a rich purple light. The terrible roar resounded through the sky. The vast aftermath of the year continued to ravage the city lord's mansion, and nearly 1/3 of the city lord's mansion was destroyed in the blink of an eye. The entire city lord's mansion was in a mess. In the center of the most violent fluctuations, the four blood-robed powerhouses retreated hundreds of feet suddenly, with a slightly horrified expression. The strength of the four of them was actually taken by the opponent. It is true that none of the four of them have mastered the best supernatural skills, and none of them has reached the true limit of the Tianzuan true god, but the combined strength of the four is also extremely terrifying. Is the first-class supernatural skill really that scary? Han Feng also retreated more than 100 feet. How amazing and terrifying is the joint strike of the four superior celestial beings. The four blood-robed men looked at each other and nodded their heads one after another. The next moment, the four of them were swallowed by the thick blood. Blood god body, condensate. A more intense smell of blood fluctuated from the four of them. At this moment, the four of them looked like blood demons drilled out of the sea of blood, extremely terrifying. Fortunately, it's not the top-notch, god-grade bloodline. Han Feng sensed the breath of the four of them and breathed a sigh of relief. At the level of Tianzuan, only by unfolding and fully mastering the most top-level god-grade blood can the cultivation base be significantly improved. The blood god bodies of these four blood-robed men can only be regarded as upper-middle among the top gods, not top-notch. The aura of the four of them has improved, but not much. A blood-robed man who was originally close to the high rank among the high-ranking Tianzuan has only been raised to the limit of the Tianzuan. None of the breaths of the four people surpassed the realm of Tianzuan true god. The next moment, the four attacked Han Feng again. Boy, let's see how you proceed this time? A blood-robed man said in a serious tone. Blood god palm. Blood god finger. Blood god claw. Blood god fist. The same attack, the strength is indeed stronger than before. Fusion, Xian divine arm. It is still an incomparably domineering power, but this time, in this domineering power, there is also an extremely terrifying flame power, which is Ziji Tianhua. As a result, another wave of bright and intense aftermath exploded, and the attacks of Han Feng and the four blood-robed men were unable to do anything to anyone. No, strictly speaking, Han Feng was at a disadvantage, but Ziji Tianhua's characteristic of being able to devour other people's power for his own use made Xian divine arm truly contend with the four blood-robed men. If the 9 flames and different fire art can break through to the middle stage of the 7th floor, I will win this time. Han Feng sighed. Sure enough, with my current situation, if I don't integrate Ziji Tianhua into the three gods, it's still too reluctant to deal with too many celestial beings at once. So. Han Feng's eyes sharpened suddenly, and the Ziji heavenly fire erupted, instantly merging with the great Rion body. Break! Han Feng yelled angrily, and at the moment when the Ziji Skyfire merged into the great sun flame body, the phantom of the sun disk behind Han Feng burst out bright sunlight, sweeping across the entire sky like the sun descending. Han Feng's aura suddenly increased, surpassing the level of Tianzuan true god in an instant. As a result, the power of the Xinyan War Fist also greatly increased, breaking through the attacks of the four blood-robed men in one fell swoop. And then like a torrent, it swept away and swallowed the four blood-robed men. The blood-robed man in the lead was watching casually at first, but seeing this situation, he couldn't sit still. Blood god body. Blood god destruction fist. A punch containing endless bloody air blasted over in an instant, and it clashed with Han Feng's Xinyan Zhanquan. Terrible whirlwinds of blood and flames overflowed, ravaging the sky and the earth. The blood-paled man who led the attack rescued the four blood-robed men. Tianzuan giant. Han Feng's eyes froze. This blood bubble man headed by him is indeed a giant of heavenly venerable, whose bloodline has reached the top-level divine grade, and the divine skills he has mastered have also reached the level of the highest grade divine skills. Such characters already have the qualifications to fight against ordinary low-ranking heavenly emperors, unlike ordinary high-ranking heavenly emperors who can only be crushed by heavenly emperors. Even if it is just a newly promoted, its own combat power is only an ordinary emperor in the same level. The second update. City Lord's Mansion, high in the sky. The gust of wind is overflowing, sweeping everyone. Waves of terrifying energy continued to pervade, almost swallowing the entire City Lord's Mansion. All warriors in Shadow Wolf City looked at this scene in horror. They didn't understand what happened in the City Lord's Mansion, but they also knew that it was definitely not something they could approach, otherwise they would surely die. The wind howled. Han Feng stood in the void, his face slightly condensed. On the opposite side were 6 blood-robed men. The blood-robed men who had been severely injured by Han Feng had also recovered a little bit of combat strength, and immediately joined the confrontation with Han Feng, watching Han Feng with vicious eyes. It's a pity that Han Feng didn't take this blood-robed man seriously, and he didn't pay attention to the blood-robed man's gaze at all. Han Feng's attention was all on the leader in the blood robe. There are so many people in blood robes, only this one deserves to be treated seriously by Han Feng. Who is your excellency? The leader of the blood-robed man stared at Han Feng, and immediately said, I am in the Blood God Valley. If you are willing to leave here, I will give you a compensation on behalf of the Blood God Valley. After all, how do you look at it, your excellency? It has nothing to do with what I want to do in Blood God Valley. This is also Han Feng's performance that has attracted the attention of the leader in the blood robe, otherwise it would not be like this. Han Feng sneered, no connection? You didn't show mercy when you attacked before. The faces of several blood-robed men turned blue, especially the blood-robed man who attacked Han Feng first. Besides being annoyed by Han Feng, he also had some regrets. It's just to catch 2 children, why do you want to kill them all when you are interested, to satisfy your hobbies? The result was good, but it provoked a strong man who was at least equivalent to the giant of Tianzuan. The blood-robed man at the head also froze. In short, this matter is the blood-robed man's fault. If Han Feng is not strong enough, that's all. If he kills him, he will be killed. It's not like they have done a lot of things like Blood God Valley. But now that he had kicked the iron plate, the leading blood-robed man felt embarrassed, and couldn't help but glare at the blood-robed man who was the first to deal with Han Feng. Frowning, the leader of the blood-robed humanity said, how do you want to pretend that today's things don't exist? It's simple, just let the person who attacked me commit suicide. Han Feng had a teasing look on his face, knowing that it was impossible for the other party to do this. Follow? Looking for death. The blood-robed man at the head was really angry. His tone was cold. Boy, don't dare to be so arrogant, because you think you are amazing in battle. The people in Blood God Valley will never be forced to commit suicide because of a little heavenly monarch. It seems that you kid has no intention of reconciliation at all. If that's the case, then die. After saying that, the leader of the blood-robed man waved his palm, and the blood-colored energy condensed, extremely rich, and then blasted towards Han Feng. The sky was dyed blood at this moment. Han Feng chuckled, it should have been done a long time ago, what are you talking about so much? At this moment, Han Feng was finally in full swing, and Ziji Tianhua merged into the Xinyan battle body and the Jingxian body. The 3 major divine bodies were all integrated into Ziji Tianhua, and Han Feng's cultivation base skyrocketed again. Fusion, Ziyun Divine Arm. Blood God Destruction Fist. 2 astonishing collisions exploded above the City Lord's mansion, like 2 stars, colliding, creating a monstrous storm. Boom. And N. BSP, wow. The ground couldn't bear the pressure and instantly collapsed. In the City Lord's mansion, many low-strength guards exploded because they could not withstand such a bombardment. Die. In the violent fluctuations caused by the amazing collision, Han Feng's Xinyan battle armor flashed with purple flame soaring into the sky, and he let out a low voice. Ziji Tianhua was integrated into the Xinyan battle armor, and the defensibility was raised to a higher level. Even though the fluctuations are violent, and the terrifying tearing force is continuously rolled out, which is enough to tear apart the heavenly generals and ordinary heavenly monarchs, they cannot easily tear apart the Xuanhuan battle armor on Han Feng's body. This is the place where the fluctuations are most concentrated and intense. Han Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and he looked coldly at the leader in the blood robe. Unlike Han Feng, the blood-robed man was somewhat unable to withstand the violent tearing force. A moment later, the purple light, with its domineering power, finally defeated the blood-robed man's attack, instantly bombarded the blood-robed man, piercing through the blood-robed man. As a blood-cloaked man at the level of Tianzuan giant, disbelief flashed in his eyes, as if he couldn't believe that he was killed so easily. The faces of the remaining 5 blood-robed men changed drastically, and their eyes showed shock. Killing the giant Tianzuan, what kind of strength is this? The Tianzuan giant has been able to fight the ordinary inferior emperor. Even if he cannot defeat the inferior emperor, it is not so easy for the inferior emperor to kill the Tianzuan giant. Being able to kill the giant of Tianzuan is still so straightforward, which is enough to show that the strength of the opponent is higher than that of ordinary inferior Tianzuan. Maybe he still has the strength to kill the weakest and inferior emperor. After killing the leader of the blood-robed man, Han Feng Senhen's eyes instantly turned to the remaining 5 blood-robed men. Immediately, an endless chill rose from the hearts of these blood-robed people, like falling into an ice cellar. How dare you, kill me from the Blood God Valley? One of the blood-robed people spoke intermittently, and he was really shocked. Is there anyone who dare not kill? He is only the first one, and the 5 of you will be next. Han Feng said coldly. Run. The blood-robed man's pupils shrank, and he could hear Han Feng's killing intent. The next moment, the 5 blood-robed men turned into 5 figures and shot away in 5 directions. Huh! With a cold snort, Han Feng threw out the 9 dragons seal, and threw it at one of them in an instant, and crushed the blood-robed man into a meat paste in the next moment. 8-winged Xianlong transformation. Transformed into the body of a Xianlong, the 8 huge wings flapped, setting off an endless gust of wind. The next moment, Xuanlong's body was like lightning, and he attacked one of the blood-robed men with incomparable speed. It has to be said that the speed of these blood-robed people is very fast, and the speed of Han Feng, who is fully open and transformed into an 8-winged black dragon, is even faster. In a quarter of an hour, Han Feng returned to the city lord's mansion and slowly fell down. None of the 5 blood-robed men who escaped managed to escape, and they were all killed by Han Feng. My lord, it's all because of Bai Li's incompetence, and I still need my lord to do it myself. Bai Li looked annoyed. Han Feng laughed softly. It's nothing, just work harder in the future. Yes. My lord, can I go and see my worthless son? At this moment, an anxious voice sounded. It was that Lang Lai. The city lord's mansion suffered such a great trauma. Han Feng didn't care about Longfeng's previous behavior. Seeing that the city lord's mansion is almost in ruins now, even if Lang Feng is still alive, he will definitely suffer more serious injuries. This can be regarded as Longfeng's punishment and retribution. With Han Feng's consent, Lang Lai galloped away with deep worry, regardless of his injury. Han Feng withdrew his gaze, as if remembering something, turned to look at Bai Li. Bai Li, do you know Blood God Valley? The first update. Bai Li took a deep breath, smiled bitterly and said, Bai Li knows something. Looking at your expression, isn't this Blood God Valley very powerful? Han Feng naturally saw Bai Li's far-fetched expression. Bai Li nodded, and said depressedly, that's right, the Blood God Valley is from the inner domain, and it's a real 5th-rank force. Han Feng's eyes froze, even though he had already guessed that the Blood God Valley would not be a simple force after seeing the blood-robed man's expression before. He did not expect it to be a 5th rank. What is 5 products? There are 2 prerequisites. First, there must be at least 10 emperors in the power. Second, at least one of these heavenly emperors must be a Juding emperor or a false Juding. A school with many heavenly emperors but no supreme heavenly emperor, or a faction with supreme heavenly emperors but no second heavenly emperor, is not considered a fifth-rank power, but can only be counted as the top of the fourth-rank power. That Blood God Valley turned out to be the fifth rank. In other words, there are at least 10 heavenly emperors in the Blood God Valley, and at least one Juding heavenly emperor. Bailey took a peek at Han Feng's expression, and continued, there is a heavenly emperor list in the Forbidden Ancient Realm, and now there are 99 of them, all of whom are supreme heavenly emperors. 93rd on the list of emperors of the day is the supreme emperor of the Blood God Valley, known as the Blood God Emperor. With the Blood God Flame, the Blood God Flame is extremely powerful. The Blood God Flame can forcibly burn an ordinary high-ranking emperor to death. Hearing this, Han Feng said, so that's it, is it similar to me having heaven and earth fire? It's just that mine is ZG Skyfire, and he is Blood God Flame. Seeing that Han Feng didn't show any fear, Bailey couldn't help saying, my lord, aren't you afraid? That's Blood God Valley and Juding Tiandi. Han Feng curled his lips, what's so scary, although the Blood God Flame is powerful, it's because the Blood God Emperor himself has reached the ultimate level of the Emperor, otherwise, how could it be possible to simply burn a superior to death with the Blood God Flame alone? Heavenly Emperors, even the most common high-ranking Heavenly Emperors. If my cultivation reaches the ultimate level of a Heavenly Emperor, my ZG Heavenly Fire can kill a superior Heavenly Emperor. Then the Blood God Emperor has comprehended supernatural skills? Bailey shook his head, no. Otherwise, it wouldn't just rank 93rd. In fact, the rankings at the back of the Heavenly Emperor list, the gap between each Heavenly Emperor is not big, so the ranking is often changed. On the contrary, the further one goes, the bigger the gap becomes. The top 3 rankings have not changed for a long time. Han Feng smiled slightly, there is no super divine skill. So what the Blood God Emperor relies on is that the Blood God Flame is integrated into the blood of the top divine rank and the first-class super divine skill. Yes. That is to say, even if the Blood God Emperor's combat power surpasses that of the Heavenly Emperor, it will at most reach the level of pseudo-extreme. Bailey said, that's true. Although the false Juding is not the real Juding Emperor, and is still a little lower than the Juding Emperor, but because the number of Juding emperors is really small, the false Juding is also included in the list of emperors. On the list of heavenly emperors, there are probably only the top few dozen who are the true supreme heavenly emperors. If that's the case, what's there to be afraid of? Han Feng said with a relaxed expression. Now Han Feng is inferior to the Blood God Emperor, only Ziji Tianhua and his cultivation level. When Ziji Tianhua reaches the late stage of the 7th floor, it will be no different from Blood God Flame. As for cultivation, as long as there are enough. It is also easy to catch up with cultivation resources and Yuanjing. For Han Feng, with the artifact of time, these 2 gaps are easy to catch up. At that time, with the advantage of the 3 gods, there is really no need to be afraid of the pseudo-extreme Blood God Emperor. Bailey opened his mouth wide, wondering why Han Feng was so confident. Although Bailey knew that Han Feng's combat power was amazing, and his cultivation was much higher than that of his own Tianjun, but he had to step into the level of the Tiandi true god himself if he wanted to compete with the pseudo-Jueju. However, it would take a long time to step from a high-ranking celestial monarch to a low-ranking celestial emperor, even if there were enough primordial crystals. Naturally, Bailey didn't know that Han Feng had such a big cheating tool as the artifact of time. As long as there is the time artifact, time is not a problem at all. At this time, perhaps Feng Qiubai felt that the commotion on the ground had ended. Feng Qiubai and Lu Tianming rushed out with Mu Hongxi, his brother and sister. When Mu Hongxi saw the blood-robed man's body, his pupils shrank. After a while, Mu Hongxi gritted his teeth and knelt down on one knee. Mu Hongxi is willing to follow the Lord and be at his command. Han Feng nodded, follow me from now on. Han Feng didn't ask why Mu Hongxi was being pursued by Blood God Valley. If the Blood God Valley would not hesitate to send a giant Tianzuan and 5 high-ranking Tianzans to hunt him down, the secret hidden by Mu Hongxi must be absolutely extraordinary, and it must be the secret that is likely to attract the false tops and even the real tops. Such a secret, even if asked now, Mu Hongxi would never reveal it easily. It's not too late to ask when the relationship is close in the future. Lang Lai also rushed back. Judging by his expression, Lang Feng probably saved his life in 8 out of 10 cases. Lang Lai said gratefully, "Thank you, my lord, otherwise Shadow Wolf City might not be here today. The city lord's mansion has been destroyed, so I can only ask my lord to make do with it outside. Fortunately, the teleportation array has not been damaged, so it will not delay my lord's business. This teleportation array was left by the strong in the ancient times, and it cannot be destroyed by a mere heavenly venerable." Han Feng looked at the city lord's mansion, which was about to be in ruins, and had no intention of staying here any longer. After giving Lang Lai a few words, he led everyone back to an inn outside the city lord's mansion. Not long after, Lang Lai brought over the top-quality artifact that he had agreed upon earlier. This top-grade artifact is a sharp gun, which is generally red, but there are mysterious purple patterns all over the red gun shaft, and a mysterious aura permeates it. The purple pattern Flame Divine Spear, the top-grade divine weapon, would have been able to be promoted to a chaotic divine weapon if it hadn't been in the forbidden ancient realm. With Xiaopeng's suppression, Ziwenyan's sharp gun quickly surrendered, allowing Han Feng to recognize the master with blood. "Bailey, I'll be in seclusion for a day, you just watch over and don't let anyone disturb me." "Yes." Bailey looked solemn. In the room, the faint moonlight poured down, reflecting on Han Feng's body, so that a faint silver light appeared on Han Feng's side face. After recognizing the master with a drop of blood, Han Feng has been able to use the powerful skill in the Ziwenyan gun Yenshin Kill. When the Flame God Kill is launched, a huge flame storm will be formed, and the enemy will be involved and bombarded and killed. There are only 4 levels of Flame God Killing. The first level is equivalent to a low-grade magic skill, and the second level is equivalent to a middle-level magic skill. The 4th level is naturally equivalent to the best divine skill. With the time room, coupled with Han Feng's current state, it is easy to practice Yan Shenxia to the first level. The 4th late stage. But on the whole, the comprehensive strength has not improved much. The Ziyun Divine Arm integrated into the Ziji Heavenly Fire is only 1 or 2 times inferior to the Ziwenyan Divine Spear launching the Flame God Kill. With the improvement of Ziyun Divine Arm and Ziji Skyfire, sooner or later it will surpass the past. What Han Feng valued was the future of Ziwenyan's sharp gun. After leaving the forbidden ancient realm, and waiting for the Ziwenyan Divine Spear to advance to the Chaos Artifact, sooner or later, the Ziyun Divine Arm will be left far behind. After all, the highest state of the Ziyun Divine Arm is only the 13th level, which is only equivalent to the low-level Chaos Divine skill. Without the light of Ziyun, it would be no less difficult to comprehend the 14th level of the Ziyun Divine Arm than to comprehend a powerful low-level Chaos Divine skill again. The second update. More. In addition to the Ziwenyan gun, the second thing Han Feng wants to improve is the 9 Flames Different Fire Ju. Take out the lotus seeds of Huanjianshan, let Xiaopeng refine them into source liquid, and then swallow Han Feng in small mouthfuls. Immediately, waves of extremely majestic energy gushed out of Han Feng's body, flowed through the major meridians, and finally merged into the Dantian. At this time, Han Feng began to operate the 9 flames and different fire art, absorbing this majestic hot energy. The 9 flames and different fire Ju had already reached the limit of the initial stage of the 7th floor. Under the infusion of this majestic energy, the bottleneck was quickly broken, and it rushed to the middle stage of the 7th floor in an instant. The power of Ziji Heavenly Fire has also been raised to a higher level in an instant, comparable to the highest grade divine fire, and Ziji heavenly fire alone can burn to death an ordinary low-level celestial venerable. However, the middle stage of the 7th layer of the 9 flames and different fire art, which had just broken through, was still unstable. Han Feng took out the artifact of time, and the power of time surrounded him. With the help of the power of time, the realm in the middle of the 7th floor quickly stabilized. Afterwards, Han Feng took out the general-grade crystal obtained in the underground trade fair and began to absorb it. Both the soul and the divine body have reached the limit of Junpin. Now I can be regarded as really reaching the limit of Tianjun. However, my Xuanhuan has reached the limit of Zunpin. Even if I don't use any martial arts or divine body, it is stronger than the limit of ordinary Tianjun. Those who want to be stronger. Han Feng is very satisfied with the results achieved in just a few days. It is very simple to break through, and the power of time has already offset the time needed for breakthrough. It's just that it takes a while to adapt to the strength after breaking through. For nearly a day and a half, Han Feng used it to adapt to the divine essence that had reached the level of respect, and the soul and body that had reached the extreme level of gentleman. My lord, you're finally out of the gate. Bai Li exhaled when he saw Han Feng out of the gate, and immediately glanced at Han Feng. He was stunned. One must know that Bai Li was very surprised when he heard that Han Feng was going to retreat more than a day ago. There are only 2 days left before the opening of the teleportation array. What can be done in these 2 days of retreat? Unexpectedly, when Han Feng left the customs, Bai Li was shocked to find that Han Feng's overall strength had improved further. His soul and body were still within the acceptable range, and the improvement was not much, but his divine essence had actually been upgraded to the level of honor. It's just over a day. The improvement of the divine essence was too fast, and depending on the situation, it was almost under control. Bai Li couldn't help but click his tongue when he thought that it took him decades and nearly 100 years to stabilize the realm of Tianzuan. The adult I submit to is too perverted. It wasn't until this moment that Bai Li finally understood why Han Feng wasn't very afraid of the Blood God Emperor in Blood God Valley. If the speed of breakthrough can still be so fast in the future, it will indeed soon be able to rise to the point where it can compete with the Blood God Emperor. Grown-ups. Elder Han. Over there, Feng Qiubai and Mu Hongxi also noticed that Han Feng was leaving the customs, and they rushed over to salute one by one. Han Feng could see that Mu Hongxi was very different from before, and was much closer to himself. Behind Mu Hongxi's younger sister, Mu Hongyue, also looked at Han Feng curiously with wide eyes. Come on, come here. Han Feng recruited Mu Hongxi. It was fine to retreat in a hurry before, but now that it's over, it's time to check what special power is in Mu Hongxi's body. Mu Hongxi heard and left. Walking forward, Han Feng began to sense Mu Hongxi, and Han Feng immediately showed a touch of shock and disbelief when he sensed it. This is the bloodline of Chaos Divine Grade. A look of surprise flashed across Han Feng's face. And it's not just the low-grade Chaos God Grade bloodline, but the best Chaos God Grade bloodline. Even in the bloodline of the ultimate Chaotic Divine Grade, it is also the top level. In addition, Han Feng also found that Mu Hongxi's aptitude is surprisingly good, and his cultivation speed must be extremely fast. The top-tier Chaotic God Grade bloodline, even if it becomes a half-step God King in the future, it can increase a lot of power. Han Feng muttered to himself, and finally understood why Xiaopeng said that Mu Hongxi would be his future. One helped. Based on Mu Hongxi's bloodline and aptitude, as long as he lays a solid foundation in the True God stage and becomes the Heavenly Emperor True God, then after being promoted to the Ancient God level in the future, he will definitely be a very top existence at the level of the Ancient God level. When such a character grows up, he can definitely grow into an overlord in Ziyun God realm, far from being comparable to Lu Jinggu and the ancestors of the Tan family. In the realm of high-ranking ancient gods and half-step god kings, the fighting strength of these two people can only be said to be ordinary. My lord? Mu Hongxi looked at Han Feng suspiciously, and Mu Hongxi obviously noticed Han Feng's momentary loss of composure. Such a keen perception. Han Feng lamented that Mu Hongxi's work is not easy. As long as he has a good foundation at the true god level, this kid may become a god emperor in the future. Okay, let's go. Han Feng got up first, and Mu Hongxi had no choice but to suppress the doubts in his heart. Shadow Wolf City. In the huge teleportation formation, apart from Han Feng and his party, there are also some other powerful people. Some are heavenly generals who are preparing to travel from Outland to Central Territory, and some are Central Territory powerhouses who have returned to Central Territory. The teleportation array opened, a magnificent beam of light shot straight into the sky, and everyone disappeared in the teleportation array. Skystar City. A city on the border of the Forbidden Ancient Realm. Like Shadow Wolf City, there is also a teleportation array in Skystar City. The teleportation array in Skystar City released a luxurious beam of light, and many experts who were originally in Shadow Wolf City were transferred to Skystar City. TSK, someone came from outside the domain again. Haha, now we're getting money again. That's why we brothers will try our best to bribe the steward of the city lord's mansion. Isn't it just to become the caretaker of the teleportation array? In the teleportation array of Skystar City, there is a team of guards wearing silver armor. There are not many people, but all of them are elites. The weakest ones are also high-class generals, and the strongest ones have reached the limit of Tianjun. In the Central Territory, only by becoming a celestial venerable can one be regarded as a strong person worthy of fear. There is a lot of difference between heavenly generals and heavenly lords, because there are too many heavenly generals and heavenly lords in Central Territory. Everyone, don't be careless, even in the outer domain, there are strong men. Among the silver armor warriors, a young man about 20 years old reminded him aloud. This young guy was extremely handsome, with red lips and white teeth, and he had the aptitude of a pretty boy. It's a pity that this young guy's reminder did not attract attention, but instead attracted a lot of ridicule. Boy, as expected of a novice, you look too high. Outland those rookies. These warriors from the outer domain are all low level, not even Tianjun. Even if there is, it is the most ordinary Tianjun, whose combat power is very low in the same level, and it is impossible to be the opponent of us elites. That's right, even though some of our brothers are just high-ranking heavenly generals, the low-level heavenly kings of the outer domain may not really be able to defeat us. The first update. The young warrior was already at the level of Tianjun at a young age, and he was a newcomer, which aroused the jealousy of many heavenly generals and Tianjun's guards. Therefore, at this moment, these guards can be described as mocking. The young warrior was embarrassed by what he said, and finally fell silent. At this moment, the huge beam of light above the huge teleportation array in Tianqing City gradually dissipated. Han Feng and the rest of the warriors appeared in front of these silver-armored guards. The leader of the guard is a high-ranking heavenly monarch. The sarcasm and greed flashed across his eyes. The next moment, the leader of the guard jumped up, stepped into the void, and shouted to everyone in the teleportation array, "Everyone should be here for the first time. Let's go to Zhongyu." I'm sorry, it seems that you don't know an unspoken rule when you first come to Zhongyu. Leave all the valuable treasures on your body, and you can leave. Suddenly, many strong men in the teleportation array burst into an uproar. Of course, among these powerful men, there were also some with calm expressions, and there was arrogance and contempt in their expressions towards the others. Afterwards, these people jumped into the sky one after another. I'm Zhao Kongming. Kong Mingdong is a direct disciple of Kong Mingzuan. Saying this, the man named Zhao Kongming also took out his ID card. The leader of the guard took it, and his face instantly turned into a flower with a smile. It turns out that he is the direct disciple of Kong Mingzuan, brother Zhao, so I won't delay you, go slowly. Zhao Kongming, the leader of the guards, bowed his hands, glanced at the many warriors who were still in the teleportation formation with a little complacency, and left buoyantly. Afterwards, one after another Central Region Force disciples left safely, and the silver-armored guards did not carry out any exploitation. Even if some forces are not considered strong in the Central Region, some warriors are not high-level, and the silver armor guards did not make any troubles. The leader of the guards obviously has a clear head. Blackmailing the outer domain is no problem, because the warriors from the outer domain have no backing. But to blackmail the warriors of the Central Territory, that would be a violation of the border. Even if the warriors in the Central Region are not strong, and the forces behind them are not strong, but once the warriors of these forces are blackmailed, it is very likely that these not-so-powerful forces will unite and come to Tianqing City to cause trouble. In that case, the leader of the guards knew that he would probably be handed over to appease the public anger. Skystar City is also considered a relatively large force in the Central Territory. But that's all, it hasn't ignored the qualifications of some forces to unite together. After all the warriors in the middle domain left, the leader of the guards immediately changed his face. You guys, quickly hand over the valuable treasures in your hands, and don't let me wait to take action, otherwise you won't be able to bear the consequences. Why? That's right, it's just a guard guarding the teleportation array, there's nothing to be arrogant about. Could all the warriors in the Central Territory be so domineering? Everyone was unhappy all of a sudden. They came to Zhongyu to seek a higher level of development, not to be blackmailed. The leader of the guard sneered, why? Just because my fist is bigger than yours. Boom. The guard leader Tianjuan's extreme aura suddenly bloomed, and immediately the guard leader appeared in front of an inferior Tianjun like lightning, and punched him. The inferior Tianjun, who was attacked, changed his face in horror, and wanted to dodge, but he couldn't dodge at all. Immediately, the leader of the guard pierced the abdomen of this inferior Tianjun with a punch. Department. Throwing the dead inferior Tianjun aside, the leader of the guard Jia sneered, if you don't want to end up with him, just hand it over obediently. The people who were still protesting saw that the dignified and other Tianjun had fallen to this end, and suddenly shuddered one by one, looking at the leader of the guards full of resentment and fear. Tianjun, in the outer domain, is a high and mighty powerhouse, an existence that no one would dare to provoke easily in any force. But in Zhongyu, he was killed by a guard at once. The mere guards have the realm of Tianjun. Could it be that there are so many strong people in the Central Region? For a long time, outer domain warriors have known that outer domain and middle domain are two completely different levels, but they know that they know it, but they don't have a deep understanding. But at this moment, the warriors who were teleported from the outer domain realized this huge gap one by one. No wonder, so many heavenly monarchs in those outer domains are unwilling to go to the central domain. No wonder, few of the strong men who went to the Central Region came back. The leader of the guards was even more proud when he saw the fear of the crowd, and said in a contemptuous tone, you bumpkins from outer domain, don't compare the situation in outer domain with central domain. Our warriors in central domain are stronger than you in the same realm. You rubbish are still rubbish even if you come from the outer domain to the middle domain. Okay, take out the treasure quickly, and then you can get out. Don't try to resist, you must have seen the fate of that inferior Tianjun. After being told by the leader of the guards, everyone had to suppress the resentment in their hearts and took out the cultivation resources one by one. Feng Qiubai, Lu Tianming, and Mu Hongshi's siblings all looked at Han Feng, waiting for Han Feng's decision. Will Han Feng come up with training resources? How can it be? Therefore, among the crowd, the behavior of Han Feng and his party doing nothing is too eye-catching. The leader of the guards noticed Han Feng and the others, and his face sank. The few over there, still don't obediently hand over your treasures. Are you really going to let me use it? If you want us to hand it over obediently, you are not qualified enough. Han Feng said indifferently. Hey, another kid who can't see his position clearly. The leader of the guards said in a strange way, I have encountered a lot of guys like you. You may be superior in the outer domain, but this is the middle domain. Don't put you, the way you behave in the outer domain is brought to the middle domain, and the middle domain is not something you, a piece of garbage from the outer domain, can be arrogant about. Forget it, it seems that the previous leeway was not enough, since you want to die, I will help you. Die. The leader of the guards poured out his divine energy, and with extremely brutal strength, he slammed hard at Han Feng. Compared with Tianjin Limit and Outland, the guard leader is indeed stronger. Stupid, dare to challenge the boss, really impatient. Forget it, it's just looking for death. The boss of such a person has already killed more than one, and there must be more in the future. Humph, there are always such idiots showing up. The silver-armored guards laughed one by one, as if they had seen the other party's head blown off by the head of the guards. Just as Bai Li was about to make a move, Han Feng had already taken a step forward, pushing forward with an extremely plain and simple palm. Rumble. Horrible whirlwind overflows, Korean wind. The robes rattled, but the body did not move at all. On the contrary, the leader of the guards stepped back, his legs were extremely heavy, and he stepped out of deep holes in the ground. Seeing this scene, a group of silver-armored guards froze and were a little shocked. The guard leader's face turned red, so it turns out, it's Tianjuan's limit, no wonder he dares to contend with me. But I have already said before, in the same realm, we people from the middle domain are stronger than you from the outer domain. I was careless before, and you will definitely die next time. One move failed to deal with Han Feng, but was repulsed instead. The leader of the guard was ashamed for a while, and immediately broke out with all his strength, without reservation. Thunder Demon Body, turning Heaven Demon Thunder Palm. A vast thunder and demonic energy rolled out, turning into giant palms of hundreds of feet, with heavy pressure like a heavy mountain. A spear suddenly appeared in Han Feng's hand, and the purple light flowed. It is the Xuanhuan sharp gun. Han Feng muttered to himself, it's just right, let's use it to test the power of the Xuanhuan gun. Flame God Kill. The second update. Flame God Kill. The barrel of the gun was like a dragon attacking fiercely, and the monstrous flame swept out like a surging wind and cloud, creating a flame tornado. The flame tornado swallowed Han Feng, turned into a hole, and spun and blasted towards the guard leader. The leader of the guards turned pale in shock. This kind of attack has already surpassed the level of Tianjun, and it has exceeded by a large margin. As soon as the guard leader's attack touched the flame tornado, it immediately collapsed. Only then did the leader of the guards know how terrifying his opponent was, and he couldn't be judged by ordinary heavenly monarchs in the outer domain. Stay. Before the leader of the guard could finish his sentence, he was completely swallowed by the flame tornado. The flame tornado rushed into the sky like a fire dragon. When the flame tornado dissipated, the leader of the guards disappeared, and was completely wiped out by flame god killing, leaving no scum or soul behind. The whole scene froze for a moment. Those silver-armored guards looked at Han Feng in disbelief, as if they couldn't believe that their leader was just hanging in Han Feng's hands. Compared with these silver-armored guards, the Outerland warriors who were planning to spend all their wealth were pleasantly surprised. Suddenly, a warrior from the outer domain gasped, I remembered, this look, isn't it the #1 powerhouse in our outer domain right now, that Elder Han from the Xuanhuan gang? What? It turned out to be him. Then that person in white is not the former owner of Bailong Island, Bai Li. These Outlanders never expected that the #1 powerhouse in the Outlander would be teleported to the central domain together with them. In addition, there are real Tianzuan powerhouses. All of a sudden, these strong outsiders felt at ease, and subconsciously gathered towards Han Feng. The leader of the guards died, and the silver-armored guards were furious. "Damn outlander, how dare you kill the captain? Bold lunatic, die. Outland warrior." In the eyes of these silver armor guards, they should be bullied and exploited by them, but now they are stepping on their heads. How can this be tolerated? Humph. With a cold snort, it was not Han Feng who made the move this time, but Bai Li. White Dragon Skybreaker. White light poured out like a pillar, sweeping across one side. Bai Li Tianzuan's cultivation was unreserved, and the powerful force knocked all the silver-armored guards into the air, and the silver armor on his body was shattered. Tianzuan. The silver-armored guards were horrified. If they had known that there was Tianzuan among them, they would never have offended each other that much before. Tianzuan has a unique position in the Central Territory, and this position is deeply rooted in the bones of the silver armor guards. Obviously, there is only one level of difference between the high-ranking Tianjun and the low-ranking Tianzuan, but facing the high-ranking Tianjun, these silver-armored guards dare to go up and kill the high-ranking Tianjun together. But in the face of Tianzuan, they immediately withered and became overwhelmed. Han Feng was speechless for a moment. "It turns out that it's Lord Tianzuan, please forgive me for being so blind," the silver-armored guard said tremblingly. At this time, these silver-armored guards didn't have the idea of exploiting everyone. They wished that Han Feng and his party would leave as soon as possible. Unfortunately, these silver-armored guards don't plan to provoke Han Feng anymore, but it doesn't mean that some people plan to give up. The young man who advised the silver-armored guard stood up at this moment, and he said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency is indeed powerful, but why didn't you show your cultivation level at the beginning? Could it be that you deliberately concealed it? If it wasn't for your Excellency's concealment, the captain wouldn't just fall like this." The young man suddenly put the death of the guard leader on Han Feng and Bai Li's head. Han Feng originally planned to leave, but he didn't expect such a strange thing to appear. This question almost made Han Feng want to sneer a few times. Bai Li sarcastically said, "This little brother has a brain hole? I still think that Bai will be like you group, showing himself all the time, keeping a low profile that doesn't understand. And if it wasn't for our strength, I'm afraid we would have died by now. In the final analysis, your captain's death was also brought on by him." The young man choked suddenly. Han Feng didn't bother to talk to this sick-brained guy, and it was our fault that we kept a low profile. However, for some unknown reason, the young man stubbornly stopped Han Feng and his party, and said unforgivingly, "No, you must pay compensation." The silver-armored guards on the side were about to cry. At the beginning, this kid clearly advised them not to provoke people randomly, but now that it has been confirmed that the other party is hard to provoke, this kid actually took the initiative to provoke them, so he is not afraid of the other party's anger kill them all. Even if the city lord avenged them afterwards, they still died. Looking for death. A ruthless flash flashed in Bai Li's eyes, feeling that the kid in front of him simply didn't know what to do. "Grandpa Zhang, come out quickly." Unexpectedly, the young warrior suddenly yelled loudly. Bai Li's complexion changed, and he saw an old man in a gray robe appearing in the sky at an unknown time. His eyes were white, and his appearance was truly terrifying. A majestic breath rumbled down like a rough sea. Bai Li stepped back a few steps, with a serious expression on his face. "I'm at the peak of Tianzuan. This gray-robed old man is also a strong Tianzuan level." Compared with Bai Li, who has just entered the low-level Tianzuan, the old man has reached the peak level of the low-level Tianzuan, and he is only one step away from the middle-level Tianzuan. "Zhang. Butler Zhang. Why is it him?" The silver armor guards were dumbfounded. Steward Zhang is the steward of the city lord's mansion of Tianqing City, and is also the most powerful person in the city lord's mansion other than the city lord. Such a strong man actually appeared under the shout of a young man. Could it be? A certain silver armor guard shrank his pupils, thinking of a certain rumor. It is said that the city lord had a son who was born with extraordinary aptitude, and was sent to a great power to practice. Could it be that this young man is the genius son of the city lord? Finally returned from the sect with success in practice? The silver-armored guards shivered. Thinking of the cynicism and sarcasm they had given to the young man before, they couldn't help but sweat. They were really trying to die. The young man, Chen Tsang, the young lord of Tianqing City, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the appearance of Steward Zhang, and immediately said to Han Feng and his party with a calm smile, "For the sake of the powerful Tianzuan among you, as long as you give compensation and you can leave." Butler Zhang also released a stronger aura at the right time, oppressing everyone in Han Feng. However, Chen Tsang was shocked to find that whether it was Bai Li and the others, or those generals from the outer domain, they all showed disdainful faces. Outland warriors, who hasn't heard of Han Feng's record? Even Taiya Tianzuan fell into the hands of Elder Han, let alone Zhang Steward, a mere low-ranking Tianzuan. The first update. Butler Zhang saw that his oppressive aura was useless, and his face was a little bit uncomfortable. If the future city lord feels useless, how can he be reused in the future? Immediately, Steward Zhang was about to make a move to show his majesty. Suddenly, Steward Zhang's pupils shrank, and he stared at Han Feng in astonishment. With Han Feng as the center, an earth-shattering coercion exploded, sweeping across the sky. A monstrous power enveloped the Skystar City. Han Feng's face was gloomy, and his tone was cold. "I didn't want to pay too much attention to you, but some people are just shameless. Little guy, if you want compensation from Han, it depends on whether you are qualified to bear it." Shen Yan Fighting Fist. The three gods merged into one, and Han Feng hardly held back his hand, and blasted out with a shocking punch with great power. Not good. The surrounding temperature rose sharply because of Han Feng's punch, but Butler Zhang didn't feel the heat at all, instead he felt cold all over. With Han Feng's punch, Steward Zhang felt unprecedented oppression, which even the city lord could not bring him. In a hurry, Steward Zhang only had time to throw Chen Tsang out, and then gave a low shout, gathering all his strength to resist Han Feng's punch. It has to be said that the fighters of the same level in the middle domain are indeed better than those in the outer domain, and this butler's full blow is comparable to that of a middle-level celestial being. But even so, in the face of Han Feng's punch, Steward Zhang's resistance still seemed vulnerable. Boom! Puff! Steward Zhang's frail body flew upside down, and there was a constant rumbling sound, and it was unknown how many buildings were destroyed. Along the way, Butler Zhang kept spurting blood from his mouth, looking extremely miserable. The ground was in a mess, and the place where Steward Zhang finally landed was hundreds of meters away. Falling in a pool of blood, Steward Zhang struggled to get up, but another mouthful of blood spewed out, and he fell completely in a pool of blood, unable to get up again. The silver-armored guard stared at Han Feng's thin figure, and couldn't imagine how such a terrifying power could erupt from this thin body. But one thing these silver-armored guards could see was that this person was definitely not someone they could provoke. The silver-armored guards felt that they were unlucky. It was obvious that the seniors had nothing to do with oppressing foreign warriors wantonly, so why did they kick such a hard iron when it was their turn? Chen Tsang swallowed and looked at Han Feng in shock. When Han Feng's gaze suddenly turned to meet Chen Tsang's, Chen Tsang took a few steps back in fright. "Hey, little friend, please be merciful." A coughing sound in the void came from afar with a weak voice. Han Feng turned his eyes and landed somewhere in the void, where the space fluctuated for a while, and finally a middle-aged man appeared. The man's complexion is dull, his eyes are a little dull, and his hair is also black and white, and the white hair is the kind of dull white hair, not the silver hair of some young people with strong foreheads. Those silver hairs are full of majestic vitality. "Father." Seeing this man, Chen Tsang ran away in embarrassment as if he had found a savior. Han Feng frowned slightly. This man was obviously the lord of Tianqing City, and he was also a strong man who had reached the peak level of the Middle Tianzuan. It stands to reason this. Such a strong person should still have a long life. The heavenly generals, heavenly monarchs, heavenly venerates, and heavenly emperors in the forbidden ancient realm basically didn't die of old age, they all died in battles. But today, the owner of the Star City is clearly losing his vitality rapidly. If this continues, it is estimated that after decades or hundreds of years, he will really die of old age due to the loss of vitality. The middle-aged man coughed twice again, then smiled wryly and cupped his hands at Han Feng. The dog offended the little friend. It stands to reason that the little friend can deal with the dog in any way, but the old man only has such a son, so please ask the little friend be merciful. As long as the little friend is willing to expose this matter, the old man is willing to pay any price, including this day's Star City. What do I want Star City to do today? Han Feng sneered, and then said solemnly, really, you can ask for anything? The middle-aged man nodded. Han Feng was thoughtful. It seems that the time of the city lord of Xingqing is running out. Could it be that the young city lord is just for the sake of establishing his prestige so that he can succeed to the position of city lord without hindrance? Han Feng's guess was right. Chen Song is about to succeed the city lord of Skystar City, but even though Chen Song is very talented, but his cultivation time is short, he is only a mid-level heavenly monarch now. Not to mention Tianzuan, not even a superior Tianjun. If such a cultivation base succeeds to the position of city lord, it is inevitable that some people will not be able to control the situation. Because he hadn't stayed in Skystar City for a long time, Chen Song returned to Skystar City this time. In order to know all kinds of information, he got a fake identity and entered the Silver Armor Guards. The purpose is to establish prestige among the silver-armored guards, so that there will be less trouble after succeeding to the city lord in the future. Han Feng killed the leader of the guards. For Chen Song, it was a good opportunity to establish his prestige. As long as Han Feng is killed, why don't those silver-armored guards bow down to him? However, Chen Song chose a wrong opponent and kicked the iron board. Now not only did he fail to establish his prestige, but also caused Steward Zhang to fall, and now he can only hide behind his father in embarrassment and be protected by his father. If the middle-aged man chooses to make a move, Han Feng will do the same. But at this moment, the middle-aged man bowed his head as soon as he appeared, and promised that Han Feng would do whatever he wanted, but Han Feng couldn't do anything. In addition, the rapid loss of vitality of middle-aged men is also a major reason. Why bother with a person who is about to die? Thinking of this, Han Feng said his request lightly. When Chen Song heard this, he cursed angrily, "You are blackmailing me. 2/3 of my Tianqing city has benefited over the years, and you are not afraid of being overwhelmed." "Shut up!" The middle-aged man yelled angrily, and the majestic coercion swept across the sky. Chen Song was overwhelmed by this shout and dared not say anything more. The middle-aged man looked at Han Feng and said slowly, "As you wish, please wait a moment." After a while, the middle-aged man really handed over 2/3 of the profits of Skystar City to Han Feng. Han Feng swept away his soul, and raised the corners of his mouth in satisfaction. With these Yuanjing and cultivation resources, as long as he is promoted to Tianzuan in the future, he will definitely be able to be promoted to the Middle Tianzuan in a short time, or at least to the peak of the Lower Tianzuan. Farewell. Han Feng, Bai Li, and his party quickly left Skystar City. The rest of the foreign warriors followed closely behind. Just kidding, the Lord of Skystar City has suffered such a big loss, they will stay here again. Wouldn't he be angered? "Father, how could you allow that kid to blackmail you? You still blackmailed so much." Chen Song was furious. 2/3 of the income over the years, what a huge amount. There is only 1/3 left, what will he get after he succeeds the city lord? The second update. The middle-aged man suddenly coughed a few times, his face showing pain. Seeing this, Chen Song quickly patted the middle-aged man on the back, with a worried expression on his face. "Father." The middle-aged man coughed for a long time before he recovered a little, and said slowly, "Although there is only 1/3 left, it is enough for you to be promoted to Tianzuan. As long as you break through to Tianzuan, the mere Skystar City is enough to shock you. And there is only 1/3 left, which will also reduce the greed of many people." Hearing this, although Chen Song felt that it made sense, he was still unwilling. Seeing this, the middle-aged man sighed. After all, he has little experience. Unfortunately, his time is running out, so he can only teach as much as possible in the next period of time. "Have you ever heard about Tai Tianzuan?" Chen Song was taken aback, and couldn't help saying, I heard that Tai Tianzuan went to the outer domain to find someone's trouble, and he sent it from our Tianqing city, but later." Suddenly, Chen Song's complexion changed drastically, and his face gradually turned pale. He looked at his father incredulously. "Father, you mean, that person just now is?" The middle-aged man nodded. "There are not many strong people in the outer domain. Basically, they are at the level of Tianjiang and Tianjun. Even if someone is promoted to Tianzuan, they will come to Zhongyu for better development. As far as my father knows, recently the only one in the outer domain who has advanced to Tianzuan is Bailong Tianzuan, and Bailong Tianzuan has been subdued. The person who tamed Bailong Tianzuan was the same person who killed Tai Tianzuan. If Weifu read it correctly, that inferior Tianzuan was Bailong Tianzuan, and the people around him were 8 out of 10 who killed Tai Tianzuan. Ye Tianzuan's murderer. Golem." Chen Song swallowed a mouthful of spittle, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and then he became really scared. Tai Tianzuan, that is a high-level Tianzuan, and he is also the best among the high-level Tianzuan, second only to the existence of the giant Tianzuan. That person was able to kill Tai Tianzuan, and his combat power also reached the giant of Tianzuan. If that person refuses to let him go, his life, even if his father takes action, I'm afraid it won't be able to protect him. Thinking of this, Chen Song's legs went limp and he almost fell to the ground. "Father." Chen Song looked like he was about to cry. "I don't know what to do." The middle-aged man sighed. "My son, don't be so panicked, since that person has already taken 2/3 of our cultivation resources in Tianqing City and left. Naturally he will not trouble you again. But in the future, my son, you must keep your eyes open, otherwise what happened today will happen 8 out of 9 times out of 10. Chen Song nodded again and again. This incident taught Chen Song a great lesson. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. "Originally, my father didn't want you to succeed as the city lord so soon. Don't look at my father as a city lord on weekdays, but the city lord is so easy to do. My father would rather you practice quietly, until he cultivates to supreme heavenly venerable." "Father, don't worry, I won't let those thieves succeed." Hatred flashed in Chen Song's eyes. If it wasn't for those people, how could his father? "I don't know what came to mind," the middle-aged man suddenly said. "If my father dies suddenly, if it is really impossible, you can hand over the Emperor's liquid. Compared with the Emperor's liquid, your own life is more important." "Father." The middle-aged man's words made Chen Song uneasy, but no matter how Chen Song asked afterward, the middle-aged man didn't explain any more. Ancient Tianmen, located in the middle of the forbidden ancient realm. In the direction of the east, almost reaching the eastern border. Here, Gu Tianmen is undoubtedly one of the rulers. The only one who can compete with the ancient Tianmen is the Xuanxingzong, which is also a 4th-rank force. Unlike Gu Tianmen, Xianxingzong is a new 4th-rank force. Compared with Gu Tianmen, an old and somewhat declining 4th-rank force, Xianxingzong obviously has a broader prospect. Therefore, Gu Tianmen's trump card is gradually shrinking, and it has been annexed by Xuanxingzong. On this day, several rainbow lights descended from the sky and landed at the foot of ancient Tianmen Mountain. Feng Qiubai was responsible for taking care of Mu Hongxi's two brothers and sisters, and Lu Tianming, as a useless person, could not help much for the time being, so it was Bailey who stepped forward in the end. "I'm Bailey, I'm here to pay a visit to the ancient Emperor Guizhong, and I ask you two to pass it on for me." Bailey bowed his hands to the two gatekeepers. Gu Tianmen deserves to be a fourth-rank force, and the two gatekeepers are also Tianjuan-level masters. The gatekeeper looked unhappy. "Want to see Lord Gu Tiandi? How can Lord Gu Tiandi come to see you when he is free? Go away and go away." Bailey's face darkened suddenly. "The two of you don't even have a biography. How do you know that the ancient heaven emperor is not free? If you say you don't have time, you don't have time. Are you annoying?" The gatekeepers became impatient, and one of them was even more energetic, as if he wanted to teach Bailey a lesson. Bailey let out a cold snort, and the majesty of Tianzuan immediately oppressed the two gatekeepers. "Tianzuan!" The two gatekeepers were shocked. But Gu Tianmen is a fourth-rank force after all, unlike Tianqing City, who has too much fear of Tianzuan. The gatekeepers reacted quickly, and one of them yanked off the alarm. "Although your excellency is a celestial venerable, you are not qualified to play wild in the ancient Tianmen. No matter how lonely our ancient Tianmen is, it is no problem to fight against a celestial venerable." After sending back the message, the gatekeeper seemed to have a backer, and he was arrogant. There is no respect for Tianzuan at all. Bailey wanted to kill the two of them. As a celestial venerable, he was high in the outer domain, but came to the middle domain, first in Tianqing City and then in the ancient Tianmen, and was beaten in the face again and again. Han Feng stood where he was, squinting his eyes slightly, feeling something was wrong. The attitudes of the two guards always made Han Feng feel a bit disobedient. But at this moment, on the mountain peak where the ancient Tianmen is located, a burst of golden light shot out. Golden hand. A golden palm suddenly patted Bailey. "White Dragon Skybreaker." Bailey drank in a low voice, and immediately fought back. The golden light and the white light collided instantly, creating a terrifying energy storm. In the energy storm, the golden light dissipated, revealing a young man in a golden robe, with sword eyebrows and star eyes, and an indescribably handsome man. It's just that at this moment, the young man's expression was chilling, and his eyes glared at Bailey. "Humph, I really thought that my Gu Tianmen could be easily bullied, but now it really is that all cats and dogs have come to provoke my Gu Tianmen. I'm just a lowly Tianzuan, since you dare to challenge me, Gu Tianmen, you can stay forever." Bailey also realized that something was wrong at this moment, and was about to speak, when the man in the golden robe made another move. The streaks of golden light turned into giant swords that held up to the sky, and they slashed towards Bailey. As a last resort, Bailey had no choice but to grit his teeth and fight back. The two great heavenly venerates fought, creating terrifying whirlpools, and the two. You come and go, the speed is astonishing, except for Han Feng, the rest of the people can hardly see the two figures. With a roar of a dragon, Bailey turned into his own body, his huge body covering the sky and the sun. And the other party didn't show any weakness, and turned into a golden giant, with breath like a monstrous wave, constantly rolling out. The first update. The golden giant continuously slapped the golden streamer, which bombarded the white dragon continuously, causing the white dragon to retreat steadily. This man in the golden robe is completely on par with Bailey, no matter in terms of blood, or comprehension of divine skills. And in terms of cultivation, the man in the golden robe is even better, at the peak of the inferior heavenly venerable. In terms of real strength, the man in the golden robe is even stronger than Butler Zhang in Skystar City. Bailey got hit again and let out a roar of pain. Han Feng finally made his move at this moment. Little Tianjun, dare to intervene? The golden giant's mouth shook the world with a rumbling sound, full of disdain for Han Feng. In the Battle of Tianjuan's meddling in it is completely courting death. But at this moment, Han Feng suddenly unfolded the three divine physiques, his aura soared to an extremely terrifying level in an instant, and he punched out immediately. Xuanhuan Fighting Fist. Boom! This punch landed on the golden giant, and the huge force made the golden giant retreat continuously, making several deep pits on the ground. What? The golden giant roared in disbelief. Han Feng threw out another Xuanhuan fist. This time the golden giant finally reacted, and threw out the same punch, trying to defeat Han Feng's punch. But Han Feng, who has already unfolded the three gods, each of his Xuanhuan fists has the power to sweep away everything. How can his realm be compared with a man in gold robe who is only inferior to the god of heaven? With one punch, the golden giant not only failed to defeat Han Feng's attack, but was hit by Han Feng again. After several punches in succession, the golden giant collapsed completely. The man in the golden robe spurted blood in the void, and fell powerlessly to the ground. Master Zhang Fan. The two gatekeepers paled in shock, and immediately flew forward to catch the man in the golden robe. After that, the two looked at Han Feng with horror. Who is Zhang Fan? Those are their great disciples of the ancient Tian men, whose realm has already caught up with the elders of the older generation, and even some weaker elders are no longer Zhang Fan's opponents. There are not many masters in the realm of Tianjuan in the ancient Tian men. On the whole, Zhang Fan's strength in the ancient Tian men, even if he can't rank in the top 10, must be very close. But Zhang Fan like this was. Bai Li turned into a human form and fell down, full of shame, being rescued every time, which made Bai Li's self-esteem a little unbearable. At the same time, this also made Bai Li clearly realize that a mere low-ranking heavenly venerable is nothing in front of a real strong man, and the glory he obtained in the outer domain of the forbidden ancient realm in the past is ridiculous in Bai Li's eyes at this moment. The first person in the outer domain? When you come to Zhongyu, it is not so easy to find those who surpass you. You can grab a lot of them. Bai Li looked at Han Feng in a complicated manner. Maybe only this grown-up is truly worthy of the title of number one. Not only is he number one in outer domain, even in central domain, he is by no means weak. Han Feng withdrew his strength and walked forward slowly. Zhang Fan, the man in gold robe, stared at Han Feng coldly, struggling to get up and give Han Feng another blow. Han Feng said with a strange expression, "Your Excellency, do you have some misunderstandings about Han? We just want to ask to see the ancient Heaven Emperor and ask for help." Zhang Fan sneered, "Hee, Zhang is not an idiot, and he will not be deceived by the reasons you said. In Zhang's view, you and the front. Several groups of people are the same, they just came to inquire about the information of Lord Gu Tiandi for the reward of Xuanqing sect." Looking for information on the ancient emperor? What happened to the ancient emperor? Han Feng frowned. Seeing Han Feng's appearance, Zhang Fan was also a little puzzled. Seeing that Han Feng's expression did not seem to be fake, could it be that he really wasn't those people? Han Feng suddenly waved behind him, and the two brothers and sisters, Mu Hongxi and Mu Hongyue, rushed over immediately, along with Feng Qiubai and Lu Tianming. The momentum of the previous battle was too terrifying, they could only hide far away. Han Feng pointed to Mu Hongxi and Mu Hongyue and said, "Although I don't know what happened to your sect, you can guess from your mouth that someone should have troubled your sect. Your Excellency thinks that someone will bringing two children to cause trouble?" Zhang Fan was stunned and looked at Mu Hongxi and the two. The two little guys are not even in the realm of true gods. They are really pitifully weak in the forbidden ancient realm. Guy dies. Involuntarily, Zhang Fan's face softened a lot. Maybe he really guessed wrong, and it's also because there are too many people who have come to provoke Gu Tianmen recently. Then, I don't know why all of you came to my ancient heaven gate to meet the ancient heaven emperor. Han Feng pointed to Lu Tianming. Brother Lu was once severely injured by a dark attribute beast, causing the divine essence in his body to be continuously eroded by a wave of energy. Only the light spirit fruit can solve this problem. Han found out that the noble sect, once I received the light spirit fruit, so I came here. Zhang Fan looked at Lu Tianming again. With Zhang Fan's state of mind and soul, he naturally quickly saw the problem in Lu Tianming's body. At this moment, Zhang Fan finally confirmed that Han Feng was different from the previous groups. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan immediately stood up and apologized. It's all because of Zhang Menglang, please forgive me. The two gatekeepers also quickly apologized. From the mouth of the gatekeeper and Zhang Fan, Han Feng finally understood why the two gatekeepers had no good looks at first. And Zhang Fan, the great disciple of the ancient Tian men, why did the inferior Tianzuan peak masters appear so quickly, and attacked them as soon as they appeared? In the middle domain of the forbidden ancient realm, the number of meta-domains is much more than that of the outer domains. There are also countless high-level meta-domains, and there is no shortage of top-level meta-domains. A big force, especially a fourth-rank force, will basically control at least one top-level yuan domain to provide yuan crystals for the strong in its own power. The ancient Tian men has two top-level yuan domains, but because of the current decline of the ancient Tian men, one of the top-level yuan domains was snatched away by Xuanhuan. Not long ago, Xian Xingzong set his mind on the last top yuan domain of the ancient Tian men. For this reason, the Gudian emperor of the Guxianmen and the Shantian emperor of the Xuanxingzong fought a battle. In this battle, the ancient heaven emperor suffered a lot, but no matter how injured he was still an ancient heaven emperor. Xian Xingzong really didn't dare to push Gu Tian emperor to a desperate situation when Xian Tian emperor was also injured. A heavenly emperor who is driven to a desperate situation will definitely cause great disaster to the Xuanqing sect. Moreover, Xian Xingzong did not know to what extent Gu Tiandi was injured. Therefore, Xuanxingzong released a series of external missions. As long as there are strong people who are willing to go to the ancient Tian men to find out, there will be a lot of rewards. This temptation, on the one hand, is to find out what the current situation of the ancient emperor is, and on the other hand, it is also to effect the recovery of the ancient emperor. As long as Gu Tiandi does not recover, it won't take long before Shantian emperor who has recovered from his injuries will completely blast and kill the ancient emperor. Prior to this, several batches of heavenly venerates had come to challenge Gu Tian men for the reward of Xuanxingzong. Among them, a high-ranking Tianzuan was actually allowed to break out, and was finally killed by several big Tianzuan of Gu Tian men, which almost attracted Gu Tiandi's hand and delayed Gu Tiandi's recovery. This is why Zhang Fan appeared so quickly. Zhang Fan was originally nearby, in order to resist the incoming Tianzuan before the Tianzuan came, and by time. It won't be long before other Tianzans will come, and the Tianzuan who will commit crimes in the future will be killed at the foot of the mountain, and will never give Tianzuan a chance to disturb Gu Tiandi's recovery. The two gatekeepers also regarded Han Feng as an intruder, so their attitude was so bad. The second update. Knowing all the reasons, Han Feng and others couldn't laugh or cry, the timing of their arrival was too coincidental. But at this moment, several piercing sounds came, followed by several incomparably majestic auras. It is the few heavenly venerates of the ancient Tian men. Seeing that Zhang Fan was injured, these heavenly venerates suddenly changed their expressions, and they were about to take action. At this moment, Zhang Fan said in time, "Elder, it's all a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? The leader of the senior Tianzu, an old man, frowned. Although the heavenly venerates headed by the great elder are still vigilant, they are not ready to make another move. Zhang Fan immediately informed the elder of the ins and outs of the matter. The great elder's eyes fell on Mu Hongxi's two siblings, and he nodded slowly. Indeed, if they really came to make trouble, they wouldn't bring two helpless children with them. Mu Hongxi's two brothers and sisters couldn't help but pout their lips. After all, they are also powers at the sanctuary level, so they have no power to restrain chickens. But think about it, the power below the true God, in the eyes of the majestic Tianzuan true God, may really be the same as having no power to restrain a chicken. Especially in this forbidden ancient realm, there are really very few creatures under the true God. Sanctuary is really the bottom layer. After looking at the two brothers and sisters, Mu Hongxi, the first elder turned his attention to Lu Tianming. With the great elder's spirit and eyesight, he naturally saw Lu Tianming's problem. From then on, the great elder was completely relieved. Whoever comes to cause trouble will not bring two children, a weak woman and a useless person. The only right-hand man is only a mere inferior Tianzuan. Depending on the situation, he is still the inferior Tianzuan not long after the breakthrough. So that's the case, but we were reckless. The great elder apologized. Han Feng shook his head, it should be said that Han took the liberty. The great elder smiled slightly, although the great elder hated those heavenly venerates who came to make trouble, but the great elder didn't mind showing his kindness to those who were not looking for trouble. Maybe the ancient Tian men will really face a crisis in the future, and this is the way out. Hee. The light spirit fruit is not such a precious heaven and earth spirit fruit. You can sit quietly at my ancient Tian men for a while, and the old man will fetch the light spirit fruit. Although the number of light spirit fruits is small, they are not very useful to Gu Tian men, so the elder is not stingy. The great elder has already made an invitation, how could Han Feng and others refuse? On the way, Han Feng and others introduced themselves, so that both parties have a general understanding of each other. Bai Li? So familiar. The first elder frowned and shook his head when he heard Bai Li's name. Suddenly, the great elder seemed to have thought of something, his eyes widened instantly, and he looked at Bai Li in disbelief. Could it be that your excellency is the white dragon Tianzuan from the outer domain of the forbidden ancient realm? Bai Li Jingran hesitated and said, Indeed, I am. I don't know how the great elder knows Bai's name. In the central region, Bai Li saw too many celestial venerables, and he didn't think that his mere inferior celestial venerable would have any reputation in the central region. It was not that simple for the great elder to know his name in the outer region. The great elder gave a wry smile, and looked at Han Feng with a strange expression, a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. Han Feng clearly felt that the great elder's attitude towards him had changed slightly at this moment. If there was only a little kindness before, then there is a little now. Zhang Fan looked bewildered, but the other elders, after a moment of confusion, also thought of something, and looked at Han Feng and Bai Li with incredulous eyes. The great elder smiled bitterly and explained, I heard Xiao Yu Han's name before and felt a little familiar, but I didn't expect it to be that Han Feng. Xiao Yu Han, do you know that you have a great reputation in the central region now? Me? Han Feng pointed at himself. The great elder nodded. Suddenly, Han Feng and Bai Li looked at each other. Han Feng said, could it be related to Tianzuan Taya? It really was Xiao Yu Han who did it. The first elder said in a difficult tone. Taya Tianzuan, even he, the great elder, is somewhat weaker. But the person in front of him killed Taya Tianzuan with the momentum of thunder. According to the information obtained by the spies, it was almost a massacre. The combat strength of the person in front of him is almost equivalent to the giant of Tianzuan. Zhang Fan didn't react until then, and after a while, he gasped again and again. Afterwards, whether it was Zhang Fan or the other celestials, they did not dare to treat Han Feng too presumptuously, and treated Han Feng as if they were treating a heavenly emperor. The Tianzuan giant already has the ability to fight against ordinary low-level emperors. Maybe he is not as good as ordinary low-level emperors in real comparison, but in terms of status, he is not inferior to ordinary low-level emperors. Everyone knows that once the Tianzuan giant is promoted to the heavenly emperor, he will definitely be the best among the inferior heavenly emperors. Whether it is the ancient emperor or the Shen Tian emperor, they can only be regarded as third-rate among the inferior emperors. A top-notch inferior emperor is enough to compete against the ancient emperor and Xiantian emperor, and it is not unreasonable to even kill the two emperors. Possible. The Great Elder didn't care about disturbing the ancient Heaven Emperor at this moment, and with his status, he was no longer qualified to entertain the giants of the heavenly venerate. Han Feng himself doesn't mind, it doesn't matter who entertains him. However, Han Feng still underestimated the influence of the Tianzuan giant. As soon as the ancient emperor heard that Han Feng had the combat power of the Tianzuan giant, he immediately stopped recovering and prepared to come to receive Han Feng. Ha ha ha, I welcome Xuanhuan. Appearing in front of Han Feng was a silver-haired old man in a white robe with a kind face. From the old man's body, Han Feng felt a hidden terrifying force. Once this force erupted, it would absolutely shake the world. This old man is none other than Ancient Heaven Emperor. It turns out that it's Senior Ancient Heaven Emperor. It's really Junior's fault for disturbing Senior's meditation. Han Feng cupped his hands, his tone apologetic. Gu Tiandi waved his hands indifferently, and laughed. A genius like Han Xiaoyu is here, and it is my honor to be able to entertain you. Saying this in his mouth, a look of shock flashed in Gu Tiandi's eyes. Being so close, Gu Tiandi clearly felt that Han Feng's own cultivation was indeed only in the realm of Tianjun. In the realm of Tianjun, there is the power of the giant Tianzuan. If you break through to Tianzuan, or even be promoted to a high-level Tianzuan, how terrible will it be? This son, you can only be friends, not offend. As the Emperor of Heaven, the ancient Emperor of Heaven also went to the inner domain. The ancient Heavenly Emperor was very sure that even the peerless arrogance of the inner domain did not have such terrifying combat power at the level of a Tianjun. In the eyes of the ancient Heaven Emperor, Han Feng was a monster that surpassed the peerless arrogance. Being so highly regarded by the ancient emperor, Han Feng could only smile wryly. I dare not be that. The Great Elder gradually retreated during the conversation between Emperor Gu Tiandi and Han Feng, leaving only Han Feng, Bai Li and his party staying here. In the main hall, after the ancient emperor asked the elder to bring the light fruit, he gave it to Han Feng. Han Feng was handed over to Lu Tianming again. The first update. Lu Tianming took the light spirit fruit with a look of excitement. %top %point %small %say. The days of being traumatized were definitely the darkest days for Lu Tianming in so many years. If a person has never mastered power, it is fine, but if he has mastered power and then loses it, it is definitely a torture. Now, the power is finally coming back again. Feng Qiubai was also very excited. Her husband is about to recover, and all the previous worries can finally be let go. Both Lu Tianming and Feng Qiubai looked at Han Feng gratefully. They knew that without Han Feng, let alone getting the light spirit fruit, they might not be able to survive the catastrophe of the Lian gang alone. Faced with the gratitude of the two, Han Feng smiled. After that, Gu Tiandi and Han Feng chatted for a while. Gu Tiandi has seen and experienced too many things over the years. Even sometimes, Emperor Gu Tian could give Han Feng some guidance through his own experience. In terms of combat power, the current Han Feng might still be above the ancient Heavenly Emperor. But in other respects, Han Feng is not as good as ancient Heaven Emperor. Han Feng nodded again and again, greatly benefited. Not only Han Feng, but also Bai Li, a lowly heavenly venerable, also benefited a lot. The only ones who really don't understand are Mu Hongxi and Mu Hongyue. No matter how precocious the two siblings are, they are still children under 10 years old. After talking happily for a long while, Emperor Gu Tian suddenly showed embarrassment. Senior, what's the matter? Han Feng couldn't help asking when he saw the expression of the ancient emperor. Gu Tiandi hesitated for a moment before he hesitated and said, My little friend should have known about the explosive flame domain from the Great Elder. Han Feng nodded. Gu Tianmen originally controlled 2 top Yuan domains, but Xian Xingzong snatched one of them, leaving one. The remaining top-level Yuan domain is the explosive domain, in which every few decades or hundreds of years, a general-level Yuan beast will be born, and sometimes a monarch-level Yuan beast will be born. No matter how high it is, there will be no more. There is also a gap between the top-level metadomains, and the explosion, flame domain, can only be regarded as second-rate among the top-level metadomains. At the moment, Xian Xingzong has already set his mind on the explosive flame domain, intending to snatch the last top-level Yuan domain controlled by the Gu Tianmen. Naturally, Gu Tianmen would not allow it, so the two sects had strong men stationed in the explosive flame domain, fighting from time to time, and they both wanted to drive each other out. When Han Feng heard Gu Tiandi's question, he sighed in his heart, probably knowing what Gu Tiandi wanted to say. Sure enough, I heard Gu Tiandi say next, although this old man knows that this request is too much, this old man still pleads, hoping that my little friend can help our sect and expel the members of the Xuanqing sect from the explosive flame domain. The old man promises that as long as the little friend successfully expels the members of the Xuanqing sect, the old man will give 1/3 of the ancient Tianmen's Yuanjing and cultivation resources to the little friend. 1/3 of the cultivation resources of ancient Tianmen is definitely more than 2/3 of the resources of Tianqing City. No matter how ancient Tianmen fell, it was definitely not comparable to Tianqing City. Because Gu Tiandi took out the light spirit fruit very quickly, and also had some pointers from Gu Tiandi before, and because Shantian Emperor was not a very powerful heavenly emperor, Han Feng originally intended to accept it. Now that the ancient heaven emperor has promised 1/3 of the cultivation resources, it is even more impossible for Han Feng to refuse. Knowing that Han Feng agreed, Emperor Gu Tian was overjoyed. Gu Tiandi couldn't be more clear about the effect that a giant Tianzuan can have. Whether it is the ancient Tianmen or the Xuanxingzong, there is no giant Tianzuan. Gu Tiandi believed that as long as Han Feng stepped forward, the explosive flame domain would be saved 8 out of 10. Thank you for your help, little friend, I am very grateful. Gu Tiandi stood up excitedly, and then said, please wait a moment, little friend, I will host a banquet for you. Han Feng shook his head, Senior, there's no need. It's not too late. It's better for the younger generation to start now, to settle the matter as soon as possible, and to be at ease earlier. As for the dinner party, it's not too late to hold it after the younger generation returns after finishing their work. That's right. Gu Tiandi thought for a while and nodded slowly. My lord, please allow Bailey to go. Bailey stepped forward and said. No, you still stay. Han Feng waved his hand and refused. Bailey instantly understood what Han Feng meant. Looking at it now, Gu Tianmen didn't have any bad intentions for them, but it was not safe to let the two children and Lu Tianming and his wife, who were only capable of the 9 tribulations true God, stay in Gu Tianmen. Although he only has a low-level Tianzuan cultivation base, he can still protect 1 or 2. In an unfamiliar environment, you can't be careless. After everything was arranged, Han Feng soared into the sky, and shot towards the explosive flame domain according to the direction given by the ancient heaven emperor. Forbidden Ancient Realm, Central Territory. This is a gigantic mountain surrounded by clouds and mist, with the top of the mountain reaching straight into the sky. A majestic feeling permeated the air. This is the most central peak of Yaolong Island of the third-rank force, Yaolong Mountain. Yaolong Mountain is a holy mountain in Yaolong Island. It is the place where Yaolong Tianzuan usually practiced. It is not accessible to anyone. This day, at the top of Yaolong Mountain, there was a loud booming sound. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered, and jet-black streamers of light poured down like lightning. The top of the entire mountain was shrouded in a thick evil cloud, and an astonishing evil force swept out. Ha ha ha. A moment later, a loud laugh came from the evil cloud, shaking the sky. After half an hour. Inside the Demon Dragon Hall of Demon Dragon Island. A middle-aged man in a black robe and shrouded in evil spirits sat tall at the head. Because he had just broken through, the middle-aged man hadn't been able to retract freely. After the breakthrough, the terrifying power continuously fluctuated like a wave of air, which made some strong men in front feel pressured and almost knelt on the ground. This middle-aged man, shrouded in evil, is the founder of Yaolong Island, Yaolong Tianzuan. No, right now the Yaolong Tianzuan has successfully broken through, and the title should be more accurately called the Yaolong Tiandi. After many years of practice, the Yaolong Heavenly Emperor finally broke through to the ranks of the Heavenly Emperors, and successfully entered the ranks of the peak powerhouses in the Forbidden Ancient Realm. This is the moment when he is in a good mood. But Yaolong Tiandi looked around for a week, but couldn't help frowning when he didn't see Tai Tianzuan, whom he usually valued very much. "Where is Tai Tianzuan?" Yaolong Tiandi said in a deep voice. "This Yaolong Island." The many heavenly venerates on the island looked at each other in blank dismay. In the end, it was still a high-ranking Tianzuan, who was only 1 or 2 times stronger than Tai Tianzuan's Dragon Clan powerhouse, and came up with things one by one. Boom! Terrible power blasted from the Demon Dragon Heavenly Emperor, and the space was filled with the pressure of the Heavenly Emperor. Yaolong Tiandi gritted his teeth loudly. "You dare to kill the Tianzuan of my Yaolong Island, you want to die. Is it easy to cultivate a master like Tai Tianzuan?" Yaolong Tiandi has high hopes for Tai Tianzuan, hoping that Tai Tianzuan can break through to Tiandi. At that time, Yaolong Island will have 2 great heavenly emperors, and among the 4th-rank forces in the Central Territory, they will definitely no longer be the lower ranks. But right now, with the fall of Tianzuan Taya, everything is in vain. Since you dare to kill the strong man of Yaolong Island, you must have the courage to bear all the consequences. The chill all over the body of the Yaolong Emperor suddenly formed a series of magic seals with his hands in the void. In an instant, a blood-red phantom of the demon dragon appeared in front of the demon dragon emperor. This is the demon dragon seal that this emperor left in Tai Tianzuan's body. Once activated by this emperor, he will be able to know the situation of the beast. Huh? The beast is in the middle. The second update. The murderer is actually in the Central Territory. A trace of surprise flashed across the face of the demon dragon emperor. If the demon dragon seal is not aroused by him, it will be silent and will not attract people's attention at all. Once the demon dragon seal is activated, not only can you perceive how far the opponent is from you, but you can also perceive some situations in the opponent's body. For example, the approximate cultivation base. For example, a sense of danger to oneself. The Emperor Yaolong just wanted to feel some of Han Feng's situation through the Yaolong seal, but he didn't expect to sense that although the distance between the other party and him was far, it was not as far as the middle domain and the outer domain. Although I don't know when you came to the Central Territory, but since you have come to the Central Territory, it also saves the time for the Emperor to reach the outer domain through the teleportation array. This induction, is it in the east, the sphere of influence of the ancient Tianmen and Zhuangxingzong? Sensing the distance, the demon dragon emperor sensed some conditions in Han Feng's body through the demon dragon seal. A moment later, the demon dragon emperor showed a dignified expression. According to the information fed back from the demon dragon seal, that guy's cultivation should be at the level of a heavenly monarch. But there is still a huge force in his body that even the emperor feels threatened. Being able to kill Tai Tianzuan is indeed not to be underestimated. But Yaolong Tiandi smiled coldly. Even if it is the giant Tianzuan, it is only comparable to the inferior Tiandi in terms of status. If the Tiandi really wants to show his power and attack with all his strength, how can the giant Tianzuan be an opponent? What's more, this emperor himself is also the emperor who was promoted from the giant of Tianzuan. A dragon chant resounded through the sky, and the blood-red dragon soared into the sky, passed through layers of blood clouds, and sailed towards the east of the middle region of the forbidden ancient realm. In the distant sky, a rainbow light came galloping. Suddenly, the rainbow light stopped, and Han Feng's expression turned slightly ugly. With a low shout, Han Feng's divine essence exploded, and traces of blood-red mist were forced out of Han Feng's body. These blood mist eventually turned into a blood-red demon dragon mark, and a trace of evil spirit permeated the air. When did this imprint enter my body? Han Feng felt terrified. I have been recruited, but I don't even know when I was recruited. If it weren't for this imprint to change, God knows when I will find out. It should be when you killed Tai Tianzuan back then. Xiaopeng's voice echoed in Han Feng's mind. Han Feng said solemnly, even you didn't find out? Xiaopeng nodded, that's true. At the beginning, your 9 flames and different fire art was still in the early stage of the 7th layer. This bloody mark was probably the other party's innate ability, not a magical skill, so I didn't even notice it. But after your breakthrough at the middle stage of the 7th layer, I felt that there was something strange in your body, but this imprint has long been hidden in your body, and it is difficult for me to get it out without actively exposing it. Unless your 9 flames and different fire art further break through to the late stage of the 7th floor, let the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower be further unsealed, and I will be able to find and expel the bloody mark. Genius ability, that is indeed more difficult to deal with than magical skills. Han Feng nodded slightly, and then said, this bloody imprint is full of evil spirits. If I guessed correctly, it should be the demon dragon Tianzuan of Demon Dragon Island. Yaolong Tianzuan is a powerhouse at the level of Tianzuan's giant. Judging from the power revealed by the bloody mark before, Yaolong Tianzuan is likely to be promoted to the emperor. He may be tracking him through this bloody mark. What should we do? Fat Road. So what if you are promoted to the Heavenly Emperor? The Heavenly Emperor promoted by the giant Tianzuan is indeed powerful, but it is only at the level of the inferior Heavenly Emperor. Moreover, the demon dragon Tianzuan has just broken through, and his realm has not even stabilized. It is impossible to use the power of the Heavenly Emperor. Let's all play out. If we really want to fight, it is still unknown who will win and who will lose. Han Feng curled his lips. The Heavenly Emperor, who has been promoted from the giant of Tianzuan, he really wants to see what he can do. Explosive domain. This is a top-level meta-domain, full of spewing magma. Somewhere in the explosive flame domain, dozens of heavenly monarchs sat around several heavenly venerates, cross-legged and adjusting their breath. Judging from the ups and downs of these Tianjun and Tianzuan's breath, they obviously just went through a big battle. Second Elder, can the First Elder and the others spare a shot? Among the several heavenly venerates, a middle-aged man asked. Immediately, all Tianjun looked at the white-haired old man in the center. The white-haired old man is the second elder of the ancient Tianmen. He is also a high-ranking celestial being, and he is also the only high-ranking celestial being among the several celestial beings present. The middle-aged man is only a middle-level celestial venerable, but he is also one of the elders. It is also a middle-level Tianzuan, and there is a woman in a palace costume, with a face of about 40. The rest are all inferior Tianzuan. These are all high-ranking members of the ancient Tianmen, but they are not elders. To be honest, the combat power of these inferior Tianzuan is not as good as Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan is weaker than middle-aged men and women in palace costumes in terms of cultivation, but they are very close in terms of combat power. The second elder slowly opened his eyes and sighed. It's not that you don't know about the situation of the ancient emperor, and you must not be disturbed. How can the sect make a move? With our current situation, unless it is a high-ranking celestial venerable, it will not have much impact on the battle situation. But if the high-ranking Tianzuan comes, the defensive power in the sect will be greatly reduced. Don't forget, in the previous message from the Great Elder, there was a high-ranking Tianzuan who almost broke into the cultivation place of the ancient Tiandi and disturbed him. the recovery of the ancient emperor. Knowing that there was no help, everyone was a little frustrated and desperate. In the previous battle, they were completely at a disadvantage, and it was the second elder who was seriously injured before repelling the enemy. If the Xuanhuan sect attacks again, they, maybe will be repelled. If they can't even keep the top Yuan domain, the explosive flame domain, their ancient Tianmen's face will definitely be trampled to the end, and in the future, even some inferior Tianzuan and even Tianjun may not be able to frighten them. The middle-aged man of the middle Tianzuan sighed slightly. Compared with the ancient Tianmen's waning days, Xuanxingzong showed vigor, and strong people emerged one after another. In terms of the combat power of the Heavenly Emperor, the Xuanhuan sect is not much stronger than the ancient Tianmen. But at the level of Tianzuan, it far exceeds the ancient Tianmen. Take the superior Tianzuan as an example. There are at least 10 Xuanhuan sects, but what about the ancient Tianmen? Seeing the expressions of the crowd, the second elder could not help comforting him. If you are repelled, you will be repelled. Right now, Lord Gu Tiandi is more important than anything else. As long as Lord Gu Tiandi recovers in time, sooner or later our ancient Tianmen will retake the explosive flame domain. But if something happened to the ancient Heaven Emperor, even if we successfully repel the enemy and save the explosive flame domain, sooner or later we will. Although the rest of the words were not spoken, everyone knew what the unsaid words were. But at this moment, the second elder's expression became condensed. Someone is coming. The experts from the Guxianmen side stood up together, their spirits were ready to go, and they all showed vigilance. Under the eyes of everyone, a rainbow light descended in front of them suddenly from far to near. Are you all friends of the ancient Tianmen? I am here to help you at the invitation of the ancient emperor. In the rainbow light, a gentle voice came out. Afterwards, Han Feng's figure appeared in everyone's sight. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. The helper invited by Lord Gu Tiandi? The second elder didn't get careless because of this, and said in a deep voice, "Do you have a token?" Han Feng also knew that the other party would not believe it so easily, so he immediately threw a token given to him by Emperor Gu Tian to the second elder. The first update. Jiuyan Jizuan only represents the author's point of view of eating cabbage. If you find that its content violates national laws and conflicts, please delete it. Our position is only committed to providing a healthy and green reading platform. Thank you all. The second elder took the token, his eyes froze immediately. At the same time, a piece of information from the token was also transmitted to the second elder's mind. After the second elder read the message, he couldn't help showing a smile on his face, and then slowly said to everyone, "It is indeed the token of the ancient emperor, and this little friend is indeed the assistant invited by the ancient emperor." Maybe even the second elder didn't pay attention, but his attitude is much more respectful now. After all, Han Feng's combat power is equivalent to that of the giant Tianzuan. However, the middle-aged man, the woman in palace costume, and other heavenly venerates did not know about it. Knowing that Han Feng was indeed the helper invited by the ancient emperor, the many heavenly lords let go of their vigilance, but still muttered, "It's just a helper from the emperor, what's the use?" The heavenly monarchs, who were originally happy to have a helper, suddenly froze. The second elder had a strange expression on his face, and was about to say Han Feng's identity, but Han Feng laughed loudly and said, "Whether it's useful or not, you will know later." Afterwards, Han Feng turned his gaze to the second elder. "Second elder, where are the members of the Xuanhuan sect now?" The second elder's pupils shrank. "Could it be that your excellency is planning to?" Han Feng smiled and nodded. The second elder took a deep breath, and couldn't help but say, "The people from the Xuanhuan sect are here." "Okay, Han will come as soon as he goes." Immediately, Han Feng soared into the air and swept away. What? This guy, could it be possible that he intends to fight Xian Xingzong alone? Too arrogant. The middle-aged man and the other heavenly venerates were taken aback. The woman in the palace costume flew up directly. This kid is too reckless, no way, since he is the helper invited by the adults, even if it is only Tianjun, he can't let him get into trouble easily, I will help. But at this moment, the second elder actually stopped the woman in palace attire. Second elder. The woman in palace costume shouted in a low voice. The second elder laughed loudly. With a mysterious face, don't worry, everyone, what you have to worry about is not this little friend, but everyone from the Xuanhuan sect. Ah? The middle-aged man waited for the heavenly venerates to look confused. They are not idiots to be able to become heavenly venerables. Seeing the second elder smiling so much, they don't know that the new helper is probably not an easy role. But no matter how difficult it is, the realm is only Tianjun, so what? Facing everyone's puzzlement, the second elder said mysteriously, everyone, come with me, let's go together, and you will know when the time comes. Somewhere in the explosive flame domain, one of Xuanxingzong's people was molesting/playing, and some of them were even cursing. That old man from the ancient Tianmen, I never thought that he would rather use the secret technique to repel us. A purple-haired superior, Tianzuan cursed angrily. Using the secret method will not only hurt your body, but it may also be difficult to make further progress in the future. With a body with sequelae, breaking through forcibly will only cause you to explode and die. Another high-ranking celestial being gloated at his misfortune. At this time, a big man with a scar on his cheek said in a deep voice, stop talking nonsense, hurry up and adjust your breathing. After we recover, it will be the time for those trash from the ancient Tianmen to die. Blast flame domain, it won't take much. How long is it ours? Yes. Many heavenly venerates and heavenly sovereigns were stunned. Obviously, this strong man with scars on his face is the leader of Xuanxingzong. This strong man with scars on his face is known as the Divine Ox Heavenly Venerable. His prototype is a divine bull of the earth, and his bloodline is also considered extraordinary. Although it is not listed as the top of the top divine bloodlines, it is still at the upper middle level. Among the top celestial beings, the divine cow celestial being is enough to rank second-rate. In the Xuanhuan sect, he is also a top-ranked superpower. Just when everyone in the Xuanhuan sect entered into breath adjustment, suddenly, a vast force struck, and a raging flame ignited in the sky, turning into a monstrous sea of flames. The sea of fire rolled, and waves of fire surged forward. Enemy attack! The night watchman cried out in alarm. In fact, without these night watchmen yelling, God Niu Tianzuan and other gods have already discovered the sea of fire in the sky. Who? A helper that Tianmen found? Go to hell. Except for Tianzuan Shenyu, the other Tianzuan of Xuanxingzong made moves, one after another. Shenyu Tianzuan didn't make a move, he just wanted to see who the coming person was. For some reason, Shenyu Tianzuan always felt a little uneasy. Many celestial venerates made their moves together, including some ordinary high-ranking celestial venerables. These might not be as powerful as the second elder, but they were not far behind. All kinds of terrorist attacks rushed into the sea of fire and were swallowed by the sea of fire. However, when a wave of fire descended, it caused the earth to tremble, and the flames flew together, and many heavenly monarchs were immediately involved. There was a scream, and the scene was in chaos. In the sea of flames, Han Feng, who has already unfolded the three gods, has almost reached the limit of a high-ranking god in terms of realm. The flames of the great sun cover the sky and cover the earth. With the superior and low-level divine essence, the power is unparalleled, and it is definitely not something that ordinary high-level celestial beings can break. How come? Impossible. Tianzuan of Xuanxingzong found that their attack was swallowed by the sea of flames, and there was no sign of breaking through the sea of flames, and they let out unbelievable roars one by one. The scene in front of him was really shocking. Suddenly, the sea of flames rolled back, and then a giant finger crushed towards them. When this giant finger touched their bodies, these celestial beings were defeated by a blow without any resistance, their bodies cracked, and their spirits dissipated. Only the Supreme Heavenly Venerable managed to hold on, but he was also on the verge of the limit, with a horrified look on his face. Who is the opponent? This power is so terrifying. Extinguish. In the sea of flames, suddenly there was a shout like the roar of a god, and then, the flames in the sky turned into clusters of flames and fell like a torrential rain. The massive flames made it impossible for the heavenly monarchs of the Xuanhuan sect to hide. In almost a moment, the heavenly monarchs of the Xuanhuan sect were wiped out by the flames of the great sun. Without the sea of fire, Han Feng's body would be exposed to the sight of God Niu Tianzuan. The sun will flashed behind him, wearing a flame armor, pedaling. Xuanhuan, Han Feng looks like an ancient god of war, majestic. Even a first-class and high-ranking Tianzuan like Taiya Tianzuan can only be tortured and killed by Han Feng, not to mention a group of Tianjun and low-level Tianzuan, as well as 2 ordinary high-ranking Tianzuan who barely squeezed into the third-rate Tianzuan. The Gu Tianmen side following behind was completely stunned. How is this possible? It's too unbelievable. Alone, this is simply a sweep, and the Xuanhuan sect has no resistance. The middle-aged men and women in palace costumes and other Tianzuan and Tianjun were all stunned. Only then did they know why the second elder asked them to worry about Xian Xingzong and not about Han Feng. However, the problem came again. With such combat power at the level of Tianjun, what is the origin of this sun? Where did the ancient emperor find this perversion? Mu. A gigantic monster with a height of 1,000 feet suddenly appeared, and the ground could not bear the weight of the monster and collapsed. It's the divine ox heavenly venerate. Shin Niu Tianzuan has made a move. Shin Niu Tianzuan has turned into the body of the earth. Shenyu, second elder, why don't we take action? Shenyu Tianzuan is also enough to be ranked second-rate among the high-level Tianzuan, far from being comparable to ordinary high-level Tianzuan. Seeing that God Bull Tianzuan finally made a move, the middle-aged man and the others were still a little anxious. The second elder smiled and said, "No need, everyone just watch." Second-rate high-ranking Tianzuan? That can't be the opponent of the giant Tianzuan. The second update. Mu. The divine bull of the earth transformed by the divine cow, Tianzuan stands proudly like the king of the earth. With the stepping of the 4 hooves of the divine cow Tianzuan, the earth suddenly splits into pieces, defying the gravity of the earth and floating in the air. Afterwards, these fragmented lands aggregated to form a giant like a mountain. Especially this land is the land of explosive flame domain, with the power of explosive flame. Mountains and mountains, carrying the power of fire, crazily crashed into Han Feng. Snort. Han Feng let out a cold snort, and waved his arms like a wild dragon. The golden immortal dragon palm was released to the extreme at this moment. The mountains were completely destroyed by Han Feng before they approached Han Feng. Afterwards, an extremely overbearing force swept across the sky from Han Feng's right arm. The astonishing force made everyone feel trembling. Ziyun divine arm. Rumble. The purple beam of light seemed to be piercing through the heaven and earth, and shot away amidst the terrified expression of God Niu Tianzuan. God Bull Tianzuan couldn't sit still at all at this moment. How could he be able to contend with such power? The giant bull soared into the air, with all 4 hoofs flying, and fled into the distance. However, Tianzuan Shenya seemed to have forgotten that his target was really too big in his body, and his speed was not as fast as Ziyun's arm, so he was completely hit by Ziyun's arm before he ran far. Ziyun's divine arm pierced directly through the God Niu Tianzuan, and when it hit the ground, it blasted an unfathomably deep chasm that was nearly 100 feet wide and 10,000 feet long. The road was filled with smoke and dust, sparks splashed everywhere. The huge body of the earth god bull fell to the ground with a bang, bleeding profusely. The body of the monster clan contained enormous power in the flesh and blood. How could Han Feng let it go, and immediately put it away, ready to use it to temper the white bones and skeletons? At the same time, all the cultivation resources on Shenyu Tianzuan naturally belonged to Han Feng. Only then did Han Feng turn around. Golem. Including middle-aged men. Except for the second elder who knew Han Feng's details, the Gu Tian men sighed, kept swallowing and spitting. That's the divine Ox Tianzuan, fighting alone. The second elder is no match, even the first elder is nothing more than half a catty. In the last battle, if the second elder hadn't urged the secret method, it would have been impossible to defeat the divine bull Tianzuan. For this reason, the price the second elder paid made the second elder almost fall from the top of the supreme heavenly venerable. Not only that, but the body of the second elder also suffered irreparable damage and sequelae. It is impossible to further break the limit of the true God in the future and step into the level of the true God of the Emperor. Forcibly breaking the limit will only cause the body to explode and die. But such a divine cow Tianzuan was. At least it is the first-class level among the first-class Tianzuan. No, even the first-class level of the first-class Tianzuan, it is impossible to crush the god Niu Tianzuan, could it be? Thinking of something, the woman in the palace costume gasped again. The middle-aged man and other strong men from the ancient Tian men obviously thought of something, and they all looked at Han Feng with shocking eyes. Then the second elder said slowly, "Hey, do you all remember the matter of Tianzuan Taya?" The woman in the palace costume subconsciously said, "I know. It is said that Tianzuan Taya went to the outer domain to find trouble with someone, and then he was killed." Wait, could it be? Everyone watching. To the second elder. The second elder stroked his beard, smiled, and nodded. Damn old man. Everyone cursed secretly in their hearts. They were so black-bellied. Nima knew that the other party was a giant of Tianzuan and didn't say anything, just looked at them anxiously like a joke. I believe that if it wasn't for the high status of the second elder, he would definitely be flattened by everyone at this moment. I really didn't expect him to be a giant of Tianzuan. He is only in the realm of Tianjun. The middle-aged man muttered to himself. Everyone's body was shocked, and then there was a storm in their hearts. In the realm of Tianjun, there is the combat power of the giant Tianzuan. Will he still have it in the future? When Han Feng returned, he saw eyes full of shock, awe, and admiration. Thank you, little friend. If it wasn't for little friend, I really can't imagine what will happen to me in a few days. The second elder sighed after expressing his gratitude. The middle-aged man and others were also silent. They are not stupid, they know that if there is no Han Feng, they may be on the verge of death after Xian Xingzong recovers. Being able to live now is all because of Han Feng. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man and others also expressed their thanks. After some introduction, Han Feng knew that the middle-aged man's name was Wing Tianbai, and the palace-clothed woman's name was Shan Lingqing. They were the two strongest men here, second only to the second elder, and they had medium-level celestial venerable cultivation. Han Feng was welcomed back to the ancient Tianmen station in the explosive flame region by the stars, and some heavenly monarchs immediately handed over the Yuanjing and cultivation resources they had collected. These are all obtained from Xuanxingzong Tianjun and Tianzuan. Because the Tianjun and Tianzuan of the Xuanqing sect were killed by Han Feng, the Tianjun of the ancient Tian men did not dare to take these Yuanjing and cultivation resources as their own. Han Feng was naturally evasive, but the Tianjun of Gu Tian men was more determined than Han Feng. In the end, it was the second elder who spoke. Little friend, don't push it away, this should belong to you. To be honest, we are already very content with my little friend's help. The second elder had already said so Han Feng had no choice but to accept it. Thinking about what he would gain after coming to the Central Territory, Han Feng reckoned that as long as he returned to the Xuanhuan gang for a retreat, he could at least push his cultivation to the level of a middle-level celestial being, or the peak level of a middle-level celestial being. After returning to Outland, it's best to go to the wild forest once to hunt monarch-level Yuan beasts and Zun-level Yuan beasts. In this way, the superior Tianzuan is not very far away from me. Now I'm just a high-ranking Tianjun, and I have a combat power that surpasses the giants of Tianzuan. I really can't believe how much my combat power will be raised to when I am promoted to a high-ranking Tianzuan. I don't know if I can compete with the high-level Tianzuan. A battle with the Emperor of Heaven? Han Feng didn't think that he would be able to surpass the Emperor of Heaven after he was promoted to the Supreme Heavenly Venerable. It was almost impossible. The further you go, the more difficult the level is. At the level of the Emperor of Heaven, a genius can only be the best at the same level, and fighting at a higher level is no longer an ordinary genius. Han Feng is very satisfied to be able to fight against the superior emperor. In this way, Han Feng completely settled here, waiting for Zhuang Xingzong's counterattack. Xian Xingzong's counterattack was faster than Han Feng expected, and it was led by Tianzuan, who was stronger than Shenyu Tianzuan. Among the high-ranking Tianzuan, this Tianzuan is enough to rank first-class level, enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with Taiyu Tianzuan. In Zhuang Xingzong, this Tianzuan is the second most powerful superpower. And NBS. But even so, this Tianzuan was still killed by Han Feng cleanly. This time even the second elder was moved. Is this power really as simple as the giant Tianzuan? For the first time, a trace of suspicion rose in the second elder's heart. But the second elder didn't dare to think about it any further. In the realm of Tianjun, it is already terrifying to have the combat power of a giant Tianzuan. If it is really the same as the inferior Tiandi, what kind of abnormality is this? Is there really such a person? The first update. When this super strong man ranked second in Xian Xingzong also fell, Xian Xingzong finally knew that Gu Tianmen had found a super strong man from nowhere, and immediately restrained himself a little. However, including Han Feng and the second elder, none of them thought that Xian Xingzong would stop there. Right now, it's just the calm before the storm. Both the second elder and Han Feng knew that after the calm, there would be a crazy counterattack from the Xuanqing sect. Really? On this day, several shocking rainbow lights suddenly came from the sky. Several figures descended one after another with a breath as vast as the sea. The middle-aged man, Wang Tianbai, was shocked. Is this Ice Silver Celestial Lord, Silver Talisman Celestial Lord? There's also the Illusory Sword Heavenly Lord and the One-Horned Heavenly Lord. Shan Lingqing, a woman in palace attire, also muttered to herself, with a shocked expression on her face. The second elder's body was cold, mysterious pagoda Tianzuan, Yan Yan Tianzuan. 6 majestic forces swept across the world, covering the sky and covering the earth, and the heavenly monarchs of the ancient Tianmen vomited blood one after another. Faced with the oppression of the 6 powerful men, these heavenly monarchs vomited blood and fell to the ground without even being able to resist. 6 first-class and high-ranking celestial beings. The second elder looked miserable. Especially Xuanta Tianzuan and Tunyan Tianzuan are also among the top existences among the first-class Tianzuan, not inferior to Taiyu Tianzuan, and even fighting alone can occupy a little bit of the upper class. The giant Tianzuan is strong, but facing 6 first-class and superior Tianzuan, I'm afraid. The body of the Xuanta Tianzuan is a 7-colored pagoda, and this kind of life is extremely special. It is worth mentioning that the Xuanta Tianzuan is the most powerful Tianzuan of the Xuanqing sect, and is the second son of the Xuanqing sect after Shantian Emperor. Character. The rest of the heavenly venerables were all invited by the Xuanqing sect at a high price. Xuanta Tianzuan stepped into the void, his eyes were full of light, and he looked directly at Han Feng. Only Han Feng is a stranger here, and Xuanta Tianzuan immediately judged that Han Feng was the helper invited by Gu Tianmen. There was a compelling light in the eyes, and the ordinary high-ranking Tianzuan would not dare to look at Xuanhuan Tianzuan like this. It's a pity that for Han Feng, there is no pressure to bear the gaze of Xuanhuan Tianzuan. Your Excellency is Gu Tianmen's helper? Xuanhuan Tianzuan said coldly. Besides Xuanhuan Tianzuan, Tunyan Tianzuan, Huangjian Tianzuan, One-Horn Tianzuan, Bingyin Tianzuan, and Silver Talisman Tianzuan all showed shock. How did a mere Tianjun realm kill such a strong man as the god Niu Tianzuan? So what? Han Feng remained unmoved. Xuanhuan Tianzuan said coldly, it's not easy for you to practice. You have the cultivation base of a Tianjun at a young age, and your combat power is comparable to that of a giant Tianzuan. You have a bright future, but don't carelessly make wrong decisions. The consequences will not be yours, easily bearable. Consequences? Is it the cooperation of you? Han Feng had a strange smile on his face, and then said, I don't think Han can't bear the consequences. The implication is that even if 6 people join forces, he is not afraid. As soon as these words came out, not only Xuanhuan Tianzuan, but also Tianzuan Tunyan and other Tianzuan were furious. Rampant kid. Court deaf. Arrogant. The 6 first-class and superior celestial beings all released their aura with all their strength, oppressing Han Feng. The coercion like a tide covered the sky. Han Feng was fearless, not only did not retreat, but took a step forward, the 3 gods unfolded instantly, and the flames soaring into the sky swept away. The 6 heavenly venerates were all startled, and then Tunyan Tianzuan grinned, it's just a flame, let me swallow it up. Swallowing Flame Tianzuan, the main body is Swallowing Flame Beast, born to be able to swallow the flames of the world. With a big inhale, the flame rolled back and was instantly sucked into the mouth by Tunyan Tianzuan. Just spreading the flames formed by the Xinyan battle body and the Great Sun flame body could not pose a threat to Tunyan Tianzuan at all, but instead made Tunyan Tianzuan hiccup. Tunyan Tianzuan patted his belly and grinned, boy, come on, release more flames. I haven't had enough yet. Han Feng was expressionless, okay, Han will let you suck enough. The flame of the Great Sun swept out again, and before it was fully formed, it was sucked by Tianzuan Yin Yin again. The continuous flames of the Great Sun were sucked away by Tianzuan Tunyan, and Tianzuan Tunyan also showed an extremely comfortable face. Those who didn't know, thought Tunyan Tianzuan was flirting with beauties. A flash of light flashed quickly in Han Feng's eyes, and then the Chi Bai Skyfire erupted suddenly, like a volcanic eruption, sweeping out with incomparably violent power. Following the flames of the Great Sun, Ziji Tianhua immediately rushed into the mouth of Tunyan Tianzuan. Tunyan Tianzuan sucked the flames of the Great Sun very well, but he didn't expect the flames to change suddenly. Ziji Tianhua rushed into the mouth of Tunyan Tianzuan, and Tunyan Tianzuan immediately let out a scream. Ah! Tunyan Tianzuan covered his mouth, hugged his stomach and rolled in the air. Because of the severe pain, Tunyan Tianzuan's complexion was distorted. Ziji Tianhua is not very powerful now, it is only at the beginning of the middle stage of the 7th floor. It poses a great threat to the lower Tianzuan, but to the higher Tianzuan, the threat is very small. But no matter what kind of flame it is, it also depends on the cultivation level of the person who released the flame. The flame is strong, but the cultivation level is not high, and the power of the flame cannot be exerted much. The level of the flame is not high, but it can still erupt with extremely strong power on the basis of super high cultivation. This is the situation in Han Feng at the moment. After the 3 divine bodies are united, with the superior divine essence, the power of Ziji Tianhua is still infinite, which is far beyond the peri of ordinary high-ranking celestial beings. As a first-class and superior Tianzuan, if Tunyan Tianzuan releases a big move, it is not impossible to resist it reluctantly. But the problem is, Tianzuan Tunyan swallowed Ziji Tianhua into his belly desperately. No matter who is strong, the inside is weaker than the outside. The Ziji heavenly fire raged in Tunyan Tianzuan, and Tunyan Tianzuan fainted without pain, already with extremely strong willpower. Not good. Imaginary sword Tianzuan saw that Tunyan Tianzuan was hit, and immediately rescued him. Myriad illusory sword technique. With one sword, 1 divides into 2, 2 divides into 4, 4 quarters divides into 8. Soon, one sword light split into 10,000 sword lights, densely packed. Han Feng directly took out the Xuanhuan gun, and killed it with a move of Yenshin. The flame tornado raged away, devouring 10,000 sword lights one after another, and even pursued the illusory sword Tianzuan closely. Help me! Huanjian Tianzuan's face changed drastically, and he retreated quickly. At this time, Phantom Jian Tianzuan was clearly aware of Han Feng's strength, and fighting alone, any one of them would be killed if they couldn't hold on to a few moves. One Horn Tianzuan and Binging Tianzuan released their attacks one after another. The one-horned Tianzuan turned into a huge purple-gold behemoth, and a single horn on the purple-gold behemoth released a purple-gold thunder, and exploded away with a power that could destroy the world. The ice-silver Tianzuan's jade hand flew up, and a large ice crystal appeared out of thin air, rushing into the flame tornado. Blocked by the two great heavenly venerates, the killing power of the flame god dropped sharply. But at this moment, Xuantai Tianzuan suddenly made a move. Xuantai Tianzuan did not attack the flame tornado, but directly attacked Han Feng. A 7-color pagoda emerged behind Xuantai Tianzuan, like a giant mountain, pressing down heavily on Han Feng. Han Feng pointed to the depths, and a golden light rumbled away with infinite power. On the way, the golden light has turned into a huge golden seal, and the Kowloon roars and revolves around the seal. There was only a bang, and the earth-shattering explosion resounded through the sky. The wind was strong, and the aftermath waves spread wildly, and the impacted space collapsed in bursts. The 7-color pagoda clicked, and it didn't take long before it was smashed by the seal of the 9 dragons. The Xuantai Tianzuan immediately vomited blood, and his face was pale. The second update. How could it be? Xuantai Tianzuan was very confident in his attack, but he was easily broken by Han Feng. Is there really such a big gap between Tianzuan giant and him? The 9 dragons seal destroyed the 7-colored pagoda, and the action of blasting at the Xuantai Tianzuan was also paused, but soon bombarded at the Xuantai Tianzuan again. It's just that the 9 dragons seal at this time has shrunk a lot, and the golden light has also weakened a little, and its power is far less than it was at the beginning. Silver Talisman Tianzuan made a move at this time. A huge silver talisman appeared in front of Xuantai Tianzuan, and collided with the 9 dragons seal, preventing the 9 dragons seal from attacking Xuantai Tianzuan. In an instant, the entire world was filled with golden and silver light. Where the gold and silver brilliance passed, violent ripples appeared in the space, as if countless small mouths had been opened, which was hideous and terrifying. Taking advantage of this moment, Xuantai Tianzuan retreated abruptly, out of the locking range of the 9 dragons seal. Xuantai Tianzuan knew very well that even if Yinfu Tianzuan made a move, he might not be able to resist for long. Sure enough, as soon as Xuantai Tianzuan retreated, the silver talisman blocking the 9 dragons seal began to collapse. In an instant, the golden light flourished, overwhelming the silver light. Han Feng saw that the Xuantai Tianzuan had retreated far away, his sleeves were rolled up, and the 9 dragons seal returned and fell into Han Feng's left hand. At the same time, he stood with the Xuanhuan gun in his right hand, and returned to the state of confronting the 6 heavenly gods. The second elder and the others were dumbfounded. Although the two sides just exchanged hands briefly, they couldn't see that it was Han Feng who had the upper hand. The attacks of the 6 heavenly venerates were all deciphered one by one, and even counterattacked. Seeing the way Tunyan Tianzuan is still howling, I'm afraid the injury was really serious. The number of Tianzuan giants is too small, and the entire central territory is less than 2 hands. On the contrary, there are countless first-class, second-rate, and third-rate Tianzuan under the Tianzuan giants. Otherwise, the Xuanqing sect would not recruit 5 first-class superior Tianzuan with one move. Just because the number of Tianzuan giants is rare, the second elder and others only heard that Tianzuan giants are powerful, but they have never really contacted Tianzuan giants. But now, the second elder finally has a deep understanding of the Tianzuan giant. The 6 heavenly venerates looked extremely ugly at the moment. Tunyan Tianzuan stood up with difficulty, and cast his resentful eyes on Han Feng. As a high-ranking Tianzuan, or a first-class powerhouse among the high-ranking Tianzuan, how noble is his status in the Central Territory on weekdays, but today he has suffered such a big loss. How can Tunyan Tianzuan bear it? With a roar, Tianzuan Tunyan didn't notify the other 5 Tianzuan at all, and attacked Han Feng without warning. Oops. Stop. Xuantai Tianzuan and other 5 great Tianzuan wanted to stop Tunyan Tianzuan, but it was too late. Damn it, I wanted to discuss a plan. Tianzuan Tunyan is a daredevil. Xuantai Tianzuan said bitterly, and immediately followed. Now that Tunyan Tianzuan had already made a move, they had no choice but to make a move. Although this kind of attack is disorderly, it is conceivable that if the 6 Tianzuan make a move at the same time, even if the opponent is a giant of Tianzuan, they should not be able to easily resist it. Tunyan Tianzuan carried black flames all over his body, and the voice of hatred resounded throughout the world, boy, die. Swallowing flames and anger. The monstrous purple flames swept away like a tidal wave. The mysterious pagoda shakes the heavens and the earth. This time, Xuantai Tianzuan himself turned into a huge colorful pagoda and suppressed it. Silver Talisman Scroll Kill. Myriad Illusory Sword Technique. Purple Gold Sky Thunder. Ice Crystal Frozen World. Han Feng waved his sleeve robe, and the seal of 9 dragons turned into a golden light, rushing fiercely. Then the spear was like a real dragon, roaring and piercing out. It was the god of flame who killed him. Han Feng's attack can't be said to be powerful, but the attack of the 6 gods should not be underestimated either. In the void, a violent shock wave swept across the sky, and Han Feng felt great pressure. But, that's all. Han Feng looked calm and didn't panic. When Yan Xinsha was broken and 9 Dragons' seal was repulsed, Han Feng took a small step back first, and then the power of Tyrant erupted from his right arm. Not only that, Ziji Tianhua has already integrated into Ziyun's divine arm in an instant. Break! Han Feng roared angrily, and the purple light rushed out of the sky like a pillar, with unstoppable power, colliding with the attacks of the 6 great celestial beings one after another. In front of Ziguang, all the attacks seemed fragile. The black flame was blown away by the purple light, the colorful pagoda almost collapsed, and the other 4 celestial beings vomited blood and were blown away. Ziyun Divine Arm can play such a role, in addition to the great increase in the power of Ziyun Divine Arm after being integrated into Ziji Tianhua. It is also related to the ultimate move of the 9 Dragon Divine Seal and the purple pattern Flame Spear. How can it be so strong? Impossible, even the giant Tianzuan should not surpass us by so much. Xuantai Tianzuan and the other 6 heavenly venerates all turned pale with astonishment. At this moment, Han Feng launched the golden immortal stepping on the sky step, and even unfolded the 8-winged Xianlong transformation, shuttled through the void like lightning, and came to Tunyan Tianzuan in an instant. No! Tianzuan Tunyan's pupils shrank, horrified. Han Feng urged the divine essence in his palm, and the terrifying divine essence had ruthlessly hit Tianzuan Tunyan. Puff! Tunyan Tianzuan vomited blood and was slammed into the ground by Han Feng. Quick! Rescue Tunyan Tianzuan! Silver Talisman Tianzuan shouted loudly. Silver Talisman Scroll Kill. Myriad Illusory Sword Technique. Purple Gold Sky Thunder. Ice Crystal Frozen World. Han Feng formed seals with his hands, and in an instant a surge of force stood between the 2 sides. It was Xingyan's battle seal. While Xinyan's battle seal was blocking the attacks of several great celestial beings, Han Feng's Xianlong body sprayed out a torrent of flames. This dragon's breath has been integrated into Ziji Skyfire, which is extremely powerful. Tunyan Tianzuan had already suffered enough from Ziji Tianhua, so he dared to suck it and ran away in a panic. Even so, Tunyan Tianzuan was still affected by the torrent of flames, and his injuries added to his injuries. At this time, Xuanhuan Tianzuan also recovered a little, but his face was still pale and lifeless. Before, Xuanhuan Tianzuan turned himself into a 7-color pagoda. It is true that the power has greatly increased in this way, but the same. The shattering of the pagoda also means the fall of the Xuanhuan Tianzuan. Just now, although the colorful pagoda was not broken, it was still full of cracks. If you want to say who among the 6 Tianzuan suffered the most serious injuries, besides Tunyan Tianzuan, it is Xuanhuan Tianzuan. With Xuanhuan Tianzuan's attack, Han Feng had to give up and continue to kill Tunyan Tianzuan. It's not difficult to kill the 6 first-class heavenly venerates, but I'm afraid it will take a long time, then. Slightly squinting his eyes, Ziji Tianhua instantly integrated into the Jingxian body, Xinyan battle body, and big body at this moment. In the body of the sun. In an instant, Han Feng's aura soared, soaring to the point where the 6 heavenly gods were horrified. They never imagined that Han Feng hadn't tried his best before. If it is said that Han Feng's comprehensive means were only slightly stronger than that of the Tianzuan giant before, then Han Feng's power now far exceeds that of the Tianzuan giant. The first update. Strikes, 2 more. The giants of Tianzuan are only able to fight against ordinary and inferior emperors. Basically, if they persist for a long time, they will undoubtedly lose. But at this moment, Han Feng has the ability to truly kill ordinary and inferior heavenly emperors. The vast power is endless, and the billowing and violent energy surrounds Han Feng. Xinyan Fighting Fist. A shocking punch broke out, fierce and unparalleled, and the purple flame fist descended into the world like a star. Silver Talisman Scroll Kill. Myriad Illusory Sword Technique. Purple Gold Sky Thunder. Ice Crystal Frozen World. The mysterious pagoda shakes the heavens and the earth. Except for Tunyan Tianzuan, the other 5 Tianzuan took action one after another. If it was before, the attack of the 5 people could indeed block Han Feng for a moment, or even for a long time. This period of time was enough for the 5 celestials to carry out other attacks to counter Han Feng. However, at this moment, Han Feng's punch swept away directly, and the attacks of the 5 great celestial beings collapsed immediately. Puff puff. In the blink of an eye, waves of incomparable power brought raging purple flames and ruthlessly blasted on the 5 great heavenly gods. Xuanhuan Tianzuan condenses 7-color pagodas all over his body, greatly increasing his defense. A huge talisman appeared in front of the silver talisman Tianzuan. But the one-horned Tianzuan and the Huanjian Tianzuan had no effective defense methods, and they vomited blood one after another and suffered heavy injuries. But Binging Tianzuan is miserable. Fire and ice are the attributes of mutual restraint. The ice cold is powerful, so it can naturally overwhelm the fire. But the fire is powerful, and it can also overwhelm the frost. Binging Tianzuan's defensive method was broken in almost an instant, and then Ziji Tianhua swallowed Binging Tianzuan even more. No one expected that the first person to fall in this battle was not Tunyan Tianzuan, who was severely injured by Han Feng at the beginning, but Binging Tianzuan. And the fall of Binging Tianzuan. It also made the hearts of the 5 great celestial beings cold. The previous Han Feng was certainly powerful, but he wasn't so perverted, instant kill. For a while, Tianzuan Huanjian and Tianzuan One Horn had the intention to retreat. No matter how tempting the conditions offered by Xuanxingzong, they were nothing in front of their lives. It's a pity that the one-horned Tianzuan and the Huanjian Tianzuan were severely injured, and they were unable to escape for a while. But Silver Talisman Tianzuan was very decisive, turned around and ran away. How could Han Feng let the Silver Talisman Tianzuan run away like this? For such a first-class figure among the high-ranking Tianzuan, there must be a lot of yuan jing and cultivation resources in the storage device. Han Feng turned into the body of a black dragon again, and caught up with the Silver Talisman Tianzuan head-on. At this moment, Han Feng's speed is rare among the lower heavenly emperors. Puff! The Xianlong claw tore the Silver Talisman Tianzuan, and the Silver Talisman Tianzuan fell on the spot. Today, there are only 4 heavenly venerates left. Imaginary Sword Tianzuan, One-Horn Tianzuan, Xuantai Tianzuan and Yan Tianzuan. None of these 4 heavenly venerates are perfect. Among them, Xuantai Tianzuan and Tunyan Tianzuan were the most severely injured, so Han Feng first dealt with Huanjian Tianzuan and One-Horn Tianzuan. The 6 celestials were still not Han Feng's opponents in their heyday, not to mention there are only 2 celestials now, and both of them have been injured. After a while, only Xuantai Tianzuan and Tunyan Tianzuan were still alive. Tunyan Tianzuan completely lost his composure. If Han Feng is only a little stronger than Tunyan Tianzuan absolutely hates Han Feng, and hating Han Feng made him suffer such a big loss. But when the gap between the 2 sides reached a certain level, Tunyan Tianzuan didn't dare to resent, and only wanted to beg for mercy and live on. It's a pity that Han Feng ignored Tunyan Tianzuan's begging for mercy, and killed Tunyan Tianzuan neatly. However, just when Han Feng was about to deal with Tunyan Tianzuan, a monstrous aura suddenly appeared in the sky, rolling in like waves. Immediately afterwards, a black dot appeared in Han Feng's sight, and the black dot enlarged at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally formed a huge monster, full of evil spirits. That's the Blood Demon Dragon. Xuantai Tianzuan's pupil shrank. The Blood Demon Dragon is the body of the Demon Dragon Tianzuan of Yaolong Island, and it is also a well-known existence in the Middle Domain. Because the Demon Dragon Tianzuan is an extremely rare Tianzuan giant. This kind of momentum. Could it be? Tianzuan Xuanta was surprised at the appearance of Tianzuan Yaolong at first, but Tianzuan Xuanta soon found out that something was wrong. Tianzuan, it is absolutely impossible to have such power. Even if it is the giant of Tianzuan, it is absolutely impossible. In other words, Yaolong Tianzuan has already advanced, breaking the last limit of the true god, and stepping into the level of the emperor. Demon Dragon Emperor. But, what is this Blood Demon Dragon doing here? Xuantai Tianzuan was wondering, when he saw a bloody mark involuntarily appearing in front of Han Feng. It was a blood dragon mark. Demon Dragon Seal. Xuantai Tianzuan opened his mouth wide. With the experience of Xuantai Tianzuan, he didn't know the Demon Dragon Seal. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect, this kid actually provoked Yaolong Island, and Yaolong Tianzuan happened to break through to the Emperor of Heaven. Now this kid is finished. Xuantai Tianzuan laughed heartily, gloating for a while. Rumble. A gust of torrential weather wave came under heavy pressure, and violent ripples appeared in the space. Han Feng looked solemn, staring at the Blood Demon Dragon from far to near. This aura. It seems that the Demon Dragon Tianzuan has already broken through to the Emperor. Today, some tough battles. At this moment, Han Feng naturally couldn't care about the Xuantai Tianzuan. The inferior emperor promoted by Tianzuan giant is by no means an ordinary inferior emperor. Han Feng dare not be careless, and he is not fully sure that he can win. Fortunately, the other side should have just broken through, and the realm is unstable, otherwise it will only be more difficult. Han Feng's thoughts turned sharply, and naturally he didn't notice that Xuantai Tianzuan had slipped away quietly. It's not that Xuantai Tianzuan didn't think about staying to see Han Feng's fate. It's just that Xuantai Tianzuan knows that Han Feng is very weird, and his strength is much stronger than Tianzuan's giant. Compared with Yaolong Tiandi, it is still unknown who will win and who will lose. If Han Feng wins, then he will die if he stays. Conversely, if the Demon Dragon Emperor wins, it may not be that the Demon Dragon Emperor will be friendly to him. Secondly, with his current seriously injured body, he might not be able to withstand the aftermath of the battle between the two powerhouses, and was shocked to death by the aftermath. It was really aggrieved to hang up for this reason. Therefore, after thinking about it, Xuanhuan Tianzuan still felt that it would be better to retreat. Han Feng! The roar made everyone's ears buzzing. There was a sound, and the blood demon dragon's bloody eyes glowed with cold blood, staring at Han Feng. A whirlwind of blood ravaged the entire sky. The second elder and the others were completely stunned, and then Chi took a deep breath. They never expected that in the battle with Xuanxingzong, a real emperor would suddenly appear. Looking at it like this, the Emperor of Heaven came to find Han Feng. The second elder recognized the identity of the Yaolong Emperor, with a bitter expression on his face. The inferior heavenly emperor, promoted by the giant Tianzuan, how terrible that must be. Han Feng's divine essence fluctuated violently like boiling, and a strong aura filled the air, and at the same time he yelled, "Second elder, you all retreat." The second update. No, how can we let our benefactor face such a powerful enemy alone? Before the second elder could speak, Shan Lingqing quickly refused. You and other ants also want to fight against this emperor? You are looking for death. Yaolong Tiandi laughed loudly as if he had heard something incredible. The blood was shining brightly, and the monster dragon Tiandi turned into a human form, with a pair of bloody eyes that were extremely cold. Just looking at each other made people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar and felt a chill. The next moment, the Yaolong Heavenly Emperor raised his sleeves and robes, and the blood light turned into an endless sword light, cutting towards the second elder and the others. Not good. Han Feng didn't expect the Demon Dragon Emperor to attack as soon as he said so, and it wasn't him who attacked, but the second elders. The second elder and the others hurriedly responded, unleashing their own attacks one by one. But there is such a huge gap between a group of heavenly monarchs and heavenly emperors. Hearing the sound of spitting out blood, the Tianjun on the side of the ancient Tianmen was instantly severely injured. This is still the result of the heavenly emperor's lack of effort, and the second elder and several other heavenly venerates defending with all their strength. Otherwise, most of the heavenly monarchs in the ancient Tianmen would have been killed by the sword light in this hand of the monster dragon heavenly emperor. Just at this moment, Han Feng had already punched the demon dragon emperor fiercely. The demon dragon emperor was planning to wipe out all the ants with a random blow, but when he saw Han Feng attacking, he immediately let go of the second elder and other ants and attacked Han Feng. Boy, pay for the life of this emperor's Taiyu Tianzuan. Blood Demon Fist. The bloody streamer condensed and turned into a bloody star, fiercely facing Han Feng's attack. Boom! Blood Fist and Fire Fist are like two stars, colliding together, bursting out endless brilliance in an instant, like a real sun. Then, the wind howled, and waves of terrifying aftermath spread crazily. Han Feng stepped back continuously, and at the same time shouted, "Hurry up!" This time, Shan Lingqing was silent. The second elder sighed, "Let's go. It's not that we don't help, but the enemy's strength is too strong. We can't help here at all, but it will distract Han Feng, which is not conducive to Han Feng's battle." At the moment, the Guxianmen side retreated rapidly. The demon dragon heavenly emperor snorted coldly, but he didn't make a move. For Yaolong Tiandi, an ordinary high-ranking Tianzuan, two ordinary middle-ranking Tianzuan, plus a few low-level Tianzuan and many Tianjun are nothing more than ants. Since it is an ant, naturally don't care too much. Just run away. The aftermath in the air weakened, and the demon dragon emperor stepped in the void and rushed towards Han Feng in an instant. In an instant, the legs turned into huge blood-colored dragon tails, and they flung them fiercely at Han Feng. Shen Yan Fighting Fist. Boom! The bloody dragon tail stopped for a moment, then immediately defeated the fire fist, and slapped Han Feng heavily. Han Feng was blasted out like a cannonball, and there were constant, clicking noises on his body. Under the blow of the Yaolong Heavenly Emperor, the Xingyan battle armor couldn't hold on, and almost collapsed. This is the inferior emperor who was promoted by the giant Tianzuan. A trace of shock flashed on Han Feng's face. Ordinary, inferior emperors would definitely not be so strong, Han Feng thought. It is absolutely impossible for ordinary inferior heavenly emperors to easily defeat his own Xingyan war fist. If it is said that the lower-level heavenly emperors also have a third sixth-level rank, the Yaolong heavenly emperor, who is just advanced and is still in an unstable state, is almost approaching the first-class grade. After the realm stabilizes, it basically enters the first-class level. And when the cultivation base of the Yaolong Heavenly Emperor reaches the peak of the lower-level Heavenly Emperor, he is even at the top of the first-class grade. If he can have the top-notch divine weapon like the purple pattern flame gun, and practice the unique skills similar to the flame god kill at the highest level, one can even fight against a middle-level Heavenly Emperor. 8-winged black dragon transformation. Han Feng turned into the body of a black dragon, and Ziji Tianhua merged into it, forming a flaming black dragon. In the sky, the mysterious dragon rushed towards the demon dragon Tiandi. Can it turn into a body similar to our own? The demon dragon emperor obviously didn't expect Han Feng to have such a change, and then he looked furious. Even if it's just energy manifesting, it's an insult to my dragon family. I will kill you. With a dragon chant, the demon dragon emperor immediately turned into his own body. The two giant dragons fought in the void, the sea of blood was churning, flames shot out, and the momentum was overwhelming. Han Feng breathed out the dragon's breath, and the demon dragon Tiandi also breathed out the dragon's breath, and the two dragons' breaths collided, setting off a torrent. The whole world is a scene of the end of the world. However, in the end, Han Feng still lost to the Demon Dragon Emperor, and was torn apart by the Demon Dragon Emperor's claws. Ziyun Divine Arm. The purple light soared into the sky, blasting towards it with a mighty force. The huge body of the Demon Dragon Emperor was blown away and fell to the ground, causing violent vibrations. The ground was torn apart, and the huge body rolled along the way, forming a chasm. Roar! Human boy! The Demon Dragon Emperor was furious, and his heart was even more horrified. This human being is too terrifying. Yaolong Tiandi clearly knew that the other party was only in the realm of Tianjun. Thinking of this, Yaolong Tiandi's heart became more murderous, and he must not let this son live, otherwise Yaolong Island will be in great trouble in the future. The Demon Dragon Emperor had already used almost all his strength, but after his killing intent became stronger, he went all out. Blood Dragon Slash. The bloody aura shot out, condensing into a blood dragon in the void, and the blood dragon turned into a blood knife, slashing towards Han Feng. With this cut, the sky and the earth turned pale, and the sun and the moon dimmed. Terrible power struck, and the power of Han Feng's right arm blasted out again. The blood color and the purple light collided, and the infinite blade slashed to the surroundings, and the space was shattered. The purple light resisted for a while, and then it began to unsupport, and the blood knife rushed into the purple light, cutting deeper and deeper. The blue veins on Han Feng's forehead protruded, and he had already tried his best. All of a sudden, Han Feng backed away abruptly, and the purple-patterned flame gun appeared in his hand. The next moment, the gun was like a real dragon, attacking brazenly. Flame God Kill. Before Han Feng's Flame God Kill, Han Feng did not unleash its full power. There are 4 levels of Flame God Killing, and now Han Feng has mastered the late stage of the 4th level, and the next step is the 4th level of Peak. Its power is stronger than the top-level supernatural skills. Today's 4th level late stage is not weaker than the most top-notch supernatural skills. With the help of the Xuanhuan Divine Spear, it can naturally explode with stronger power. If it's not that Ziyun divine arm can be integrated into Ziji Skyfire, it's far from being comparable to Yan Shenxia. Even for the Xinyan fighting fist, only when the 9 flames and different fire Ju reaches the mid-stage high level of the 7th layer, and the power of the Ziji heavenly fire increases greatly, can it surpass the Yenshin killing performed by the Ziwenyan divine spear. For now, the Yenshin kill, performed by Ziwen Yanqing Gun, is Han Feng's strongest move. In the previous battle against Xuanhuan Tianzuan, Han Feng pushed Yenshin killing to the middle stage of the 4th stage at most, but did not push it to the late stage of the 4th stage at all. But right now, Han Feng naturally couldn't have any reservations. The late-stage power of the 4th level of Yenshin killing was unreservedly blasted out, and a huge vortex of flames was rolled out, swallowing the entire blood knife. The first update. The flame tornado swallowed the blood knife, but did not completely defeat the blood knife. The blood knife was still pushing forward with overwhelming force. Han Feng clenched his teeth. Suddenly a burst of golden light shot out from inside his sleeve robe. It was the seal of 9 dragons. At the same time, Yantian Wubaoluan appeared behind Han Feng, and Qixing Luozhen also escaped into the void at some point. In order to distract the Demon Dragon Emperor's attention, Han Feng also worked hard, and used some artifacts that were basically unusable now. Yantian Wu treasure wheel shoots endless flames, densely packed, blasting towards the Demon Dragon Emperor. Yaolong Tiandi controlled the blood knife with one hand, and swiped in the void with the other. A bloody light curtain appeared. The flames bombarded the blood-colored light curtain, but they could only cause ripples, and they couldn't break through the light curtain at all. For today's Han Feng, the role of top-grade artifacts has been negligible. Just at this moment, the 9 dragons' divine seal struck fiercely. The face of Yaolong Tiandi changed slightly. The blood-colored light curtain could withstand Yantian Wubaoluan's attack, but it might not be able to block the 9 dragons' seal. Sure enough, when the 9 dragons' seal slammed into the blood-colored light curtain, the light curtain cracked countless cracks instantly, and the cracks spread all over the light curtain. As a last resort, the Demon Dragon Emperor had to disperse part of his power on the bloody light curtain. In this way, the power to control the blood knife weakened a bit. The flame tornado instantly rose in power, the blood knife retreated steadily, and there was a vague tendency to shatter and collapse. The Demon Dragon Emperor naturally noticed this scene. His eyes sank slightly. This kid, his cultivation is low, his combat power is amazing, and there are so many powerful artifacts. Damn, what kind of shit luck has this kid had? However, as long as this son is killed, everything belongs to this emperor. Thinking of this, the blood-colored eyes of the Yaolong Heavenly Emperor flashed thick greed. Afterwards, the Demon Dragon Heavenly Emperor smiled. In just a few breaths, this emperor can repel the golden seal, and in the next moment he can fully urge the blood dragon to kill that kid. This emperor is the inferior of the giant Tianzuan who has been promoted. Heavenly Emperor, no matter how powerful this kid is, he is by no means a match for this emperor. Judging from the current situation, the Demon Dragon Emperor was right. However, will things develop according to what Yaolong Tiandi wants? No one noticed. The 7 divine needles are shooting at the Demon Dragon Emperor at an astonishing speed, and they are well concealed. It's just that the 7-star pear blossom needle is too low in level after all. It's just an artifact of the 5 tribulations. Even if it is activated by Han Feng, it still can't hide the Demon Dragon Emperor. The 7-star pear blossom needle was about to hit the Monster Dragon Emperor to the extreme, and the Monster Dragon Emperor felt cold all over. Who is the Demon Dragon Emperor? That is the super powerhouse who created the huge 3rd-rank power Yaolong Island. He has fought countless battles and has rich experience. When he felt a chill all over, the Yaolong Heavenly Emperor immediately knew something was wrong, subconsciously swept away, and found the 7-star pear blossom needle. Immediately, the Demon Dragon Emperor was furious. With the eyesight of the Demon Dragon Emperor, how could he fail to find the location where the 7-star pear blossom needle was supposed to attack? Bastard! Yaolong Tiandi roared, the dignified emperor, the founder of Yaolong Island, how could he allow his part to be hit? That would be a shame and a shame. Subconsciously, Yaolong Tiandi's aura bloomed all over his body, and the bloody light shot straight into the sky, completely resisting the 7-star pear blossom needles, and even bounced off the 7-star pear blossom needles, one by one with the force of counterattack. Han Feng smiled, looking at. The goal is finally achieved. Han Feng is not an idiot. How could he not know that it is impossible for the 7-star pear blossom needle to hit the demon dragon emperor? What Han Feng wanted the 7-star pear blossom needle to do was to break the balance. When the Yaolong Tiandi released his power to rebound the 7-star pear blossom needle under the fright and wrath, whether it was the defense of the 9 dragons seal or the control of the blood knife, it would drop to the lowest point in an instant. This time is very short, and the demon dragon emperor will recover soon. But such a little time is enough for Han Feng. When the strong fight, an instant may lead to drastic changes in the battle situation. For now, that's it. Break. Pushing Yan Shinsha to the limit, there is even a tendency to break through the limit. The spirit energy in the whole body is like a rushing river, continuously pouring into the purple-patterned flame gun in his hand. In an instant, the blood knife was completely engulfed by the soaring flame tornado. This time it was truly engulfed, destroying the blood knife completely. And the 9 dragons' divine seal completely broke through the blood-colored light curtain and blasted heavily on the body of the demon dragon emperor. Puff! The demon dragon heavenly emperor sprayed blood mist on the spot, and his body was like a cannonball, bombarding the ground heavily. As for Han Feng, he was a little weak, because he had output too much divine energy at one time, so he staggered in the void and almost fell. After fighting against the demon dragon heavenly emperor, Han Feng clearly recognized the strength of the heavenly emperor. With my current strength, I can deal with ordinary low-level emperors, but I am powerless against low-level emperors like Yaolong, but it is relatively easy to escape. If it weren't for the demon dragon seal on his body, it would be impossible to get rid of the demon dragon emperor, so how could Han Feng stay and fight to the death? As for the ordinary middle-level emperors, they only have a trace of strength to resist, and they are by no means opponents of the middle-level emperors. It takes a lot of effort to escape from the hands of ordinary middle-level emperors. Even if this is the case, I am afraid that it is still a matter of whether he can really escape. Hoo-hoo. Han Feng was panting, his face turned serious, and before he could react, a burst of blood hit Han Feng. Whoa. Han Feng fell from a high altitude and looked at the sky with a pale face. At some point, the demon dragon emperor appeared in the sky again. Compared with the Yaolong Tiandi at the beginning, the Yaolong Tiandi at this moment is a bit miserable. The Emperor Yaolong's face was ferocious, extremely terrifying. Okay, I didn't expect that this emperor would still underestimate you and be severely injured by you, but that's all, stop here. Next, the emperor will let you experience endless torture and let you die in endless torture. Han Feng took a breath. What should we do? Now that all the methods have been used, but still failed to kill the demon dragon emperor, could it be that he escaped? But even if he ran away, how could he escape with the demon dragon mark on his body? Han Feng's expression changed. Idiot, have you forgotten me? An angry shout resounded in Han Feng's head, and it was Xiaopeng. Han Feng's eyes lit up. That's right, he still has the Skyfire Tower. Who said he's all out of cards? Since ascending to the God realm, Han Feng has basically never used the Skyfire Tower. Even though the Skyfire Tower itself is of a high level, its attack power is equivalent to that of ordinary artifacts before the seal is completely released. Han Feng got the Taishan Excalibur first, and then got more artifacts by chance, even the best artifacts, and the attack power was beyond the sky. The fire tower is much stronger, and gradually, Han Feng is less likely to use the Skyfire Tower to fight against the enemy. But now, in the Forbidden Ancient Realm, the 9 Flames and different Fire Ju has broken through to the 7th level. The situation is quite different. The second update. 9 Flames different Fire Ju. When it was still at the peak of the 6th floor, the degree of unsealing of the 9 Flame Skyfire Pagoda was already equivalent to a top-grade artifact. Breaking through to the 7th floor right now, the degree of unsealing of the Skyfire Tower has surpassed the best artifact, between the best artifact and the chaos artifact. In the middle stage of the 7th floor, the Skyfire Tower is naturally more powerful. If the 9 Flames and different fire art breaks through to the peak of the 7th floor in the future, the level of unsealing of the Skyfire Tower will be enough for the power of the Skyfire Tower to catch up with the Chaos Artifact. In the case of the ban on the power of Chaos Artifact in the Forbidden Ancient Realm, this is already the strongest blow of the artifact. The Xuanhuan sharp gun can't reach such power. After all, no matter how strong the Xuanhuan divine spear is, it is still in the category of the best artifact, and has not surpassed it. Only when Han Feng Xuanhuan has not yet reached the level of a true god, the cost of activating the Skyfire Pagoda needs to be spent on Xuanhuan. But now, as a true god, if there is no life and death crisis, it is not a problem to live for millions of years. In this way, longevity is naturally not a price. At this moment, Han Feng wants to activate the Skyfire Pagoda, and the price he pays is his cultivation. Die. The Demon Dragon Heavenly Emperor urged the Blood Dragon slash again, and a huge blood dragon turned into a blood knife holding the sky, and slashed at Han Feng fiercely. When the blood knife was approaching, the Yaolong Tiandi showed a ferocious smile, as if he had seen Han Feng's end at the moment. However, at this moment, a dazzling purple-golden light suddenly shot out from Han Feng's body. The light shot straight into the sky, and then turned into a proudly standing purple-golden pagoda. The pagoda spun around Han Feng, releasing bursts of extremely astonishing energy. This breath, under the blessing of Han Feng's cultivation at the moment, made even the Dragon Emperor feel oppressed and horrified. What is this? A strong uneasiness appeared in the heart of Yaolong Tiandi. This uneasiness caused Yaolong Tiandi to subconsciously push the blood dragon to the extreme. Dire consequences. The shocking blood-colored sword light slammed fiercely on the purple-golden pagoda. In an instant, the wind howled, the earth shook and the mountains shook, and bursts of crazy energy swept out. Immediately afterwards, the sky was filled with blood-colored light, which was the performance of the blood dragon slash to the extreme. Even the purple-golden light was suppressed at this moment, leaving only a small part, barely protecting Han Feng. Ha ha ha. Boy, let's see if you die or not. Yaolong Tiandi laughed wildly, releasing his hatred for Han Feng in his heart. As a majestic emperor of heaven, he suffered a big loss at the hands of a mere heavenly monarch, which is a great shame and humiliation. Even if Tianjun has a combat power far beyond the level of Tianjun, it is the same as Tiandi. He urged the blood dragon slash with all his strength, and even spurted blood to enhance the power of the blood dragon slash, which shows the determination of the demon dragon emperor to kill Han Feng. Han Feng's face was distorted, obviously trying his best to resist. Damn it, this demon dragon emperor actually sprayed blood. Han Feng cursed in his heart. Originally, the Skyfire Pagoda protected Han Feng well, and was even ready to start a counterattack. Who would have thought that the demon dragon Heavenly Emperor would suddenly spew out blood, which would be integrated into the blood dragon slash, greatly enhancing the power of the blood dragon slash, making the blood all of a sudden Long Zhan overwhelm the Skyfire Tower. In that case, Han Feng's eyes flashed with sternness. A steady stream of original power is sent to the Skyfire Tower, and the Skyfire Tower blooms with a more brilliant purple gold light, like a dazzling sun, which makes people unable to look directly at it. At the same time, Han Feng's cultivation also began to become unstable. Stand up. There is no change in the Zunpan Xuanhuan, as long as the level of the 9 flames and different fire art does not drop, the quality of the Xuanhuan will not drop. But the soul and body are different. The soul and body were originally at the upper level of Junpin, but now they tend to degenerate to the middle level of Junpin. The weakening of the cultivation base will allow the Skyfire Tower to release stronger power. In the sky, the purple golden light is slowly hitting the blood light. Although the speed is very slow, anyone who is not a fool can see that the purple gold light is gradually recovering from the decline. Maybe it won't be long before the purple golden light can completely overwhelm the blood light and occupy the upper class. No, how could this happen? The Demon Dragon Emperor was furious. What kind of artifact is this? The Demon Dragon Heavenly Emperor stared at the Skyfire Pagoda fearfully and greedily. The Demon Dragon Emperor is 100% sure that the power of this purple golden pagoda definitely exceeds that of a top-grade artifact. What is above the best artifact? That is a chaos artifact. But as we all know, the chaos artifact can't exert any power at all in the forbidden ancient realm. Although I don't know if it's a chaos artifact, it is definitely worth my shot just because it can exert power beyond the top-grade artifact. If those Supreme Emperors know about it, they will definitely not let it go. Thinking of this, the Demon Dragon Heavenly Emperor once again spewed out a mouthful of blood, which merged into the Blood Dragon Slash. The bloody light is like a tidal wave, flowing continuously. Han Feng's face changed slightly, and then he gritted his teeth, and once again sacrificed a lot of cultivation. The level of soul and body fell to the middle level of Junpin. Even so, the two sides are nothing more than a match. No, I have just broken through, and my realm is still unstable. If I spit out one more drop of blood essence, I will definitely fall to the level of Tianzuan. After a long while, Yaolong Tiandi gave up and continued to spit out blood essence. Just to kill a Tianjun, it is not worth paying the price of falling from the Tiandi. As the last stage of the 4 extreme stages of the true God, is it so easy for the Emperor to break through? If you fall to the level of Tianzuan, it will take a long time to recover to the level of Tiandi again. Not only that, but whether it can break through again without exploding is still unknown. The artifact this kid activated obviously has side effects, and his cultivation has already fallen to the middle rank of a gentleman. In this case, it's better to retreat first. After the injury is recovered, killing a middle-level heavenly monarch is still easy. The Demon Dragon Emperor smiled coldly, turned around and backed away, turning into a blood dragon and disappearing into the sky in an instant. Without the blessing of the Demon Dragon Emperor, the blood knife was instantly swallowed by the purple gold light and turned into ashes. Hoo-hoo. Han Feng panted heavily, but did not chase after him. Because at this moment, Han Feng didn't dare to continue to push the Skyfire Pagoda any longer, and even Tianjuan's middle-level cultivation might become unstable. Little fatty, didn't you say that after reaching the true God stage, I don't need to pay any more for mobilizing the 9 Flame Skyfire Pagoda? Han Feng asked suspiciously. That's true, but there is a premise that the 9 flames and different fire art only reaches the 6th level. Before the 7th floor, when the true God stage activates the Skyfire Pagoda, naturally there is no need to pay a price, but after the 7th floor, unless your cultivation reaches the Heavenly Emperor level. As for the 8th level 9 flames and different fire art, only if you break through the level of the ancient gods will you not have to pay the price. The first update. Han Feng smiled wryly, and finally understood the whole story. Feelings are not that as long as you reach the stage of true God, you can activate the Skyfire Tower without any worries. But as long as they can reach the level of the Emperor of Heaven, they can activate the Skyfire Tower at a relatively low cost, which is also good news. Sweeping his eyes around, the relics of several celestials that fell in Han Feng's hands, before all flew towards Han Feng. The Yuan Jing and cultivation resources, carried by the 5 heavenly gods, became Han Feng's spoils of war. Although my cultivation base has dropped by a level, I have obtained a lot of cultivation resources. As long as I return to the ancient Tianmen, I should be able to get some resources. It won't take long for my cultivation base to recover. Maybe I can go further. Enter the level of Tianzuan. The Demon Dragon Emperor lost 2 drops of blood essence. It would be fine if he had completely stabilized the realm of the Heavenly Emperor, but the Demon Dragon Heavenly Emperor has not stabilized the realm of the inferior Heavenly Emperor at all. I am afraid that it will not be difficult to recover in 1,000 or 800 years. That is to say, even if the Demon Dragon Heavenly Emperor strikes again soon, the combat power will not be as strong as today. At that time, as long as I go further, I may be able to defeat the Demon Dragon Heavenly Emperor and even kill him without activating the Skyfire Tower. Thinking of this, Han Feng recovered a lot from his ugly face due to his lowered cultivation. Afterwards, Han Feng flew to Xuanhuan. On the way, I naturally met the second elder and his party. Han Xiaoyu, have you ever killed the monster dragon? The second elder was overjoyed at first and then surprised when he saw Han Feng's safe return. Could it be that even the Demon Dragon Emperor is not the other party's opponent? How powerful this must be! With the help of such a strong person, the mere Xianxing zone is nothing. As long as the other party joins hands with Lord Gu Tiandi, why worry about Shantian Emperor? Unexpectedly, the second elder saw Han Feng shaking his head, and only heard Han Feng say, "It's just that I defeated the Demon Dragon Heavenly Emperor, and I paid a big price for it." After being reminded by Han Feng, the second elder and others suddenly realized that Han Feng's cultivation had dropped from a high-level Heavenly Lord to a middle-level Heavenly Lord. "It's my sect that harmed my little friend." The second elder was filled with guilt. Han Feng shook his head slowly. "The Demon Dragon Emperor came for Han, but it has nothing to do with the noble family." The second elder said, "But if it wasn't for the old man waiting for a few people who are holding back, I'm afraid Han Xiaoyu would have been able to get away long ago, and he wouldn't lose a level of cultivation because of this." The second elder showed regret, obviously mistakenly thinking that Han Feng had performed some kind of secret technique like him. This kind of secret method will make people greatly improve their strength in a short period of time, but the sequelae are also extremely terrifying. 8 out of 10 It will be difficult to break the limit of the true God and step into a higher level of the true God. Moreover, the second elder also misunderstood that Han Feng and Yaolong Tiandi died in order to protect them and let them spend as much time as possible to escape farther. For this misunderstanding, Han Feng did not explain. Firstly, the second elder may not really believe it, and secondly, because the second elder is so guilty, if he asks for something in the ancient heaven sect in the future, 8 out of 10 it will not be too difficult. The second elder and the others did not stay behind in the explosive flame domain, but followed Han Feng back to the ancient heaven gate. They were also afraid that the Demon Dragon Heavenly Emperor would come back here. Before the Xuanqing sect was brought down, the second elder was unwilling to lose the backbone of the ancient Tianmen. Ancient Tianmen. Knowing everything, Gu Tiandi immediately ordered the Great Elder to open the ancient Tianmen treasure house and compensate Han Feng as much as possible. And NBS. Even though Han Feng had already said that only a little is enough to restore his cultivation base, the ancient Heaven Emperor still forcibly gave Han Feng a lot of Yuan Jing and cultivation resources. Regarding this, Han Feng could only roll his eyes. Perhaps in the eyes of the ancient emperor, what he said would be able to restore his cultivation soon was just a matter of self-comfort. Forget it, when my cultivation base recovers, or even go further out, they will have to believe if they don't believe me. Saying this on the lips, they couldn't help but feel happy in their hearts. Han Feng didn't expect that the ancient emperor was so generous, and there was a very high-level fire attribute divine fruit among his training resources. With such a fire-attribute divine fruit, the 9 flames and different fire art would definitely be able to go further. Then, after Han Feng and Bai Li gave some instructions, they retreated. Xianxingzong. The embarrassing escape of Xuantai Tianzuan attracted the attention of many Xuanxingzong high-level officials, and when they learned that the other 5 Tianzuan had all fallen, there was an uproar immediately. Xuantai Tianzuan ordered the Xuanxingzong disciples to pay attention to the information of the explosive flame domain at all times. Soon, Xuantai Tianzuan learned a news that shocked him. The Demon Dragon Emperor left with serious injuries and blew himself up in the flame domain, but the murderer was not killed by the Demon Dragon Emperor. How is that possible? That is a heavenly emperor. Although he has just been promoted and his realm is still unstable, the Yaolong Heavenly Emperor was a giant of heavenly venerable before he was promoted. Even if he has just been promoted, his combat power is not far behind that of Lord Shantian. Even better, how could it be? Xuantai Tianzuan shook his head, he couldn't believe the news he got. If this news is true. Xuantai Tianzuan only felt a cold air rising from the soles of his feet and flowed into Baihui acupoint, his whole body was icy cold. Comparable to the fighting power of the Demon Dragon Emperor. How easy it is to kill them. A first-class powerhouse among the high-ranking Tianzuan? In the eyes of the Emperor of Heaven, he is probably no different from the Lord of Heaven. Xuantai Tianzuan was dripping with cold sweat for a while. If the other party didn't try his best at the beginning, I'm afraid he might not be able to survive before the arrival of the Demon Dragon Emperor, let alone escape back to Xuanxingzong alive now. Xuantai Tianzuan's face was distorted and hideous. He hated Han Feng and was afraid of Han Feng's strength. Wait. How could such a strong man suddenly appear in the Central Territory? It's too strange. It's only at the level of Tianjun, and the combat power is too terrifying, comparable to the Emperor of Heaven. The Heavenly Monarch is comparable to the Heavenly Emperor? Could it be? Xuantai Tianzuan suddenly thought of a possibility. This may be very surprising. It stands to reason that the Xuantai Tianzuan would not think of this aspect so quickly. It is true that the Xuantai Tianzuan knew that Emperor Shantian had captured such a character not long ago. At the mere level of a general, he has the combat power to kill Tianzuan. Although his cultivation base is poor, he possesses super-grade divine skills and powerful top-grade artifacts, and his physical strength has reached an extremely terrifying level. If it weren't for the Heavenly General's cultivation base that restricted the display of super-grade divine skills, and it would be difficult for him to exert all the power of his body, Lord Shantian Emperor might not be able to take down that person. Even so, Emperor Shantian also spent a lot of effort. Thinking of this, Xuantai Tianzuan's expression was gloomy. Xianxingzong is in the underground prison. In a certain cell, a middle-aged man was trapped. Xuantai Tianzuan came outside the cell, stretched out his hand, and a light curtain appeared in the void in front of him, and Han Feng's face flashed in the light curtain. Do you know this person? Xuantai Tianzuan stared at the middle-aged man in the cell. If Korean style. Here you will find that this middle-aged man is still an acquaintance. And it is Wen Dexing, the head of the Wen family of the Chankuan sect in Ziyun God realm. The second update. Wen Dexing's situation at this time can't be said to be very good. In the battle with Emperor Shantian, Wen Dexing also suffered serious injuries. If Wen Dexing's body was not strong, he would definitely be lying in bed and unable to get up at this moment. Hearing Xuantai Tianzuan's inquiry, Wen Dexing looked up blankly. With just one glance, Wen Dexing stared at the light curtain made by Xuantai Tianzuan. Han Feng. Wen Dexing almost gnashed his teeth and said Han Feng's name. For Wen Dexing, Han Feng was not only the murderer who killed his 2 sons, but also the chief culprit who brought him to such a state. It is true that it was the ancestors of the Tan family who gave up Wen Dexing at the beginning, which caused Wen Dexing to be involved in the world of forbidden ancient times. Wen Dexing didn't hate the ancestors of the Tan family, the ancestors of the Taishang, god, Lu Jinggu, and others. However, in the forbidden ancient realm, Wen Dexing knew that he would probably be trapped here for the rest of his life, and it was impossible for him to seek revenge from the ancestors of the Tan family and others. Even if he could escape, he would definitely not be a match for superpowers such as the ancestors of the Tan family. Therefore, Wen Dexing transferred all his hatred for the ancestor of the Tan family to Han Feng. Seeing Wen Dexing's appearance, Xuanhuan Tianzuan immediately understood, sure enough, that kid is also from the outside world. A light and surprise flashed in Xuanhuan Tianzuan's eyes. Xuanhuan Tianzuan knew what Wen Dexing was like, and he was a middle-ranked ancient god in the outside world, stronger than any strong man in the forbidden ancient realm. Even the monster-level Heavenly Emperor who ranks first on the Heavenly Emperor list is still a true Heavenly Emperor, not an ancient god. Its power is completely incomparable to that of the Middle Ancient gods. However, such a lofty and middle-ranked ancient god became a mere general after being involved in the forbidden ancient realm. Because the power of the ancient gods was forbidden in the forbidden ancient world, Wen Dexing's origin of the ancient gods was destroyed, causing Wen Dexing to directly fall to the realm before breaking through the ancient gods. Before breaking through the ancient gods, Wen Dexing was just a heavenly general, and he hadn't even cultivated to the limit of a heavenly general. It's no wonder that the mere Tianjun level has such heaven-defying combat power. It turns out that he fell from the realm of the ancient gods. Xuanhuan Tianzuan couldn't hide his excitement. What does this mean? It shows that the other party is almost trapped to death in the realm of Tianjun. For those who have fallen from the ancient gods, almost no one has heard of them being able to go further. For example, Wen Dexing, no matter how many yuan crystals are given to him, he will not be able to break through to the realm of Tianjun in the future. Obviously, Xuanhuan Tianzuan mistakenly thought that Han Feng was an ancient god. After all, Han Feng's combat power is too heaven-defying, so it is no wonder that Xuanhuan Tianzuan has such a misunderstanding. If the Xuanhuan Tianzuan could ask a few more questions, I'm afraid Wen Dexing would find some mistakes in his answer, but it's a pity that the Xuanhuan Tianzuan didn't ask more. After getting the answer he thought, Xuanhuan Tianzuan left in a hurry. In the dungeon. A trace of madness gradually appeared on Wen Dexing's calm face. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to be noticed by Xuanxingzong. Hee, this is retribution. After you are caught in the dungeon, see how I torture you. Wen Dexing's eyes were full of resentment, but his expression was a little excited, and he was about to wait for Han Feng to be captured and torture Han Feng. There was not even a year before and after being involved in the forbidden ancient realm. In Wen Dexing's eyes, Han Feng was still the original Nine Tribulations true god. Wouldn't it be easy to pick up and torture a Nine Tribulations true god? Wen Dexing, who was caught in self-excitement, didn't think about it seriously. Like, Han Feng is really just a true god of the Nine Tribulations. Will he attract the attention of powerful people like Xuanhuan Tianzuan? Xianxingzong, there is a cave under the back mountain, and there is a universe in the cave, which is extremely huge. Inside the cave, there is a dense cold air, and there are icy purple ice layers everywhere, covering the mountain wall and the ground. This cold air is enough to instantly freeze warriors under heavenly generals, completely losing their breath of life. This is because the cold air is calm now. Once the ice-purple cold air riots, it will be enough to threaten Tianzuan. In the depths of the cave, a figure sat there quietly cross-legged. Suddenly, the figure opened his mouth, and the cold air that covered the entire cave surged instantly, and was sucked into the body by the figure. The body of this figure looks extremely thin, a little thin, but there is maturity and vicissitudes in his not-so-beautiful face, which adds a little charm to the somewhat ordinary face. However, if you underestimate this figure, because it looks too thin, you will suffer a big loss. Because this thin body contained extremely terrifying power. This person is none other than the strongest of the Xuanqing sect, Shantian Emperor. The injury has recovered 7 or 8 times. The old thing surnamed Gu shouldn't have recovered as fast as I did. It seemed that the injuries were similar to each other at the beginning, but the one surnamed Gu had worked hard. In terms of real combat power, that how can the old thing be the opponent of this emperor? However, you can escape for a while, but you can't escape forever. After all, this emperor is the first to recover, and it is time to completely eradicate the ancient Tian men. Emperor Shantian narrowed his eyes slightly, and a shocking murderous intent swept out. In an instant, the icy purple chill centered on Emperor Shantian burst out, and the ice layer on the mountain wall cracked and shattered. "My lord, have you recovered?" As soon as Emperor Shantian left the gate, he saw the Xuantai Tianzuan waiting outside. What happened? Emperor Shantian knew that Xuantai Tianzuan, as the number 2 figure of Xuanqing sect, would never have leisure time to wait here. Then since Xuantai Tianzuan appeared here, there must be something important waiting for him to solve. Could it be that an accident happened at Xuanhuan? Xuantai Tianzuan immediately told Emperor Shantian about the recent events one by one. Emperor Xuantian's face was gloomy. He never expected that Xuanxingzong would suffer such a big loss during the days when he recovered from retreat. Not only the strong ones such as Shenyu Tianzuan fell, even Xuantai Tianzuan almost couldn't come back. Gu Tianmen actually found such a helper, even the demon dragon emperor was repelled? Shantian emperor gasped. "My lord, my subordinates have confirmed that Han Feng, like Wen Dexing, is from outside the forbidden ancient realm." "What? Are you sure?" Emperor Xuantian's expression was shocked. "Yes, my subordinates are sure. If it wasn't because he was an ancient god, why would Han Feng have such terrifying combat power at the Tianjun level?" Xuantai Tianzuan was making excuses for his failure. This is also the reason why Xuantai Tianzuan didn't think deeper, but kept thinking of Han Feng as the ancient god. Only in this way, Xuantai Tianzuan will feel better. Losing to a heavenly monarch and losing to a former ancient god is obviously more embarrassing than the former. In short, it is just a self-consolation of Xuantai Tianzuan. Emperor Xuantian's heart became active. A strong man outside the forbidden ancient realm, or an ancient god-level figure, will have fewer top-grade artifacts in their hands? In addition to the top-grade artifact, there are also many cultivation resources, and the level is quite high. That's all. What Wen Dexing really valued was the Chaos Divine rank unique knowledge of the ancient god powerhouse. Once he got the Chaos Divine rank unique skill, his combat power among the heavenly emperors would jump up several notches. Even if the degree of contract is not high, its power must surpass the best magic skills. All in all, its combat power will at least be improved. If it hadn't been for the battle with Gu Tiandi that caused him to be injured, Shantian Emperor would have forced Wen Dexing's Chaos Divine rank to learn his skills. The first update. Limited Time Rush, 2015 Summer New Korean Version Stitching Men's T-Shirt Short-Sleeved Mercerized Cotton Genuine German BMW Men's Casual T-Shirt. Limited Time Pantyhose, Toe Transparent Ultra-Thin Hidden Transparent Pantyhose, 9.9 Free Shipping, Send Girlfriend, hee. Support the development of the website, go to Taobao to buy things from here. Although Emperor Shantian was tempted, he was not a reckless person. An ancient heaven emperor is more troublesome, and with Han Feng added, he may not be able to get a good deal if he goes alone. If the backbone of the Xuanqing sect is still there, it can be regarded as a boost. However, now that so many middle and high-level Tianzuan have died, there are not many left who can help. The Xuantai Tianzuan is strong, but if he invades the interior of the ancient heavenly emperor, the ancient Tiandi's Tianzuan will not be afraid of the Xuantai Tianzuan at all when they are united together, and they may be able to kill the Xuantai Tianzuan. Just as the 6 heavenly venerates such as Xuantai Tianzuan can pose a threat to the giant Tianzuan, a few ordinary high-level Tianzans combined with a few middle-level Tianzans with relatively strong combat power, the first-class high-ranking Tianzuan like Xuanhuan Tianzuan is also not good. In any case, they are all in the upper Tianzuan realm, even if they are divided into 3, 6, or 9 ranks, how big the gap between them can be. My lord, why don't we unite with the Demon Dragon Emperor? Xuanhuan Tianzuan is not only powerful, but also quite talented in observing words and expressions. Seeing Shantian Emperor's hesitant face, he turned a few times in his heart and guessed Shantian Emperor's identity. Scruples. Monster Dragon Emperor? This? Shantian Emperor's eyes flickered. To be honest, Emperor Shantian was extremely afraid of facing the Emperor Yaolong, who was promoted at the level of Tianzuan giant. My lord, you are a strong man who is close to the peak of the inferior Heavenly Emperor, and you are not much worse than the Yaolong Tiandi. What's more, the Yaolong Heavenly Emperor has not been promoted for a long time, and even his realm has not stabilized, and he was injured later. How dare you bet, if the Demon Dragon Heavenly Emperor really fights with your lord at this time, the probability of your lord winning is at least 60%. Emperor Xuantian's eyes lit up, and then he nodded. In that case, the Xuanta, the Demon Dragon Emperor will be handed over to you. Yes. Ancient Tian Men. The power of time surrounds Han Feng. One by one, the original crystal source liquid was absorbed by Han Feng. Soon, Han Feng's cultivation level returned to the realm of a high-ranking Tianjun, and finally reached the limit of a Tianjun. Because he had reached the supreme heavenly monarch before, Han Feng didn't need to adapt to his strength at all this time, and he devoted himself to cultivation again. It has to be said that Han Feng gained a lot during this trip to the Central Territory, but even so, Han Feng never got a single primordial crystal. Thinking about it, the Xuanhuan crystal is also an urgent need in the middle domain. Tianjun can't wait to use Sichuan Jing to make a breakthrough immediately after obtaining Sichuan Jing, and the Tianzuan level is also eager to use Zunji Yuan Jing to further his cultivation, so there will be no extra Zunji Yuan Jing. I am afraid that only when there is no shortage of heavenly venerable in the inner domain, will there be remaining Zun level Yuan Jing for other purposes. Without Zun level Yuan Jing, only using other grades of Yuan Jing and cultivation resources, it is not so difficult to promote from Tianjun to Tianzuan level. It took nearly 60% of Yuan Jing and resources before Han Feng successfully advanced to Tianzuan. The soul, body, and essence have all reached the lower level of Zunpan. At this moment, Han Feng can be regarded as the real, inferior Tianzuan and true God powerhouse. This environment, realm, the inner domain, can also be regarded as a strong side. Phew, I've finally been promoted to Tianzuan. Han Feng couldn't help but flash a glimmer of joy on his face. From Tianjun to Tianzuan is a relatively big breakthrough. In the process of breaking the limit of the true God this time, Han Feng felt that he almost failed. It can be seen that breaking the limit of the true God is not an easy and risk-free thing. Han Feng was able to break through smoothly every time, and Shen Yuan always stepped into a higher level before Shen Soul and Shen Body. Breakthrough to Tianzuan, the strength improvement is relatively large. First stabilize the realm of the inferior Tianzuan, and then start to adapt to the power of the Tianzuan. After fully adapting to the power of the inferior Tianzuan, continue to break through. When Han Feng adapted to the power of the inferior Tianzuan, the other 6 beasts also used Yuan Jing and cultivation resources to improve their strength. The 6 beasts were originally at the peak level of heavenly generals, but now they have stepped into the level of Tianjun. When all the resources were completely consumed, the 6 beasts stepped into the middle Tianjun level one after another. With the blood of the 6 beasts, it is enough to fight against the ordinary and inferior Tianzuan. The bone skeletons in the bone order, because they absorbed the essence of the gods such as the god Niu Tianzuan, have given birth to 16 bone commanders, which are equivalent to the realm of Tianjun. Among them, the strongest bone commander is only one step away from advancing to the next level of Bone King. the Bone King corresponds to the realm of Tianzuan. Up to now, the Bone Order is not very helpful to Han Feng. The reason why he continues to upgrade the Bone Skull is also to leave a helper for the Xuanhuan gang after leaving in the future. Bone Order can finally create a Bone Emperor. The Bone Emperor is equivalent to the level of the Heavenly Emperor. The Bone Emperor at the peak period is also extremely powerful among the Heavenly Emperors, second only to the Supreme Heavenly Emperor. This Supreme Heavenly Emperor refers to the real Supreme Heavenly Emperor, not a false Supreme Heavenly Emperor. In the entire Forbidden Ancient Realm, how many real Supreme Heavenly Emperors are there? Moreover, Han Feng has other ideas about the Xuanhuan gang. If this idea is finally implemented, it will be even more necessary for the Bone Order to stay. After fully adapting to the lower Tianzuan realm, Han Feng took out the fire attribute divine fruit that the ancient emperor forced him to do. The level of this divine fruit is extremely high, and the energy contained in it is several times that of the lotus seed of the god of flame. If it is just a divine fruit, the 9 flames and different fire Jew will reach about the middle of the 7th layer. However, after turning into the source liquid, Han Feng's 100% absorption efficiency directly allows the 9 flames and different fire Jew to break through to the middle of the 7th layer. High section. The power of Ziji Tianhua has been greatly enhanced. The current Han Feng, relying on Ziji Tianhua alone, can easily severely injure ordinary high-ranking celestial beings. Going one step further, the 9 flames different fire Jew will be able to completely reach the limit of the middle stage of the 7th layer, and then enter the late stage of the 7th layer. The 9 flames and different fire Jew in the middle and high stages of the 7th floor also allowed Han Feng's divine essence to smoothly enter the ranks of the highest grades. The soul and body of the lower rank peak, and the divine essence of the upper rank, this is Han Feng's current state. On the surface, Han Feng is just an inferior peak of Tianzuan, but the real power, even Han Feng himself does not know what level he has reached. The only thing that is certain is that if he fights against the Demon Dragon Emperor now, and he is still the Demon Dragon Emperor in his heyday, it will be enough to defeat or even kill him. What makes Han Feng more regretful is that due to the exhaustion of cultivation resources, the Xinyan Battle Body and Xinyan War Fist, Xinyan Battle Seal, and Xinyan Battle Armor are still in the 4th late stage. Han Feng is looking forward to the power of Xinyan's combat body after it reaches the 4th peak. The 4th level of peak, the growth of the cultivation base, must surpass the top-level God-grade bloodline/divine body. If it is integrated into Ziji Tianhua, the power will only be more terrifying. At that time it may not be worse than the lowest level of Chaos Divine Grade Divine Body. Because this is the effect produced by the fusion of divine skills and divine fire, it does not have the divine nature of chaos, so it will not be suppressed by this world. Of course, no matter how strong it is impossible to say. The 4 major martial arts of Xinyan's battle body could not be improved, and other unique skills had almost reached a bottleneck. For example, the Golden Immortal Physique has reached its true limit, and unless it comprehends the next stage, there will be no further improvement. But the next stage of the Golden Immortal Physique, according to Han Feng's estimation, should already be equivalent to the level of Chaos Divine Grade. Therefore, it is very likely that even if it is realized, it will not be able to exert its due power. Just like the Great Sun Flame Body, the ultimate Great Sun Flame Body is a super divine body, equivalent to a chaotic divine body. However, in the Forbidden Ancient Realm, they can only display the power of the top-level divine body. There are further possibilities for the 16-winged mysterious dragon transformation and the Ziyun God Arm. The 16-winged mysterious dragon has been cultivated to the high-level level of the 8-winged mysterious dragon, and the Ziyun arm has also reached the 12th level. If you go further up, you can break through again to reach the 10-winged black dragon transformation and the 13th stage. But whether it is the 10-winged black dragon change or the 13th stage, they are all stepping into the level of chaos magic skills. True God skills and chaotic skills are two completely different grades. In a short period of time, even if there is time, it is not easy to break through. In the end, Han Feng had no choice but to use the promotion to kill Yenshin. There are 4 levels of flame god killing. Han Feng has already cultivated to the late stage of the 4th level. As long as he reaches the peak of the 4th level, his power will naturally become stronger. It naturally takes a lot of effort to upgrade Yanshencha from the late stage of the 4th level to the peak level of the 4th level, but compared with the 16-winged Black Dragon change and Ziyun God Arm breakthrough to the 10-winged Black Dragon change and the 13th level in terms of realm, it is much easier. Time passed by every minute and every second. Almost a month has passed since Han Feng began to retreat. During this period, Han Feng spent most of his time adapting to the skyrocketing cultivation base and improving Yenshin kill. Gu Tiandi and other strong people from the ancient Tianmen side should do whatever they want. In just 1 month, they didn't think that Han Feng's cultivation could make much progress, so they didn't pay too much attention. But Bailey and the others were different. Bailey knew how fast and perverted Han Feng's cultivation was. 1 month is long enough. It's been a month, and it's time for my lord to leave the customs. I wonder if my lord will directly soar to the realm of Tianzuan this time. Bailey muttered to himself. If it was in the past, Bailey would never say such a thing. If such words spread, I don't know how many big teeth I will laugh out. Breakthrough from Tianjun to Tianzu in 1 month? Do you think you are the reincarnation of the God Emperor? No, even the reincarnation of the God Emperor does not have such a perverted breakthrough speed. Can be separated clearly. It is not impossible for this kind of thing to happen to Han Feng. Bailey thought of the first time he met Han Feng. At that time Han Feng was just a general, but it didn't take long before Han Feng became a king. And it didn't take long after that to reach the supreme heavenly monarch. Just as Bailey was meditating, a familiar breath came from behind, and Bailey looked happy. My lord, you have left the customs. Han Feng nodded. Well, I'm out of customs, what's the big deal these days? Bailey shook his head. No. Taking a careful look at Han Feng, Bailey found that he could no longer see through Han Feng. This phenomenon shows 2 possibilities. One is that Han Feng used some method to cover up his cultivation. The second is that Han Feng's cultivation has surpassed him. Naturally, Bailey was more inclined to the latter, and in fact, Bailey guessed right. The cultivation base of the low-level Tianzuan at the peak is indeed much stronger than Bailey, who has just entered the low-level Tianzuan. But the reason why Bailey couldn't see through it was because of the Skyfire Pagoda. The 9 flames and different fire Ju has broken through to the mid-high stage of the 7th floor. Without the soul of the Emperor of Heaven, it is difficult to discover Han Feng's cultivation level. This Emperor-grade divine soul is still an Emperor-grade divine soul that is close to the limit. Like Ancient Emperor and a low-grade imperial spirit like Emperor Xiantian would also not be able to find it. If there is another breakthrough in the 9 flames and different fire art, it is estimated that only the ancient gods can directly see through Han Feng's cultivation. Of course, all of this is based on the premise that Han Feng does not actively release his breath. Bailey was about to congratulate Han Feng on his great strength, but his face changed in shock, and he looked towards the void. Han Feng also focused his eyes, and in the void, there were 2 powerful auras and dozens of fairly powerful auras approaching quickly. 2 of the auras Han Feng is very familiar with are the Demon Dragon Heavenly Emperor and the Xuanhuan Heavenly Venerable. Xuanhuan Tianzuan is a member of Xuanxingzong. When did Yaolong Tiandi get involved with Xuanxingzong? Could it be that Yaolong Tiandi and Xuanxingzong are united together? Then, the other one is not weaker than Yaolong Tiandi, his powerful aura should be Emperor Xiantian. Han Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Han Feng knew for a long time that the Demon Dragon Emperor would attack sooner or later, But he did not expect that the Demon Dragon Emperor would join forces with Shantian Emperor. Fortunately, I have already broken through, otherwise. Han Feng felt extremely fortunate. Swipe. There was a sound of piercing through the sky, and the strong men of the ancient Tian men obviously also noticed the attack of Emperor Shantian, and they stood in the air one by one. The leader is the ancient Heavenly Emperor. After the ancient Heaven Emperor, there are the Great Elder, Second Elder, Shan Lingqing, Zhang Fan and other powerful ancient Tian men that Han Feng is familiar with. These powerhouses are ready to fight one by one. Senior Ancient Heaven Emperor. Han Feng hurried over. Little friend has already left the gate? Gu Tiandi saw Han Feng, a trace of surprise flashed across his face, and then he didn't know what he had imagined, and said with a moved face, I didn't expect that for the safety of my Gu Tian men, I would forcefully, I really feel ashamed to interrupt my practice. However, little friend has already helped our sect a lot, Emperor Shantian has already found a helper, Gu Tian men may be in danger, so don't implicate little friend, let's run away before Gushanmen is breached. Han Feng opened his mouth, a little speechless, and finally said helplessly, Senior, the goal of the Demon Dragon Emperor from the beginning is me. Even if I leave, I still have to face it in the future. Why don't you take advantage of this opportunity to deal with it all at once? Solved all the troubles. But Gu Tiandi was about to say that Han Feng was still injured, but he was surprised to find that he couldn't see through Han Feng. Could it be? Gu Tiandi's eyes lit up, and he said nothing more. Both of them stared at the void with solemn expressions. There, an iceberg hundreds of feet high floated from the sky, and the space it passed along the way was frozen, the air turned into frost and fell, and the ground was covered with silver. On the top of the iceberg, two figures sat high on the golden dragon throne, looking mighty and extraordinary. It was Yaolong Tiandi and Shantian Emperor. And around the iceberg, there are dozens of masters of the Xuanqing sect, including the Xuanta Tianzuan. The iceberg finally stopped outside the ancient Tian men, and the endless cold air blocked the space around the ancient Tiandi, like a beast trying to devour people. Emperor Xuantian's sneer spread throughout Gushanmen, Emperor Gudian, it's time to settle our grievances thoroughly. Ancient Heaven Emperor was not afraid at all, Junior. If you disrespect your elders so much, let me, an elder, teach you etiquette. The emperor-level coercion of the two heavenly emperor powerhouses swept across the world and collided fiercely. The next moment, the storm raged, the wind howled, and the sky shook. Afterwards, two figures flashed, Gu Tiandi and Shan Tiandi were already fighting together, various methods emerged one after another, and there were constant rumbles. The cold face of the monster dragon also condensed on Han Feng. Boy, let's see how you escape this time. The first update.